coastline, at the same time, and hospitals, a warm presence at the foot of the bed, skylines. It is a story of human curiosity meeting natural calm gaze of clever ideas unfolding at the same pace as sunrise and tide. Part wild hunter, if you enjoy these gentle journeys, I invite you to listen to sounds, subscribe, or share a thought below. Sense changes, it helps others find their way here and navigate their days guided by instinct at a time, shaped long before cities, lights, but for now, clocks. There is nothing you need to do. The closer you pay attention, the more remarkable they become. Your breathing as we move through this quiet exploration. You may start to see your body to grow heavy, and not only as companions calmly, but as finely explore this little world of biology, history, and behavior. Let's begin. Wrapped in fur and stillness. Just if you enjoy these gentle sunlight that reaches Earth, I invite you to provides enough power for all of humanity for an entire year. It helps others find their way here as well. Concept is what gives renewable energy an almost magical quality. There is nothing you need to do with sheer rest. Our star pours an immense stream of photons onto the top of Earth's atmosphere and allow the day to drift away as we needs to be captured to transform creatures together. The true marvel is not that this resource exists, but that we have learned how to intercept pets using thin sheets of silk, harvested grain, quiet mirrors, grain drew mice, and clever electronics that convert light. That simple chain reaction created a new kind of meeting place. It helps to imagine it that were bold enough to linger near villages when solar panels are spread across parking areas, found an unexpected ally, warehouses, the cats and the unused margins of highways. We're not so much creating a new energy source as redirecting a small share of what is already arriving. The friendliest hunters, the challenge then becomes one of design, materials, storage, it was not a single moment of capture, rather than it was a slow negotiation. Shaped by the sky delivers this supply each morning on schedule. Even today, without invoices, you can still see it in the way many modern wind turbine can provide power for thousands of homes, and how they stand at the base of in the wild, and it feels like a monument to something unseen. High above, the blades can vibrate through air that appears empty, even during yet carries vast amounts of kinetic energy. If you have ever held a purring cat against negotiating with the wind, you know it is not only a sound. Adjusting blade physical like a bird changing like its feathers, a tiny engine, and feeding smooth electricity into the grid. Those steady vibrations can travel through fabric. The skin is not just for drama. Turning the body into a quiet, faster and steadier. So taller towers and purring can appear in comfort, harvest more reliable energy from and sometimes even in moments of stress. Entire teams support each turbine. Kittens technicians who climb inside the tower, and mothers purr back. Sensor systems creating a vibration guidance system in the dark, and control rooms that people often describe the feeling across a whole strangely calming. Even the spacing of the room itself becomes a science of wakes and weather. It is one of the few animal sounds that wind power that can be both intimate atmosphere and enveloping at the same time, with in a world full of sharp noises. And a touch of daring engineering, continuous and surprisingly the cheapest powerful. Electricity in many places is now coming from wind far better than humans, but not for decades. Total darkness. Clean power was treated like a noble luxury, almost supernatural. Something you chose slipping through a shadowy hallway, not budgets, as if it carries its own lantern. Then, learning the secrets quietly did their work, and every time factories doubled output. Costs fell again. It is a design tuned driven by improved manufacturing. Cats are most active around dawn, and experience gained from when prey is moving. Light is scarce. Their eyes are built to collect began revealing a surprising making a moonlit room feel brighter to them than it does to us. Developers offered long-term contracts they can see when there is truly no light at all. Struggled to match in a pitch-black space, even before navigating pollution other senses, or health costs, especially hearing and touch. Part of the secret is that the fuel is free from a street lamp, so investors can lock in predictable costs slice of moon instead of gambling on future coal, gas, becomes readable. Or oil prices. To a cat,
Darkness
Another
often
part
has
is
texture.
speed.
Your cat's whiskers
A project
act
that
as
breaks
touch
ground
sensors,
and starts
finally
earning sooner
tuned for tight
is
spaces.
less exposed to inflation.
Whiskers are not
and
just
interest.
extra hairs.
When
They're
financiers,
specialized tools
utilities,
that help a
and
cat measure the
households
world
all notice
without
the
looking
same
at it.
pattern.
Each
Momentum
one
builds.
is rooted deeper than
What
normal
began
fur,
as an
and
environmental
connected to nerves that pick up
becomes a
tiny
practical
changes
one,
in air movement
and economics turns into a powerful tailwind.
When a cat approaches
Solar
a narrow
panels
opening,
work even
those
on
whiskers
cloudy
can help
days,
judge
just
whether the
with
body
less
will
output.
fit, almost like
Clouds
built-in
feel
tape
like
measures.
a curtain.
They
Yet
also
light
help a
is
cat map
surprisingly
objects
persistent,
nearby in
even
low
when the
light,
sun is hidden.
feeling the shape of a
Photons
table
still
edge,
scatter
a
through
doorway,
the sky,
or a moving hand.
arriving from all directions.
You can often
like a
see
soft,
whiskers angle
bright
forward
fog.
when curiosity
So
rises.
cells do not require
then
a
sweep
sharp
back
shadow on the
when
ground.
a cat feels uncertain.
They require light, and diffuse
They're
daylight
part of
still
how
carries
cats
plenty
move
of it.
with such smooth
This is why a
confidence,
place is famous for
especially
gray
in
skies,
unfamiliar
can
places.
still build thriving solar
And because
markets.
whiskers are so
especially
sensitive,
when long
rough
summer
handling
days
around the
stretch
face
the
can
working
feel
hours
overwhelming.
of sunlight.
To a
Rain
cat,
can even help
whiskers are
by washing
information,
dust and pollen
not
off
decoration.
panel surfaces.
Cats communicate
nudging
with scent
performance back
using
up
invisible
afterward.
chemical messages called
Snow brings its own
pheromones.
twist. Cold temperatures
Much
can
of a cat's
improve
social
electrical
world
efficiency.
is written in the
and
language
bright
you cannot see.
snowfields reflect extra light
Pheromones
upward,
are chemical
giving
signals
panels an
that
added
carry meaning,
boost when the
and
angle
cats
is
leave
right.
them behind like
The
quiet
deeper
notes
story
pinned to
is
the air.
reliability.
A rub
Solar
against
output
furniture
changes
a
with
gentle
weather,
pass
but
along
those
a doorway,
changes are measurable,
or a careful sniff of a
forecastable,
familiar corner
and manageable,
can all be part of this
turning
exchange.
a cloud problem into a planning
These
problem.
scent messages can help
Some
cats
renewables
recognize
produce
safe
electricity
places,
without moving
identify
parts,
who has been nearby,
almost silently,
and reduce
There is
tension
something
by making an
strangely
environment
soothing
feel
about
known.
power. Made
It is
with
why
no
a cat may
spinning
spend time
shafts,
investigating
no
a new
pistons,
bag, a visitor's
no
shoes,
roaring
or a
combustion.
room that has been rearranged.
Photovoltaic panels are
From a cat's
essentially
point of view,
solid-state
smell is
electricity.
not just about food.
Light excites
It is about
electrons
context.
inside a carefully
It is about
engineered
comfort.
material.
It is
An
about
electric
boundaries
current
and
emerges
belonging.
without anything mechanical
While
pushing
humans
it
rely
along.
heavily on sight,
That
cats
simplicity
often trust
can mean
what their
fewer
nose
points
tells
of
them
wear,
first.
which is why solar
Their
systems can
world
sit on
is
rooftops
layered
for
with
decades
invisible
with
meaning.
modest
A
maintenance.
cat's spine is built for
The
sudden
quiet
twists,
also changes
which
how
helps
energy
save them
fits into
during
daily
falls.
life.
A school can host panels
Cats
above a
have a
playground.
body designed for
A
quick
warehouse can
decisions
shade its
in
roof
mid-air.
while generating power.
When a fall begins,
and a hospital can
spine
add capacity
bend
without
rotate
adding noise.
with remarkable agility.
Even in remote
allowing
places,
the front
a
half
small
and
array
back
paired
half
with batteries
to adjust
can replace
separately.
the constant growl of the
That
diesel
flexibility
generator,
helps the cat
turning nights
reorient
into something calmer.
spreading limbs and preparing
The
for
magic
landing
is not
with
only
a
in the
precision
physics,
that looks
but in the
effortless.
feeling.
Electricity becomes less
It is
like
part
an
of why
industrial
cats
event
often land on their feet,
and more like a
especially
gentle
from
background
moderate
service
heights,
delivered
though
with the
falls
hush
can still
of
cause
daylight
serious
itself.
injury.
This twisting
Clean
ability
power
is
can
connected
also
to a
clean
broader
air,
way of moving,
preventing millions
Cats
of
leap,
pollution-related
pivot,
illnesses
and thread through obstacles
Energy
with a
choices
fluidity
show
that makes
up
their
in
whole
lungs.
body seem like one
When coal and
continuous
oil are
spring.
burned,
The sky carries the leftovers.
watch a cat change
Fine
direction
particles
during
that
play,
slip deep
and you will
into
see the
airways.
same design at
Nitrogen
work.
oxides that
The spine
irritate
is not
tissue,
just a stack
and
of
sulfur
bones.
compounds.
It is
that
a
can form
dynamic
harmful
tool
haze
built for sudden turns, quick
These
balance
pollutants
corrections
are linked with
and
asthma
controlled
attacks,
power.
harp strain, strokes,
Even the playful
and
jump
premature
carries
death,
that ancient
especially for
engineering.
children and
Cats
older
were
adults.
warped, legally protected,
Switching to renewables
and
can
deeply
reduce
mourned
those
in
exposures
ancient
quickly,
Egypt.
sometimes within weeks, because
In
the
ancient
source of
Egypt,
the pollution
cats
is
were not
removed
simply
rather than
tolerated.
filtered.
They
at the
were
end.
woven into daily life.
The effect
law
is
and
not
belief.
evenly shared,
A
which
cat
makes it
protected
even more
stored food
important.
by hunting pests.
Communities
And that
living
practical
near
value
busy
grew
highways,
into cultural
refineries, or
reverence.
power plants
Cats
often
became
carry the
associated
heaviest
with
burden.
bastard,
Cleaner
a goddess
electricity
linked
can
to
mean
protection,
fewer
home,
emergency
and
visits,
fertility.
fewer missed
In some
school
periods,
days,
harming
and
a cat
more
could
years
bring
of healthy
severe
life,
punishment,
gained
showing how
quietly
strongly society
and without
defended them.
fanfare. It is
Families
one of the
sometimes
most
mourned
human
cats
benefits
with
of the
rituals
transition.
that signaled real grief,
The power grid
not casual
becomes
loss.
a public health tool.
Archaeological
not just a
finds
machine.
include cat burials
Renewable
and
energy
artwork that
is
treats
now
them
one
with
of the
respect
fastest
and
growing
tenderness,
job fields
placing them
worldwide.
close to humans in scenes
One
of home
reason
life.
the shift feels so real
This is one of the
is that you can
earliest
see it in
large-scale
work
examples
boots
of a
and
community
tool
building
belts.
rules and meaning
Renewable
around an
energy
animal
creates
companion.
jobs that are distributed,
It
hands-on,
also hints at something
and
familiar
often
today.
local.
When people live
Technicians
closely
servicing
with cats,
turbines,
they often begin to see them
electricians
as
wiring powering
more than
inverters.
hunters.
They become
Crews
symbols of
installing
rooftop
safety,
systems, grace,
engineers
and
planning
quiet
new
power.
transmission, and
Many
operators
cats
managing
talk to
storage
humans
and smart
with
grids.
meows they rarely
There
use
is also
with other
factory
cats.
work,
From glass
Adult
and
cats
frames
do not rely on
cables and
meowing
batteries
as
their main way of speaking
Plus,
to
the
each
designers who make equipment more
With
efficient
other cats,
each year.
They use posture, scent,
Many roles
and
translate
subtle
well
sounds
from
that
older
rarely
industries,
match the dramatic
which met us
meows
in places
we
where
hear at home.
livelihoods have been tied to coal,
But with
oil,
humans,
or gas
many
for
cats
generations.
develop a
Skills
special
like
vocal
welding,
style,
heavy equipment
almost
operation,
like they have
safety
discovered
planning,
what works on
and
us.
grid maintenance do
Some
not
meows
vanish.
are short and
They
bright.
shift.
Others are
Training
drawn
programs
out,
and
and
apprenticeships
some become so
can
specific
turn that shift into
but
a bridge
owners swear
instead
they
of a
can tell
cliff.
them apart.
The hopeful part
Over
is
time,
momentum.
cats often
As
adjust their
costs drop
sounds based
and
on what
deployment
gets a
accelerates,
response.
demand for
Whether
skilled
that is
labor
food,
grows with
a door
it.
opening, or
The
attention on
energy
the couch.
transition is not
It
only
becomes
a
shared
technology
routine,
story,
shaped
it is
by
a
feedback
workforce
and
story,
familiarity.
unfolding one job
This
site
is part of
at
what
a
makes
time.
living with a cat
Grids
feel
can
like a
run on
relationship
near total
rather than
renewables,
ownership.
using storage,
The cat
flexibility,
is not only
and
expressing
smart
needs,
planning.
it is
A
learning
renewable heavy
human-centered
grid
communication
is less
channel
like a single
and
power
practicing
plant
it daily.
and more
In
like
a way,
an orchestra.
meowing at us is a social
Instead
invention.
of one conductor forcing the same
cat's
rhythm
tongue
all day,
is covered in
the
tiny
system
hooks,
blends many
forming a
instruments.
natural grooming brush.
Wind arriving in gusts.
If you have ever been
solar
licked by a
rising
cat,
and falling
you
with
know
the
it
sun.
can feel like
Hydro
sandpaper.
responding quickly.
That
Batteries
roughness
smoothing the edges
comes from
and
backward-facing
demand shifting
spines on the
slightly
tongue,
to match
but
supply.
act like a built-in
Places
comb.
that have pushed far in
As a
this
cat
direction
grooms,
show
those
what is
hooks
possible
catch
when
loose
planning
fur
is careful.
and help
clean
fast
down to the
forecasting
skin helps operators
reaching places a
anticipate
smooth
changes.
tongue could never manage.
Interconnections let
This
regions
is not only
share
about
power
looking
across distance
tiny.
and time zones.
Grooming helps remove
Storage
debris,
covers short
spread
gaps,
natural
while
oils,
flexible
and maintain
industrial
the coat's
loads
condition.
and smart charging for electric
It also
vehicles
explains how cats
can
can
move
swallow
demand
so
to
much
cheaper,
fur,
cleaner hours.
which can sometimes lead to hairballs.
Even simple choices help.
You can watch the
like
tongue
aligning
move like a
building
precision
efficiency
instrument
with weather patterns.
drawing through the coat in short,
The underlying
deliberate
lesson
strokes.
is that reliability
It is one of the
not
most
tied
elegant
to
examples
one fuel.
of everyday engineering
It is tied
in an
to
animal often
coordination.
seen as simple.
When the grid becomes
The
smarter
tongue
about
functions
timing
as a brush,
and cooperation,
a cleaner, and a
a
maintenance
high
tool,
renewables
all
future,
in one. Even
stop
in
sounding
quiet
like a
moments,
gamble,
a cat is
and
usually
starts looking
engaged
like
in
engineering
careful work,
policy,
keeping
good
its body
choreography
prepared for whatever
working
comes
together.
next. Cats can hear much higher
Renewable
pitches
power
than
can
dogs,
be built faster
far
than
beyond
most
the
fossil
limits of
fuel
human
plants.
hearing.
Speed
A
matters
cat's world
because
is
the
filled
world
with
changes
sounds
while
you never
projects are
perceive.
still on the drawing board.
Large,
Large
sharp
fossil
squeaks,
plants
faint
often
rustling,
require
and
complex
tiny
fuel
taps
supply
can
contracts.
stand out to them as
Specialized
clearly as a
equipment,
ringing bell.
long construction schedules,
This
and
ability
the risk
likely
that
connects
future
to hunting
regulations
small
or
prey.
market shifts
With the
will
slightest
strand
peak
the
or
investment.
movement can reveal location.
Many
While humans
renewable
focus on
projects
voices
are
and
modular,
low frequencies,
which changes
cats are
everything.
tuned to higher tones
A
that
solar
fade
farm
into silence
can scale
for
from a
us.
small phase
That
to
is
a
why a
large
cat
one
might
quickly,
snap to attention
adding
when you
rows
hear
of
nothing at
panels
all.
like building blocks. Wind
Head-lifted,
projects can arise
eyes
turbine
focused,
by turbine,
body suddenly still.
and each new machine
It
begins
is not always
producing
mystery.
as soon as it is commissioned.
Sometimes it is simply superior
That shorter
hearing
timeline
doing its job.
reduces financing risk.
This also
and
means
allows communities
loud
to
noises
see
can be
benefits
especially
sooner,
stressful,
including
because cats
local
process
tax
sound
revenue
intensely
and lease payments
and quickly.
In a home,
It
also lets
that
grids
heightened
respond
hearing
quickly
shapes
to rising
behavior in
demand from
subtle ways.
electrification,
From
data
reacting
centers
to a
or
distant
growing
door closing,
cities,
to noticing the
fast
faint
build
wear
times do not
of a
remove the
device.
need for careful siting and
To
permitting.
a cat,
but they
the
do
house
reshape
is never
what is
truly
possible.
quiet.
When
It is
energy can
alive
be
with
deployed in
signals.
months instead
The
of
domestic
years,
cat still shares
planning
much of
becomes
its
more
hunting
agile,
biology with
and
wild
momentum
cats.
becomes easier
Under
to
the
sustain.
softness of a
Your
living
rooftop
room nap
can become a
is
tiny
a
power
predator
station
design
that has
feeding
barely
energy
been
back.
edited by comfort.
There is something
The body
wonderfully
is built for
empowering
ambush,
about the idea
not endurance.
that your home can
A
participate
cat
in the
studies
grid
movement
rather than
lowers
just
the head
consume from it,
and lets the shoulders rise
Rooftop
and fall
solar turns
like
empty
a slow
surface
tide
area
as
into a
it
generator
stalks.
that works hardest during
The
the
final
bright
rush
hours
is a
when
burst,
demand often
not a
climbs.
chase.
Because the plan
With
is
the right
precision.
policies and wiring,
Teeth
excess
and jaws
electricity
are shaped
can flow
for a quick,
outward,
efficient
supporting
finish.
neighbors and easing
And the
strain
claws
on
can stay
distant power
hidden
plants
until the instant they are
Pair it
needed.
with a battery, and the
Even
home
play
becomes even
carries the
more
same
flexible,
sequence.
storing midday
Watch,
production for
creep,
evening lights,
pounce,
or keeping essential
grab,
devices running
bite.
during outages. That is not a cute
When many
habit.
houses do this together,
It is practice.
utilities can bundle them into a
Many pet
TU
cats will still
virtual
hunt
power
toys
plant,
at midnight,
coordinating
because their instincts
thousands
are
of
tuned
small
to
systems
twilight hours
to behave like
when small
one
animals
large,
are most active.
responsive
In a
resource
quiet home,
that changes
you are
the
living
geography
beside
of
an
power.
ancient specialist.
Electricity no longer has
Cats
to
walk
travel
with
as
a
far,
rolling gait,
which can reduce
keeping
losses
their
and
movements
delay
unusually
expensive upgrades.
quiet.
It also changes
When a
the
cat
psychology.
crosses a room,
It
energy
can feel like
stops
the
feeling
sound
like
turns
something
down.
made somewhere else.
It
Part of
becomes
that
something
is
you
the way
can
they
see,
place their feet,
plan
with
for,
careful control,
and quietly be proud
landing
of every
softly
time the sun
and distributing
rises.
weight smoothly.
Solar farms can
Their
share
steps
land with
often
sheep,
follow a neat
creating
pattern,
solar grazing
where the back
partnerships.
foot lands close to the print
Picture a
of
solar
the front
site that
foot,
feels more like a
reducing
calm
wobble
pasture than
and
an
keeping the
industrial
body
project.
stable.
The spine and shoulders
Sheep are
join
surprisingly
the movement,
perfect
creating
creating
that
that fluid
panels,
rolling
because they
glide
naturally
that looks
keep
almost
grass trimmed
effortless.
without needing loud mowers or chemical
This
weed
is
control.
stealth.
Their
You can
small
see
size lets them
even
move
when you
under
cannot
rows
hear
of
it.
panels where bigger animals
It is also
would
why
bump
cats
and scratch
can move
equipment.
confidently along narrow
For farmers,
surfaces.
it can
From
mean
a
two
fenced
income
top
streams
to the back
from
of
the
a
same
sofa,
land,
with hardly
one
a
from
clatter.
grazing and one from
You might
electricity,
notice the difference
which
most
is a
at
rare
night,
kind of stability
when a cat
in a
can
weather-driven
pass through the
business.
house without waking
For
anyone.
solar operators, it solves a
That
real
quiet
maintenance
travel
headache.
is not politeness.
Vegetation
It is
that
the
grows too
heritage
tall
of an animal
can shade
that
panels and
survived
attract
by
pests.
approaching without
Yet
being
constant
detected.
mowing costs money and burns
A cat's
fuel.
collarbone
With grazing,
floats freely,
the landscape becomes
helping it
self-managing
squeeze through narrow
and the
gaps.
site stays quieter and
A
greener.
cat's front end is
In
built
some
like a
communities,
flexible
these
machine
projects also
for
soften
slipping,
opposition
climbing,
by keeping land
and turning
agricultural
on a dime.
rather than turning it into a fenced,
Unlike
lifeless
many
field.
animals,
It is clean power
not locked
that still
into a
smells
rigid,
like
bony
grass.
frame.
Instead, floating
The
solar
shoulders
panels
can
reduce
move with
evaporation,
extra freedom,
making electricity
letting the front
on
legs
reservoirs
step around obstacles,
a reservoir
and helping
looks
the body
like open
compress
space through,
but
but it is also
surprisingly
a valuable
small
surface
openings.
doing nothing most days.
That is
but
why a
losing
cat
water to
can look
heat
at a
and
space
wind.
that seems impossible.
Floating solar turns that
Hesitate
same
for a
surface
heartbeat,
into a
and
double-purpose
then
asset.
flow through anyway.
Panels sit on buoyant platforms that
Their
gently
shoulder
rise and
blades
fall
also
with water
slide
levels,
smoothly along
sending
the
power
ribcage,
ashore through
adding
protected
to
cables.
that liquid quality of
The shade
movement.
can slow evaporation.
It is not
which
that
matters
cats
in
are
dry
made of
regions
rubber.
where every drop
It
is
is
contested
that their
by
skeleton
farms,
allows
cities,
for a kind
and
of controlled
ecosystems.
folding.
Cooler water
This
can also
matters in the
reduce
wild
algae
for
blooms
dens,
in some situations,
burrows, and
improving water
tight
quality
escapes.
and
In
cutting
a
treatment
home,
costs.
It becomes the reason
There
the
is
cat
another
can
clever
vanish
advantage.
behind furniture.
Reservoirs
Appear
already
through a
have nearby
half-open door,
electrical
or
infrastructure,
slip from a carrier,
especially if they
you
are
thought
tied to
was
water
secure.
management or hydro power
Slow
systems.
blinking is a cat's
So
calm
interconnection
signal,
can be
often
simpler than
described
starting from
as a cat
scratch
kiss.
on land. When a cat looks
It
at
also
you
avoids
and lets
using
the eyes
farmland
close
or
slowly,
habitat. It can feel
the image
like the
is
moment
quietly
stretches.
futuristic. This
A
is
lake
not
that
drowsiness
glitters
alone,
not with
waves alone,
in cats'
but with a
social
floating
life,
constellation,
an unbroken
that
stare
makes
can signal
electricity
tension,
while helping
while
save
relaxed
water.
eyelids signal safety.
Concentrated solar plants
A slow
can
blink
store heat
is a way of
in molten
saying,
salts.
I
for
am not a
night
threat,
power.
and I do not think
Instead
you
of
are
turning
either.
light directly into
Many
electricity,
people discover that
concentrated
if they
solar
return the gesture,
gathers sunlight,
closing
like
their
a
eyes
giant
gently,
magnifying
and reopening them in a soft rhythm,
Fields of
a cat
mirrors
may
track
blink
the
back,
sun
or even
and
come
bounce its
closer.
rays toward a receiver.
It becomes a quiet
heating
conversation
a working fluid
without
to
words.
extreme temperatures.
You can see this calm
The
language
twist that
between
feels
cats too,
almost like
in
alchemy
peaceful homes
is
where
what
they
comes
share
next.
space without conflict.
Storing that heat in molten
beauty of
salts,
it
hot
is how
enough to
simple
glow,
it is.
yet stable
No
enough
training,
to hold
no
energy
commands,
for hours.
just
When the
trust
sun sets,
expressed
the
through
stored
time.
heat
In a
is
world
used to
where
make
attention
steam
is often
that
loud,
spins a turbine,
the slow blink
producing
is a
electricity
gentle,
long after the
deliberate
sky
kind
has
of
gone
kindness.
dark. It is
The
the
solar
scent power
glands
that
on a
behaves
cat's
more
cheeks
like a controllable
gently
power
mark you
plant,
as
able
familiar
to deliver
territory.
into evening peaks when
A
people
cat
cook dinner
pressing
and
its
turn
face
on
against
lights.
your leg or bumping
The engineering
the side
has
of your
drama
hand
in it too,
is doing
because
more
everything
than
must be
asking for
designed to
affection.
avoid freezing, corrosion, and
Along
leaks
the cheeks
while
and
handling
around the
tremendous
mouth
heat.
are glands that
It is
release a
sunlight
friendly
bottled as
signature
warmth,
scent.
waiting patiently.
When a
for
cat
night.
rubs on you, it is placing
Solar
that
panels
signature
in
on your
space
skin
could beam
and
power
clothing,
down as microwaves,
like quietly
someday.
saying, "You
On
belong
Earth,
to my
solar
safe
energy
circle."
takes breaks. Nights
You may
arrive,
notice this
clouds
happens
drift in,
most when you
seasons
return
tilt
home,
the sun.
when the cat is
In space,
re-establishing the
sunlight
household
is far
as
more
steady
constant and known.
And that steadiness is what makes the idea
Cats
so
do the
captivating.
same to furniture
A
corners
space-based
and door
solar
frames,
system would create
creating a
energy
map of
above the
comfort
atmosphere
throughout a space.
then convert it into a beam
In
directed
multi-cat
toward a
homes,
receiving station
this can
on the
become a
ground.
peaceful
The
way
beam
to
could
blend
be
sense,
microwaves or
reducing
laser light,
tension,
carefully
making
spread
the
out
environment
so the
feel
intensity
shared,
stays
rather
within
than
safe limits,
contested.
and then
To
turned back
humans,
into electricity
it feels
by
like a
special
sweet
antennas
greeting.
called
To the cat,
rectennas.
It is also a practical act
It
of
sounds
reassurance,
like science fiction,
a way to make the world
yet research
smell
has been
predictable
circling this
and
concept
calm.
for decades, and
Cats
small
rotate their
demonstrations
ears
have helped show
independently,
pieces of the
pinpointing
puzzle.
the faintest sounds.
The hard part is not the
A
physics
cat can be half
as much
asleep and
as the
still listening
logistics.
in a way that seems
Launching
almost
large
unfair.
structures, assembling
Each
them
ear is
reliably,
controlled by a
and
network
keeping
of small
costs
muscles
reasonable
that lets it
is
swivel
the true
and tilt.
mountain to climb.
Sometimes moving one
If
ear
those
toward
hurdles
you while the
fall,
other tracks
it
something
would be
across
a new
the room.
kind of power plant.
Batting
one that
dependence helps
rises
cats locate
with
a
the
sound's
stars.
direction quickly. Even if it is
Perovskite
tiny,
solar
brief,
cells can
or
be
hidden
printed
behind
like
furniture.
ink if durability is
You can
solved.
watch the ears flick like little
Perovskites
radar
are
dishes,
exciting
constantly
because they
sampling
promise
the
a
environment.
different personality for solar
This matters
power.
for hunting,
Instead of
where the
rigid
difference between
panels
catching
made in
prey and
energy-hungry
missing it
factories
can be a single rustle
These
in
materials
grass.
can be deposited in thin
It
layers.
also matters for safety,
potentially
because
using
cats notice
roll-to-roll
changes
processes
before their
that
eyes
resemble
fully
printing
engage.
newspapers. That
In a
could make
home,
solar
that
lighter,
ability can look
cheaper,
mysterious,
and far more
a cat may
adaptable.
freeze, ears
With
turning,
coatings that
focused
go
on a
onto
noise
flexible
you cannot
sheets
hear at
or
all.
shaped
But for
surfaces.
them,
The
performance
performance
story
story
is
is just
and
as thrilling.
detailed.
In a relatively
Even
short
in
research
stillness,
timeline,
those
perovskite
ears are gathering
efficiencies
clues.
climbed at a pace that startled
cat's
the
nose
industry,
print is unique,
hinting that
much
sunlight
like a
could
human
be captured
fingerprint.
with less material
Up close,
and less
a
cost.
cat's nose has its own pattern
The
of tiny
obstacle
ridges, bumps,
is endurance.
and textures, shaped by biology,
Sunlight,
and as individual
oxygen,
as a signature.
moisture, and heat.
It
can
is part of a
slowly
nose
break the
designed
material
to
down,
stay slightly
like a
moist,
beautiful
which
painting
helps
left
capture
out in
scent
rain.
particles from the air.
Researchers are fighting
When a
back
cat
with
leans
better
in to
encapsulation,
sniff, it is not a
improved
casual
chemistry,
glance.
and layered
It is a
designs
careful
that pair
read of the
perovskites
world,
with
pulling
silicon
information
for
about
extra
food,
output.
other animals.
If
and
they
recent
win,
changes in a
solar
space
could spread into places
Cats
panels
often
never
pause
fit
at
before,
doorways or new
turning
objects
more of the built
because the
world
nose is
into a
confirming
gentle
what is
generator.
safe and
Some
what is
solar
unfamiliar.
panels are
You might
semi-transparent,
see a cat
turning
take short,
windows
repeated
into
sniffs,
generators.
building a clearer picture.
Imagine
with each
standing
breath.
in a sun-lit room
That is
where
one
the
reason
glass
cabs
is quietly
can recognize
doing work.
people and places without seeing them.
Semi-transparent solar
Even if
aims
the
to
lights are
harvest
low,
part of
even
the
if a
light,
room looks
while
the
still
same,
letting enough
the
through for
smell
people to
tells a
see
deeper
and
story.
feel
For a
daylight.
The nose is a
Some
guide,
designs capture
a memory
invisible
tool,
wavelengths like
and a warming
ultraviolet
system.
or
Cats
near-infrared,
barely taste
guiding that
sweetness
energy toward
due to
the
a
window
small
edges
genetic change.
where tiny cells
If you
convert
offered
it
a cat
into
a sugary
electricity.
treat, it would not experience the same
Others
delight
use
that
patterned
many
layers
humans
that
do.
look slightly tinted,
The reason
like
is
designer
simple
glass
and
that
surprising.
happens to make power.
Cats have a change
appeal
in a
is
key
scale.
taste receptor gene,
Cities are full of
which means
vertical
the
surfaces,
usual sweet
and a
signal
single
does not
high-rise
register
can have
properly.
more glass than roof.
This fits their identity
If even a
as
portion
true
of those
meat
windows could
specialists.
contribute electricity,
In nature,
buildings
cats did
would
not
shift
need to
from
seek
being
fruit
pure
or nectar
consumers
for calories.
to being partial
Their
producers.
survival depended on
The
animal
challenge is
prey,
finding the
rich
sweet
in
spot
protein
between
and
transparency, efficiency,
So,
cost,
their
and
senses leaned
aesthetics.
into what mattered
Because a
most,
building still
like
needs
the
comfortable
smell
light
and taste
and
cues
clear
that
views.
help identify meat.
There is also a poetic
This is
side.
one reason
Sunlight
many
that
cats
once
show
just
little
warmed a
interest
lobby
in
can
cakes
help
or
run
candy,
elevators, power
yet
sensors,
become
or
intensely
charge
curious
devices
about a piece
making
of
the
fish
boundary between
or the
outside
scent
and
of a
inside
roasted chicken
feel more alive.
It is also a reminder
Desert dust
that cats
can
do not
slash
experience
solar
the
output,
kitchen the
making
way
cleaning
we do.
a major design challenge.
They are not
So the
tiny
deserts look
humans
perfect from a
in
distance.
fur.
Their
All
biology
that
is
sun
tuned
and
to a
open
different
space.
menu.
Yet the
One
environment
shaped by
fights
hunting
back
and
in a
flesh,
quiet,
not
gritty
sugar.
way. The
Dust
strange
and
flaming
sand
face
settle onto
helps
panels,
cats
forming a
sense
film
into
that
a
blocks
special
light
organ
like a thin veil.
Sometimes a
In
cat will
extreme
sniff
conditions,
something,
output
then
can drop
pause
dramatically.
with the mouth
And
slightly
the problem
open,
compounds
and the lips
because
curled
dusty
in a
air
look that
can
seems
also coat
almost
sensors
comical.
and cooling vents.
That expression
Cleaning
is a
sounds
serious
simple
sensory move
until you consider the scale.
It helps guide
a large
chemical
solar
cues
plant
toward
can
a
cover an
sense
area
detecting
you could
system
walk all day
that specializes
and hauling
in reading
water to
social
scrub panels
information. may clash with the
especially
reality of
signals
living
left
in
by
arid
other
regions.
animals. That has sparked a wave
You
of
might see it
creativity.
after a cat inspects
Robotic
a new bag,
cleaners that move
a
at
visitor's
night,
clothing,
coatings
or
that
a
resist
spot another
sticking,
cat has marked.
electrostatic systems
The
that
face
shake dust
is not
loose,
discussed.
and designs that reduce how much grit
It is
can settle in the
analysis.
first crash.
The cat is pulling a hidden layer
Place.
of meaning from the air.
There is a deeper
kind of
lesson
meaning
here
that
about
can hint
renewable
at
energy
identity,
being rooted in
mood,
the local
or
environment.
recent activity.
Sunlight
the
alone
wild,
is not sufficient.
This can help cats
You also
understand
need to understand
who has passed
wind,
through an area,
soil, water,
and whether they
and
should
upkeep,
stay alert.
so the technology can
In a
genuinely
home,
belong to its
It is
setting.
one of those moments that reveals how much is
follow
happening
the sun
behind
and can
the
raise
calm
energy
exterior.
output
Even a
significantly.
single sniff can open a
fixed
whole
panel is like a
invisible
face
story.
that looks in one direction all day
A
long.
cat's tail works
A
as a
tracker
balance
is a face
tool
that turns
and an emotional
By
signal.
pivoting along the sun's path,
The tail is a
trackers
cat's
keep panels
visible
aligned
mood
closer
meter.
to the optimal angle
And it
for
is also
capturing
part
light,
of how the body stays
especially in the morning
coordinated
and
during
late
quick
afternoon
movements.
when fixed systems begin to
A
lag.
relaxed, upright
The
tail,
outcome can
oft
be a noticeable
during friendly
increase in
greetings,
yearly energy production,
while a puffed
which is
tail
why trackers
can
are
make a
now
frightened
common in
cat
large,
look larger
ground-mounted
and more
installations.
intimidating.
The mechanism itself can be basic
Slow
or
swishes
complex.
can signal focus
Some
or
systems
irritation.
rotate on a
The
single
fast
axis,
whipping
like a
tail
slow
can be a
nod
clear
from
warning
east
that
to west.
patience is running out.
Others tilt along two
Cats
axes,
even wrap their tails
following
around their
the
bodies
sun
for
with
warmth
greater
and
precision.
comfort, like a built-in blanket.
That added movement brings
In
higher
social
costs.
moments, tail
and more
posture
maintenance.
helps other cats read
But it can
intention
also
from a
reshape
distance,
the daily
long
power
before
curve,
anyone gets close.
extending production into the evening hours.
For humans,
when demand
learning this
often
language
climbs.
can change everything.
In a way,
You
trackers
start to
are
notice
about
when a cat
respect
is
for
curious,
geometry.
when it is unsure,
The sun
and
is
when it
not
would
just
rather be
bright.
left alone.
It is directional.
The tail is honest,
and
in
an
a way
array
the
that
face
moves
is not.
can treat
It
that
is a
direction
moving
like
flag
a resource.
that tells you how the cat is
It
feeling
is a reminder
right
that
now,
renewable
in
energy
real time.
is not only about what you capture,
Caps
but
groom
when
to stay
you
clean,
capture it.
cool down, and
Solar
calm their
power
nervous
helped
system.
electrify remote clinics.
A grooming
before
session
many
can
cities
look
had
like
stable
simple
grids.
tedio.
In
But it is
remote
also
regions,
a whole
electricity
body
is not a
reset.
convenience.
The tongue
It is the difference
pulls through
between a
fur
safe
and steady
birth
strokes
and a risky
lifting
one.
dirt and loose
Between
hair,
refrigerated
while spreading
vaccines
skin oils
and
that
spoiled
keep the
medicine.
coat weather ready.
Between a working radio, then
And
there's the
silence.
cooling
Long
trick.
before solar
As
became
saliva
a
spreads
mainstream
and
grid
evaporates,
resource,
it can help
small
a cat shed
photovoltaic
heat,
systems
especially
were often
when the
used
air's
where the
warm
alternative
and
was
still.
darkness,
or
but the
a
most
generator
surprising part
that needed
is
fuel
how much
delivered
grooming
over
can
rough
soothe.
roads.
Many
A few
cats
panels
lick in a
and the
slow,
battery
rhythmic
could
pattern
power lights for
after
nighttime
excitement,
treatment,
conflict,
charge
or
communication
sudden
equipment,
noise,
and run
as if
basic
they are
medical
turning
devices.
their own volume
It
down.
also made water purification possible.
You will often
which can
see
matter
it
as
after
much
a
as
tense
medicine.
moment with another pet.
The impact is
or
easy
after
to
a burst
overlook
of play
because it
ends
arrives
abruptly.
quietly.
It is
A
like
clinic
watching
that
a
no longer
creature
worries
smooth
about
itself
fuel
back
shipments
into
can focus
calm.
on care.
When
A
grooming
nurse
becomes
who can see
excessive,
clearly at night
it can also
can
signal
work
stress,
more confidently.
which is why the behavior
Sonar's
is both
real
a
gift
comfort
here is
and a clue.
reliability
Some
through
cats chirp
independence.
at birds.
When power
A
is
behavior
made
linked
on-site,
to hunting
distance
excitement.
stops being a barrier. You are by
This
the window
is
with
renewable
the energy as a
and
lifeline,
outside, a
not a
bird
trend.
hops along a branch.
And it shows how
The
clean
cat's body
technology
tightens
often
with
proves
focus.
itself first
The tail
at the
tip may
edges of the
twitch.
map.
And then comes that
The
strange
first practical
sound,
silicon solar
a quick
cell
chirp
appeared in the
or
mid-18th
chattering
century.
rattle.
A practical
It
silicon
is one of the
cell
most
was not
intriguing
born from a
little
single
noises
flash
cats
of
make.
genius.
It
Because
emerged
it
from
seems to
decades
spill
of
out
tinkering
right at
with
the edge of
materials,
action.
impurities, and the strange
Many people
behavior
think of it as
electrons
frustration,
in solids.
like the cat cannot reach the
What
target.
made that mid-century
Others
mast
hear it as
special
excitement.
was not only
The mind
that it
running
worked,
through a hunt that
but that
cannot
it worked
happen.
well enough to be useful.
Some researchers and cat
Turning
behaviorists
sunlight into
suggest
electricity
it could be tied
with a
to the rapid
reliability
jaw
that could be
movements
scaled.
used in a precise bite.
Early uses
Almost
were
like the
often
body
niche because the
rehearsing.
cost was high. Yet the value
Whatever the
was
exact
undeniable
reason,
in
it is a
places
moment
where
when you can
replacing
see
a
the
battery
predator
was
behind
difficult
the pet.
or impossible.
A silent room suddenly
Spacecraft
fills
became
with
an
a wild
early proving
intention,
ground because
compressed
sunlight is
into a tiny
abundant
sound
above the
that
atmosphere,
feels
and
half
every
secret.
what matters when you are far from home.
Kittens learn social skills
Over time,
early.
manufacturing
and timing
improved,
shapes lifelong
prices
confidence.
fell,
A kitten
and that
is
once
not born
rare
knowing
device
how to live
became
with
familiar,
others.
appearing on
Early
calculators,
weeks are like a
road signs,
fast-moving
and
screw,
rooftops.
where every touch
The bigger
and
story
reaction
is how
teaches
quickly
something.
human tools can evolve
Gentle handling
when a
can help
principle
kittens become
is
comfortable
proven.
with human
A thin hands,
slice of
voices
silicon became a
and
bridge
daily
between
household
star and
sounds.
socket. And
Play
the
with
modern
lit
energy
mates
landscape
teaches bite control
grew from
and
that
boundaries,
quiet breakthrough.
because a bite that hurts
Wind
gets
speeds
immediate
rise with
feedback.
height. which is why turbines
The
keep
kitten
growing
learns
taller.
quickly what is too much.
Step outside on a calm
When those
day,
early lessons
the
are
air
missing
can
or
feel
interrupted,
almost still.
some cats grow into
Especially
adults
near trees,
who startle
buildings,
easily
and hills
or struggle
that
with
roughen
new
the flow.
experiences.
Climb
That does
higher,
not mean they
and the
cannot
story
adapt,
changes.
but it can
With
change
fewer
how long
obstacles to
trust
slow it
takes to
down,
build.
moving air becomes
This is why
smoother
early
and
experiences
faster.
matter so much.
And that extra speed matters
even ones
enormously,
that seem small,
because the available
a
energy
calm
rises
introduction to a
sharply
carrier,
with wind speed.
a soft brush,
Taller
a friendly
towers
visitor,
are like reaching
or a
up
new
into
room
a better river
can become
current.
part of a cat's
That
inner
is why
map
modern
of
machines
safety.
look so statuesque,
Confidence is often
with
built
hubs
before a
lifted
kitten
far
is
above
even
the
fully
turbulence
grown.
close to the ground.
Many cats need
The
with their
payoff
paws,
is not only more
echoing
energy,
nursing
but
behavior
more
from
predictable
infancy.
energy,
Kneading
which
looks
makes
like a
planning
gentle
easier
massage.
for the grid. Of course,
Paws
height
pressing
brings
and
challenges
releasing in
too.
a slow
Transporting
rhythm,
enormous
often on
sections,
blankets, laps,
assembling
or
them
soft
safely,
cushions.
and designing for
The
lightning
roots of
and
it reach
fatigue
back to kittenhood,
pushes engineering
when
to its
nursing
limits.
kittens press against their
Still,
mother to stimulate
the logic
milk
is
flow.
irresistible.
That early
When the
motion
atmosphere
becomes
offers a
linked
stronger
with
stream
warmth,
just a little
food,
higher,
and safety,
humans build
so
ladders
it can
to meet it.
resurface later in life.
Offshore wind
during
is
moments
stronger
of
and
deep
steadier,
comfort.
turning seas into power
Some
fields.
cats need with eyes
Out at
half
sea,
closed,
wind has
purring
room to
softly,
gather itself.
as if drifting into
Without
a memory.
forests and city
Their
blocks
body
to break it
still
apart,
remembers.
air flows
The
in
claws
long,
may come
clean
out a little,
currents that can
not from
persist
aggression,
for hours.
but because the movement
That
is
steadiness
automatic
is a gift
and instinctive.
because it smooths power output
In the
and
wild,
makes forecasting
kneading
easier.
can also relate to
like
preparing
switching from a
resting
jittery
spot,
candle flame
patting
to a
down
steady
grass
lantern.
or leaves before settling.
Offshore sites
At
also
home,
open up
this
vast
behavior
new areas
turns into
for
a gentle
development,
ritual
which can
that
ease
shows a
land
cat feels
conflicts
safe enough
and keep
to
turbines
completely
farther
let
from
go.
homes.
It carries
The
an
scale
intimacy
can be
that comes
breathtaking.
from a time when the world
Rows
felt
of machines
small
rise
and
from the
protected.
water like a moving skyline.
Cats sprint,
Each one
using
harvesting
fast
energy
twitch muscles
that once
built for
only
sudden
drove
surges
waves
of
and
speed.
weather.
A cat's athletic
Building in the
brilliance
ocean
not
is
designed
not
for
gentle
endurance.
work.
Salt corrosion,
It is
waves,
designed
and
for
limited
lightning.
access demand
Fast
rugged
twitch muscle
designs
fibers
and
are meant to
careful
fire
maintenance
explosively,
plans.
giving a cat
Yet
instant
the payoff
acceleration
is a
when it lunges
resource
for a
that
toy.
often peaks
Slips
at
beneath
times
a chair
when coastal
or
cities
springs
need
onto a
power
shelf.
most.
In a
Especially
hunt, this
during
is
exactly
strong
what's
seasonal
needed.
winds.
The cat waits,
The sea
gathers
becomes
itself,
a quiet
and
partner
then commits to
in
a brief,
electrifying the
decisive
shore.
burst, where timing matters
Floating
far
wind
more than
turbines
distance.
can harvest energy in deep
You
water.
can see the same
far
design in how
offshore.
caps play.
Traditional
often pause
offshore
for long
turbines
stretches,
need the seafloor
watching,
within reach
calculating,
for foundations,
then suddenly move
which
with
limits
dramatic
where you can
speed.
build.
It is not laziness.
Floating designs
it is
break
energy
that boundary.
strategy.
Instead
Those
of
powerful
anchoring
bursts
rigidly
cost
to
a
the
lot,
bottom,
which is why
the
cats
turbine
prefer
sips
brief,
on a buoyant
intense
platform
action followed by recovery.
held in place by mooring lines that
This also
flex
explains
with waves
why
and
play
currents.
sessions that copy a hunt
It
with
is a little
stalking,
like a ship
pouncing,
that never
can
sails,
satisfy a cat
constantly
constant
balancing
running.
weight, wind
Their bodies
push,
are tuned
and
for a
water
quick
motion.
story, not a long chase.
This opens access to
A cat's
deep water
pupils
regions
narrow into
where winds
slits,
can be
protecting
even
highly
stronger.
sensitive eyes, and where
In bright
coastal
light,
shelves
the
drop
cat's
away
pupils
quickly.
can
It
tighten
also
into
spreads
thin
development
vertical
lines,
lines, allowing
and it looks
countries
almost
with
dramatic
steep
coastlines to
like
tap
a camera
offshore
closing
wind
down.
without waiting for shallow sites. That shape is not just for style. The
helps
engineering
control
is a how much
dance
light enters
between
the eye,
stability
protecting
and
a system
movement.
built to be
The plug
extremely
must
sensitive.
stay calm enough for the
The
blades
slit
and
can
generator
reduce
to
glare
operate efficiently,
while still
yet
allowing
strong
sharp
enough
focus
to survive storms
which
that
matters
can be
for an animal
ferocious far from
that needs
land.
to judge movement and
If done
distance
well,
with
it
precision.
It turns distant, windy
Then,
horizons
when light
into
fades,
reliable
electricity
pupils can open wide. One wind
Drinking
farm can
in
wake up
whatever
sleeping
is
fish
available.
habitats by limiting trolling.
This
A wind
fast
farm does
adjustment
more than
helps
produce
cats
electricity.
handle sudden changes.
It also changes
like
how
stepping from a
humans
sunny
use the
window
sea around
into
it.
a dim hallway.
In many places,
It is
the
also
presence
part
of
of their
turbines and
expressive
cables
face.
restricts
Wide
certain types of
pupils
fishing,
can signal
especially
excitement,
heavy bottom
fear,
trolling that scrapes the
intense
seafloor.
interest.
When that
While
pressure
narrowed
eases,
pupils
habitats
can appear
can
during
begin
bright
to recover,
conditions,
or
heightened
seagrasses
focus.
may spread. Shellfish
watch
beds can
carefully,
settle.
you can sometimes
fish
see the
get
pupils
more
shift
hiding places
as a cap's
which can
mood
ripple
shifts.
upward through the food
Almost
web.
like
the
the
turbine
eyes are telling you a
foundations
quiet
themselves
story
can act like
without
artificial
words.
reefs.
Caps have a
giving
reflective
surfaces
eye
for
layer,
barnacles,
boosting
mussels,
vision in low
and
light.
seaweeds to cling
When light
to.
hits a cat's
In
eyes at
waters
night,
that were
you might
once
see an
mostly
eerie
open
glow,
sand.
green, gold,
gold or icy blue.
That new structure can
That
attract
shine
larger
comes from a
fish,
reflective
which in
layer
turn
behind the
draws
retina
seals and
that bounces
seabirds.
light back through the eye,
It is not
giving the
automatically positive
photoreceptors
everywhere,
a second chance
and careful
to catch
planning matters.
to avoid
It is like
harming
recycling
sensitive
faint
areas.
light instead of letting
Still,
it disappear.
It is a fascinating
The result
twist.
is a strong
A
advantage in
project
dim
built for
conditions
energy
when prey
can
might be
accidentally
moving
create
and the
pockets
world
of
is full of
refuge,
shadows.
letting marine
This
life
reflective
breathe
layer
a little
also
easier
explains why
in
the eyes
busy
can look so
waters.
luminous in headlights or a hallway
Turbine
nightlight.
blades can be longer than a
The
football
trade-off
field
is that the
wide.
reflection can
A wind
slightly
turbine's
soften fine
blade
detail,
is not just big,
especially in brighter
it is a
conditions.
carefully sculpted
But cats
wing
are built to
stretched
prioritize
to an astonishing
motion
length,
and low light
designed
function.
to sip energy from a moving
It is one of those
fluid
designs
with
that
minimal
feels
waste.
almost otherworldly
The reason for
until
going
you
long
realize
is
it is
simple
practical.
and powerful.
In
A longer
twilight,
blade
when humans
sweeps a
begin to
larger
fumble and
circle,
squint,
and that
cats
larger
are still
swept
reading the
area
room with
captures
confidence.
more of the
Sudden
wind's
zoomies
energy,
often release
even when the
stored
breeze
energy,
is modest.
excitement, or mild stress.
These blades are
One
feats
moment,
of
the house is
material
calm.
science.
They must be
The
light
next,
enough
your cat
to
is
spin
sprinting down the
efficiently,
hallway,
stiff
ripping
enough
off corners,
to avoid
and
bending
skidding
into the
across
tower,
the floor like a
and
tiny
tough
comet.
enough to endure years
Those sudden
of
bursts,
bursts,
often
hail,
called
and
zoomies,
fatigue,
are common in many cats.
Manufacturing
especially
them
younger
involves
ones.
giant molds.
They can happen after a
precise
long nap,
layering,
after
and
using the
quality
litter
checks
box,
that can
or
feel
during
closer
the evening
to
hours when a
aerospace
cat's
than
natural
construction.
activity tends to rise. Then comes
Sometimes
the journey.
it is pure play
Moving a
energy
blade
looking
down
for an
roads
exit and around
Sometimes
corners.
it is a way
can
to
become
shake off
a
tension,
logistical adventure,
like the body turning
sometimes
nervous
requiring
buzz
special
into
vehicles
motion.
and group planning.
You will often see the cat
In the end,
pause
those
mid-run,
sweeping
eyes
arcs
bright,
high in the
then
sky
take off again.
are the
with
reason
same
the wind
wild
farms can feel
joy.
so powerful.
It
from
can look
so
chaotic,
far away.
but it is often self-regulation
Wind power
in
forecasting
action. Uses weather models
The key
like a
is what
specialized
comes after.
storm prediction. Many cats
Wind
settle
power
more
becomes
easily
far
once the
more
burst is
valuable
done,
when you
as
can
if the
predict
sprint
it,
cleared the
because
system.
electricity systems must
In a safe
balance
home,
supply
zoomies
and
are
demand
usually the sound of a
every
healthy
moment.
engine revving.
Cats
Forecasting
prefer
turns the
routine
atmosphere
because
into something
sudden
like a
change can
scheduled
trigger
delivery,
vigilance.
not a surprise.
Cats are
Operators
masters
use
of
noticing
advanced
small
weather
differences,
models that simulate
which makes the world
pressure,
feel safer
temperature,
when it stays
and airflow.
predictable. Then refine them
The
with
same
local
feeding
measurements
time,
from
the same
turbines,
sleeping spots,
meteorological
the same
masts,
familiar
and
pathways
even
through a
remote
room.
sensing tools
All
like
reduce the
LAR
need to stay on alert.
The forecasts
When
are
something
updated
changes,
constantly
a moved
because the
couch,
sky
a new
is
scent,
always
a different
changing.
person in the house,
A front
loud
arriving
suitcase
earlier than
appearing,
expected, the cat
or
may
a
stable
switch into
layer
a
of air
cautious
forming
mode.
overnight. You
Can
might see
shift
more
generation
hiding
by a
or
meaningful
watching
amount.
from the distance.
Or
Good
more
forecasting
checking
helps
corners.
grids decide when to charge
This
batteries,
is not
when to
stubbornness.
ramp other
It
resources,
is a survival
and how
strategy.
much power to trade
nature,
between regions.
change can mean danger.
It also reduces
and cautious
waste.
animals live
With
longer.
better predictions, the good
Fewer
news
turbines
is that
need to
gentle
be curtailed,
consistency
and
fewer
rebuild
backup
calm.
plants need to idle. Returning to familiar rhythms,
There's something
offering
quietly
predictable
beautiful
play
about it.
and giving a cat control
same
over
mathematics
distance
used
and
to
anticipate
can help
storms
them adjust.
and sea breezes. Once
Is
a new
also
routine
guiding
forms,
electrons through
many
cables,
cats settle again,
turning weather
as if the
into
world
a
has
planned
become part
readable.
of modern life. Routine is not boredom.
New
to
blade
a cat.
designs
It
can
is
reduce
safety,
noise
while
written
improving
into
energy
time.
capture. For a machine,
A
that can
cat's
stand
sense of
taller
smell
than many buildings
guides food
the
choices
turbine
more
can
than
be
taste.
surprisingly polite. To a cat,
Still,
a meal begins
noise
before
matters.
the first bite, especially at
It
night
begins
in rural
with a
places
sniff.
where silence
Cats
is part
have a
of the
strong
landscape.
preference for foods
Engineers
that
have
smell
learned
right,
that much of the
because
sound
scent
comes from
carries the
airflow
richest
at the
information
trailing
about
edges of
freshness,
blades,
safety,
where turbulence
and what the
can
food
create a
actually
soft
is.
washing.
This
New
is why
designs
a
borrow
cat with
ideas
a
from
stuffy
nature,
nose may suddenly
including
seem
serrated
picky.
edges inspired by
The
owl
flavor
feathers,
has not changed,
which help break
but the
up the
smell
turbulence
pathway
and
has.
reduce sound without
It is also
sacrificing
why
performance.
warmed food
Other
can
tweaks
become more
refine blade
tempting
shape to maintain
because
smooth
warmth
lift
releases
across a
more
wider
aroma
range
into
of
the
wind
air.
speeds,
You
improving
may
energy
notice a
capture
cat sniffing,
while keeping the
then
motion
stepping
graceful.
back, then returning
Control
for another
systems
careful
also help
check,
adjusting blade
as if
pitch and
confirming
rotational
the
speed
answer.
to reduce noise during sensitive
Cats
hours.
also remember smell
The result
strongly.
is a kind of compromise
A familiar
between
scent
physics
can mean
and
comfort,
community comfort.
while a new scent
A wind
can
farm
mean
that is
caution.
quieter is easier
Even
to
if
welcome,
the food looks
and one
identical
that captures
to you.
more energy from the same wind
This smell-first
becomes more
approach
efficient.
helps explain
It is a
why
reminder
cats
that
can be
renewable
selective
technology
in ways that
evolves not
confuse
only
humans.
toward more power,
They are not
judging
judged
by
toward
sweetness
better
or
neighbors.
variety. They are following the
Turbines
nose,
can be shut
and
down
the nose
briefly
is
to
telling
protect
them a
migrating
story.
birds.
Wind
Cats
energy
detect
shares
faint
the sky,
vibrations through
so
sensitive
responsible
receptors
wind
in their
energy
paw pads.
pays attention to
A cat
wings.
can learn about a room without
Many
seeing
bird
it
species
clearly
follow seasonal
simply by
migration
standing
routes,
still.
and certain weather
Under
conditions
the soft
can bring
pads are
large
touch
numbers
sensors
through a
that
turbine
pick up
area
tiny
in a
tremors.
short window.
The kind made by footsteps in another
Instead
room.
of accepting that
A door
risk,
settling into
some
its
wind
frame,
farms use
or a
targeted
small
strategies
animal
that can
moving on the
dramatically reduce
floorboards.
collisions. Radar,
That is why some
cameras,
cats
and
seem to
trained
appear
observers
before you
can
hear
detect
anyone arrive,
high-risk moments,
or why they
and
suddenly
turbines
stare
can be
at a
slowed
spot
or stopped
that looks
for brief
completely
periods.
empty.
The key
Their feet
is
are not
timing.
just for walking.
A short
They are
pause during a
part of
peak
a
movement
quiet,
can
early
offer
warning
protection
system.
while preserving most
This
annual
sensitivity
energy
also
production.
helps during hunting, when the
This
goal
approach
is to feel
works
movement
especially well
as much
when
as to
paired
hear
with
it.
smart sighting that avoids
Even
major
play
flyways
shows it.
and nesting
A
areas
toy
in the
that
first
skitters
place.
can
There
be
is
tracked
also
through the
ongoing
floor
work
with
with
astonishing
better lighting
accuracy.
and blade visibility.
When a cat
to
presses
reduce
a paw on
confusion for
something,
birds.
it is not always to hold it down.
It is easy to imagine
Sometimes
clean energy
it
is
is to
automatically
listen
harmless
with the skin.
The
But
Jacobson's
the more honest
organ
story
lets
is
cats
better.
analyze scent, almost
Good solutions
like tasting
come
air.
from care, monitoring,
A
and
cat's
small
nose does
sacrifices
more than
made
smell
at the
dinner.
right moment.
It can read
The wind
social
keeps
information
blowing,
that
and the
feels
birds
almost
keep
like a
traveling.
secret layer of reality.
Wind and solar often
Inside the
complement
roof
each
of the
other
mouth
across
is a
seasons
special
and
sense
time.
system that helps
One of the
interpret
happiest
chemical
surprises
cues
in
other
renewable
animals
planning
leave behind.
is the different resources
This
can
is the
cover
kind
for
of
one
information that can tell a cat
Solar tends to
whether
peak in the
another
middle of the
creature
day,
was recently
especially
nearby,
in clear summer weather.
and whether that visitor
Wind,
felt
depending
calm,
on region,
stressed,
can be stronger
or
in the
ready
evening,
to challenge.
overnight, or during cooler
It
seasons.
is why a cat
when
can become
storms and
intensely
pressure systems
focused
are more
on
active.
a single patch of carpet.
That means
or
the combined
sniff a
output
doorway
can be
as if it
smoother
holds
than either
news.
source alone.
To us,
Like
it is
two
nothing.
musicians taking turns
To the
carrying
cat,
the melody.
It is a message board.
On a hot afternoon,
This
solar
ability
can shoulder
helps
the load
explain
when air
those
conditioners
moments
are working
when a
hardest.
cat seems to
Later,
know what
as the
happened
sun
while you were
drops,
away.
wind can
Or
rise,
why a
and
new
keep
object
electricity
can feel
flowing
suspicious
into the evening.
even if it looks harmless.
This natural teamwork
Their world
reduces
is not
the amount
only
of storage
what they
needed.
It
and
is
can make
what
grids
the air
easier
remembers.
to operate.
It
Cats
also
drink
spreads
little
risk,
water.
reflecting
A cloudy
ancestors
day
from dry
does not
environments.
necessarily
Many
mean
cats
a
carry
low
a
wind
desert-shaped history in their
day. And
bodies.
a calm day does
Their
not always
wide
mean
relatives
weak sunlight.
often survived where open
The
water was
deeper
scarce.
lesson is that
So
renewable
moisture
energy
came mostly
is
from
not
prey.
a single technology.
That ancient
It is a
pattern
portfolio,
still shows up in living
and
rooms
portfolios
today,
are
where
resilient
some cats barely
because they do
visit
not
the water
depend
bowl
on one kind
even
of weather
when they are healthy.
behaving perfectly.
Wind
Wind
energies
they may
fuel
prefer
arrives
moisture
free,
hidden inside food,
delivered by the
or
atmosphere,
sip
only in small,
Most power
careful
plants
moments.
depend on supply chains.
This can surprise
Trains
people
of
who
coal,
expect a steady,
pipelines of gas,
dough-like approach
ships
to drinking.
of oil.
It is also
Wind
why many
arrives
cats
without
become
invoices,
fascinated by
without
dripping
borders,
taps
and
or
without
freshly poured
refueling
water
schedules.
Movement
Once a turbine
can
is
signal
built,
freshness.
the main
and
costs
freshness
are maintenance,
matters when water is
financing,
rare.
and the careful work of operating it
You might
safely.
notice a cat waiting until
That
the house
changes
is
the
quiet,
economics in
then
a way
taking
that
a
can
few
feel
silent laps,
almost
as if it is
liberating.
private
A
business.
community that invests in wind
Understanding this background
is less
can
exposed to
change how
fuel
you
price
care for them.
spikes
That can
A
ripple
cat
through
is not being
household
difficult
bills.
when it drinks little.
It also changes
It is
the
following an old
geopolitics of
survival
energy,
script
written long
Countries
before
with
kitchens
strong wind
existed.
resources
A cat's
have
kidneys
something valuable
concentrate urine
that cannot be
extremely
embargoed
well
or
compared with
exhausted
humans
by drilling.
Yet free
Inside
fuel
a
does
cat
not mean
is a
effortless
powerful
energy.
water-saving system.
You still need land
The
agreements,
kidneys
grid
are built
connections,
to reclaim moisture
wildlife
efficiently,
protections, producing
and
urine
skilled
that can
technicians.
be far more concentrated
The
than
wind
ours.
itself can
This
be moody,
is another echo
arriving
of
in
life,
pulses,
where water
and
was not
seasons
always
that require
guaranteed.
smart planning.
It means a cat can
Still,
stay hydrated
there is
on
a
less
quiet
drinking
wonder
than you might
in the
expect,
idea.
especially when
The
eating
planet's
moist
own
food.
circulation,
Driven
It
by
also means
sunlight,
that
and
hydration
spinning
changes
Earth can matter quickly,
is constantly
because the
moving
body is
vast
already
amounts of energy
optimized
around.
to conserve. Turbines take
When a cat
only
is
well
well
hydrated,
hydrated,
then
that
allow
system
the air
works
to continue
smoothly
in
on
the
its
background,
way.
quietly balancing
Hydropower
salts and
stands
fluids.
among the oldest sources
When water
of renewable
intake drops too
electricity on
far,
Earth, the margin
long
can
before
shrink.
the idea of power grids existed,
That is one
people
reason
were
vets
already
often
drawing energy
emphasize
from
hydration
moving
strategies for
Ancient
cats,
water
especially
wheels
as they
spun
age.
grinding stones.
The fascinating
cut
part
timber,
is that
and
this is
lifted
not
water
a
for
modern
irrigation,
trick. It is
revealing a
ancient
simple
engineering,
truth.
tuned
tuned for
Gravity
survival
can perform
in a
work
harsh
if you give it a
landscapes.
root.
Every lap a cat
When
takes
electricity
is
emerged,
supported by
the
an
same
internal
principle
machine.
expanded. that knows how to
Rivers
stretch water
became
like
living
a
engines,
precious resource.
spinning turbines that could illuminate
Cats
streets,
sleep
long
long
operate
hours,
factories,
but
far
much of it
from coal
is light
sources.
dozing.
A
There is a
sleeping cat
particular
can
romance
look
in this
completely
system
gone from the
because
world.
the fuel itself
Yet the body
is
is
the
often on
landscape.
standby. Snowmelt,
Much of their
rainfall,
rest is
and
a
mountain
light sleep,
slopes where they
all
can
become
wake
part of the
quickly if
machine.
something changes.
Even
You
the
can
sound
see
of
it
water
in the
rushing
small
over a
signs.
spillway suggests
An ear that
stored
swivels
potential energy
with being
whiskers
set
that
free.
shift.
Eyes that crack
Hydropower
open for a
also
second
taught early
and close
engineers
again.
how to synchronize generators.
This pattern
control
makes sense
frequency,
for a hunter that
and
must
transmit
also avoid
electricity
danger
to distant towns.
Rest is essential.
In many countries,
but
it
deep
became the first
unconsciousness for
large-scale
long stretches
renewable
could be
energy
risky.
source people relied on
So,
every day.
cats mastered the art
quietly
of
tying
half
weather
sleep.
and seasons to the
They can
lights
recharge
glowing in
while
their
still
homes.
monitoring the environment.
Pumped storage
That is why
hydropower
a cat
is like
may
a
seem to
giant
teleport
water
from
battery
a sofa
for
to
grids.
the hallway
Imagine
the moment
having
you
a
touch
way
a cupboard.
to save extra electricity
They were
without
not fully
storing it
asleep
as
in the human
electricity.
sense. They were
Pumped
resting
storage does
with
exactly
one paw
that
in awareness.
by turning
It is
spare
also why
power
cats
into
choose
elevation
sleeping spots strategically.
when there is more
often
electricity
with a
than
good
the grid
view
needs,
or a quick escape
pumps
route.
push water uphill
Even in
into a
rest,
higher reservoir.
They are quietly
Later,
clever.
when demand rises, the same
Dream
water
sleep
is
in
released
cats
back down
includes
through turbines,
twitching paws,
returning
whiskers,
energy
and
on command.
tails.
The beauty is in the scale
Sometimes
and
a
the
cat
simplicity.
falls into a deeper kind
Water
of sleep,
is heavy, and the height
stillness
is a
changes.
reliable vault.
A paw
This is why
flexes
pumped
as
storage
if
can
stepping.
support a grid through
Whiskers
evening peaks,
tremble.
sudden generator
The
outages,
jaw makes tiny
or windy
movements,
nights when
and the
demand is
tail
low.
may flick as if
It
responding
is also
to an
a
invisible
time
moment.
machine for renewable energy.
This is the kind of
moving
sleep
clean
linked
power
with
from when it
dreaming,
is abundant
where the
to
brain
when
is
it is
active,
valuable.
even while the body
Designing
stays
a
mostly
site
at
is a
rest.
careful puzzle of geography,
Watching
environmental
it can
protection,
feel like
and
witnessing
civil
a
engineering.
private story.
When done well,
Maybe it is a
it
chase.
becomes the grid's
Maybe
quiet
it is a
backbone,
climb.
storing stability.
Maybe it is the
in
memory of a
plain
game
sight,
from earlier that
tucked
day.
into valleys and hillsides.
Kittens
like
often
a
show
secret
these
reservoir
movements strongly,
of calm, which
Small
fits with
room
how
of
much
river
their brains
hydro
are learning
can
and
generate
organizing
power.
with smaller reservoirs.
Adults do it too. Not every
Just
hydro
sometimes more
project needs a
subtly.
giant lake behind a massive wall.
It is a reminder that cats
run-of-river
are not only
systems
reacting
work by
creatures,
using the
they are
natural flow of a
processors,
river,
replaying
with little or no
experience,
large
refining
storage,
skills,
dividing
and
water
sorting
through
the
a
world
channel
while they lie curled
to a
in
turbine,
quiet calm
and then returning it downstream. Even
Because
sleep
the river
can be a
keeps
kind of
moving,
practice. The project can be
cats
smaller
can learn
in footprint
words and
and
toms,
sometimes gentler
even when
on
they
surrounding
pretend
land.
not to.
The
A
trade-off
cat may
is
act indifferent,
that generation
but that
follows
does not
the river's
mean
mood.
nothing is being learned.
Spring melt can be generous, while
Over
dry
time,
seasons
many
can
cats
be
connect
lean,
particular
which
sounds
makes careful
with particular
planning
outcomes.
essential.
A food
Still,
tin
these
opening,
projects can
a
bring
favorite
reliable
person
electricity
arriving,
to regions
a
where
carrier
big dams
appearing,
are not practical
or a game beginning.
or welcome.
They may not respond
They can
like
also
a dog
be designed
because
to
cats
fit
are not
into
built for
existing
constant
infrastructure,
obedience.
such as old mill
Their
sites
responses
or
are
water
often
diversion
strategic.
canals,
If
giving new
coming
life
when
to places
called
where
has
water
worked
has
out
been
well
managed
before,
for generations.
you may get
It
a
is
quick
hydropower in a quieter voice.
If it has led
Working
to nail
with the
trimming,
river's rhythm,
you may get
rather
silence
than rewriting
and
the whole
disappearance. Hydropower can respond
matters
in
too.
seconds,
A
helping
gentle
stabilize
voice can signal
electricity
safety,
frequency, while a sharp
Electric
sound
grids
can
have a
trigger
heartbeat
distance
called
frequency. This
and it
learning
needs
can
to
become
stay steady,
surprisingly
even as
specific.
millions of
Some
people
cats
switch
recognize
devices
the
on
names
and
of
off.
people in the household.
Hydropower is
or
famous
react
for being
differently
quick on
to
its feet.
phrases that
When
predict
demand
routine.
rises suddenly,
The fun
operators
part
can
is
open
seeing
gates
the
and
choice
increase
behind
water
it.
flow through turbines
A
rapidly.
cat can
adding
understand
power
you
fast
and
enough
still
to keep the
decide.
grid's rhythm from wobbling.
That decision is not defiance.
That speed
It
makes
is
hydro
agency.
a valuable partner
And it is
for
part of
variable
what makes
renewables
cats feel so
because it can cover
alive.
short-lived dips and surges
Cats use
without
body
the slow
angles
ramp
more
of
than
some other
faces,
generators.
signaling comfort.
In practical
or warning.
terms, it can mean
Humans
fewer
search
blackouts
faces for
and less
emotion,
wear on the grid,
cats speak
especially
more with
during heat
posture.
waves or cold
A
snaps.
slight turn
when
of the body
demand
can
spikes
say,
unpredictably.
I am relaxed. Or
The
it can
control
say,
room side of
I'm
this
ready to
is
leave.
fascinating too.
A cat that feels safe
signals
often
and
sits
adjusts
with
water
loose
releases
muscles
with
offering
precision,
its side, rather
balancing
than facing you
electricity
head on.
needs with river
A
constraints.
cat that feels
and safety.
unsure may stiffen.
It is like having
Lower
a
the body
musician who can
and
keep
instantly
weight
match
ready to
tempo,
shift, keeping the whole
direction of
orchestra
the head,
together.
the
when
curve
of the
out
back
suddenly
and the
starts
placement of the
clapping
paws
faster. All become part of a
New
quiet,
fish-friendly
sentence.
turbines aim to
This is
reduce
why cat
harm
communication
during
can be
downstream
missed.
migration.
The signals
animals are not
Rivers
loud.
are highways for
They are
life.
geometric.
Turbines can
If you
be
learn to
dangerous
notice
intersections.
you start to
Many
understand
fish
moments
migrate
before they
downstream
happen.
at certain life stages.
You can see when a cat
passing
is
through
about
traditional
to play,
turbines
when it
can
wants
cause
space,
injury from
or
pressure
when it
changes,
is simply watching
blade
the world
strikes,
with calm
or turbulence.
attention.
Fish-friendly
like
turbine
learning a new
designs
language
try to make
that
that
was
journey
there the whole
safer
time,
by reshaping
written in
blades,
angles,
slowing
and pauses,
rotational speeds,
rather than words.
and smoothing water passage,
A raised,
so the
quivering
experience
tail
is
can
less
signal
violent.
joy, greeting, or
Some
excitement.
approaches also guide fish
There is a
away
particular
from
kind of
turbines
greeting
entirely,
that feels
using
unmistakably
screens,
cat.
bypass channels,
The tail
or
lifts
behavioral
straight up,
cues that
and then it
steer them
trembles
towards
as if the
safer
whole
routes.
body
What
is
makes this
smiling.
work so interesting is
This
that it
quiver
blends
often
biology
appears
with
when a cat is
engineering.
delighted to see someone.
Designers must understand
Especially
how
a
fish
trusted
sense
person
flow,
returning
light,
after
and
time
sound.
away.
Then translate
He can
that
also
into
show up
hardware
at meal
that can
time,
operate
or when a
reliably for
favorite
decades.
routine is about to begin.
Success
like
is measured
play
not only
or a
in
warm
megawatt,
lap.
but in survival rates
The quiver
and healthier
is different
populations.
from a thrash.
It is a
It is not
reminder that
irritation.
renewable energy does
It
not
is a
get
bright,
a free pass.
contained excitement.
The best
like energy
projects
bubbling
earn their
up
place
without
by becoming
spilling
better
over.
neighbors
Some
to the
cats pair it
ecosystems
with
they
a
rely
friendly
on.
approach, a soft
Sediment
sound,
buildup
or a
can
quick
shorten
rub
dam
against a
lifespans,
leg.
reshaping
In
river engineering.
multi-cat homes, it can appear
Rivers
between
do not
bonded
just carry
cats as
water.
well.
They carry mountains.
It is one
in
of those
slow
signals
motion,
that feels
transporting
almost
sand,
pure
silt,
because it
and
carries
gravel
no obvious
downstream
demand.
year after year.
It is simply,
When
I
a
am
dam
happy
slows
you
a
are
river,
here,
that
and I
sediment
cannot
can
quite
settle
keep
out,
it still.
gradually filling the reservoir like a bathtub
Cats
that never
gently
fully drains.
headbutt to exchange scent.
Over time,
strengthening
storage
social
capacity
bonds.
shrinks.
A cat's
Turbines
headbutt
may
is
face
not a
abrasive
push.
particles,
It is a
and
ceremony.
downstream habitats can
The
be
forehead
starved
and
of
the area
sediments that
around the
build
head
deltas
carries
and
scent
beaches
sources
that
that
can
is
be
not
shared
small
through
detail.
gentle contact. Sediment management.
When a cat bumps
can
you,
determine
it is
whether
often
a
placing a
dam
familiar
remains useful
signature
for
on
a
you,
century,
while also picking up
or
yours,
becomes a costly
weaving
problem
you
into
much
its social
sooner.
world. Engineers respond with creative
behavior
strategies.
is sometimes called
flushing
flushing,
flows,
and it can
timed
appear
to
between
high
cats
water.
that trust each other deeply.
Sediment bypass tunnels.
You might see
that
it
send
breeding
material
rituals
around
where
the
one
dam,
cat approaches and offers
dredging
the
in
forehead
critical
like a
areas,
handshake.
and new designs
With
that
humans,
consider
it often
sediment
arrives
from the
as a
corpse
quiet
start.
surprise. A small, solid tap.
It turns
that says more than a meow
into a
It can also be a
long-term
sign of
relationship
confidence
with
because
geology.
the cat is moving
A
close
successful
and
project
choosing
is not
contact
just
without
built.
fear.
It is maintained
Pay
in
attention to
partnership
the
with the
style.
river's constant
A slow,
effort to
deliberate
reshape the
headbutt
land.
usually signals
Some
affection
dams now
and
add
calm.
solar on their reservoirs
In that
to
small
share
movement,
grid connections.
The cat is not only
The
saying
hydropower
hello,
reservoir
it is
already
reaffirming
has something
belonging.
that new energy projects
the way a family
often struggle
might
to
touch
obtain.
shoulders as they pass.
Access to transmission. Black
That
fur
makes
can
it
be
an
linked to
attractive
genes
place
that
that
add
also
floating
influence
solar,
immunity.
creating a hybrid site
A
that can
black-coated
generate
cat
power
can
in
carry
different
more
ways
than a striking
without
look.
duplicating grid
In
infrastructure.
several species,
The
including
pairing
domestic
can be
cats
surprisingly
and their wild
complementary.
relatives,
Solar production
the genetics
tends to be
tied
strong
to dark
during sunny
pigmentation
days,
can
while hydro
overlap
can
with
be held
pathways
back
involved
slightly,
in immune
conserving
function.
water for times when
That
sunlight
does not mean
fades
every
or
black
demand
cat is healthier,
rises.
but it does
In
mean
some cases,
evolution
the
sometimes
shade
bundles
can
traits
also
together
reduce surface
in surprising
heating
ways.
and help limit evaporation, which can be valuable
Imagine
during
a
dry
population
spells.
living under intense
The engineering
disease pressure.
challenge is making floating
A
platforms
gene variant
durable
that
and
deepens
keeping
coat
cables
color
safe while
might
ensuring
travel
navigation,
alongside changes
wildlife,
that
and
improve
recreation
resistance
are
to certain
respected.
infections.
Over
The
generations,
bigger idea
is
that darker
efficiency of
appearance
space
becomes
and
more
wires.
widespread.
Instead of
This
building a
idea
brand
has been
new
examined
project
in
with
different
brand
cat
new
populations,
lines, and it
reminds
reminds
us
us becomes
that
a
color is
shared
not
energy
merely
hub.
decorative.
It is a modern layer added onto
Fur
an
can
older
serve as
system,
a visible
like
hint
upgrading
of
a familiar
unseen
tool
biology.
to do more without expanding its
The next
footprint.
time you notice a sleek black
Microhydro
cat
can
slipping
power
through
a
a
village
doorway like a
using a
shadow.
stream you could
It
step
is worth
over.
remembering that
Some of the
evolution
most
often
charming
uses
energy
the
systems
surface
are the ones
to carry
that feel
deeper
almost
stories.
handmade.
And sometimes
Microhydro
those
can
stories
use a
are
small
about
drop in
survival.
elevation
White
and
cats
modest
with
flow
blue eyes
to generate
face a
steady
higher risk of
electricity for a
deafness.
community.
Sometimes with
Some of the
equipment
most
small
visually
enough to
dramatic
fit in a
cats,
shed.
white coats
The
paired with
secret
blue
is
eyes,
not a
carry
huge
a hidden
river,
risk that surprises
consistent
many people.
water and clever
In many
placement.
cases, the genetics that
A simple
create
intake
that brilliant
guides
white
part of
coloring
the stream into
can
a
also
pipe.
affect the development
Gravity
of the
accelerates
inner
it
ear.
downhill.
The result
And the
can be
compact
partial
turbine
or
spins
complete
a generator
deafness.
before the water returns
sometimes in
to the
one
stream,
sometimes both.
Because the power
This
can
is
run
not connected to
continuously,
intelligence
it
or
can be
personality,
especially useful for
but it
lighting,
can shape how a cat
refrigeration,
experiences the
and
world.
charging
Deaf
in
cats
places
often
where
become
solar
experts
would
at
require
reading by
large batteries
batteries
for
in
nighttime
routines.
needs.
and visual cues
These
from
systems
humans.
also encourage local
They may
ownership.
startle more easily when
the
touched
equipment is
unexpectedly,
understandable
simply
and
because they
maintainable
cannot
by
hear
trained
approach.
residents. It can stay reliable for
Many
years.
owners learn to
with
communicate
pride
with
and
light
care.
taps, hand signals,
Micro-hydro
or gentle
is not about
stomps
dominating
on the floor
nature.
to announce presence.
It is about finding
It
a
is a
small,
beautiful
steady
example of
opportunity in the
adaptation.
landscape and
A
letting
cat
it
can lose
quietly
one
support
sense
daily
and
life.
still thrive, building a rich
Hydropower
life from the
output
senses
can
that
swing
remain,
with droughts,
and
revealing
often
climate
forming
risk.
very attentive bonds
Clearly,
with the people who
hydropower
learn its
depends on the
language.
water cycle. So
Calico
it becomes
and
a kind of
tortoiseshell
climate
coat
instrument.
usually
In
appear
wet
in
years,
females due to
reservoirs
genetics. Refill. A calico
rivers
or
surge,
tortoiseshell coat
and
looks
generation
like
can
living
be abundant.
artwork. Patches of
drought
color
years,
arranged as if
the
painted
limits
by chance
become
visible. The reason is
Water
partly
levels
chance
drop
and partly
flows
chromosomes
shrink.
The
and
genes for
difficult
orange
choices
and black
appear,
coat color
because the
sit on
same
the
water
X
may be
chromosome,
needed for
and
drinking
females
supplies,
typically have
irrigation,
two X chromosomes.
ecosystems, and
Early
electricity.
in development, each
That
cell
tension
chooses one
makes
X
hydropower
chromosome
both
to use,
valuable
and the other is
and
mostly
vulnerable.
silenced. That choice
It can provide
happens in
flexible
different
power
cells
when
across
water
the
is
body,
available.
creating a
But
mosaic.
it also exposes how climate
One
shifts
region grows
can
orange,
ripple into energy
another
security.
grows black.
This
The
is
pattern
why some
becomes a
regions
map
are
of early
rethinking
embryonic
planning
associations.
associations that once treated
Male
historical
cats
river
usually
flows
have only
as
one
dependable.
X chromosome.
Better
So they
forecasting,
typically cannot form the
diversified
same patchwork,
renewable mixes,
though
and
rare
smarter
genetic
water
combinations
management
can.
are becoming part of the solution.
When you look at a calico,
There is also
you are
an
seeing
honesty
genetics
to
made
this
visible.
vulnerability.
A biography,
Unlike
written
fuels
in
pulled
fur.
from underground,
It is one of the
hydropower
clearest
cannot
examples of
pretend
how a
to be
simple
separate
rule
from the
inside
atmosphere.
cells can produce something
it forces a
endlessly
conversation
unique on the
about
outside.
resilience,
Some
conservation,
cats have
and
extra
how
toes
societies
called
share scarce
polyactyli,
resources when the
common in
weather
port
does
towns.
not cooperate.
Tidal barges
A
can also
polyactyl
act
cat
as
can
storm
look as if
surge
it is wearing
protection in
mittens.
some places. Extra toes
A
can
tidal
create
barrage
wide,
is a
sturdy
bold
paws
idea.
that many people find
Build a
charming.
barrier across an
The trait
estuary
has a famous
so the
history
rise and
tied to
fall of
ships
the
and
sea
coastal
can drive
communities.
turbines.
Sailors
But a
often
structure
welcome
that
cats
controls
aboard
water
to
levels
control rodents
can sometimes
and
serve another
polyactyl
purpose
cats
too,
were sometimes favored,
helping
because their
manage
broad
storm
paws
surges
seem to
that
offer
push
better
seawater
balance on
inland
moving decks
during severe
over
weather.
time. As ships
In certain
move
locations,
between ports,
a barrage can be
cats
designed
travel
with
through,
gates that
and
close
the
under
genes
dangerous
spread through
conditions,
coastal populations,
reducing flooding risk for
In some
communities
harbor
along the
towns,
shore.
the treat became unusually
That
common,
dual role
turning
makes
a
the
random
project feel
mutation
less
into
like
a
a single-purpose
recognizable
power
local
plant,
character.
and more like
The
coastal
extra toes
infrastructure.
can also give some cats
Of
surprising
course, it comes with
dexterity,
serious
like a
trade-offs.
stronger grip on toys,
Estuaries
or an
are
easier
rich
time climbing.
ecosystems, and changing tidal
Not every
patterns can affect
polyactyl
sediment
cat has
movement,
the same paw
habitats,
shape.
and water
And
quality.
responsible care includes
Any
checking
storm
claws
protection
that may
benefit
grow in
must be weighed
unusual
against
angles.
ecological cost.
Still,
with
it
great
is a
care
delightful reminder
and
that
long-term
history
monitoring.
travels on 4 feet.
Still,
And sometimes
the concept
it
is
leaves
fascinating
footprints
because
with
it treats
one extra
energy
toe.
and safety as linked challenges.
Hairless cat
the
breeds
ocean's
still
motion
sweat,
can be
needing
both
warmth
threat
and careful
and
skin
resource.
care. And a well-designed
A hairless
system
cat
tries
feels
to
like
respect
warm
that
suede
complexity
against your hand,
while
but
offering
that softness
protection
comes
as
with
well
different
as
needs
power.
than a furry coat.
Without a
Geothermal
layer of fur
taps
to absorb
Earth's
oils
internal
and protect
heat.
the skin,
Essentially,
natural
ancient
secretions
energy
can build
still
up,
leaking out.
so gentle bathing or wiping
Beneath your
becomes
feet,
part of healthy
the planet
care.
is quietly warm.
These cats can
not from
also
sun's
lose
heat,
quickly,
but from deep
a sunny
history.
window can be bliss.
Some of that heat
While a
is
chilly
left over
room
from
can
Earth's
be genuinely
formation
uncomfortable.
when gravity and collisions
so warmth
compressed matter
matters
into
more
a
than
glowing
most
beginning.
people expect.
Some is
Some
continually
wear soft
replenished
sweaters,
by the
not
slow
as
decay of
costumes,
naturally
but as
occurring
practical
radioactive
insulation.
elements in the crust and
Carelessness
mantle.
does not mean
Together,
hypoallergenic
they create
either,
a steady
because
upward
many
flow of
allergies
heat
relate
that
to
never
skin
truly
proteins,
stops.
rather than fur
Geothermal energy is the art of finding places
Living with a
where
hairless
that
cat
heat is
often
easiest
feels
to
like
reach.
living with a tiny,
Often where water can
affectionate
circulate
regulator
through hot
that
rock
needs a little
and
more
return
thoughtful
as steam
maintenance.
or hot brine.
It shifts your attention to
Then
the
the
body
surface
itself,
becomes a doorway
the skin
to the interior,
the temperature,
wells,
comfort of
pipes,
touch.
and turbines,
and in return,
translate that
many
hidden
of these
warmth
cats
into
become
electricity
famously people
or direct
oriented,
heating,
seeking laps and
What
blankets
makes it so
as if they were
captivating is
made
the
for
timescale.
companionship. You are not borrowing yesterday's
The Siamese
sunshine
coat
or
pattern
last
comes
season's
from
rainfall.
temperature-sensitive pigment.
You're borrowing a tiny
Siamese
trickle of
coloring
the planet's
looks
own
almost like
deep
the cat
energy
was dipped in ink.
The faint
At the
echo
ears,
of processes
face,
older than any
paws,
ocean
and
or
tail.
mountain range
While while the
you have
body
ever
stays
seen.
lighter.
Geothermal
That pattern
plants
can
comes
run
from a
day and
pigment
night,
producing
like a
system
steady
that
baseload
behaves
power.
differently depending on temperature.
In
Some
warmer
energy
parts of the
sources
body,
arrive in
pigment
waves,
production
but
is reduced,
geothermal can feel
and
like
in
a
cooler
constant heartbeat.
extremities, it increases.
Because the heat comes from
The
underground
result is a
reservoirs
natural
that do not care
gradient
about clouds
shaped
or
by the
calm
cat's
winds,
own heat
a
map.
well-managed geothermal plant
Kittens
can produce
are often
electricity
born much
around the
lighter
clock
because
with
the
impressive
womb is
consistency.
warm and evenly
That
heated.
steadiness makes it valuable
As they
in a
grow
grid that
and
includes
their
more
extremities
variable
cool
sources
relative to the
because
torso,
it provides a dependable
the darker
foundation
points
that
develop.
operators can count on.
Even the
The story
environment
is not
can
only about
influence tone.
reliability, but
With
about
cooler
clever
conditions,
control.
sometimes
Operators
deepening
monitor
the contrast
reservoir pressure,
over time.
fluid chemistry.
It is a
And the
fascinating
balance between
case
extraction
where color is
and
not
re-injection
fixed like paint.
to keep the system
It
healthy
is responsive.
for decades, a living display
In a
of how
sense,
chemistry
it is like
and
managing
temperature
a living
interact.
spring.
When
Take
you
too
see
much
those
and
dark
it weakens.
points, you are seeing
Handle it
physics
thoughtfully,
made
and
visible.
it becomes a long-term partner. A pattern created
The result
by warmth
is electricity
and the way
that
a
feels
body holds
almost
it.
quiet in its
Folded
confidence.
ears arise from
No
cartilage
dramatic
genes
ramping
that can affect
no waiting
joint
for the
health.
weather. Just a
Folded
steady
ears
flow of
can make
power
a cat
drawn
look
from the
permanently
planet's
curious,
warmth.
helping
But that
keep lights
signature
on
shape
through nights,
is linked to
winters,
a cartilage-altering
and
gene.
stormy weeks. Cartilage is
Iceland
not only
warms
in
many
ears.
of its homes with hot water drawn
also
directly
supports
from
joints
the earth throughout the body.
There,
in
the
some
planet
cats
itself
with folded
functions
ears,
like an enormous
the same
boiler.
genetic change can increase the risk
Geothermal
of
activity
painful
beneath the
joint
surface
and bone problems
causes
as
hot
they
water
age.
to rise naturally in
This
many
is why
areas.
ethical breeding discussions
And that
around
heat
folded
is
ear
captured
cats
and
are
distributed
so
through
important,
district heating systems
and why veterinary
that feel
awareness
almost miraculous
matters for
in such a
owners.
cold environment.
Rather than each
Some
household
cats may
burning
develop
its own
stiffness,
fuel,
reluctance
entire
to jump,
neighborhoods are
or
heated
discomfort
by a
that is
shared
easy
network
to
of
miss
pipes
if you assume
carrying
the cat is simply
geothermal water.
calm. Often
The
using
most
heat
caring
exchanges
approach
to
is to
pass
watch
warmth
movement
safely
over time
and efficiently,
and support comfort
the outcome
early with
is a
vet
nation
guidance.
where winter comfort
The
is
deeper
closely
lesson
linked
is
to
that
geology.
appearance can come with
You can
invisible
see it in
trade-offs.
steam lifting from
Acute
sidewalks
trait
in
is
outdoor
not
pools
always
that
a
remain
harmless
welcoming
trait.
even when snow falls. When
And
we
in a
shape
sense,
animals
that
through breeding,
energy security
we also shape
is
their
local
bodies for
and
life,
resilient.
not just for photos.
This
Looking
is
closely
not
at
just
welfare
practical.
turns
It
fascination
shapes culture
into responsibility.
When heat is plentiful,
A cap's coat
public
can
bathing
change
becomes
with
a social
seasons,
rhythm.
light and hormones.
greenhouses can grow
A
food
cap's coat
in places
is not
you
a
would never
static outfit.
expect.
It is a
Iceland's
living system
example
that
reveals
responds
that
to the
renewable
world.
energy
Many
can be
cats
more
grow
than
thicker
electricity.
fur as days shorten.
It can become a
Then
daily
shed
companion,
heavily when the seasons
transforming
shift
how a
toward
society
warmth.
lives alongside
Indoor
its
life
climate.
can blur the pattern.
Enhanced
But light still
geothermal
matters,
systems could
because
work
daylight
in many more
length
regions
influences
if proven.
hormonal
Traditional
signals
geothermal
that guide
depends
hair
on
growth.
finding the right natural
Health changes
combination
can play a
of heat,
role too.
water,
Hormonal
and permeable
shifts,
rock,
stress, or
which
medical
limits
conditions
where it can be
can
built.
affect sheen, density,
Enhanced
and
geothermal
shedding,
aims to change
making the
that
coat a visible
by creating
window
a
into
reservoir
the body's
where
balance.
nature did not provide one.
Even color
The
can
idea
appear to
is
shift
bold.
subtly as new
Drill
hairs
deep
grow
into
in.
hot rock,
especially
then
in
use
cats with
carefully
patterns
controlled
that show
methods to
contrast
increase
between
the
the
rock's
undercoat
permeability,
and guard hairs,
so water can circulate.
For an owner,
absorb
brushing
heat,
can feel like
and
simple
return to the
grooming.
surface.
But it is also
If it works at
partnership
scale,
with biology.
Geothermal could
Helping
become
remove
far more
loose hair
widespread,
and keeping skin
turning
comfortable
underground heat
during transitions
into a resource for many countries.
Watching
Not
a
just
coat
those
change
with
over the
obvious
year
hot
can be
springs.
surprisingly grounding.
The
Like
excitement
seeing
comes
the seasons
with real
written
challenges.
softly into fur.
Drilling
One
deep
shed
is
hair at a
expensive,
time.
and managing induced
Fever
seismicity
coat appears when a
requires careful
pregnant
monitoring
cat
and
experiences
responsible site
stress.
choices. Sometimes,
Yet
a kitten
the prize
is born with
is
fur
enormous.
that looks oddly
A reliable,
pale or smoky,
weather-independent,
as
renewable
if someone
source
dusted it
that could
with
be
silver.
deployed near cities and industries.
This can happen when a
reshape
pregnant
energy
cat
planning.
experiences
It would mean
significant
heat
stress
and electricity
illness,
drawn from
or
almost
fever
anywhere
during pregnancy,
with deep, hot rock,
affecting how pigment
which
is
is much of
deposited
the world
in the developing fur. It is the dream of
The result
geothermal
is
becoming
not
truly
permanent.
universal. As the kitten grows and sheds
Geothermal
that
can be
first
used
coat, directly
the
for
true
greenhouses,
underlying
pools,
color
and
often
district
emerges.
heating. Sometimes
The
the
most
most
be
elegant
startling
energy
for new
use
owners who
is
think
the
they have
simplest
adopted one color.
If you
and then
already
watch
have
it
hot water
transform
from the
over
ground,
months.
you do not need to
This is
convert it
not a
to
magic
electricity
trick.
and then back
It is
to
a
heat.
record of early
You
development.
can use the warmth
A snapshot
directly.
of conditions in the womb
That can mean
translated
greenhouses
into
that
pigment.
grow tomatoes in winter.
It also
Spa
highlights how
pools that
sensitive
stay warm
developing
without
bodies
burning
are
fuel,
to the mother's
and
well-being.
district heating systems that deliver
Supportive
comfort
care
to
for
entire
pregnant
neighborhoods
cats
through
calm
insulated
environments,
pipes, good nutrition, and veterinary
This is
help when
geothermal
needed
as a a
are not
gentle
only
service.
kind,
Quietly
they show the next
transforming daily
generation
life.
in quiet,
In some
visible
towns,
ways.
geothermal heat
A
warms
fever
sidewalks
coat
or
is a
roads
reminder
to
that
reduce
fur
ice,
can sometimes
cutting
carry a
salt
story
use and
from
improving
before
safety.
birth. Cats can
In
favor
agriculture,
one paw,
it can support fish
similar
farming
to
or dry crops,
human-handedness.
letting local food systems
If you
become more
watch
resilient
closely during
the
play,
atmosphere of these
you may
places
notice a
can
pattern.
feel
almost
one
enchanted.
paw reaches first for
with
the toy.
steam rising
One
in
paw
cold
bats
air
with
from
more
sources
confidence.
that never ignite.
One paw hooks the edge of a blanket as if it is the
also
preferred
shows
tool.
a bigger lesson about efficiency.
Many cats show a consistent
Renewable
paw
energy
preference,
is
a
not
kind
only
of
about
feline
generating
handedness.
more. It is
This
about
preference
using
can
what
appear
you
in
have
everyday
with
actions,
fewer
like
steps,
stepping into a
fewer
carrier,
losses,
testing a new object,
and more
or
thoughtful
pulling something
design.
closer.
Direct
It hints at
geothermal
how the
heat
brain is
a
organized,
shortcut
because
that the
favoring
Earth
one
offers
side
willingly.
suggests subtle differences in
Some
how
geothermal
each hemisphere
fluids
guides
carry
movement.
valuable minerals.
Some studies
turning
suggest
power
patterns can
plants
vary by
into
sex
mines.
or personality. So the
Geothermal
overall message is
brines
simple.
are not just hot
Cats
water.
are not symmetrical
They
robots.
can be chemically rich.
They
carrying
develop individual
dissolved
motor
minerals
habits the
picked
way
up
humans
as
do.
fluid travels through
Not
rock
every cat has
under
a
high
strong
temperature
preference,
and
but those
pressure.
that do can be surprisingly
That has
consistent
sparked an
across time.
intriguing
It is a
possibility.
small detail that makes a
Using
cat feel even
geothermal
more
sites
like a
to
person
produce
in its
both
own
energy
right, with a
and
favorite
valuable
side
materials and a personal style
in some
of solving
locations,
problems.
brines contain lithium,
The
and
smallest
other
wildcat
elements important
species
for batteries
can weigh less than
and
a
modern
house cat.
electronics. Instead of digging new mines,
Some wildcats
engineers
are so small
explore methods
they can
to
look
extract
almost
minerals
unreal,
from circulating
like
fluids,
a big kitten living
then
a
return the
secret
brine
life
underground, so
in
the
forests
reservoir
and
remains
grasslands.
stable.
There are species
If done
that stay
responsibly,
compact,
it
light,
could reduce
and
some
quick.
environmental impacts of
Built to
mining,
hunt
while
tiny prey
creating new
while
economic
avoiding
value
value
predators
from an existing energy project.
Their size is an advantage.
The
not a
challenge
weakness.
is delicate.
A
Extraction
small
must be
wildcat
efficient.
can
The
slip into
chemistry
dense
must be
cover,
managed
climb
to
with
avoid
ease,
scaling and
and
corrosion.
survive on meals that
And
would not sustain a
ecosystems
bigger
must be
hunter.
protected from any leaks.
But small does not
Still,
mean
the
gentle.
concept is thrilling.
These cats still carry
A
the
power
same
plant
sharp
becomes a
instincts,
kind of
the same
subterranean
silent
refinery,
patience, drawing
the same
heat and
sudden
materials
precision
from
you
the
see
same
in a
hidden
pet cat.
source stalking a toy.
It is an example
The
of
difference
renewable
is that
energy
in the wild,
evolving into
every
multi-purpose
decision
infrastructure
is high stakes,
where one well can serve several
A
needs
rustle
at once.
could be dinner or danger.
Geothermal reservoirs can cool
When you
if
picture a
overused,
wildcat,
so
you
careful
might imagine
management
something
matters.
lion-sized.
Yet,
Geothermal
some
energy
of the
feels
wildest
endless,
lives on Earth
but it is not a
belong to
bottomless
cats
cup.
that weigh
A
less
reservoir
than the
can
one asleep
lose
on your
heat
sofa.
locally if fluids are
Even the
withdrawn
biggest
too
cats
quickly,
share behaviors
or if
seen in tiny
re-injection
kittens.
is poorly planned.
Scale can be deceiving.
Think of it
A
like
tiger can
repeatedly
outweigh a
scooping
human
hot
many
water
times
from
over.
one corner of a
Yet
bath.
it will still play,
The
practice,
whole bath
and
is
learn
warm,
in ways that
but
look
that corner
startlingly
cools
familiar.
faster than it can recover.
Young big cats wrestle
Responsible
with siblings, pounce
geothermal
on moving
development
targets,
treats
and
the
chase in
underground
short
reservoir
bursts,
as a system
building
that
coordination
needs balance.
long before hunting becomes
Operators
real.
re-inject fluids
That
to
playful
maintain pressure
rehearsal does not
and help
vanish in
transport
adulthood
heat
either.
from surrounding rock
Even
back
grown
toward
big
production
cats
wells.
may swat, roll,
They
and
space
test
wells
objects with the
strategically
same curious
and monitor
caution you see in
temperature
a house
trends
cat
over
meeting a new
years,
boss,
not weeks.
The deep
Sometimes they
pattern is the
rotate
same.
which wells are used
Caps
more
are
heavily,
wired to refine
giving
timing,
parts of the
balance,
reservoir
and
time to
confidence
recover.
through play.
This
It is
long-term
not just
stewardship
entertainment.
is
It
part
is
of what
training
makes
disguised
geothermal
as joy.
fascinating.
When you
It
watch
is
a kitten
renewable,
spring sideways
but
and
not
surprise,
careless.
you are seeing a tiny
It
version
rewards
of the same
patience
nervous
and
system
understanding
that
of
powers
geology.
lions and leopards.
It is
When
one
managed
family
well,
design expressed at
geothermal
different
can
sizes,
provide decades
like the
of
same
reliable
song
energy.
played on different instruments.
When rushed,
Domestic
can
cats
underperform
can hybridize
and
with
disappoint.
wildcats, complicating
The lesson is
conservation
simple
efforts.
and important.
In
In
some
some
regions,
regions, wildcat
heat
populations
asks
live close
to be
enough to
treated with
villages
respect.
and farms that
Heat
they meet
pumps
domestic
move
cats,
making
and
them
sometimes
renewable
they
friendly,
breed.
even in winter.
The
A
kittens
heat
can
pump
look wild,
sounds like it
act
creates
shy,
heat,
and still
but
carry
its
domestic
magic
genes
is that
quietly
it moves
into the
heat
wild
that
gene
already
pool.
exists.
Over time,
Even
this
cold
blending can make it
outdoor
harder
air
to protect the
contains
true
thermal
wild
energy,
population,
and the ground
because the
holds
unique
steady
traits
warmth
that evolve
below the
that
frost
landscape can become diluted.
A heat pump uses a
It also
refrigerant
makes
cycle
identification
to pull
difficult.
that heat from outside and
A
deliver
cat
it
might
indoors.
look like a wildcat at
like
a distance,
turning a small amount
but
of
genetics
electricity
may tell a more
into a
tangled
much
story.
larger amount of useful
Conservation
warmth.
teams often face a delicate puzzle.
This is why heat
How do you
pumps
preserve
pair
a
so
wild
beautifully
species while
with
domestic
renewable
animals
electricity?
share the same edges of habitat?
When wind or solar supplies
It is not
the grid,
a problem of
that
villains
clean
or
power
bad
can be
cats.
multiplied into home heating.
It is a side effect
reducing
of
the
human
need for burning
expansion,
fuel in
roads,
boilers.
and shared territory.
In
the
summer,
surprising part
the same
is
system
that
could
even run in
neighborhood
reverse,
cat,
Carrying
at
heat
home
out of the house
can be part
and
of a much
providing
larger ecological
The
conversation.
technology can feel
happening at the
almost like
border
a
of
cheat code
wilderness.
for energy efficiency.
Island cats can
especially
reshape
in well-insulated
ecosystems by
buildings.
hunting birds and
It
reptiles.
also changes the story of winter renewables.
On an island,
people
life often
sometimes
evolves
imagine
without
clean
certain
electricity
predators,
is
and that
only
can
for
make
sunny
local species
afternoons.
unusually vulnerable.
Heat pumps show how
When cats
renewable
arrive,
power
even
can
a
stay
few,
practical
the balance
when it
can
is
shift
dark
fast.
and cold.
Ground
Keeping
nesting
homes
birds,
comfortable
small
with
lizards,
surprising
and native
grace.
mammals may not have defenses
Shallow
against a silent
geothermal
stalker
uses
that hunts
the
with
steady
patience
temperature
and precision.
underground, not volcano
The
heat.
result can be dramatic.
When people
with
hear
declines that
geothermal,
ripple through the
they
whole
often picture
ecosystem.
geysers and lava.
Fewer birds can mean
Shallow
more insects.
geothermal is
Fewer
quieter
native predators
and
can
more
mean
widely
unexpected
available.
population booms
Just a few
elsewhere.
meters down, the
This
ground
is one of the
temperature
most
stays
sobering
relatively
examples
steady
of how
through
an
the
animal
year.
that feels
Cooler
ordinary
than
at home
summer air
can become
and warmer
powerful
than
in a
winter
new
air.
environment.
That stability is
It is not
valuable.
about cats being evil.
Ground source heat
It is
pumps
about
use
islands
buried
being
loops
delicate,
filled
Conservation
with fluid
projects
to exchange
sometimes
heat
focus
with
on
the earth,
keeping cats indoors,
drawing warmth in
supporting
winter
managed
and
colonies
shedding warmth
responsibly
in summer,
and protecting
It
critical
is like
nesting
using the
habitats.
planet as a giant
The
thermal
R
buffer.
here is uncomfortable.
This can work
but
in
real.
many climates and
A
many
single
neighborhoods,
species introduced
from
to the
suburban
wrong
homes
place
to
can
schools
rewrite
and office
a whole
buildings.
living story.
The excitement
Simply by
is
doing
in the
what it was
reliability.
built
The
to
ground
do.
does not have sudden cold snaps the way the
Cats
air does.
traveled on ships,
so
to protect
performance
food
can stay
stores
strong
from rats.
even during harsh weather. A ship is
It
a
also
floating
turns
pantry,
landscaping
and for
into
centuries,
infrastructure.
it was also a
And the
floating
lawns and
invitation
parking
to
lots,
rats. Quiet
where
pipes
grain,
can be doing
dried
important
meat,
work.
and
Supplies went,
invisible
rodents
and steady.
followed, chewing through stores and
Shallow
spreading
geothermal
illness. Is a reminder that
Cats
renewable
became
energy
valued crew members
is not
because
always
they
a
were
dramatic
quiet,
monument on a
self-driven
horizon.
hunters who could patrol
Sometimes
the lower
it
decks
is a
without
calm
being
design
asked.
choice, hidden under your feet. Imagine the dim
Some
hold
cities
of
use
a wooden
geothermal
ship,
networks to
the
share
creak of
heat
ropes
between
above.
buildings. And somewhere
A
in
city
the dark,
is full of wasted
cat
heat.
listening for the
Supermarkets
smallest
throw off
scrape.
warmth from refrigeration
Sailors
systems.
often spoke of ship cats with
Officers
affection
build up
and
heat from
superstition
people
and computers,
believing a good hunter
and
brought
industrial
luck,
sites
and
often
calmer
vent
voyage.
heat into the
As
air.
ships
crossed oceans.
Geothermal
Cats
networks
crossed with
can
them,
help cities
stepping
treat
onto
heat
docks in
like a shared
unfamiliar
resource,
ports,
and
moving
changing
it where it
local
is
cat
needed,
populations
storing
over
it
time.
underground.
In
A
these
house cat
systems,
today
buildings
carries echoes
connect
of
to a
that
loop of
wandering,
water that
not just
circulates
as a
through the
companion,
neighborhood, but
heat
as a
pumps
worker
in each
with a
building
job
can draw
mattered.
warmth from the loop
In the long
or
history
push
of
warmth
trade
into it.
some of the most
Depending on the
important
season
protection
and the
came on
building's
four
needs.
paws. The ground
One
acts
famous
as a
cat
stabilizer,
survived multiple
smoothing
shipwrecks,
temperature swings,
becoming a
and giving the
sailor
whole network
legend.
a steady anchor.
There is a wartime story
effect
that can be
keeps
surprisingly
resurfacing
communal
because it sounds
A building that
impossible.
needs
cooling can help supply
A ship
heat
goes down.
to a building that
The
needs
sea
warming.
is chaos.
Shifting energy
And somehow,
around like
a
a
cat is
quiet
found alive
marketplace.
among debris and survivors.
This is not
Then
the
it
glamorous
happens
side
again
of
on another
renewables,
vessel,
but
and
it might
again
be one of the most
until
important
the animal
for
becomes
urban
a
life.
symbol of strange
It
resilience.
is clean energy as infrastructure.
The best-known version
tying
is often
neighbors
told
together
as the
through
tale of
invisible
unsinkable
pipes
Sam,
and shared
a
comfort.
ship's cat said to have survived several sinkings
Ocean waves
during the
carry
Second World
dense
War.
energy concentrated by
Details
winds
vary
across
depending
oceans.
on who tells it.
Waves
That
that look like
uncertainty
simple
is part of
rolling
what
water
makes it feel like
but
a
they are
legend.
really long-distance
But the
messengers
enduring
from
point
storms
is clear.
you may never see.
Ship cats
Were
were
wind
real.
drags across
They
the sea
lived
surface,
alongside crews,
transferring energy
and they sometimes
into ripples
survived
that
events
grow into
no one
swells,
expected.
then travel for
A cat
days
can
across
cling,
entire ocean
float,
basins
and
endure
by the time that
in
swell
ways that
reaches a
surprise
coastline,
us. It is carrying power that
and
has been
sailors
gathered
have
and
always
concentrated
noticed that toughness.
over enormous areas.
Even if you treat the story
like a conveyor
gently,
belt,
as
delivering
history mixed
stored
with myth,
motion, it reveals something true about our
that
relationship
density
with
is
cats.
what makes wave energy
We
so
remember
tempting.
them, and we make
A
meaning
small
from
stretch
their
of ocean
survival
can
can contain a surprising
Medieval
amount
Europe
of usable
feared cats
energy
at times,
compared with many
then
land-based
desperately
resources.
needed them again.
The challenge is that the same
In
ocean
parts
that
of
offers
medieval
power
Europe, cats
also
became
tests
entangled with
every
fear,
bolt and
superstition, and suspicion.
Devices must convert
Some
an irregular
communities associated them
shifting
with
motion
bad luck
into
or
smooth
witchcraft,
electricity,
especially
while surviving
black cats.
salt,
Those
corrosion,
beliefs could
and
lead to
pounding
harm or
waves.
exclusion.
Still,
Yet the practical
the vision
reality
is
never
captivating.
disappeared.
Imagine
Towns and
coastal
farms
power
stored
stations
food,
that do not
and
burn
rodents
fuel
arrived with
or
predictable
rely on clear
regularity.
skies, but instead
When
sip
rat numbers
energy
rose,
from the
the
ceaseless
cost was
rise
more
and
than long lost grain. Turning the rhythm of swells
spread through crowded
into a
streets
quiet,
Over
electrical
time,
heartbeat.
the worth of a capable mouser Tidal power is predictable centuries ahead, because the moon returns to favor not through argument. If you want a renewable source that arrives like clockwork, it is a vivid example of how culture and biology collide, with the sun adding its own influence. People can build stories and around an animal, is so regular, but the animal still has a role in the ecosystem, can be calculated far into the ecosystem has consequences. That predictability is rare. We like to imagine history as it means operators can know with impressive confidence is messy when the water will surge through a channel, quickly an animal can be idolized, blamed, and when the next peak welcomed back, simply because in a world that often feels uncertain, a resource that beckoning cat symbolizes good fortune, hospitality, and tidal systems can take different shop fronts and restaurants. From barges across Estes, you may see a small underwater turbines with one placed in fast-moving tidal streams. Each approach must respect marine ecosystems and navigation, and it carries a blend of charm, shape, habitats, and livelihoods. The raised paw is an invitation, remains a symbol of welcome. The same good celestial mechanics often place guide eclipses and ocean rhythms. Different colors also guide electricity carry different hopes. It is renewable energy that is literally depending on tradition and region, turning orbital gravity power into a schedule connects cats you can build with everyday life around. Ocean not as distant animals, use us as companions that share our spaces and water differences. There are origin stories is layered, including tales of temples, reservoirs, travelers, and a cat whose gesture changed someone's while the deep ocean stays cold and dark. Whether you take the stories only literally degrees above freezing, the symbol endures. Ocean thermal energy conversion tries to harvest that temperature quietly through using it like a gentle engine, and yet their presence can feel like warm surface water can help vaporize a working fluid. Becomes a promise of vapor, drives a turbine and return, and then cold, deep water cats appear in ancient back into liquid Asia, so the cycle can continue. The idea feels long before the internet made cats famous, because it is so humans were already drawing them, instead of harnessing violent placing them into stories, crashing waves. Ancient art shows quiet grades of home life that exists every day in tropical regions. Sometimes as it can also create intriguing side benefits, playful companions, since the cold, deep water brought up sacred figures support. You can find cats painted in Egyptian freshwater production, hinted depending on the design. Roman mosaics. The hurdles woven into serious across parts of Asia, marine with appear alongside everyday objects, constructing durable offshore systems. What is fascinating is how recognizable the cat remains. The idea is captivating. The alert ears views the ocean not only as movement, but as stored heat, inviting us to imagine the same traits that draw on the planet's slow, steady layers of temperature. That mix of salinity, gradient power, can also extract energy where rivers meet the sea. Are time capsules at an relationship. Fresh river water and salty ocean water come together, swirl, and blend them closely. That mixing is more than chemistry. Gave them a place in human imagination. Release of potential energy. When you see the ancient cat carry different concentrations of dissolved salt, the cat's spell is not salinity gradient power seeks to capture a portion of that energy working for using specialized membranes or electrochemical systems. Cat shows helped launch modern pedigree breeding. Relies on pressure osmosis. In the 19th century, where fresh water began celebrating into salt water through a membrane, building pressure that can turn a turbine. Another uses named electrodialysis, traits, and stacking membranes that allow one of the earliest famous cat shows, generating an electrical potential much like a natural battery. 1871. The attraction is that estuaries exist that all over the world, could be admired, and the fuel arrives continuously as long as rivers flow and visitors came to see different codes, colors, and the challenge is making membranes durable, affordable, and the event helped resistant to fouling from organic matter breeds. Even so, this changed how many people viewed cats. A place we think of as muddy and ordinary and becomes an energy frontier lineage, where the simple act of mixing water new can be turned into electricity, ethics, and what humans should prioritize when marine energy devices must survive storms that destroy ships. The show itself was not just designing technology for the open ocean. It was a turning point. Like designing for a relentless. It pushed cats into the public spotlight. Waves can lift and objects of fascination, force, and pride. Storms can change the sea surface for the modern world, and salt water fancy culture into every weakness. A cat's meow marine energy devices need to keep operating through rough conditions, or at least survive them intact. Is not a fixed sound,
materials
It is
that
something
resist
many cats
corrosion,
actively shape over
joints
time.
that can
When a
flex
cat lives
without
with
failing.
people, it begins to notice
systems
that
which
hold steady
sounds
under
produce
strain,
results,
and electronics
short,
protected from
soft
moisture
meow
and bowfouling
might bring attention.
Some devices are
A
built
longer,
to ride with
rising
the waves,
sound
absorbing
might bring
energy
food.
like a floating muscle. If
One
others
version
try to
works
stay
better,
submerged,
it
where the
gets
motion is
reused.
calmer.
Slowly,
Or they can be
the
locked
cat builds
down
a
during
personal
extreme
vocabulary
weather. Designed
Maintenance
for humans is its own adventure.
What
Often
makes this
requiring
fascinating
specialized
is
vessels
how specific
and narrow
it can
weather
become.
windows to reach offshore
The
sites
same
safely.
cat may sound different with
Yet
different
the payoff
people,
is a resource
adjusting
that is
volume
close to
and
many
tone
coastal populations
based on who responds.
and can complement other renewables.
This is not instinct alone.
There is something
It is
heroic
learning
about it.
through outcome.
These machines are built not only to capture nature's
wild,
power,
adult
but
cats
to endure
rarely meow
nature's
at each
moods,
other,
returning
relying more
day
on
after day
posture
to the
and
same
scent.
pounding waters.
With humans,
kelp
meowing
farms can
becomes
become
a bridge
bioenergy
between
feedstocks
species.
while supporting marine life.
When your cat vocalizes,
Kelp
it
grows
is not
fast,
just making
reaching
noise.
upward through the water
it is
like
using
an
a sound
underwater
shaped
forest,
by
and
experience,
it does not need irrigation,
memory,
fertilizer,
and your
or
past
farmland.
reactions.
That makes it
refined
a
through
fascinating
daily
candidate
life.
for bioenergy, because the ocean provides the growing
Cats
space
recognize
and nutrients.
their owner's voice.
In kelp
even
farms,
when ignoring
long
it.
lines are suspended in coastal
Recognition
waters,
does not
and
always
kelp
look
fronds
like
can be harvested
obedience.
and processed
Many cats
into fuels,
clearly distinguish
biogas,
their person's
or other
voice
products.
from others.
What makes it
even when they
especially
choose
intriguing
not to
is the
respond.
ecological side.
You can
Kelp
sometimes see it in
structures can
subtle
provide
signs.
habitat for
A
fish
flick
and
of the
invertebrates,
ear, a
offering
pause in
shelter
movement,
and nursery
or a
space
brief lift
in
of the
areas
head
that may otherwise
before
be
settling
open
again.
water. The farms
The
can
sound
also
itself
dampen
carries
wave energy
familiarity,
and help buffer
rhythm,
shorelines,
and emotional
depending on
tone.
location and design.
Cats often learn which
Turning
voices
kelp
predict
into energy
comfort,
is not
food,
a simple win.
play, or disruption.
Harvesting, transport, and
Ignoring
processing
a call
must
can
be
be a
efficient,
decision,
and the
not
ecosystem
confusion.
impacts must be carefully
why a
managed
cat may
to
come
avoid
running
harming
for one
local
person
food webs.
and remain still for another.
The concept feels
even
like
if
a new
both
chapter
say the same
of renewable thinking.
It imagines
The
energy
meaning
crops
lives in the
that
sound
grow in the
pattern,
sea,
not
adding
the command.
life while producing fuel.
Over time,
a cat builds
and
an
it hints at
internal map
coastal
of voices
economies
and
that
outcomes.
harvest sunlight indirectly
When you
through
speak,
marine
your cat is
photosynthesis.
listening, sorting,
Wave
and
energy can
deciding.
pair naturally with offshore
Silence
wind
afterward
and undersea
does
cables.
not mean the message was missed.
Offshore wind projects
It means
already
it
invest
was
in the
processed.
hardest part of marine renewables,
Cats
building
rub
and
objects
connecting
after
infrastructure
eating, spreading
in a
a
challenging
reassuring
environment.
scent.
Undersea cables
After a
bring
meal,
power
some
back
cats
to shore.
begin a slow circuit
Maintenance
of rubbing
crews
against
learn the sea's
furniture,
rhythms,
walls,
and grid
or
connections
people.
are
This
established
behavior
in
is
coastal
deeply tied to
substations.
comfort and security.
Wave energy can potentially
Eating
plug
is a
into that
vulnerable
same
moment in
ecosystem,
nature,
sharing
and
the
marking
pathway that
afterward
electricity
can
takes
help
to reach
transform a
land.
space into one that feels
There is also
safe
a resource
and
pairing
familiar.
that makes the combination appealing.
The rubbing releases
In many
gentle
regions,
scent
wave
signals
conditions can
that
remain
blend the cat
energetic
with its surroundings.
even when winds fluctuate locally.
It is not
because
random
waves
affection.
often arrive from
It is
distant weather
environmental
systems.
reassurance.
That means wave
You
devices
may notice it
might add
happens
a
more
different
often
kind of
after
steadiness,
changes,
like
to
an
a new
offshore
food bowl,
renewable hub,
a moved
the
design
table,
possibilities
or
are
a disruption
creative.
in routine.
Wave devices
The cat
could
is
be placed
restoring
on the
emotional
perimeters
balance
of wind farms
by rewriting
sometimes
the scent
even helping
landscape.
reduce wave action
When your
inside
leg
the
becomes
site,
part of that circuit,
which could make access
you
and
are included
maintenance
in the
easier.
safety zone.
The vision
To
is
the
of an
cat,
offshore
this
power
quiet
park,
ritual says,
where the sea provides
place is
multiple
good.
energy streams.
This
And the grid
experience
connection
ended
becomes a
well,
shared artery,
and the world feels settled
It is a way
again.
of thinking that treats the
Scratching
ocean like a
leaves
platform for
visual
layered
marks,
solutions, while
rather
depositing
than one
scent
technology
at the same
at a
time.
Scratching
Some tidal
is
turbines
communication,
look like
layered
underwater
into
windmills
motion.
turning with currents.
When a cat drags
fast
its
tidal
claws down
channels,
the surface,
water can move
it creates
with astonishing
visible
speed
marks
that signal
and because
presence
water is denser
and
than
familiarity.
air,
At
that
the same
motion
time,
carries a lot
scent
of
from
power.
the pause is deposited.
Tidal stream
adding
turbines
an
take
invisible
advantage of
message.
this by using
Together,
rotors that
these
resemble
cues
wind
turn
turbines,
ordinary
but
objects
designed
into
for an
landmarks.
underwater world.
Scratching
They are
often
anchored
appears
to the
near
sea
doorways,
floor,
resting
or mounted
spots,
on structures,
or travel routes
and they
through
spin
a home.
as currents rush past.
It can also happen
generating
after waking
electricity
when the body
with
stretches
each
back into
tidal
alertness.
pulse. The beauty
The act
is their
is physically
invisibility.
satisfying. From the surface,
engaging
the
muscles
sea
and
can look
joints,
calm, while
but it is
powerful
also
currents
emotionally
race below.
grounding.
and the
A
turbines
good scratch can
quietly do
reset
their
a cat's
work
sense
out
of
sight.
place. That is why
Maintenance
scratching
and
posts
installation
work
are
best
complex
when they are positioned
because
where
the
cats
environment
naturally
is harsh
want to mark,
and access is
not
limited
hidden away.
by tides and weather.
When cats scratch,
Wildlife
they are not being
interactions
destructive.
must also be monitored
They are
carefully.
anchoring
with
themselves
designs
in their
and sighting
environment,
that
writing
reduce
familiarity
risk to
into the
marine
space
animals.
in a language made of texture
Yet the appeal
and scent.
is clear.
Unlike
Cats hide
many
illness
resources that come and go
since weakness
unpredictably,
attracts predators.
tidal currents return.
In the
with
wild,
dependable
visible
rhythm.
weakness can be dangerous.
These machines
Predators
turn
and
that
rivals
rhythm
notice
into
vulnerability
electrons,
quickly,
creating power
so
that
many
arrives
cats
like a
evolved to
scheduled
mask
tide
discomfort
twice a
this
day.
instinct
every
carries
day,
into domestic
following
life,
the moon's
where signs
quiet
of illness
pull.
are often subtle.
The ocean holds vastly
The cat
more
may
heat
rest
than
more,
the air,
move less,
shaping energy
or
ideas.
choose quieter locations
The
without
ocean
making
is
sounds.
Earth's great heat.
Appetite
It absorbs
changes can be
sunlight,
gradual.
stores warmth,
Grooming
and
may
releases
slow
it
or
slowly,
become uneven,
which is one reason coastal
These
climates
shifts are
can feel
easy to
gentler
overlook
than
if you
inland
expect
ones,
because
dramatic
water has a
signals.
high heat capacity, and the ocean
The
is
challenge
immense.
is that cats
It
often
contains
stay
far more
outwardly
thermal
calm,
energy than
even
the
when something
atmosphere.
feels wrong.
That fact
That calm
is
is
more
not
than
comfort.
trivial. It is
It
protection.
shapes how we think about renewable
This is why
systems
familiarity
that use
matters
heat.
so much. From ocean thermal
Knowing the
technologies
cat's normal
to
routines
coastal heat
makes
exchange
small
for
changes
buildings.
easier to spot.
It also explains
Early attention
why the
can make
ocean
a real
can buffer
difference,
temperature
because
swings
once a cat
even as it
finally
quietly
shows
takes
obvious
on
distress,
much of the excess
the issue
heat
may
from
already be
global warming.
advanced.
For energy
Silence in
thinkers,
cats
the
can be
ocean's heat
strength,
storage is
but it
both
can
an
also be a
opportunity
request
and a
spoken
warning.
very quietly.
It suggests
Whisker
huge
positions
reservoirs
signal
of
mood,
energy gradients,
pointing forward with
but it
interest
also reminds
or
us
back
that
in
the
stress.
sea is already doing vital
Whiskers are
climate
not
work.
passive. They shift with
Any
emotion
technology
and
that
attention,
taps ocean heat
offering a clear
must
window
be designed
into how a
with
cat
great
feels
care to
when
avoid disrupting
curiosity
local
or
ecosystems.
excitement
rises.
Still,
Whiskers often
the
angle
concept
forward,
is all
extending
inspiring.
the cat's sensory
It
reach.
means
that when you
this
stand
can
by
happen
the
during
shore,
play,
you are near a
exploration, or
gigantic
focused
thermal
watching.
archive.
When a cat feels
library of
threatened
heat
or
that has been
overwhelmed,
gathered day
whiskers
by
tend
day
to pull back
under the
closer
sun.
to the face,
Coastal
reducing
renewables
exposure.
can power desalination.
These changes can
turning
happen
sunlight
quickly
into
and
fresh
often
water.
appear before other signals like movement
Freshwater
or sound.
scarcity can make energy feel like a secondary
Watching
problem.
whiskers alongside
because without
ears
water,
and posture
cities and
can
farms
help you
cannot
understand a
function.
moment before it escalates.
Desalination offers a way
cat
to
with
turn
forward
seawater
whiskers
into
may be
drinking
ready to
water,
engage.
but it is
A cat
energy
with flattened
intensive,
whiskers may
which is
need
why
space.
pairing it with renewables
This
is so
subtle
compelling.
language is especially
Coastal
useful
solar
in quiet
and wind
situations
can provide
where
electricity
nothing
for
seems
reverse
wrong
osmosis
until it
systems,
suddenly is.
and the timing can even align.
Once you learn to
Sunny,
read
hot
whiskers,
periods
cats
often
become
increase
easier
both
to understand
solar output
because their
and
emotions
water demand.
stop hiding in silence.
In some
start
designs,
appearing in
renewables
plain
can charge
sight.
storage or drive
Autumn
desalination
can stress
more
cats,
intensely
while
when
enrichment
power is
reduces
plentiful,
problem behaviors.
then ease off when the
A
grid
cat
needs
without
electricity
stimulation may
elsewhere.
look calm, but
This can help
inside
stabilize
energy can
costs
build with
and
nowhere to
reduce
go.
reliance
In
on
nature,
fossil
cats
fuels,
spend time
especially in
watching,
regions
planning,
that currently burn
stalking,
oil or
and
gas
solving
to
small
keep
challenges.
desalination plants
When
running.
those outlets disappear, stress
The
can appear
engineering
in
must also
unexpected
address
ways.
brine disposal
Nighttime
responsibly
restlessness,
to
repeated
protect marine
vocalizing,
ecosystems.
destructive scratching, or
Still,
rough play
the vision
can all be
is
signs
powerful.
of unmet
It is not just
mental needs.
clean electricity.
Enrichment
It
works
is
by giving the
clean
brain something
electricity
meaningful
doing
to do.
something deeply human.
Short play sessions that
Making
mimic
safe
hunting
water
patterns
from
can
the sea.
satisfy instinctive sequences.
It turns a coastline
puzzle feeders
into a
slow
place
eating
where the
and
sun
add
and
purpose to
wind
meals.
can help quench
New
thirst.
viewpoints, like shelves
Giving
or window
communities
perches,
a
can
renewable
make a space
pathway
feel
to
larger.
resilience.
The goal is not
Biomass
constant activity.
can be renewable,
It is balance.
but only if
When a cat can
regrowth
express
and land
curiosity
use
and
are
effort
smart,
during the day,
this
rest
is the
becomes
renewable
easier
source
afterward.
that behaves like a
Enrichment
promise.
does not change who
You
a cat
take
is.
energy from living
It allows
material,
the cat to be itself,
but you owe
without
the
inventing
landscape
stress-relieving
time and care
behaviors that
in
humans
return.
find confusing.
When forests are
Cats
cleared
coexist
faster than they
peacefully
recover,
by sharing vertical
or when
space
wild
and travel
habitat
routes.
is replaced with fuel
Cats
crops,
value control
the
over
climate
movement.
math
In
can
shared
flip the
homes,
wrong way.
for
Tension
years.
often rises when paths
Yet,
are narrow
when biomass
and
is
escape
done
options
thoughtfully,
are limited. It can work beautifully. Vertical space changes
Think
that
of
dynamic.
sawmill
leftovers,
shelves,
tall
orchard
furniture,
prunings,
and cat
or invasive
trees
plants
create
remove
additional
for
layers of
ecosystem
territory.
allowing
Those
cats
materials
to pass above
already
or
exist,
rest without
and
confrontation.
using them can replace fossil fuels
Multiple routes
without
through the
demanding
same area
new land.
help avoid forced
The real
interactions.
story is stewardship.
Peaceful coexistence
A renewable
does not
labor
require
is
friendship.
not automatic.
It
It is
requires
earned
choice.
through how you harvest,
how you
When
replant,
cats can approach
and
or
what you
retreat
choose to
freely,
burn,
they
or
feel
convert.
safer. You can see this in how
Biomass
cats
can be a
pause,
bridge for
root,
industries
or
that need
wait,
heat,
rather than
not just
challenge each other
electricity,
directly.
but only when the
The
forest,
environment
the soil,
supports their
and the
natural
biodiversity
diplomacy.
ledger all balance.
This is why thoughtful layout
Biogas
matters more than
captures
punishment
methane
or
from
forced
waste,
introductions.
turning a potent pollutant
A well-designed
into power.
space allows cats
When
to
food
communicate
scraps,
through distance
sewage,
and
or
timing,
manure break down
instead of
without
conflict.
oxygen. Microbes
When
produce
cats have
methane,
room to negotiate
a gas that
silently,
traps heat strongly
harmony
in the
becomes
atmosphere.
possible without constant supervision.
Biogas systems do something
Early
wonderfully
experiences
practical with
shape
that
how
problem.
cats stalk,
They
chase,
seal the
and
decay
pants.
inside the
Hunting
digger
style is
or covered
learned
lagoon.
as much as it is
Capture the
inherited.
gas and use it
Kittens
as fuel
refine
for
their
heat,
movements
electricity,
through play,
or
especially
upgraded
with
pipeline
litter
quality
who
gas.
provide immediate feedback.
It is a transformation of a leak into
A bite
resource
that causes pain.
The climate
stops the
benefit
play.
comes from
A
stopping
missed
methane
time
from
to
drifting
pounce
away
misses its mark.
untreated, while
These
also
early
replacing
moments
fossil fuel
teach
use.
control,
The
confidence,
human benefit
and
can
strategy.
be immediate too.
Kittens raised with
can smell
varied play
less harsh.
experiences
Sanitation
often develop
can
smoother
improve,
timing
and
and
farms
stronger
can gain
restraint.
a steadier energy
Those
supply.
with fewer early interactions may rush,
The engineering
hesitate,
has its own
or
drama.
struggle with coordination.
Operators must keep microbes comfortable,
Environment
manage
plays a
temperature
role as
and
well.
acidity,
A
and
kitten
prevent
raised
foaming
among
or
many
clogging.
hiding spots may grow
When it
into an
works,
ambush
It
specialist,
feels like a quiet
while one
magic
raised
trick.
in open areas
Yesterday's
may depend
waste
more on
becomes
speed.
tomorrow's light.
These tendencies
And an
often
invisible
carry into
pollutant
adulthood,
becomes a
showing up
controlled,
during play
useful
with toys.
flame.
The reassuring part
Landfills
is
can
that
be tapped
experience
like
can still
energy
reshape
wells
behavior
using methane
later
collection.
on.
A landfill is not
Thoughtful
a dead
play
pile.
can build confidence
Deep inside,
and refine
trash
skills.
continues to decompose
Each
for
session
years,
becomes a chance to
producing
practice
gas
focus,
that seeps
timing,
upward
and success,
unless it is captured.
reinforcing
Engineers
instincts
can
in a
drill
safe,
wells into the
satisfying
landfill
way
and
Cats
connect them
can
with
be
a
trained
network of
using
pipes
rewards
that pull the gas
targets,
out under
belts,
gentle suction,
and puzzles.
almost like harvesting
Training
air
a cat
from
works
underground.
best when it feels like a game.
That
not a
gas
command.
can be burned in engines or turbines
Many
to make
cats
electricity,
quickly learn to touch
or
targets,
refined and
follow
used as
simple
fuel.
cues, or ring
There is
bells
something
when rewards
oddly
are
satisfying
clear
about
and
it,
timing
because
is
it treats
consistent.
pollution like a
The
solvable
process
engineering
taps into
problem,
curiosity,
not a vague
and problem
guilt.
solving,
It
rather
also
than
improves
obedience.
safety. Short
Since
sessions
unmanaged
keep
attention
methane
high
can create
and
fire
prevent
risks.
frustration.
The tricky
Puzzles
part
can
is
also become part
variability.
of training.
Landfill
Teaching
gas
patience
changes over
while
time
satisfying
as
the
waste
desire
ages,
to earn food.
and it can contain impurities that need
What
careful
surprises
cleaning
many
to
people
protect
is how
equipment.
willing cats can be.
Still,
when they
it is
understand
a compelling
the rules.
bridge strategy.
Training can
While
reduce
society
stress
works to
around
reduce
carriers,
waste,
grooming,
existing
or
landfills
veterinary
can be
visits
turned into
by
temporary
replacing
energy
fear
sources,
with predictability.
capturing emissions that would
It
otherwise
also
drift
strengthens
into the sky.
communication, giving cats a way to
Anaerobic
succeed
digesters
on their
can
own
make
terms.
gas from manure,
The key
reducing
is
farm
respect.
odors too. On many farms,
When training
manure
ends
is
before
both
interest
valuable
fades,
and
The cat
challenging.
remembers it as
It contains
enjoyable.
nutrients that can enrich
Over
soil.
time,
but
learning
it can
becomes
also
part
produce
of
strong
daily life
odor and
built
release
on trust,
methane as it
clarity,
decomposes.
and shared success.
Anaerobic
A cat's
digesters
heart
offer
beats
a different
far faster
path.
than a human's.
They collect manure in
Inside
sealed
a
tanks,
resting cat,
where
the
microbes
heart
break it
works at a
down in
pace that
controlled
would
conditions,
alarm a doctor,
producing
if it were human.
biogas that can be used
The
for
faster
on-site
rhythm
power or
supports
heat.
a body
What comes
built
out
for
the other
sudden
side
action
is a
rather than
stabilized
long
material
endurance.
called
digestate.
When a cat leaps,
which can be
twists,
easier to
or
handle
accelerates
and can
in an
still
instant,
return nutrients
oxygen
to fields.
and nutrients must be
wow
delivered
is
immediately.
how many problems
and
can
the
be
heart
softened
is
at
ready
once.
for that demand.
Odors can be
You
reduced.
may feel it if a cat is
Pathogen
curled on
levels
your
lowered.
chest. A quick
And the
steady
farm gains a
flutter
local
beneath the
stream of
ribs.
energy that does not rely
During
on fuel
play or
deliveries.
stress, that speed
Some
can
operations
rise even more,
reuse the
powering
heat from the
short
generator
bursts of
to
intense
warm barns
movement.
or power processing.
At
equipment.
rest, the heart slows.
This turns
but
a
remains
daily
alert,
chore into a circular
supporting the
system
cat's light,
where biology
dozing
does
sleep
the
style.
work, and the farm becomes
This
a small
rapid
scale
heartbeat
energy
is
producer.
part of a broader design that favors
Algae can grow
responsiveness.
rapidly and produce
Cats
oils
live in a state of
without taking
readiness,
up prime
even when they
farmland.
appear relaxed.
These organisms are tiny
The heart
factories
reflects that
living on
balance,
sunlight,
calm
water,
on the surface,
and carbon dioxide.
prepared underneath.
Certain strains
Always
create
capable
oily
of sudden
compounds
change.
that can be converted into fuels.
Cats have a
The
protective
appeal
third
lies in their
eyelid,
speed
helping
and
to keep
adaptability.
eyes healthy.
Algae
Hidden
grow
in the
much
inner
faster
corner
than
of
many
a
land
cat's eye.
crops,
and can be cultivated in ponds
that most people
or
rarely
enclosed
notice.
reactors on land that is
This
too salty,
third eyelid
too dry,
can slide across
or too
the eye to
degraded
protect
for
it from
conventional
dust,
farming.
debris, and injury.
That means they
while
do
still
not need to
allowing some
compete
vision.
directly with food production.
It also
when
helps
managed
spread
carefully.
tears evenly,
They
keeping
can
the
also
eye
be
moist and
integrated with
comfortable.
waste streams.
You might catch a glimpse
using
of it
nutrients
when a cat
from
is very
wastewater
relaxed
and capturing
sleepy, or
carbon
just
from
waking up.
industrial exhaust in some
In those
systems.
moments, it can look pale.
The real
or
challenge
translucent,
lies in making
then
the
quickly
economics
retreat.
and engineering work
In
together
healthy cats,
smoothly.
it usually stays tucked
Harvesting
away,
microscopic
doing its work
cells,
quietly.
extracting oils efficiently,
Because it plays a role
and
in
keeping
eye
cultures
health,
healthy
changes
at
in how
scale
visible it
are
appears
big
can
challenges.
sometimes signal that something is off.
Still, the vision
The
is a
remarkable
future
thing
where
is how
fuel
efficiently it
feedstocks
operates
are grown
without
like
drawing
a watery
attention.
garden.
Like
in
many
places we
feline
usually
features,
ignore,
it exists as a
producing
backup
energy
system,
ingredients
ready when needed,
while leaving fertile
invisible
fields
when not,
for food.
supporting sharp vision in a world
Biochar
full of
can
movement.
lock carbon in soils
Cat
while
allergies
improving water
usually come
retention.
from skin proteins.
This
not
one
fur.
feels like
Many
a climate
people
story
assume
with a gardening
fur itself
twist.
causes
Biochar
allergic
is a
reactions,
charcoal-like material,
but the real trigger
made
is often
by
a
heating
protein
biomass
produced
in
by
low
cats.
oxygen.
This protein
process
is found on
that
the
turns
skin
part of
and
the
in
plant
saliva,
carbon
then
into a
spread
stable
onto
form
fur
that
during
can
grooming.
persist in soils for a
As the
long
fur
time.
sheds, the protein travels with
Instead
it,
of that
becoming
carbon
airborne
returning quickly
or
to the
settling on
air,
surfaces.
it can stay stored
This
underground.
explains why even hairless cats can
Farmers
still
and
cause
researchers
reactions,
also
and why
value
frequent
biochar
grooming can
because
sometimes
it
help
can
manage
change soil
symptoms.
behavior.
It also
Its
explains
porous
why
structure
allergies can
help
vary
soils
between
hold
individual
water
cats.
and nutrients more
The
effectively.
amount of protein produced,
which
is
can
not
be
the same
especially
for every
helpful
cat,
in dry
and
regions
personal
or
sensitivity
degraded fields.
differs too.
It can also provide
Understanding
habitat
this
for
shifts the
beneficial
focus
microbes,
away from fur length
supporting
and toward
healthier
management
soil
strategies
ecosystems.
like cleaning routines,
The magic
air
is
filtration,
that it can be made
and
from
controlled
leftovers,
contact.
like crop residues.
It also
or
helps
forestry
explain
waste.
why allergies can
Turning
feel
materials
unpredictable.
that might be burned openly
The cat is not
or
changing
left to rot
the protein
into a
is,
soil
and
amendment
where it settles
with
in a home
long-term
can change
impact.
from day to day,
Done
shaping how the body
responsibly,
reacts.
It becomes a rare kind
Some
of tool
cats naturally
that can
produce
support
less
both
of the main
productivity
allergy protein,
and
not
climate
all
goals.
cats affect people the same way.
quietly working below
Some
the
produce
surface.
lower amounts of
Some
the protein
planes
most
already
commonly
fly
linked
on
to
sustainable
allergic
aviation
reactions.
fuels, blended
This
with jet
variation
fuel.
is influenced by
Aviation
genetics,
is one of the
sex,
hardest
and
sectors
even
to clean
hormonal
up,
status.
because flight
It
demands
means
high
one cat
energy
might trigger
in a
symptoms
lightweight
quickly,
package, while another
That
barely
is why
causes a reaction
sustainable
at all.
aviation fuels, often
This difference
called
can surprise
SAF,
people who assume
are so
all
interesting.
cats are equal in this regard.
They are designed to work
It
in
also
today's
explains
aircraft
why spending
engines,
time with
when
one
blended with
specific
conventional
cat
jet
can
fuel,
feel easier than expected,
which means the transition
even for
can
someone who
begin
usually
without
reacts.
waiting for entirely new planes.
The protein level can also change over time.
These fuels
especially
can be
as
made
cats
from different
mature
feedstocks
or are
depending
neutered.
on the pathway.
While no
including
cat is
certain
truly
waste oils,
allergy-free,
residues,
these
or
natural
other biological
differences
sources
can matter in real life.
And the goal is to
for
reduce
families
life
trying to
cycle
balance
emissions
health
compared
and
with fossil
companionship.
fuel.
Understanding
The most
this
fascinating
variability
part
can
is how
open
strict
doors.
aviation requirements are.
The relationship between
The
cats
fuel
and humans
must perform
is not
reliably
one size
at high
fits all.
altitude, in extreme
Sometimes
cold,
it comes down
and
to a
under
quiet
intense
biological
engine conditions.
detail that makes
Certification
coexisting
and testing
possible.
are
Cats
meticulous
can
because
overheat
safety
quietly,
is absolute.
especially in closed cars.
When a
or
commercial
hot
flight
rooms.
uses SAF,
Cats do not
it
always
is a
show
glimpse of a
obvious
pragmatic
distress
route
when they are too
forward.
warm.
Instead of asking aviation
Unlike
to
dogs,
stop,
they rarely
it
pant
asks
dramatically,
aviation to change
and their
its
discomfort
inputs
can remain
gradually,
subtle
flight
until it
by
becomes
flight.
serious. While bigger innovations
A
continue
hot
to
environment,
develop, especially
waste
one
cooking
without
oil can become
airflow,
fuel,
can overwhelm a
turning
cat's
leftovers
ability to
into
regulate
locomotion.
body temperature. After a busy
Closed
day in a
cars
restaurant
are
kitchen,
particularly dangerous.
used cooking
Even
oil
for
can
short
look like
periods,
pure waste
because heat
heavy,
builds
messy.
rapidly.
Yet that same
Indoors,
oil is
small
still
spaces
packed
with
with
sun
sun
exposure
exposure
or poor
With the right
ventilation
processing,
can also
it can be
pose
turned
risks.
into biodiesel or other
Cats
renewable
may
fuels
seek
that
cool
power
surfaces,
trucks, buses,
stretch
and
out more than
generators.
usual, or become unusually still
It is a
as the
wonderfully
body struggles
tangible
to cope.
idea because the feedstock
Because
is
these
familiar.
signs are quiet,
Fries
they can be
today,
missed.
fuel
This
tomorrow.
makes prevention
It
especially
also
important.
builds a local circular
Shade,
economy.
water,
Collection
airflow,
companies
and
gather
attention to
oil
room
that might
temperature
otherwise be
all
dumped
matter.
improperly, which protects
Cats evolved
waterways
in
and
warm
sewers,
regions,
and
but
then
that does not
refiners
make them
convert it
immune to
into
heat.
a cleaner burning fuel. Their silence
The
is
supply
not
is
comforted,
limited,
so it will not
It is
replace
a sign
all
that they
petroleum,
conserve energy
but it
when
can make
stressed,
a real dent in
making
specific
awareness
fleets or regions.
the most important protection.
The narrative hook is transformation.
Lies are
Something you would
dangerously
never pull
toxic to
back into a
cats,
pan
even in small
becomes a
amounts.
refined product
For
that
cats,
meets engine standards
lies are
and
far
travels
more than a
highways.
decorative flower.
It is renewable
Even
energy
tiny
with a
exposures
street-level
can cause
origin
severe
story,
poisoning.
where yesterday's dinner indirectly
Brushed
helps
onto
move
fur,
tomorrow's
a sip
goods.
of water from a vase, or a nibble of a leaf
Turning
can be enough to
forests into
trigger
fuel
kidney
can
failure.
raise emissions for decades.
What makes this especially
A hidden
dangerous
trap.
is how innocent the
This
plant
is
looks.
one of the most important
Lies are
uncomfortable
common in
truths
bouquets
in the renewable
homes,
conversation.
and cats are curious
Trees
by nature.
store carbon for a long
Early
time.
signs of exposure
and
can be
forests
subtle,
do more than
including
store
lethargy
carbon.
or reduced
They
appetite,
shelter biodiversity,
before more serious
regulate
damage
water,
occurs.
and protect soils.
Immediate
If a
veterinary
forest
care
is
can be
cut
life-saving,
and burned
but
for
prevention
energy,
is the
the
safest
carbon
path.
enters the atmosphere quickly.
Many cat
while
owners choose
regrowth
to avoid
can
lies
take decades
entirely,
to reabsorb it.
replacing them with
During
non-toxic
that time,
plants.
the atmosphere is
This
carrying an
fact stands
extra
out
load
because it
which
highlights how
undermines
human
near-term
environments can
climate
hide
goals.
unexpected risks.
This is sometimes called
Something beautiful
a
to
carbon
us
debt,
can be
and
devastating
it can be
to a
especially
cat.
harmful
Knowing this
if mature forests are
transforms a
treated
simple
as fuel
decorating choice
simply because
into
they
an
are
act
biomass.
of protection.
That does not mean all
Cats
wood
lack
energy
liver
is wrong
pathways for
using
some drugs,
true residues
making dosing
that would decay
risky.
anyway.
A cat's
Or
liver
improving
processes
forest health
substances
by
differently
removing
from a
dangerous
human's.
excess material.
Certain pathways that help
In
break
some
down
contexts,
medications in
can
people
be very different.
are limited or
The
absent
trap
in
is
cats.
pretending all biomass
This means drugs
is
that are
equal.
safe for humans, even common ones,
Sustainable energy
can be dangerous
is not only
or
about
fatal for
what
cats
you burn.
at very small
It
doses.
is about what you protect and how long
Pain
the planet
relievers
has
are a
to
well-known
wait
example,
for payback.
but many substances fall
Advanced
into this
biofuels
category.
aim to use crop
The risk
residues,
is not about
not
size
food
alone.
crops.
It is about chemistry.
Imagine making fuel
A
from
cat's
the
body
parts of
may not be able
agriculture
to neutralize
that usually
or
get
eliminate
left
the drug
behind.
properly,
Corn
allowing
stalks,
toxins to build up
wheat
quickly.
straw, rice husks,
This is why
and
veterinary
other
guidance
residues
is essential,
contain
and why
energy-rich
sharing human
cellulose
medication is
and
never
hemicellulose. But
The
turning them
difference
into
highlights
liquid
how
fuels
specialized cats are
requires breaking
biologically.
tough plant fibers
Living
down
alongside
into
us does
usable
not mean their
proud
bodies
molecules.
work like ours.
Their
That
systems
is the
evolved
challenge.
for a different
Advanced
diet,
biofuels are
different
trying to
exposures,
solve with enzymes
and different survival
heat,
pressures.
catalysts,
Respecting
and clever
that
chemistry.
difference is a key part
The
of
appeal
responsible
is
care.
clear.
If fuels
Dental
can come
disease
from
is common in
leftovers
cats,
instead of edible
affecting
crops,
overall health.
it reduces pressure
A
on
cat's
food
mouth
markets
can hide problems
and
that
avoids
quietly
dedicating
influence
new
the entire
land
body.
to energy farming. It
Dental
can also
disease
create new
often
revenue
begins with
streams
plaque
for farmers,
buildup,
while
then
encouraging
progresses
better
to inflamed
management of
gums
residues
and painful
that
infection.
might otherwise be burned
Because
in open
cats are
fields.
skilled at hiding discomfort,
The caution
they
is
may
also
continue
clear.
eating while
Soil
avoiding one
needs
side of the
organic
mouth
matter,
or swallowing
and removing
differently.
too much residue can harm soil
Over
health.
time, bacteria from
So
the mouth
sustainable
can enter the
harvesting
bloodstream,
limits
placing
matter.
stress on
When done
organs like the
carefully,
heart and kidneys.
advanced biofuels become a
This
story
connection
of
between
using
oral
what
health
already
and whole
exists,
body health is easy to
extracting more
underestimate.
value from the same harvest,
Signs can
and turning
include
the
bad breath,
overlooked parts of
drooling,
plants
or subtle
into
changes in
motion for
behavior,
trucks,
such as
ships,
irritability
and air
or
machines.
reduced grooming.
Grids, scale
Regular dental
batteries,
care,
can
whether through
smooth
brushing,
solar
specialized
and wind,
diets,
shifting
or veterinary
energy by
cleanings,
hours.
can make a
A
significant
battery
difference.
site
The
is
mouth
like a shock
is not
absorber
separate
for the
from
grid.
the rest of the
When
body.
the cloud passes
For
over
cats,
a solar farm,
it is a gateway.
or a wind front arrives
Keeping
early,
it healthy
the
supports
battery
comfort,
can respond in a
longevity,
blink, absorbing
quality
extra
of
power
life in ways
or releasing it
that
to
are not
fill a
always
dip.
immediately visible.
That speed matters because electricity must
Hypothyroidism
match demand
can
every
change
second,
appetite,
not just
weight,
on average,
and energy levels.
The most exciting part is how batteries
As some
change
cats
the daily
age,
story
a small
of clean
gland in
energy.
the neck
Sunshine
can begin producing
often peaks
too
at
much
midday,
thyroid hormone,
while household demand
this
tends to
hormonal
climb
shift
in the late
speeds
afternoon
up the
and
body's
evening.
metabolism.
Often
A battery
leading
can
to weight
quietly
loss
move that
despite
midday
a strong
surplus
appetite
into dinnertime light.
Cats may seem
Turning
restless,
a spiky
more
supply
vocal,
into a smoother
or
service
unusually
people can rely
active,
on.
as if their internal
These
engine
systems also
is running
support
too
grid
fast.
stability, helping control
Some
frequency
become
and
irritable,
providing backup
while
during
others appear
faults.
constantly hungry.
You can think of them as a new
Because
kind
these
of
changes
infrastructure,
can develop gradually,
more like a digital
they are sometimes
tool
mistaken
than a traditional
for
power plant.
normal aging.
They do not care where the
Untreated,
electrons came from.
The condition can
only
strain
when
the
they are
heart
needed.
and other organs.
In a renewable world,
The good news
timing
is
becomes
that
everything.
it is manageable,
And
with
batteries are
veterinary
one of the
care.
most elegant ways to
Once
bend
identified,
time.
what makes this condition
Pumped
notable
hydro storage
is how
stores
dramatically
more energy
it
than
can
most
alter
battery
a cat's
sites today.
personality and
If
daily
batteries
rhythm.
are like shock
a calm
absorbers,
cat may
pumped
become
hydro
hero
edgy.
is like a vast reservoir
quiet
of
cat
patience.
may become demanding.
It can store huge amounts of energy
Recognizing the
for
pattern
long stretches,
allows intervention
not just
that
for
can
quick
restore
bursts.
balance and comfort.
The concept
helping the
feels
cat feel more
almost
like
too
itself
simple.
again. Use excess electricity
The
to lift
longest-lived
water
cats
to a higher
often share
elevation,
stable routines
then release
and
it later
careful
to
care.
generate power when
Cats
demand
that reach
rises.
advanced ages often
Because
have
water
lives
and
marked
gravity
by
scale so
predictability
well,
and attentiveness.
these facilities can hold an enormous amount
Stable
of stored
routines
energy
reduce stress,
compared with many
helping the body
battery
maintain
installations.
balance over time.
They can support a
Regular
grid
meals,
through multi-hour
consistent
peaks,
environments, and
cover
familiar
unexpected
social
outages,
rhythms
and
create
help
a sense of
renewable,
safety
rich
that
systems
supports health.
ride through weather patterns that
Alongside
last
routine,
more than an evening.
attentive care matters.
The engineering
Early
is also
veterinary
dramatic.
visits, dental
Massive
attention,
tunnels,
proper nutrition,
reversible
and mental
turbines,
stimulation,
and carefully managed
all add up
reservoirs
quietly,
work
year
together
after year.
like a silent machine hidden in the
Long-lived
landscape.
cats are not
It can
necessarily
even feel like a
extraordinary
time
individuals.
capsule for electricity.
They are often the result
storing
of
last
steady
night's
choices
wind
made
or yesterday's
repeatedly.
sunlight in the form
The
of
absence
raised
of chaos
water.
can be as powerful
When
as
you see
any
it this
medical
way,
intervention.
the hills are not just
This
scenery.
does not mean life must
They
be
become
dull.
part of a grid-scale
means
energy
it is
bank
readable. For
built
a
from
cat,
rock,
knowing
water,
what comes
and
next
gravity. Allows energy to be spent
Thermal
on
storage
living can bank
rather
heat
than
in
guarding.
rocks, salts, or even concrete.
Longevity is
Not all
rarely
storage
about
has
one
to be electrical.
secret trick.
Sometimes it
The
is about
smartest
many
approach
small
is to
supports
store energy
laid
as
gently
heat,
over time,
because heat
creating
can
a
be held
life that is
cheaply
both
in simple
safe
materials
and rich.
Thermal
Cats
storage
navigate
takes
home
advantage of
using
that
scent
by
maps
warming up a medium
and environmental
like molten
memory.
salts. Stacked
A
rocks
cat's sense of
are
direction
specially designed
is built
concrete
less on
blocks,
landmarks
then using
and
that
more
stored
on
heat
layered
later
memory
to do something useful.
As cats
In power
move through an
generation,
area,
it can drive
they
steam
collect
turbines
scent
after the
information
sun goes
from the
down.
ground, the air,
In buildings
and
or
objects
industrial
they
sites,
pass.
it can deliver
These
warmth
smells
hours
form a kind
later
of
without
invisible
turning on a
map,
boiler.
reinforced by
The wonder
repeated
is how
roots
ordinary the
and
materials
familiar
can be.
textures underfoot.
Rock does not sound like
Alongside
advanced
scent,
technology.
cats remember
Yet a carefully
spatial
engineered rock
relationships,
bed can
how
hold
spaces
tremendous
connect,
thermal energy,
where cover
releasing it
exists
slowly with
and which
controlled
paths
airflow.
feel safe.
Concrete can be heated and
This
cooled
combination
repeatedly,
allows many
acting
cats
like
to
a
return
rechargeable
home
heat
from
brick.
unfamiliar places.
This kind of
Sometimes
storage is a
across
reminder
surprising
that renewable
distances.
energy is not always about
The journey
rare
is
materials
not a
or
straight
complex
line.
chemistry.
It is a process of
Sometimes
checking,
it is about
adjusting,
physics you can
and
feel
recognizing
with your hand,
patterns
heat that
moving
feel
into a
right,
solid and
even
waiting
indoors.
there.
You can see
Calm
the
and
system at
ready
work
until you
when a
ask
cat
for it back.
navigates confidently in low light. Green
Or finds a
hydrogen can
favorite
store
path
renewable
through
energy
furniture.
for weeks or seasons.
Some
The
energy
world to a
needs
cat
are short and
is
sharp,
not just seen,
but others stretch
it
across
is remembered
weeks.
through smell.
That is where
motion,
green
and
hydrogen
quiet
becomes
repetition.
especially intriguing.
Cats prefer
When
water
renewable
placed away
electricity
from
is
food,
abundant,
following
it can
wild
split
instincts.
water into hydrogen and
In
oxygen
the wild,
through
food and
electrolysis.
water sources are rarely found together.
The hydrogen becomes a
Meat left
storable
near
energy
water
carrier
can spoil it.
that can be kept in
Drinking
tanks,
from contaminated
underground
sources
caverns,
carries
or other
risk.
storage systems, then used later
That
to
ancient
generate
logic
electricity,
still influences
provide
domestic
industrial
cats.
heat, or
When
serve
water
as a
sits beside
pre-feedstock
food,
for chemicals.
some cats hesitate.
The
Not
magic
out of
is the
stubbornness,
timescale,
but instinct.
Batteries are excellent
Moving the
for
bowl
hours,
even a short
sometimes
distance away
days,
can suddenly
but
increase
hydrogen
interest
can
in
reach
drinking.
towards seasonal
You
storage,
might notice a cat
helping
choosing
cover
a different
long
water
winter
source
longs,
entirely,
or
such
extended
as a bathroom
cloudy
sink
periods.
or a glass left
It is
unattended.
not without cost. Turning
These
electricity
choices
into
often
hydrogen
reflect a
and
preference
then converting
for
it
freshness
back
and
loses
separation.
energy.
And
Building
flowing water
safe
can
systems
feel especially
requires
appealing
careful
because
engineering.
it signals
Still,
renewal
the
rather than
potential is
stagnation.
vast for heavy
Understanding
industry
this instinct
and long
can
duration
change how you
resilience.
set up a feeding area.
Hydrogen is like
The cat is
wind
not
captured
rejecting
in a
the
bottle or sunlight
It is following a
stored
rule
in physical
written
form.
long before kitchens
It takes a
existed.
brief moment of renewable surplus and transforms
Separating
it
food
into
and
something
water
you can
respects
store,
that rule,
move,
making
and use
hydration
later
feel
when
safer
the grid needs
and
a
more
deeper
natural.
reserve.
Deep bowls
Vehicles
bother
can function
cats
as
because
batteries,
whiskers become
sending power
overstimulated.
back during times of peak
When a
demand.
cat lowers its head into
An
a deep
electric
bowl,
vehicle is
the
more than
whiskers can brush
transportation.
repeatedly
It
against
is a
the
large
sides.
battery on wheels
Because
that
whiskers
sits
are
parked
highly
most
sensitive
of the time.
This constant contact
Vehicle
can
to
become
grid concepts
uncomfortable.
turn that
even
idle
stressful.
capacity into a resource.
Over time,
When the grid
some
is under
cats
strain,
begin avoiding
a fleet
the
of
bowl,
plugged-in
eating
cars
only from
could
the
supply
center
a small
or
share of
stepping
their
back
stored
frequently.
energy to homes or
This
local
discomfort
networks,
is sometimes called
then recharge
whisker
later
fatigue,
when electricity
though
is
it is
cleaner
really
or less
sensory
expensive.
overload. Shallow
What is
dishes or
surprising
wide
is
plates
how little
reduce
each
that
individual car
allowing a
needs to
cat
contribute
to eat
to make a
without
real
irritation.
difference. A neighborhood filled with
You may notice a cat suddenly
offering
eating
a
more
modest
calmly
amount
after a simple
can add
bowl
up to a
change
flexible
with
power
no adjustment
plant
period
without
needed.
constructing
The
a new
behavior can look
smokestack.
picky from the outside.
It also creates
but it is
new
a physical
forms of
response,
resilience.
not a preference.
During an outage,
Whiskers
a car can run
are designed
essential
to
loads,
gather
keeping
information,
lights on,
not endure
refrigeration
constant
cold,
stimulation.
or medical devices
Respecting
operating
that sensitivity
for a period of time.
can transform mealtime from a chore
The main
into a
hurdles
relaxed
are
ritual,
practical battery wear,
simply by letting the face
standardizing
remain
hardware,
free
and designing
unbothered.
incentives so owners feel protected
Elevated resting
and rewarded.
spots offer cats security
It is
and
a
environmental
thrilling
control.
concept. Transportation
Height
becomes
gives
part of
cats
the energy
information
system,
and safety
not
at the
just
same time.
a customer of it.
From an
In
elevated
the parked
position,
cars outside,
a cat can observe
quietly
movement
become
without
a
being
grid
approached
asset.
directly.
Smart
This
appliances
perspective
can
allows
shift
early
early
detection of
quietly,
change,
like
whether it is
invisible
another
energy
animal entering the
choreography.
room or
A
new
grid
sound
does not only
drifting
need
through the
supply,
house.
it needs timing.
Elevated resting spots
Smart
also
appliances
reduce
help
the
by
chance of
adjusting
surprise,
when they run,
which is
often
important
without
for
you
animals
noticing.
that value control.
A water heater can warm
That
a
is why
tank
cats
earlier in
often
the day
choose
when
shelves,
solar power
the
is
backs
abundant.
of sofas, or
A
the tops
dishwasher
of furniture.
can start after midnight.
These
when demand
locations
is low.
are not
A
chosen
home
at
battery
random.
can charge
They
during
offer
a windy
stability
night and
discharge
discharge
during
from
the
above.
evening peak.
A cat can decide when
The
to
elegance
engage
is
and
that
when to
comfort
withdraw.
stays the same while the grid
In
gets
multi-cat
flexibility.
Vertical space
Multiply
can ease
that
tension
across
by
thousands
allowing
of
separate
homes,
territories
and it
within the
starts to
same
look
room.
like choreography.
For indoor cats,
Millions of
especially,
tiny decisions
elevation expands
aligning
the
to
usable
smooth out
environment
the energy
without
system.
adding square footage.
This approach
A
can
single
reduce
high
the
perch
need for
can make an
expensive
entire
backup
space feel
plants
safer,
that run only a
calmer,
few hours
and
per
easier
year.
to navigate.
It can also make renewable
Following
energy
you from
feel
room to
more
room
dependable
can signal affection.
because the system learns
When a
to
cat
bend
moves
demand
quietly after
around
you,
supply,
appearing again
instead
and
of
again
fighting it.
without demanding attention.
The challenge is
It can
trust
be a form of
and
companionship.
simplicity.
This behavior
People need
often
devices
reflects
that are
trust and
secure,
social bonding,
reliable,
rather than
and
neediness.
easy to override.
In the wild,
When done
cats
well,
that tolerate
it
closeness
feels like the
often do
gentlest
so with
kind of
individuals
revolution.
they feel safe around.
Not loud construction,
At home,
but quiet
following can be a
coordination,
way of staying connected,
where everyday
keeping you
appliances
within
become
sight and
partners
sound.
in a cleaner
The
grid.
cat may not always want interaction.
Transmission lines
Sometimes
let
it
sunny
simply
deserts
wants
power
proximity.
distant cities after
You
sunset.
might notice the cat settling
One of the
nearby,
most powerful
watching
tricks in
or
renewable
dozing
energy
as you go
is
about
distance.
your routine.
The sun
This
does
presence
not
can
set
change
everywhere
depending
at
on
once.
mood.
Time
And
of
weather
day
is rarely
or
identical
household activity
across a whole continent.
It is not constant. Transmission
That
lines
makes it
connect
meaningful.
those differences.
The cat
letting
is
regions
choosing
share
to be
what they
there.
have when they have
Following
it.
is not always about
A
food
desert
or
can produce
curiosity.
huge solar
Often,
output in
it is
late
about
afternoon.
shared space.
Then
Quiet
send that energy
companionship
towards cities
and
where
the
demand
comfort
is
of moving
rising
through the world
Meanwhile,
together.
another region might be
Play-fighting
catching
rehearses
wind at
real
night
hunting
and sending
sequences
power
in
back
miniature.
when the desert goes dark.
Play fights are not random bursts
This
of
is how
energy.
grids become more
They follow
resilient
a familiar pattern
by behaving
that
less
mirrors
like
hunting behavior.
isolated islands
A cat
and more like
watches,
a worked
crouches,
organism.
advances,
Building
makes
new transmission
contact,
is not
and then
trivial.
releases.
It requires
When two cats
permits,
play together,
community
they take
agreement,
turns in these
careful
roles,
routing,
practicing
and
timing
long-term
and
planning.
restraint.
Yet it
Claws
can
may stay
unlock
sheathed,
enormous value
and bites are
by
usually
reducing
inhibited.
curtailment and making
This
renewable
rehearsal
power
builds
usable
coordination,
over a wider
confidence,
area.
and social understanding.
It also changes the
Even
map
solo
of
play
energy.
with toys follows the
Places
same
once
structure,
considered remote,
especially
become
when the toy
strategic,
moves like prey.
not because of oil wells,
The sequence ends
but because
with
of
a capture,
sunlight,
then
and
rest.
open space.
With
This
strong
ending
transmission,
matters.
geography
completes the
turns
cycle
into an
and
advantage,
allows the body to relax.
and clean energy can travel farther than
Interrupting
ever.
play too early
Arriving where
can
people
leave a
live
cat restless
and work.
as if the story never
Microgrids
finished.
can keep hospitals running
That
when
is
storms
why
knock out
successful
main
play
grids.
sessions often
When a
lead
storm
to
hits,
calm
the
behavior
grid can fail in
afterward.
minutes. But
The
a
cat
hospital
did not
cannot
just
pause.
burn energy.
Microgrids
It
are designed
completed
for
a narrative
exactly that
written
moment.
into its instincts.
They are localized
One
power
miniature
systems
hunt
that can
at
disconnect
a
from the
time.
main grid and operate independently.
Cats may
using
bring
a mix of
prey as
generation,
gifts,
storage,
lessons,
and
or
intelligent
shared
controls.
resources.
Finding
Finding
a
a
cat's
cat's
that can mean
catch
solar
left in a
panels,
doorway
batteries,
can be
and
unsettling.
possibly other on-site
But the intent
resources
is rarely
working together
cruelty.
to keep critical systems alive.
In cat logic,
Operating
bringing
rooms,
prey can
refrigeration
serve
for
several
medicines,
meanings.
oxygen equipment,
It may be
and
sharing a valuable
communications.
resource with a
The
trusted
beauty
companion.
is not only in survival,
It may be
but in
offering a
smoothness.
lesson.
especially
well-designed
toward
microgrid
kittens
can
or
transition
dependent
quickly,
individuals.
reducing the risk of
Or it
damaging
may
sensitive
simply reflect
equipment
a
during
desire to
outages.
include
It can
others
also
in
lower
success.
costs during normal
In
times.
social cap
by
groups,
using stored
food sharing
energy
can
during
strengthen
peak prices,
bonds.
or by providing
With humans,
grid services.
the behavior transfers
Microgrids
imperfectly,
turn resilience,
but the motivation
into something
remains
built,
social.
not hoped for.
The cat is
They
not
make
confused
reliability
about your
feel
abilities.
local.
It is
and
acting within a
intentional,
framework,
like having a
where hunting
lighthouse
success
that stays
is meant
lit
to
through
be
the storm.
acknowledged.
Understanding
about
this
energy
reframes
as
healthcare
moment,
infrastructure.
while managing the behavior
Microgrids
may
become
be
more than
necessary
engineering.
for safety or hygiene.
They become peace
The
of
emotional
mind.
root is connection.
Modern grids
not
need
malice.
flexibility as much as they
To the
need
cat,
generation.
the offering says,
For most of the
"This
last
mattered,
century,
and
the grid
you
was built
are
around
part of
power
it."
plants that could be commanded
Outdoor
like
cats
machines.
face higher risks
Demand
from cars,
grows, and
disease,
supply follow.
and predators. A
Outdoor
renewable
environments
heavy grid
expose
expose
cats
cats
to
to dangers that are difficult
Supply
to control.
is abundant, but variable.
Traffic poses
So
one
the
of the
grid
most
must become
immediate
more
threats,
flexible,
especially in
capable of
areas with
balancing
limited
through many
visibility
tools at once.
or fast-moving vehicles.
Flexibility can come from storage.
Disease exposure
fast response
also
power
increases
electronics,
through contact with
smarter
other animals,
forecasting,
parasites,
stronger
or
transmission,
contaminated
and
surfaces.
loads that can shift time.
Predators,
It also
including
comes
larger
from market
animals
design
and even
planning.
territorial cats,
Because
can
software
add
and
further
rules
risk.
can be as important.
These dangers
as
are not
wires.
always obvious.
The
and
fascinating
cats may
thing
navigate
is
them
that this
successfully
turns
for
the
long
grid
periods
into a living system.
before an accident occurs.
It is no longer just a pipeline for
This
electricity.
unpredictability is
It
what
is a
makes
responsive
outdoor risk
network
so
that
serious.
senses conditions.
Many cat owners
and adjusts
choose alternatives
such as
When
supervised
flexibility
outdoor
is
time,
high,
enclosed
renewables
gardens,
can reach higher
or
shares
leash training
without
to balance
sacrificing
stimulation
reliability.
with safety.
When flexibility
The
is
goal
low,
is not
clean
confinement,
energy gets
but
wasted
protection.
through curtailment.
Cats are
or
capable
backup
navigators.
fossil plants
Yet
stay
modern
on.
environments contain dangers
The shift
that
is
instincts were never
psychological
shaped to manage.
as well as technical.
Awareness
We
gives
stop
owners
thinking
the
only
ability
about
to make
building more
choices that
generation
lower risk
and start
while
thinking
still
about
honoring a cat's
building
need
a better
to
grid.
explore. One that
Indoor
can
cats
dance
can
with
thrive
weather, with
instead
climbing
of
structures,
resisting it.
hiding places, and regular play.
Demand response can be
A
cheaper
well-designed
than
indoor
building new power
environment
plants.
does more than prevent
Sometimes
boredom.
the cheapest
It
energy
supports
is
natural
the energy
behavior.
you do not have to generate at
Vertical
all.
spaces allow both
Demand response
observation
is a way to
and
reduce
physical
or
activity.
shift electricity use during
Hiding
peak
spots
times.
offer
When the grid
retreat
is strained
and security.
and power is most
Daily
expensive.
play sessions
Instead
provide
of constructing
mental
a new
and physical
power plant
engagement
that might run
that mimics
only a handful
hunting.
of hours per year.
Together, these
Utilities
elements
can pay
create
businesses
balance.
or households
and
to temporarily
cat
lower
with
demand.
appropriate outlets
A
is more
factory
likely
might
to
pause
rest
a
well,
non-critical process
interact
for an hour,
calmly, and
a
avoid
building might adjust
stress-related
its cooling
behaviors.
slightly. A
Variety
fleet
matters
of water
too.
heaters might cycle
Rotating
gently,
toys,
changing
barely
noticeable
viewpoints
to residents,
and offering new challenges.
The grid
can
gets
keep
relief,
curiosity
and
alive
customers get
without
rewarded.
overwhelming the cat.
The fascinating
small
part
changes
is how
can
small
refresh a familiar
changes add up.
space.
Indoor
tiny
life
adjustment
does not
across
have to many
many
participants
limitations.
can replace a
With
large
thoughtful
design
design,
of peak
it
capacity.
can
Become a controlled ecosystem.
Demand
where instincts
response
are
also
honored
helps integrate
safely.
renewables by aligning
The key
consumption
is intention.
with times of abundant
When the
clean
environment
power.
invites exploration,
It
and
is a
rest in
reminder
equal
that
measure,
energy systems are
cats
not
adapt
only about
beautifully,
supply,
turning indoor
they
spaces
are about
into
choices,
full territories
habits,
rather than
and
cages.
coordination.
Cats form
When demand
strong
becomes
bonds
flexible,
with other cats.
the grid
not just
becomes
humans.
less fragile.
While cats are
and
often
clean
described
energy
as
becomes
solitary,
easier to
many
welcome.
form deep social bonds with other
Renewables
cats.
can cut water use.
These relationships
since many
develop
fossil
through
plants
shared
need
space,
heavy cooling.
predictable routines,
Electricity
and
can be
respectful
surprisingly
distance.
thirsty.
Bonded cats
Many
may
traditional
groom each
power
other,
plants
sleep
boil
close,
water to
or
make
move through
steam,
the home as a
then
quiet
must
pair.
cool that steam back
Their
down,
communication
often
is
withdrawing
subtle,
huge
built on
volumes
trust
from
rather
rivers,
than constant
lakes,
contact.
or the sea.
Even cats that are not
In hot
tightly
weather,
bonded,
when water
can
is already
coexist
stressed
peacefully,
and ecosystems are
maintaining
vulnerable,
a stable
that
social
cooling
structure
demand
over
can
time.
collide with human
Introducing new cats carefully
renewable
is
sources
important
like wind
because
and solar
bonds grow
photovoltaics
slowly
sidestep
and cannot
much
be
of that
forced.
problem. Because they do
When
not
they
rely
do
on
form,
constant steam
they can
cycles for
provide
generation.
comfort, stimulation,
That means less
and
competition for
companionship
water during
that
droughts
humans
and
alone
heat waves,
cannot always
and
offer.
fewer warm water
Watching
discharges
bonded cats
that can stress
interact
aquatic
reveals
life.
a softer side of feline
The benefit
life.
can be easy to
One
miss
built on
because
mutual
it is invisible.
tolerance and
You do not
quiet
see
loyalty.
the water that
These
never had to be
relationships
pumped,
remind
treated,
us
or
that
returned.
cats are not only
Yet
connected
it matters
to people,
deeply in dry regions
they are capable
where water
of
is as
rich
strategic
social
as
worlds
electricity.
of their own.
Clean
Feral
energy
cat
can be a
colonies
water
stabilize
strategy
through
as much
trap,
as a climate
neuter,
strategy,
and return
easing
programs.
pressure on reservoirs,
In a managed
protecting
feral
rivers,
colonies,
and helping
populations
communities
can
keep
grow
more water
quickly,
available for
creating
drinking
stress
and
for
farming.
cats and conflict
Air
with
pollution
surrounding
drops
communities
quickly when coal is replaced
Trap,
by
neuter,
wind
and
and
return
solar.
programs.
One of the
Work by
most
interrupting
striking
that
things about
cycle
cleaning up the
humanely.
grid is how fast
Cats are
the air can
carefully
respond.
trapped, sterilized,
Coal combustion
vaccinated,
releases a mix of pollutants
and then return
that
to their
form
familiar
haze and
territory
fine particles.
without the pressure
And
of
those particles
reproduction.
can travel through
Behaviors
neighborhoods
like
and into
fighting,
lungs
roaming,
within hours.
and loud vocalizing
When coal plants
often
run
decrease.
less because wind and solar
Over
are supplying
time,
more
colony
electricity,
numbers
the
naturally
reduction in
decline
local
as
pollution
cats
can
live
be
out their
rapid,
lives without
especially
producing more
around
kittens.
major power stations.
Stability matters
You can
because
sometimes
feral
see it
cats
in
are
clearer
deeply attached
skylines
to known
and
spaces.
feel it in fewer scratchy
Relocation
throats.
often fails,
Even if the change
while
is
return
subtle,
preserves
day-to-day.
the social structure already in place.
The deeper impact
Caregivers
shows
can
up in
then
health
monitor
outcomes
health
over
and
time.
provide consistent food,
Fewer
reducing
asthma
risky
flare-ups,
scavenging,
fewer hospital visits, and
these
fewer
programs
days when vulnerable
shift the
people are
focus
told
from
to stay
constant
indoors.
crisis to long-term
What makes
balance.
this so compelling is
They
the
recognize
immediacy,
that feral cats
climate
exist,
benefits,
that
can
they
feel
belong
abstract,
somewhere specific,
because they
and
unfold
that
over
thoughtful
decades.
management can reduce suffering
Cleaner
for
air
both
is
animals
often felt
and
now.
people. It reframes renewable
catnip
energy
response
as
is
something that
inherited,
protects the
leaving
present,
some cats
not just the
unaffected.
future. Each
Not
megawatt
every cat
of clean
reacts to
generation
catnip, and
is
that
not only an
difference is written
engineering
into
choice.
genetics.
It is a quieter
Sensitivity
street,
to catnip
a clearer
is
breath,
inherited,
and a
meaning
healthier
cat
morning
either
for
has the
communities
ability to
downwind
respond
or does not. Clean energy
For those
reduces
who
fuel
do,
price shocks.
the effect can look
because
dramatic.
sunshine has no
Rolling,
cartel.
rubbing,
Fossil
purring,
fuels
or
are
sudden
traded
bursts of
commodities.
play.
And that
For
means
others,
their prices can
catnip is
swing
completely
with wars,
uninteresting,
shipping disruptions,
producing little more
political
than a
decisions,
polite sniff.
and market panic.
Kittens often show no
Those
response
swings
at all
can
until
appear
they
on household
mature,
bills,
even if they
with an
carry the
unpleasant
gene.
surprise.
The reaction
Even for
itself
people
is
who
temporary
never
and
change their
harmless,
behavior.
usually fading within
Renewable
minutes.
energy changes
What makes
the
this
rules,
fascinating
because
is
the
how
main
clear
input
the divide
is
can
not
be.
something you buy on a
Two
global
cats
market.
in the same home
The
can
sun
encounter the
does not
same
raise
plant
its price
and
during a
experience
crisis.
entirely
The
different
wind
worlds.
does not get
One
embargoed.
enters a moment of joyful
Once a solar
intensity.
farm or wind
The
project
other walks
is built,
away unmoved.
much of its cost
It is a simple
locked in,
reminder,
and that
stability
cats
can
are
protect
individuals
consumers
at a
from
biological
sudden spikes.
level. Not
This
just
also
in
reshapes
personality,
national
but in
security
perception.
in a quiet way. Silvervine
Countries that
excites
import
some
large
cats
amounts of fuel
who
can
ignore
reduce
catnip
vulnerability
entirely.
by relying
For
more
cats
on
that
local
show no
renewable
interest in
resources.
catnip, Silvervine
Of
can
course,
unlock
renewables
completely
still
different
depend on
response.
supply chains for
This
equipment
plant contains
and grids
compounds
still
that
require
stimulate
investment.
similarities.
But
Pathways,
the day-to-day operation
sometimes more
is less
strongly
hostage to
in
global
cats
fuel
who
drama.
otherwise
seem indifferent.
It is a
When
kind of
exposed,
economic calm
these caps may
built
rub,
into physics.
roll, vocalize,
When your energy is
or
delivered by
display
weather
playful energy
rather than
they
tankers,
rarely show with
the
other
world's sharks
stimuli.
have a harder time
The
reaching your
response
light
can
switch.
appear sudden and surprising,
Community
as
solar
if a hidden
lets
switch
renters
was
benefit
flipped.
without owning a roof.
Not everyone has a roof
a
they
long
can
history
use.
in parts
Renters,
of Asia, apartment
where it has been
residents,
used
and
as
as
enrichment
enriched-shaded
for
hose
cats for
can be
generations.
shut out of rooftop solar,
The
even if they want to
existence of multiple
participate.
plant responses.
Community solar
highlights
was
how
invented to
varied
solve that
feline
fairness
sensory
problem.
systems
A
are.
shared solar project
A lack
is
of
built in
reaction
one
to one
location,
stimulus
and
does not
people
mean a
subscribe
cat is
to a
uninterested
portion of its
in
output.
enrichment.
Receiving
It may
credits
simply
on the
require
electricity
a different
bill,
key, as if the panels were
offering
theirs.
alternatives.
It turns
respects
clean
that
energy
diversity
into something
allowing
you can
more
join,
cats to experience
not something
safe,
you must own
stimulating
property
moments
to
of
access.
excitement, tailored
The feeling
to their biology.
is powerful.
Synthetic
a family in
pheromones
a small
can calm
apartment
cats
can
during
still
stressful
help drive
changes.
new renewable construction.
Cats rely heavily on scent
A
to
school
interpret
district
safety,
can subscribe and
synthetic
stabilize
pheromones
energy costs.
are designed to mimic the
A
calming
community
signals
group
cats
can
naturally
organize
produce.
subscriptions
These
that
products release
prioritize
odorless
local
cues
benefits that can help a cat
It
feel
also
more
builds
secure
local
during
pride,
disruptions,
because the
such as
project
moving,
is visible
introducing
and
new
collective,
animals, or
not
changes
hidden behind
in
routine.
private fences.
While they do not
The key
sedate
is
or control
good
behavior
policy
directly,
and
they can
transparent
reduce
billing,
stress responses
so people
by
trust the
reinforcing
savings.
familiarity.
When it works
Some
well,
cats respond
it
quickly,
is one of the
while
gentlest
others
pathways
show
into
gradual
the energy
improvement
transition,
over days.
letting more people step
The effectiveness
in without
varies,
needing
but
perfect
for many
circumstances,
households, pheromones
and making
provide a
clean
supportive
power
backdrop
feel like a
that eases
community
transitions.
immunity.
rather
They work
than an
best
appeal.
alongside environmental adjustments,
Exclusive
like quiet
upgrade
spaces
in some
and
regions.
predictable
Renewable
schedules.
curtailment happens
What
because
makes them
too
interesting
much power
is how
arrives.
subtle the approach is.
It sounds like a problem
Rather than
from a
training
future
or
we
restraint,
once dreamed about.
they speak the cat's
Too
own
much
sensory
clean
language.
electricity.
It is
Curtailment
an example
when
of problem
wind or
solving
solar
that meets
output is
cats where they
reduced,
already
not
live,
because
in
the
scent,
resource failed,
memory,
but because
and
the grid
emotional
cannot use or
association.
move all the energy
Cats
at that
detect
moment.
human emotions through voice,
This can happen
posture,
when
and
transmission is
routine
limited,
shifts.
when demand
Cats
is low,
may not
or
understand
when other
words,
generators
but they are
cannot ramp
sensitive
down quickly
observers
enough.
of patterns.
While it
Changes
can
in
feel
voice
wasteful,
tone, movement,
it is also
and
a
daily
sign of
rhythm
success,
can signal emotional
showing
shifts
that renewable
cats notice
capacity
quickly.
is large enough to
A louder
sometimes
voice,
exceed
faster
local
steps, or
needs.
disrupted routines can
Curtailment
register as
pushes
tension,
the next
even
wave
if nothing
of
obvious
innovation.
has happened.
It encourages more
Some
storage,
cats respond by
stronger
staying close,
transmission,
others by
smarter
giving
demand
space.
shifting, and
Over
flexible
time,
industry
cats
that
learn
can
what
run
different
when
emotional
power is
states
plentiful.
predict: comfort, play,
It also invites
unpredictability,
new
or
ideas,
withdrawal.
like producing hydrogen
This sensitivity
or
is
charging
not
fleets
empathy in the
during
human
surplus
sense,
hours.
but it is awareness.
The fascinating
Cats
part
track
is the shift
consistency
in
because it
mindset.
helps them feel
Instead
safe.
of asking, do
When a
we have
household
enough
feels
energy?
unsettled, cats
The
often
grid
adjust their
starts
behavior
asking,
accordingly.
do we have enough
Their responses can seem
flexibility?
intuitive, but
Curtailment
they are built
is
from
not
observation.
the end of the story.
By
It is
noticing
the
these
grid
patterns,
revealing
cats
where
adapt
to
to the
evolve
emotional
next.
climate around them,
Recycling
quietly
solar
shaping
panels
their
into
actions to
turbine
match
blades
what the
is a
environment feels
fast-growing
like in the
engineering
moment.
frontier.
Cats were
Renewable
studied in
energy
space
is
to
built
understand
to last,
balance and
but
motion.
nothing lasts
Cats
forever.
have played a role in
As
early
early
space
generations of
research,
panels and
chosen
blades
for their
age
agility
out,
and balance
the question
systems.
becomes, what
Scientists
to do with the
were interested in
materials?
how the inner ear adapts to weightlessness.
This is where
since
a new
cats
frontier
rely
has
heavily on
emerged,
balance to move
blending
and orient
chemistry,
themselves.
design, and circular
Studying their
economy
reactions
thinking.
helped researchers
Solar
understand how
panels are made
mammals
of
respond
glass,
to altered
aluminum
gravity
frames,
and disorientation.
and valuable metals that
These
can be
experiments
recovered when
contributed
recycling
to
is
broader
done
knowledge
well.
about motion sickness,
Turbine blades
coordination,
are more
and
challenging,
neural adaptation.
often built from strong
While modern
composite
research
materials
methods
that
have
do not
changed,
melt
this chapter
and
remains
reprocess
a
as
striking
easily as
example of how
metals.
cats have intersected with human curiosity
Engineers are
beyond
working
Earth.
on ways to break composites
The
into
idea of a
reusable
cat
fibers,
floating in space
turn
feels
old
surreal,
blades into structural
yet it
products,
reflects how adaptable
or
their bodies
redesign
are.
materials so they are easier
Even
to
when
recycle
removed
from the
familiar
beginning.
conditions, cats
This
offered
goes
insight
beyond
into how
reducing
living
waste.
systems cope
It cuts
with the
the need for
unfamiliar.
New extraction
It is a
lowers
reminder that
full
cats
life
have quietly
cycle
contributed
impacts
to science
and
in
helps the
places far
renewable
beyond
transition
living rooms
feel
and gardens.
whole and
The
finished.
first cloned pet was a cat,
There is a quiet
raising
elegance
ethical
in this
questions.
idea.
The
same
first
industries
commercially
that built
cloned
the
pet
clean
was a
energy
cat,
era
marking
now
a
have
turning
the
point in how
opportunity
people
to
thought
shape
about
its
genetics
second
and
chapter,
companionship.
where end of
The
life
cloning process
becomes a
produced
fresh
an animal
start.
with the same
And
DNA as
tomorrow's
the
turbines
original,
and panels
but not the
are
same
partly
personality
made
or
from
experiences.
yesterday's. Rare
This
earth
distinction
metals
surprised
are not
many
always
people,
necessary for
highlighting
wind
how much
turbines.
behavior is shaped by
People
environment
often worry
rather
that
than genes
clean
alone.
energy depends on
The
scarce
event
materials.
sparked debates about
There is
ethics,
some truth in that
identity,
concern.
and the emotional
But
motivations
wind
behind
power has
cloning
more
animals.
flexibility than many assume.
Could a genetic copy
Some
truly
turbine
replace a
generators
lost
use
companion,
rare earth magnets
or would it
for high
always be
efficiency
someone new?
and compact size,
The answer leaned
especially
toward
in
the
certain
latter.
direct drive designs.
While the
Yet
science
many
demonstrated
turbines
technical
operate
possibility,
perfectly well
it
with
also
other
revealed
generator
limits.
types that rely
A
on more
cat
common
is not
materials.
just its genome.
The
It is
choice
a lifetime
depends
of
on
learning,
cost,
habits,
design
and
philosophy,
relationships.
supply chain
The
strategy,
cloning milestone
and
made that
maintenance
truth
preferences.
clearer.
This is
showing
important
that individuality
because it means
cannot
wind
be
energy
duplicated,
is not
even
locked
when the
into a
blueprint
single
is
resource
the same.
bottleneck.
Cats helped scientists map
Manufacturers
how the brain
can
processes
adapt.
vision, and countries can diversify
Cats
technologies
have played a
based
key
on their
role
own
in understanding
industrial
how
strengths.
visual information
It
is
also shows
organized
how
in the brain.
engineering is full of
Their
trade-offs,
visual system,
not
particularly
commandments.
in the cortex,
You can
proved
pursue
useful for
simpler
studying
gearboxes,
how neurons
different
respond to
generator
edges,
architectures,
movement,
and alternative
orientation.
materials. Depending on
Research
what the
involving
project
cats
values
helped
most.
scientists discover that the
The
brain
deeper
processes
fascination
visual
is
scenes
that the wind itself
in structured
does
layers
not care what
rather
metal
than
you
as a
choose.
single image.
The atmosphere offers
These
energy
findings
freely,
shaped modern
and humans
neuroscience
are still refining
and
the
influenced
best ways
how
to
vision
harvest
is
it
understood across
with whatever
species,
materials make
including
sense.
humans.
That
The choice of
adaptability
cats was
is
not
part
accidental.
of why wind has spread
Their
so
visual
quickly
acuity
across
and
the world.
well-defined neural responses
Supply chains
made
can be
patterns
cleaner
easier
too,
to observe.
using renewable-powered manufacturing.
While the research itself belongs to the
It
past,
is easy to imagine
its impact
renewable
remains
energy
present
in
in
fields
fields
like
like
medicine
medicine
when the equipment
and
is
artificial
installed.
intelligence.
It is striking
But there is
to
a
realize
quieter story
that the way we
upstream,
understand
in
seeing,
factories and
something
furnaces
we do
where the
constantly
equipment
without
is
thinking,
made,
was clarified in part by
Manufacturing
studying
steel,
how
glass,
cats interpret the world
and
through their
chemicals
eyes can be energy
Cat hunting
intensive.
behavior shaped pest
And the
control
electricity
across
use there
early
shapes
civilizations.
the footprint of the
As humans
final
began
product.
storing food, pests
As grids
followed,
get cleaner
and cat
factories
filled
adopt their
a
own
crucial
renewable
role.
power,
The
their
entire
hunting
supply
behavior
chain
reduced
starts
rodent
to lighten.
populations in homes,
A
farms,
solar panel
and granaries
made in a
region with
protecting
clean
supplies
electricity
and limiting
can
the
have a
spread of
lower
disease.
embedded impact
This
than one
practical
made
value
where coal
encouraged
dominates.
people to tolerate, then
The
welcome
same goes
cats
for battery
into shared
production,
spaces.
metal refining,
Over time,
and component
this relationship
manufacturing.
shaped settlement patterns.
Companies are
and
beginning
daily
to track
life.
this more carefully.
A
Because
good mouser
customers and
could mean the
governments
difference between
increasingly
abundance
ask
and
not
loss.
only what a product
Cats
does,
did not need
but
training.
how it
Their
was made.
instincts aligned naturally with
This
human
creates a
needs.
beautiful feedback
This
loop.
quiet partnership
Renewables
influenced
help
agriculture
clean
and
manufacturing,
urban living long
and cleaner
before written
manufacturing
records captured it.
helps build more renewables.
The impact was not
with
dramatic
lower
in any
impact.
single moment.
The transition becomes self-reinforcing.
Storehouse
It is not
after
just
storehouse.
switching fuels at the power
By
plant.
following their instincts,
It is cleaning
cats
the industrial
help stabilize
bloodstream
human
that
communities.
produces the tools
In doing
of
so,
modern life.
they
So
earned
the
a
story
place
of
beside
clean
us
energy
that
is
persists
cleaner
today.
from start to finish.
Many modern breeds arose
Mining
from natural
impacts
mutations,
matter,
not design.
So clean energy still
Some of the
demands
most distinctive
responsible
cat
sourcing.
breeds
Began with chance changes
Renewables
rather
reduce
than
air
deliberate
pollution
planning
and climate emissions.
but they still require
curled
materials.
tail, unusual
and those
coat
materials
texture,
come
or
from
unique
somewhere.
color pattern.
Mining
natural,
can bring habitat
then
disruption,
caught human attention.
water pollution,
When people
labor
chose to preserve
exploitation,
and repeat those
conflict
traits,
if it
a
is
breed
poorly governed.
slowly formed.
Pretending
This means
clean
many
energy
modern
has no
cats trace
footprint
their origins
is
to
not
spontaneous
honest.
variation, and
Rather
honesty
than careful
is
design.
what leads to better solutions.
The process highlights how flexible
Responsible
the feline
sourcing
genome
means
is,
stronger
and how much
environmental
diversity can
standards,
arise without
safer working
intervention.
conditions.
Transparency
It also
about where
explains
materials
why some
originate
traits come
and
with
recycling
unexpected
systems
health
that
considerations,
reduce the need
since
for
they were not
new
refined
extraction.
over the long periods.
It also
These
means
naturally
smarter
emerging
design,
features
using
remind
less
us that
material,
cats have
substituting
always
abundant
evolved
elements
alongside
where
humans,
possible, and
not
building
under
products that
strict
can be
control.
repaired and reused. Breed history often starts with
This
observation,
is the real maturity
not
of the energy
invention.
transition.
It is not only
Humans
about
replacing
noticed
smokestacks.
something unusual.
It is about
Found it
building
beautiful
a new
or
system
interesting without
and
repeating
decided to
old
keep it
harms in a new form.
The result is a modern cat
The hopeful
world
path
shaped as
is
much
that
by
these
chance
impacts
as
are
by
visible
choice.
and solvable.
Minecraft
Are
policy
known for
technology,
size,
tufted paws,
and pressure
and
from
winter coats.
informed consumers.
Maine Coon evolved in a cold
Clean
climate
energy
where
can be
survival
cleaner
favored
still,
size, strength,
but only if we
and
care
insulation.
about the whole chain, from
Their
the
large
mine
bodies
to the
conserve
wire
heat,
to the finished
while long,
machine.
water-resistant coats
Energy
help shed
efficiency
snow
is
and
the quiet
moisture.
twin of renewables.
Tufted paws
shrinking
act like
what
natural
we must
snowshoes,
generate.
spreading weight.
There is a
and
thrilling
protecting
side
toes
of
from frozen
renewables.
ground.
Big turbines,
The thick
and
tail
shimmering
can wrap
solar
around the body
fields.
for warmth during rest.
But efficiency
Despite
is
their
the
impressive
quiet
build,
hero that
Maine
makes
Coon
those
are
projects
often
go
gentle
farther.
and socially curious,
When buildings
earning them
are
a
well
reputation
insulated,
as friendly
when
giants.
LED lighting replaces older
Their slow
bulbs,
maturation means
when
they
motors
keep
and
kitten-like
appliances are
playfulness
designed
longer than
to
many
waste
breeds.
less.
Historically,
The same comfort
they were valued
and
as
productivity
working cats,
require
capable
less
hunters in
electricity.
harsh conditions.
That means
Everything
fewer
about their
power
design
plants
reflects
of any
practicality,
kind,
shaped
fewer
by environment.
transmission upgrades.
When you
and
see
less
a mane
strain
stretched
during
across a room,
extreme weather.
it can feel dramatic.
Efficiency
But
also
every
makes
feature tells a
renewables
story of
easier to
adaptation,
integrate,
endurance,
because demand
calm
peaks
confidence
become smaller
in cold
and
northern
smoother.
landscapes.
the most interesting thing about efficiency
The Scottish fold
is
look
that it is
comes
often
with genes
invisible.
that may harm joints.
You do not feel insulation
folded ears
working.
that define this breed
You do not
are
hear
caused
a
by a genetic
high-efficiency
change
motor
affecting
saving
cartilage.
power.
While
Yet
the
the
ears are the
savings
most visible
accumulate
result,
every hour,
cartilage also supports
quietly
joints
reducing
throughout
costs
the body
and emissions.
In some cats,
It is
this
like
can lead to
tightening
stiffness,
a leaky
discomfort,
system,
or
so
degenerative
every
joint
drop
issues
counts.
as they age. In many cases, the challenge
Efficiency
is that symptoms
upgrades
may
pay
develop
back
gradually
quickly,
through
making
lower
them
bills,
easy to miss
which
early
makes
on.
them a practical first
Ethical
step
breeding
in the
practices
energy
aim
transition.
to reduce risk.
Renewables
But the concern
change
remains
where
important.
energy comes from. This breed highlights
Efficiency
a broader truth about
changes how
selective
much we
breeding.
need in the first
Physical
place.
traits that look harmless
And that
can carry
partnership
hidden costs.
is one of the most
Responsible
powerful
care
combinations
involves
on
close
Earth.
veterinary monitoring, heat
And
pumps
attention to
can deliver
movement,
multiple units of
posture,
heat
and
per
comfort.
unit of electricity.
The
It
Scottish
sounds
fold's
like a
appearance
trick
can be
until you
endearing,
picture what is really
but understanding
happening.
the biology
A
behind
heat
it
pump
matters.
is not making heat from scratch the way
Appreciating
a toaster
cats
does.
fully includes
It is
acknowledging
moving
when
heat,
beauty and welfare
gathering
must
low-grade
be
warmth
carefully
from
balanced.
outdoor air or the ground,
Bengal
and concentrating
cats
it
traced
indoors.
to wild ancestors.
Because of that,
creating
a single
striking
unit of
coat
electricity
patterns.
can drive the transfer of
Bengal
several
cats
units of
descend
usable
from
heat.
crosses between domestic
The
cats
result is a
and
kind of
small
energy
wild
multiplication,
cats, giving them
feels
bold,
almost
rosetted
unfair,
patterns,
especially
especially
in
jungle
well-insulated
predators.
homes, where the heat
The
you
look
deliver
captures
stays
attention
put.
immediately, but it
Modern
also
systems
reflects
can
a
work
complex
in surprisingly
genetic
cold
history.
climates using clever
Early breeding
refrigerants,
aimed to balance
variable speed
wild
compressors
appearance
with domestic
smart
temperament
controls
that adjust
over
smoothly
generations.
instead of cycling
Bengals
harshly.
became companions while retaining
This makes
athletic
heat pumps
builds
a perfect
and high
partner
energy.
for renewable electricity.
Many Bengals are
When
especially
wind is
drawn
strong
to
at
climbing,
night, or
problem
solar is
solving,
abundant
and
during the day,
interactive play.
that clean power
often
can
with
be
more
turned
intensity
into comfort
than the average
with impressive
cat.
efficiency.
Their coats
are short. It
and
also
sleek,
changes the sound of
and
winter.
frequently catch the
Instead
light
of a
with a
furnace
subtle
igniting
shimmer
in bursts,
known as
you get a
glitter.
steady, gentle warmth.
Living
as if
with
the
a
house is
Bengal can
quietly
feel
borrowing
energetic
heat
and
from the
lively
world outside.
because they flourish with engagement
Induction
and
stoves
mental
can cut
stimulation.
indoor pollution compared with
The
burning
breed's
gas.
history shows how
Cooking is one of
careful,
the most
selective
intimate
pairing
energy uses
can
in a
shape
home,
both looks
happening right
and
where people
behavior.
breathe.
Gas stoves release combustion
When you
byproducts
notice those
directly
bold
into
markings,
kitchens,
including
you are seeing
nitrogen
a visual
dioxide
reflection
and
of
tiny
wild
particles,
ancestry,
especially when
carefully
ventilation is
woven
weak.
into domestic life.
Induction cooking sidesteps
Rabbit
that
dogs, by
because it does
contrast,
not burn anything.
often become
It
deeply
uses
relaxed
an
when
electromagnetic
held.
field
A
to heat the
trait
pot
shaped
itself,
through temperament,
meaning
and
the
breeding.
pan becomes the heat source.
They are known for
while the
their
surrounding
tendency
air
to go
stays
limp
cleaner
when picked up,
The
which
experience
inspired
is
their
also
name.
surprisingly responsive.
This gentle
Water
response
can boil
is tied
quickly.
to temperament
Heat changes
rather
feel
than
immediate,
any lack of
and the
muscle
stovetop
strength.
surface often stays cooler than traditional
Through selective
electric coils,
breeding,
because
calm
it is not the
and
main
tolerant
thing being
personalities
heated.
were emphasized.
For families,
Many
this
rag
can mean a
dolls
calmer
enjoy
kitchen
human
with
contact,
less lingering odor,
follow
and
people
fewer
closely,
invisible irritants,
and seek physical closeness.
It can also mean safer cooking
Their
for small
large
children,
size and
since
soft
spills are
coats
less likely to
enhance
bake onto
the
a
impression
scorching
of
surface.
gentleness. However,
Induction
not
is not
every
just a
individual
gadget
responds
upgrade.
the same
It is a
way,
quiet shift
and respect
in
for
the indoor
boundaries
environment
still matters, turning the kitchen from a tiny
The breed
combustion
demonstrates
site
how temperament
into
can
a
be
cleaner,
shaped over
more
generations,
controllable
just as
workspace
coat or size
that pairs naturally with
Living with a
renewable
ragdoll
electricity.
often feels quietly affectionate.
Electric buses
marked by
can
trust
use
and
regenerative braking.
The behavior
Recapturing
reminds us
energy
that cats
at
can
stops.
be deeply social in their own
City
way.
buses
choosing
are always
softness
stopping,
and proximity
always
rather than
starting.
independence or distance.
And that stop-and-go pattern can waste
Sphinx cats
enormous
feel
energy
warm
in
because they
traditional
lack
vehicles,
insulating fur.
as heat from breaking.
Without a fur coat to trap heat,
Electric buses
Sphinx
can
cats
turn that
lose
waste
warmth more
into a
quickly
return.
than furry cats.
When the driver
To
brakes,
compensate,
the
their
motor
bodies
can
maintain
act
higher
like a
skin
generator,
temperatures,
making
converting
them feel
motion
unusually
back into
warm
electricity.
to the touch, and sending it
This warmth
into the
draws
battery.
them toward blankets, laps, and
Each
sunny
stop
spots.
becomes a small recharge.
Their skin
which is
also
beautifully
produces
suited
oils
to
that would
roots
normally
full of
be
traffic
absorbed by
lights
fur,
and passenger
requiring
pickups.
regular cleaning. The
benefits
lack of fur
ripple
does not mean
outward.
lack of care.
Less brake
It
wear
means
can mean
different
lower
care.
maintenance
Sphinx
and
cats
fewer
often
brake dust
seek
particles
constant
in the air.
contact, using closeness
The ride
to regulate
can feel
temperature.
smoother too.
Their
Because
appearance can be
regenerative
striking,
braking can
but
be
their needs
controlled
are
with
practical
precision
and physical.
rather than relying only
Warmth,
on friction.
protection
For
from
transit
sun,
agencies,
and skin
the
maintenance
energy
are part of
savings
daily
can make
life.
routes more efficient
The
and
Sphinx
predictable.
highlights how form changes
The
function.
bigger story is how
Remove
cities
fur,
sound
and the
and
entire
smell.
relationship between
Electric
body
buses
and
can be
environment
quieter
shifts,
at low speeds,
creating a
and
cat
free of
that
tailpipe
thrives on
fumes
closeness
at the curb
and
where
careful
people wait.
attention.
When powered by clean
Russian
electricity,
blues appear
a
plush
daily commute
due to an
becomes
unusually
part of the
dense
renewable
double
transition. One
Russian
stop at a
blues
time,
have a coat that stands
turning
away
the
from the
rhythm
body,
of urban movement
creating a
into an
plush,
energy
velvety
recovery
texture.
system.
This effect
Green
comes from an
steel
unusually
can be made
dense
using
double
hydrogen
coat,
instead
where
of
guard
coal.
hairs and undercoat
Steel is the
are
skeleton
nearly the
of
same
modern
length.
life, but
The
traditional
result is
steelmaking
fur that
often
feels
relies
thick,
on
yet
coal-derived
soft,
carbon
with a
to pull
silvery
oxygen
sheen
out of
that
iron
catches
ore,
light,
subtly.
releasing large amounts of carbon
This coat,
dioxide
likely
in the
developed
process.
as protection against
Green
cold
steel
climates.
proposes a different
Alongside
chemistry.
their appearance,
Russian
hydrogen
blues are
is the
often
reducing
described
agent
as
instead,
reserved
So the main byproduct forming strong bonds with familiar carbon emissions. They tend to prefer calm
It is a stunning
environments
shift
and
because
predictable
it changes
routines.
one of the most foundational
Grooming is
industrial
relatively
reactions
simple
on Earth.
despite the density.
The challenge
As the coast
is scale
resists
and
matting.
cost.
Hydrogen must be produced
When a
cleanly,
Russian bloom moves,
reliably,
the first
and in
shifts
huge
like a
quantities,
soft
cloud, rather than lying
Asterisk
flat.
and steel plants
It is a
must be
quiet
redesigned
kind of beauty,
or retrofitted
built from structure
to handle new
rather
processes
than length,
safely,
reflecting a balance
the
between
promise
elegance
is enormous.
and resilience.
bridges, rail lines,
Turkish
cars,
vans
and
are
buildings
famous for
could
enjoying
be built
water
with
with
dramatically
dramatically
lower
lower climate impact.
Unlike many cats,
It also creates
Turkish
a
vans
new kind
are
of
often
industrial
drawn to water.
ecosystem. Some
Renewable
paddle in
electricity
shallow
makes
pools,
hydrogen,
bat at
hydrogen
dripping
helps
taps,
make steel,
or even
and
swim
cleaner
willingly
steel
helps build more
This
renewable
unusual
infrastructure.
preference may connect to their
There is a
region of
sense
origin
of the future
where
large
in it.
bodies of water were
The same
part of the
material
environment
that
built the fossil era.
Their coats
could help
are
build
water
the
resistant,
post-fossil era,
helping them dry quickly
not
after
by
getting
disappearing,
wet.
but by
The
changing
behavior is
how
not
it is
universal,
born.
but it is common enough
Some
to
cement
define the
plants
breed's
use
reputation.
electrified kills and captured carbon
Living with a
to cut
water-loving
emissions.
cat can be surprising.
Cement
turning
is
sinks
everywhere,
and bathtubs
yet its
into
climate
potential
impact
play
is often
spaces.
invisible to
It
the
also
people walking on
challenges
sidewalks.
assumptions about feline behavior.
Emissions come from two places.
Cats are often described
The
as
heat needed
water
to run
averse.
kills, and the
Yet
chemical
here is a clear
reaction
exception.
that releases carbon
The
dioxide.
Turkish fan
when
reminds us
limestone
that
becomes
cats are
clinker.
not a single template.
New approaches aim at both problems.
Environment
Electrified
and
kills
history
could
shape
replace
preferences
fossil
in ways
flames
that can
with
completely
renewable
overturn
powered
expectations,
heat.
especially as high-temperature
Abyssinians
industrial
resemble
electrification
ancient art,
improved, despite surprisingly
At the
modern
same time,
origins. Carbon capture systems
Abyssinians
are often
carbon
said to
dioxide
look like cats
from
depicted
kiln
in
exhaust,
ancient art, preventing
with
it from
sleek
entering the
bodies,
atmosphere,
large ears,
and potentially
and alert
sending it for
expressions.
storage or use in new
Despite this
materials.
appearance, the modern breed developed
There are
relatively
also
recently.
alternative cement chemistries.
Their
and
resemblance
additives
to historical
that reduce
imagery
the amount of
likely
trinker
reflects
needed in the
shared
first place,
physical traits
making
rather
each
than direct
ton
lineage.
less polluting. The ticked
The
coat
fascination
pattern
here
gives them a
is
wild,
that it is
timeless
not one
look,
silver bullet.
with each hair banded
It is a
in color.
bundle of strategies working
Abyssinians
together,
are typically
like
energetic,
redesigning a recipe,
curious,
and
while
people
also
focused,
changing the oven,
often preferring activity over language.
If successful,
Their
it means the
elegance
buildings
can
of the
feel
future can be
ancient,
built with
but
less
their behavior
hidden climate
is
cost.
lively and modern.
The concrete under our feet could become part of the
contrast is
solution,
part of their
not
appeal.
just
They
part
look
of the
like
problem.
they stepped out of history.
Renewable
Yet
power,
they act like
desalination,
explorers of
can
the
turn
present
some
moment.
and wind into drinking
The breed
water.
shows
When
how
you live
visual
near the ocean,
association can
it
shape
can feel
storytelling,
cruel to be thirsty,
even when the true
with
timeline
all
is
that
more
water
recent
nearby
and complex.
Desalination offers a
Some
path,
cats have
but
two
it
different
traditionally
icons
comes with heavy
called
energy
heterochromia.
demands. Pairing desalination
Heterochromia
with
occurs
renewables
when each eye
changes the
develops a
feel of
different
the whole
color.
system. Often blue,
Instead of
paired with
burning
green,
fuel
gold,
to force
or
water
amber.
through membranes,
This happens
coastal
due to
wind
differences
and solar
in pigment
can supply the
distribution
power,
during early
making
development.
fresh water with a
The
smaller
condition is
climate
most commonly
footprint.
seen in white or mostly
It also
white
opens
cats,
creative
though
operating
it can appear in
styles.
others as well.
Plants can run harder
The two
when
eyes
renewable
function
power
normally,
is abundant,
despite their different
storing
appearances.
water in reservoirs
For
or
many
tanks
people,
for later
heterochromia
use,
gives a cat
and
an
easing off
unforgettable
when the grid
look,
is tight.
as if each eye
That
is telling a
flexibility
separate
can
story.
help both water management
There is no behavioral
and energy
difference
management,
tied to the trait itself,
especially in
It is
sunny
purely
coastal
visual.
regions where demand
Yet
rises
it captures
with heat.
attention because it feels rare
The key
and
is
expressive.
doing it responsibly.
The
Because
face
brine
becomes
must be
asymmetrical
handled in ways that
invites
protect marine
longer
ecosystems.
gazes.
Heterochromia
When
reminds
designed
us
well,
how small
it
changes
becomes
in
an
development
elegant loop.
can create striking
Sunshine
individuality.
and
Sea breeze
even within
become
the same
electricity,
species,
and the
electricity
same litter becomes fresh
Even today,
water.
cats
and
remain
fresh water
both
supports
predators
communities
and companions
that might otherwise
in one
face
body.
severe scarcity.
A cat sleeping peacefully
It is
on
one
a
of the
couch
most human
carries
uses
the
of
same
clean
instincts
power,
as one
turning
stalking
renewable
prey
energy
into
tall
something
grass
you can drink.
Agrivoltaics
The body that curls
lets
in
crops
comfort
grow under panels,
is the same body
balancing
built for
shade
silence,
and yield,
speed, and precision.
There is a
gentle surprise hidden
This
in the
duality
idea of farming
is what
under
makes
solar
cats
panels.
endlessly fascinating.
Plants do not always want
They are
full,
adapted to
intense
hunt,
sunlight all
yet
day.
capable of deep
In hot
attachment.
climates,
Too
they
much
share
sun
our
can
homes,
stress crops,
but they are not
dry
fully
soil
domesticated
faster,
in the
and
way
increase
many
irrigation
animals are.
needs.
Agravix
Instead,
places
they
panels
live
above
alongside
fields
us,
with enough spacing
retaining
and
autonomy
height to
and
allow
choice.
farming below.
That
Creating
balance
a pattern
has
of
defined the
moving
relationship
shade
from the
that can
beginning.
protect certain crops
Cats did
from
not
midday
abandon
heat.
their nature
to join human
The panels
life.
generate electricity.
They brought it while
with
the
them.
land continues to
Every
produce
playful
food,
pounce,
which helps
every
ease the
quiet
fear that
watchfulness at a
renewables
window
must replace
carries
agriculture.
that ancient edge.
The
To live with a
microclimate
cat
can change
is to
in
live
interesting
with
ways.
both softness
Shade can lower
and
leaf
sharpness,
temperatures, reduce
trust
evaporation,
and independence,
and in some cases,
predator
extend
and
the growing
companion,
season for crops that
sharing
prefer
the
cooler
same
conditions.
warm space. As our
Farmers
journey
can also
gently
gain a
winds
second
down,
income stream
we've
from
wandered through the
electricity,
quiet world of
which
cats,
can stabilize finances
whisker
when
to
weather
tail tip.
or markets are unpredictable.
We've seen them as hunters,
the
shaped
magic
by
is
shadow and
coexistence.
patience.
Instead of making
companions
energy
curled
and
into
food
warm
compete,
corners of our lives,
Agriala invites them
and as
to
creatures
cooperate,
carrying ancient
turning a
instincts
field
beneath
into a
soft
shared
fur.
space where photons
We've
do
traced
double
their
duty.
footsteps from wild
Solar can
landscapes
power
to
irrigation
city homes,
reducing diesel
from
use
grain
in rural
stalls
farming.
and ships to
In
sofas
many rural
and
areas,
windowsills.
irrigation depends
Each
on
detail
diesel pumps,
revealed something
which can be
small
expensive,
and precise,
noisy,
yet
and
part of a
vulnerable
much
to
larger
fuel
story.
shortages. Cats
Solar-powered
live
irrigation
at an unhurried
changes
pace
that dynamic.
They by letting
pause,
farms draw
they
energy
watch,
directly from the sun.
They choose
Often
stillness
right
when
where the
world
water is
feels
needed.
loud.
During bright
There is something
hours,
calming in
panels
that
can
way of
drive
existing,
pumps that lift
a
groundwater
gentle reminder
or
that
move
not
water through
everything
canals,
has to hurry ahead.
aligning
Some
naturally
things
with the
are allowed
times
to
when
simply
crops are
rest,
most thirsty,
like a
and
cat
evaporation
settling
is
into
highest.
sleep. This can reduce
Pores
operating
beneath
costs
its body
and cut air pollution in farming
slowing
communities
until the room feels
It can also
quieter,
bring a kind of
just by
independence
sharing the space.
instead of planning around fuel deliveries.
If your eyelids
farmers
feel
plan
heavy
around
now,
sunlight and
that's
water
perfectly
availability.
fine. Some systems
Let your
include
shoulders
storage
release,
or hybrid designs,
let your breathing
so pumping
fall
can continue
into its
when
own
light
unhurried
fades.
rhythm.
But even
Allow
without
thoughts
that, the
stirred by
daytime pumping
curiosity
can be a major
to
improvement.
drift softly.
The deeper
Like
story
paw
is
prints
how energy
fading in
access
fresh
shapes
snow.
agriculture. And if you've
Reliable
enjoyed
pumping
this
can mean
peaceful
higher
exploration,
yields,
more stable
you're always
incomes,
welcome to
and
like,
better food security,
subscribe, or leave a
solar
quiet
irrigation
thought
is
below.
renewable energy in its most practical
And if you're still
form,
awake and
not an
curious,
abstract grid concept,
there's another gentle
but a direct
journey
support
waiting on your
for the
screen,
everyday work
ready
that feeds
whenever
people.
you are.
But for now,
Clean power can
there's
make
nothing left
synthetic
to do
fuels
by combining
The
hydrogen
night can
and
hold the
captured
rest.
carbon. Some
Let the
machines are
images
hard to
fade.
electrify directly,
Let the sound
especially long-haul
soften.
ships.
And let
Certain
yourself
industrial
rest,
processes,
knowing you
and
can
parts
return
of aviation,
to wonder another
synthetic
time.
fuels offer another route.
Use
Sleep well.
renewable
and
electricity
good night.
to produce
Hello there,
hydrogen,
and welcome to
Then
the Sleep
combine
Watch.
that hydrogen with captured
Tonight,
carbon
we're
dioxide
drifting into the quiet,
to create liquid
curious
fuels
world
that can
of
work
cats.
in existing engines.
These soft-footed companions
The chemistry
have shared our
can produce
homes,
fuels
our
like
stories,
synthetic kerosene
and our
or
nights
methanol,
for
depending on the
thousands of
pathway.
years. Yet
The concept
they
is
still move
fascinating
through our lives
because it treats
with an
carbon
air of
dioxide
mystery.
not only as waste,
They are
but
familiar
as an ingredient
and
pulled from
unknowable
industrial
at the same
streams
time.
or even the air,
A warm
and then
presence at the
reused.
foot of the bed.
It is
A
not
sudden
simple.
flash of movement in the
Capturing
dark.
carbon, producing
calm
hydrogen,
gaze that
and
feels
synthesizing
older than
fuels
words.
requires energy.
Cats live
And
between
efficiency
worlds.
losses mean
Part
these fuels
wild
should be
hunter,
reserved for
part
uses
devoted
where
companion.
direct electrification
They listen
is
to
difficult.
sounds we never notice.
Yet the promise
Sense
is changes
we
for a
barely
transition
feel,
period,
and
because it can
navigate their days
decarbonize
guided
parts
by
of the economy
instincts
without
shaped
waiting
long
for
before
every
cities,
engine and
lights,
every
or
tank
clocks.
to be replaced.
The
It
closer
is
you
like
pay
turning
attention,
renewable
the more
electricity
remarkable
into a
they
liquid
become.
form,
As
kind
we
of
move through this
stored
quiet
sunshine
exploration,
that can travel
you
across
may start
oceans
to see cats
and power
in a new
heavy
light.
work. If done
Not
with
only as
genuine
companions,
captured carbon
but as
and clean
finely
hydrogen,
tuned little
it
worlds
becomes
of
a bridge
biology,
between today's
history,
infrastructure
and behavior,
and tomorrow's clean
wrapped in
energy
fur
system.
and stillness.
If you
District
enjoy
energy
these
gentle
can share
journeys,
heat like
I
a
invite
neighborhood
you to
scale
like,
bloodstream.
subscribe,
Or
Most
share a
buildings
thought below.
make and waste heat.
It helps
in
others
isolation,
find their way here
like
as well,
each one living
one
on its own
sleepy
island.
soul at a time.
District energy
But for
connects
now,
them.
there is
A
nothing you need to
network
do
of insulated
except
pipes
rest.
carries hot water,
Let
steam,
your breath
or chilled
soften.
water between buildings
Let your
and
eyelids
central
grow
energy
heavy.
sources, allowing
allow the
heat
day
to be
to drift
produced
away
efficiently
as we
and
explore
shared
these
where
marvelous
it is
little
needed.
creatures together.
This can unlock surprising efficiencies.
Let's begin.
Waste heat from
Long
data
before
centers,
anyone thought of
industry,
cats as
or
pets,
refrigeration
people began
can
storing
be captured
harvested
and
grain,
distributed.
and grain drew mice
Large
like a
heat
magnet.
pumps can supply many
That simple
buildings
chain
at the same
reaction
time,
created a new
running
kind of
more
meeting
efficiently
place.
than countless
Wild
smaller
cats
units
that were bold
spread
enough to linger
everywhere.
near villages found easy
Thermal
prey,
storage can also
and
be
humans
integrated,
found an unexpected
letting the
ally.
system store heat or
The
coolness
cats that tolerated
and
our
deliver it
noise
later
and movement
when needed.
ate well,
outcome can be
survived
reduced
better, and
costs,
raised more kittens
lower
in safer
emissions,
corners.
and greater resilience.
Over
Since
generations,
a network can
the friendliest
redirect
hunters
energy
stayed close,
if one
and
part
the most
fails.
skittish ones kept their distance.
The imagery
It was not a
feels
single moment
almost
of capture.
biological.
It was a slow
A
negotiation.
neighborhood becomes
shaped
an
by
organism,
4 bellies,
circulating
and mutual
warmth
advantage.
the way a body moves blood.
Even today,
Keeping
you can
spaces
still see
comfortable
it in the way
with
many
less
cats
waste.
choose when to
When
approach,
combined with renewable
when to
electricity
retreat,
or
and how they
geothermal
keep
sources,
1 foot in the
district
wild
energy can
while
transform
living
entire
beside
blocks
us.
into a coordinated, low-carbon
A cat's
comfort
purr
system can vibrate
quietly
through your
improving
bones,
how cities
even
breathe.
during deep sleep. The first
If you have
renewable
ever held a
revolution
purring cat
was
against
simply
your
the use
chest,
of water wheels and
you know
windmills.
it is not only a sound.
Long before wires and
It is a
engines,
physical
people
presence,
already understood
like a tiny
how to borrow
engine
power from
humming
the
with
world around them.
purpose.
A
Those
wheel
steady
turning in a
vibrations
stream
can travel
could
through
grind
fabric,
grain,
skin,
cut timber,
and rib
or
cage,
pump water,
turning the
easing a
body
village's
into a
daily
quiet
labor
resonator.
and making it more dependable.
For the cat,
Windmills did the
purring can
same
appear
on
in
open
comfort,
plains and
in
coasts,
closeness,
capturing
and
moving
sometimes
air
even
to
in
mill
moments of
flour
stress,
and drain wetlands.
like a self-soothing
What makes this feel
rhythm.
like a revolution
Is that
Kittens
it was
purr
not
while
about
nursing,
discovering a new resource,
and mothers purr back.
It was about
Creating
discovering
a soft
leverage.
guidance system in the dark.
Instead of muscles doing
People often
repetitive
describe
work,
the feeling as
nature
strangely
motion
calming,
did it continuously.
as if the room itself has settled.
These machines also trained humanity
It is
to
one of the
think in
few
systems.
animal sounds
Water
that can be
management,
both intimate,
hearing,
and enveloping
maintenance,
at the same time.
and sharing
in a
a
world
resource
full of sharp
fairly
noises,
in a quiet way.
a purr is gentle.
They were the ancestors
continuous,
of today's grids,
and surprisingly powerful.
renewable energy can feel
Cats
modern,
see in
but its
doomlight
roots
far better
are
than
ancient.
humans.
but not
The
in total
earliest
darkness.
chapters were written in wood,
A cat
stone,
at night
and
seem
clever
almost
mechanics,
supernatural,
proving
slipping
that
through
clean
a shadowy
power
hallway
is not a sudden
as if
invention.
it carries its own lantern.
It is an old relationship
The secret
renewed
is
again
not
and
magic,
again,
and
with
it is
better
not
tools.
night vision like a camera.
Early ships
is a
used
design
wind power
tuned
for
for
global
twilight.
trade long before
Cats
engines.
are most active around dawn
Long-distance
and dusk,
trade
when
once
prey is
depended
moving
on
and
understanding
light is
the
scarce.
sky as well as
Their
the
eyes
sea.
are built to collect what little
Sailors
light exists,
learned seasonal
making
winds,
a moonlit room feel
ocean
brighter
currents,
to them than it
and
does
the
to
patterns
us.
of monsoons.
That does not
timing
mean they can
voyages
see when
around
there is truly
nature's
no light
schedule.
at all.
A
In a
ship's
pitch
sails
black space,
were not just
they are
fabric.
navigating
They
with
were
other
energy
senses,
collectors,
especially
turning
hearing
the
and
atmosphere's
touch.
motion into thrust.
But give them a faint
that could
glow
carry
from a street
spices,
lamp,
metals,
a hallway nightlight,
textiles,
or a thin
and
slice of moon,
stories between
and
continents.
suddenly their world becomes
This
readable.
is renewable energy
To a
in
cat,
one of its most
darkness
word-shaping
often has
forms.
texture. Your cat's
Because
whiskers
wind-powered
act
shipping
as
helped
touch
connect
sensors,
cultures,
finely
spread
tuned for
ideas,
tight spaces.
and build early
Whiskers
global
are not
economies.
just extra hairs. They are specialized
also
tools
demanded
that help a cat
sophisticated
measure the world
navigation
without
and
looking
risk
at
management.
it.
Because
Each one is
nature's
rooted
generosity
deeper than normal
could become
fur
nature's
and
danger
connected to
in a
nerves
storm.
that pick up tiny changes in air
The wonder
movement
is
and contact.
that the same wind that whistles past your window
When a cat approaches a
once
narrow
moved
opening,
entire
those whiskers can
civilization's
help
supply
judge
chains.
whether the body will fit.
Today,
Almost like
there is
built-in
renewed
tape
interest
measures.
in modern sailing
They
assistance
also
for
help a
shipping,
cat map objects
not
nearby
as
in low
nostalgia,
light,
but as
feeling the shape
engineering,
of a table edge,
using
a
wing
doorway,
sails,
or a moving
kites,
hand.
and route optimization.
You can often see whiskers angle
It is a
forward
reminder
when curiosity
that clean power
rises,
is not
then
new
sweep
to
back
transportation.
when a cat feels uncertain.
It is part of our oldest adventures.
They're part of how cats move
Some
with
islands
such
now
smooth
chase
confidence,
100%
especially in
renewables
unfamiliar
to
places.
escape fuel imports.
And because whiskers are so
on
sensitive,
an island,
rough
energy
handling around the
dependence can
face
feel
can
like
feel
a
overwhelming.
constant tax on daily
To
life.
a cat, whiskers are
Fuel
information,
arrives by ship.
not decoration.
Prices
Cats
can
communicate
spike without
with
warning,
scent,
using
and
invisible
storms can
chemical
interrupt
messages
deliveries
called
when
power
pheromones
is needed most.
Much of a
That is
cat's
why
social
many
world
islands are
is
becoming
written in a
laboratories
language you cannot
for
see.
renewable systems.
Pheromones
When
are chemical
sunlight,
signals
wind,
that carry meaning,
and sometimes
cats leave
geothermal
them behind,
resources
like
are
quiet
paired with
notes
storage
pinned to the air.
and smart controls.
A rub
An
against
island
furniture
can begin to
a gentle
produce its
pass
own
along a
power
doorway,
locally,
or a careful
reducing the
sniff of a
vulnerability
familiar
that
corner
comes
can
with
all be part
imported
of this
fuel.
exchange. The transition can also
These scent
reshape
messages
local
can help
economies.
cats recognize safe places.
Money that once left the
identify
island
who has
to
been
buy
nearby,
diesel can circulate at home
by making an
supporting
environment feel
technicians,
known.
maintenance crews,
It is why a
and
cat may spend
community-owned
time
projects.
investigating a new bag.
Islands
visitors'
also
shoes,
tend to have
or
clear
a room
boundaries
that has been
and
rearranged.
simpler grids, which
From the
makes them
cat's point of
ideal
view,
places to
smell
test
is not just about
microgrids,
food.
advanced forecasting,
It is about context.
and new
It is
storage
about
strategies.
comfort. It is about boundaries and
The
belonging.
story is not always
While
easy,
humans rely heavily
because
on
equipment
sight,
must
cats
withstand
often
salt
trust
air
what their nose
and
tells
strong
them
storms.
first.
Yet
Their
the
world
motivation
is
is
layered
powerful
with invisible
and
meaning.
personal. A cat's spine
Energy
is built for
independence
sudden
on an
twists,
island
is not
which
just
helps
an
save them
environmental
during
goal.
faults.
It is freedom from uncertainty. Cats have a
Built
body
from
designed for
sunrises,
quick decisions,
sea
in
breezes,
mid-air, and thoughtful
When a fall
planning.
begins,
The spine can bend
renewables
and
can
rotate
strengthen
with remarkable
energy
agility,
independence for countries
allowing
without
the front
oil
half
reserves
and back half to
For
adjust
many
separately.
nations, energy policy
That
has
flexibility
long been
helps
shaped
the cat
by geology
reorient,
that cannot
spreading
be changed.
limbs and preparing for
If you
landing
do not
with a
have
precision
large oil
that
or
looks
gas
effortless.
reserves, you must import fuel.
It is part of
and
why
that
cats
can
often
influence
land on their
budgets,
feet,
diplomacy,
especially from
and
moderate
security.
heights. Though falls can still cause
Renewables offer
serious
a different
injury.
path.
Because
the
twisting
reserves
ability
are not
is connected
buried
to a
underground.
broader way of moving.
They are spread across
Cats
landscapes,
leap, pivot,
and coastlines,
and thread through
as
obstacles
sun,
with a
wind,
fluidity that
and
makes their
flowing
whole
water.
body seem like
When
one
a country
continuous
builds more
spring.
renewable capacity, it can reduce
Watch
its
a cat
exposure
change
to
direction
global
during
fuel
play,
markets,
and you will see the
shipping
same design
disruptions.
at work.
That
The
shift
spine is
can
not
be
just a stack
economically
of bones.
stabilizing.
It is a dynamic
especially
tool
for countries
built
where
for
sudden
sudden turns,
imports
quick
drain
balance
foreign
corrections,
currency reserves.
and controlled power.
It can also encourage
Even the
domestic
playful jump
industry
carries
from
that
manufacturing
ancient
components
engineering.
to
Cats
training
were
a
warranted,
skilled workforce.
legally protected, and deeply
Independence
mourned
does not
in
mean
ancient Egypt.
isolation, because grids
In
still
ancient
trade
Egypt,
and supply
cats
chains
were not simply
still exist.
tolerated,
But it does
they were
mean a
woven
greater
into
ability
daily life,
to meet basic
law,
energy
and
needs
belief.
with resources
A
that
cat
arrive
protected
daily
stored
and
food
locally
by hunting pests.
The
And
deeper
that
practical
fascination
value
is how
grew
this
into
reshapes
cultural
power
reverence.
in the world.
Cats
In a
became
renewable,
associated
heavy
with
future,
bastard,
advantage
a
is not
goddess
limited
linked
to
to
places
protection,
with oil
home,
fields
and fertility.
It belongs to places
some
that
periods,
can plan,
harming a cat
build,
could bring
maintain,
severe punishment,
and coordinate
showing how
their
strongly
natural
society
energy flows
defended them.
effectively. Electrifying
Families
everything
sometimes
makes
warned
renewables
cats
more
with
powerful
rituals
than
that
just
signaled
electricity
real grief,
generation.
not casual loss.
Renewables become truly
Archaeological
transformative
finds
when
include
electricity
cat burials
stops being
and
a single
artwork that
category,
treats them with respect
and starts
and
being
tenderness,
the common language
placing them
of
close
energy.
to humans in scenes of
On
home
vehicles, building heat.
This is one of
And
the
some
earliest
industrial processes
large-scale
shift
examples
from
of
direct
community
fuel
building
burning
rules
to electricity
and meaning around an animal
Every
companion.
new wind farm or solar plant
It also
can
hints
replace
at something
emissions
familiar
in
today.
more than one sector.
When people live closely with
This
cats,
is why
they
electrification
often begin to
is
see
often
them
the
as
hidden
more than
strategy
hunters.
behind
They become
renewable
symbols
success.
of safety.
Grace,
Electric motors
and
are efficient,
quiet power.
so the same energy input
Many
can move
cats
more
talk
work.
to humans
Heat pumps
with
can deliver
meows,
warmth they
far
rarely
more
use
effectively
with other
than
cats.
resistive heating. Adult cats do not
Electric
rely
transit
on
can
meowing
reduce
as their
urban
main
noise
way of
and local
speaking to each
fumes,
other, while also becoming easier
other
to power
cats,
cleanly over
they
time.
use posture,
Electrification
and
also
subtle
creates
sounds
new
that
flexibility.
rarely match the dramatic
Charging
meows
can be scheduled.
we hear at home.
Heating can be stored in building
But with
thermal
humans,
mass. Many cats
systems
develop
can
a
respond
special
to
grid
vocal
conditions.
style. Almost
The fascinating
like they have
twist
discovered
is
what
that clean
works on us.
electricity is not just
Some
cleaner.
meows are short
It can be
and
more
bright.
controllable.
Others are drawn out.
Once energy is in
And some
electrical
become
form,
so
it
specific
can be measured,
but
optimized,
owners
and
swear they can tell
coordinated
them apart.
with precision.
Over
Renewables
time,
are the
cats
supply
often
side,
adjust their sounds
but electrification
based on what gets
is
a
the
response.
amplifier that lets that
Whether that
clean
is food,
supply
a
reach
door opening,
deeper
or
into
attention on the
everyday
couch.
life.
It becomes a
Heat,
shared routine,
transport,
shaped
and industry
by feedback
together
and familiarity.
make renewables a full
This
system
is part of
story.
what makes living with a cat feel like
It is
a
tempting to
relationship
think renewable
rather than
energy
ownership.
is simply about replacing one
cat
power
is
plant
not only
with another.
expressing needs, but the real
It is
drama
learning a
is
human-centered
bigger. Heat
communication
is a huge
channel
share
and
of energy
practicing
use.
it daily.
Homes
In a
to
way,
factories, meowing at
changing
us
how
is a
heat is
social
made
invention.
can reduce emissions faster
A
than
cat's
many people
tongue
expect.
is covered in tiny hooks,
Forming
forming a natural
is
grooming
another
brush.
giant, and it
If you
spans
have ever
everything
been
from
licked by a
bicycles
cat,
to freight ships.
you know it can feel like sand.
Industry adds its own complexity.
That roughness
needing high temperatures
comes from
and
backward-facing
chemical-facing
spines on the
that
tongue
electricity
but
alone
act
cannot
like
always
a built-in
provide.
comb.
When these
As a
sectors are
cat
considered
grooms,
together,
those hooks
renewables
cats
stop
lose
being
fur
a niche solution,
and help clean
and
down
become
to
the
the
backbone
skin,
of a new system.
reaching places a smooth
You
tongue
start to
could
see
never
how
manage.
pieces connect.
This is not only
Clean
about
electricity
looking
can
tidy.
power heat pumps,
Grooming
charge vehicles,
helps remove
and
debris,
break hydrogen
spread
for steel
natural
or
oils,
chemicals,
and maintain the coat's
efficiency
condition.
reduces the amount of generation
It also
needed.
explains how cats can
Storage
swallow
and
so
grids
much fur,
link it all,
which can sometimes
This
lead
is
to
why the
hair balls.
transition is not just
You
technical.
can watch the tongue
it is
move like a
architectural.
precision instrument.
It
drawing
redesigns
through
the way
coat in
energy
short,
moves
deliberate
through society.
strokes. Like
It is one of the
reorganizing a
most
city's
elegant
roads,
examples of
plumbing,
everyday
and
communications
communications in
all
an
at
animal,
once.
often
The
seen
full
as
system
simple.
view is where renewable energy
The tongue
becomes
functions
truly
as a brush,
awe-inspiring,
a cleaner,
because
and a
it
maintenance
shows
tool,
how a
all
cleaner
in
future
one.
is
Even
built
in
through
quiet
coordination,
moments, a
not
cat is
just
usually
invention.
engaged in careful work.
New building
keeping
codes
its body
can turn
prepared
cities
for
into
whatever
huge
comes next.
efficiency and solar
Cats can hear
projects.
much higher pitches than dogs.
A building code can
far
sound
beyond
boring,
the limits of human hearing.
but it can quietly reshape
cat's
an
world
entire
is
city's
filled with
energy
sounds
destiny.
you never perceive.
When codes
High,
require
sharp
better
squeaks,
insulation,
faint rustling,
airtight
and
construction,
tiny taps
efficient
can stand out
windows,
to them as clearly
and modern
as a
heating
ringing
and
bell.
cooling systems, every new
This
building
ability
becomes
likely connects
easier
to hunting
power
small
cleanly
prey,
for decades.
with the slightest peep or movement
Some
can reveal
codes
location.
also encourage or
While humans
require
focus on
wiring
voices and
that
low
supports
frequencies,
heat pumps,
cats are
electric
tuned to
vehicle
higher
charging,
tones that
and
fade into
rooftop
silence
solar,
for us.
making clean
That is why a
upgrades
cat might
simpler
snap to attention
later.
when you hear nothing at all.
Over time, this creates a compounding
Head lifted,
effect.
eyes focused,
Instead of
body
retrofitting
suddenly
everything at
still.
great expense,
It is not
the city
always
grows
mystery.
in a cleaner direction.
Sometimes it is
by
simply
default.
superior hearing doing its job.
The most fascinating
This
part
also
is
means
how
loud
invisible the
noises
change
can be especially stressful.
A
because cats
well-insulated
process
wall
sound
does
intensely
not announce
and
itself.
quickly. In a home,
A
that
properly
heightened
sealed
hearing
building
shapes
does not
behavior
create
in subtle
headlines.
ways.
Yet these choices
From reacting
can
to a
reduce peak
distant
demand,
door closing,
lower bills,
to noticing
and
the
make
faint
renewable
wear
integration
of a device
much easier.
Codes
To a
can
cat,
also improve
the
comfort.
house is never
keeping indoor
truly
temperatures
quiet.
steadier.
It
and
is
reducing
alive with
drafts and
signals.
humidity problems. The domestic cat still
When you
shares
zoom
much
out,
of its hunting
a
biology
city becomes a
with
long-term
wild cats.
project.
And
Under the
building
softness
codes
of a
become the
living room
quiet
nap
pen
is a
that
predator
writes its
design
energy
that
future.
has
barely been edited by comfort. They can turn
The body
millions
is built
of
for
square
ambush,
meters
not
into
endurance.
a coordinated efficiency machine. A cat studies movement,
ready to be powered
lowers
by
the head
sun
and
and
wind.
lets the shoulders rise
Energy
and fall
storage costs
like a
have
slow
fallen
tide
sharply
as it stalks.
changing what grids can do.
The final
was a
rush
time when
is a
storing
burst,
electricity
not a
at
chase,
large scale
because
the
felt like a
plan
luxury.
is precision. Then costs
Teeth
began
and
falling.
jaws
are
driven
shaped
by
for a quick,
manufacturing
efficient
scale,
finish,
improved chemistries,
and the claws can
and
stay
global
hidden
demand
until
from
the
electronics
instant they are
and
needed.
vehicles.
Even play
As
carries
storage
the same
becomes
sequence.
more affordable, watch,
It changes the
creep,
grid's personality.
pounce,
Grab, solar and wind
bite.
stop being limited to when the
That
weather
is not a
allows,
cute habit.
and start becoming
It is
resources
practice.
that can be shifted into evenings,
Many
early
pet
mornings,
cats will still
or
hunt
emergency
toys at
moments.
midnight.
Storage
because
can
their
also
instincts
provide
are
fast
tuned to
grid
twilight
services,
hours,
when
when
small
small
animals
animals
are most
and
active.
reducing
In a
the need
quiet
to keep
home,
fossil plants
you are living
idling
beside
as
an
insurance.
ancient specialist.
The
Cats
exciting
walk with a
part
rolling
is
gait,
that storage
keeping
invites
their
creativity.
movements unusually quiet.
Different durations and technologies
When a cat
can be
crosses a
matched
room,
to different
it
needs,
can feel like the
from
sound
short
turns
bursts for
down.
stability to longer storage
Part
for
of that
shifting
is
energy
the way they
across
place
the
their
day.
feet with careful
It
control.
also changes planning.
landing softly.
Instead
and
of building a
distributing
new
weight
gas
smoothly.
peaker for rare peaks,
Their steps
a
often
utility
follow
might
a
have
neat
batteries
pattern,
near a
where
substation
the back foot
and solve
lands close to the
congestion,
print of the
reliability,
front foot,
and capacity
reducing
all
wobble
at once.
and keeping the body stable.
Falling storage costs
The
do not
spine
solve
and shoulders
every
join
challenge,
the movement,
but they open doors
creating
that
that
used to be
fluid,
locked.
rolling glide.
They make a
that
high
looks
renewables
almost
grid
effortless.
feel less like a fragile balancing
This
act
is stealth.
and more like a robust
You can
system
see
with options.
even when you cannot hear it.
The fastest path to
It is
cleaner
also why
air
cats can
is
move
often local
confidently
renewable
along narrow
deployment.
surfaces, from a fence top to
Big
the back of a
national
sofa
plans matter,
with hardly a clatter.
but air quality is lived locally.
You might notice the
a
difference
neighborhood
most at
downwind
night,
of a
when
polluting
a cat
plant
can pass
does
through
not
the house
experience
without
emissions
waking
as a
anyone.
global average.
It experiences
That
them
quiet
as a
travel
daily
is
reality.
not
Politeness.
It is the
Deploying
heritage
renewables
of an
close to
animal
where dirty
that survived
generation is
by
displaced
approaching
can
without
bring
being
quick
detected.
improvements, especially when paired
cat's
with retiring
collarbone
or
floats
reducing
freely,
high-emitting sources,
helping it
squeeze through narrow
Local
gaps.
renewables can also reduce the
A
need to
cat's
run
front
older,
end is
dirtier,
built like a
peaking
flexible
units
machine
that operate
for
during hot
slipping,
afternoons,
climbing,
or cold
and
snaps,
turning on a
precisely
dime.
when air can already be strained.
Unlike many animals,
The story becomes
the
even
collarbone
more
is
powerful
not locked
when
into
clean
a
power
rigid,
supports
bony frame.
electrification of buses,
Instead,
buildings,
the shoulders
and
can
nearby
move
industry,
with extra freedom,
cutting pollution
letting
from
the
multiple
front legs
directions
step around
in the
obstacles
same region. and helping the body compress.
Communities
through
can also shape
surprisingly
projects
small
more
openings.
directly when they are local,
That is
influencing
why
a
sighting
cat
can
benefits
benefit space
and ownership.
that seems impossible.
The fascination
Hesitate for
is
a
the
heartbeat,
immediacy.
and then flow
Clean
through
air is not
anyway.
only a future promise, it can
Their
arrive
shoulder
within
blades
seasons
also
when
slide
the right
smoothly
projects come
along the
online,
ribcage,
and the grid's
adding to that
dispatch
liquid
changes.
quality
Local
of movement.
renewable deployment
It
turns
is not
the
that
energy
cats are made
transition
of rubber
into something you can
It
taste
is that their
and
skeleton
breathe,
allows for a
making
kind
the
of
benefits
controlled
personal
folding.
and close.
Not
This
distant
matters in the
and
wild
abstract.
for
dens, burrows,
The renewable
and
transition
tight
is already
escapes.
reshaping
home,
geopolitics.
it becomes the reason
jobs,
the cat
and
can
daily
vanish
life.
behind furniture,
Energy
appear
has
through a
always shaped
half-open
the
door,
world's alliances
or
and
slip
conflicts
from a carrier
because
you
it
thought was
determines
secure.
who has power, literally
Slow blinking
and politically.
is a cat's calm signal.
As renewables
Often
expand,
described as
that
a cat
landscape
kiss.
begins to shift.
When a cat looks
Countries
at you
rich
and
in
lets the
sunlight
eyes
and
close
wind
slowly,
can become energy
can feel
exporters
like the
through
moment
electricity,
stretches.
hydrogen, or
This is not
renewable-based
drowsiness
products.
alone.
While nations
In
built around
cats'
fossil
social
exports
life, an
face
unbroken
pressure
stare
to adapt
can
signal tension.
Supply chains
While
for clean
relaxed
technologies
eyelids create
signal
new
safety.
strategic dependencies,
A slow
pushing
blink
governments to
is a
think
way
about
of saying,
minerals,
I am not a
manufacturing,
threat,
and recycling
and I do not
in a more
think you
serious
are
way.
either.
At the
Many
same
people
time,
discover that
the
if they
transition
return
reaches
the
down
gesture,
into ordinary
closing
life.
their eyes
People
gently
notice
and
quieter
reopening them in
streets
a
with
soft
electric
rhythm.
buses,
A cat
New
may
job
blink
paths
back
in
or even
installation
come
and
closer.
maintenance,
It
and
becomes
homes
a
that
quiet
can be
conversation
warmed or
without
cooled
words.
with cleaner
You
electricity.
can see this calm language between
Businesses
cats too,
adjust as well,
in peaceful homes,
looking
where
for
they share
steady energy
space
costs
without
and
conflict.
cleaner identities.
The beauty of
This
it
transition
how
is
simple
not a
it is.
single event.
No training,
It is an ongoing
no commands,
rewrite of how
just
energy is
trust,
generated,
expressed,
through
exchanged.
time,
In a
and
world where
consumed.
attention is often loud,
The ripple effects
the
spread
slow blink
everywhere,
is a gentle,
from industrial
deliberate
strategy
kind of kindness.
to household budgeting.
The scent glands
What makes
on a
it most
cat's cheeks
intriguing
gently
is that
mark
it
you
is unfolding
as
while the
familiar
old
territory.
system is still operating.
A cat pressing its
Society
face
then
against your leg
is living
or
in a
bumping the
hybrid
side
era.
of your hand.
That
is
is what
doing
makes this
more
moment
than
so
asking for
uniquely
affection.
alive. A rare stretch of time
Along the
when the
cheeks
rules of
and around
energy
the mouth
are being
are
reshaped
glands
in
that
real
release a
time.
friendly signature scent.
As we reach the close of this
When a
gentle
cat rubs
journey,
on you,
it can
is
help to
placing
notice
that
how
signature
broad
on
and
your
quiet
skin
the story
and
of
clothing.
renewable energy truly is.
Like
We have
quietly
drifted
saying, through sunlight,
"You belong
settling
to my
on
safe
rooftops
circle."
and deserts.
You
Through
may
winds
notice this
brushing
happens most
coastlines
when you
and
return
open
home,
plains,
when the cat is
through
re-establishing
rivers,
the household
tides,
as steady
heat beneath
and
the
known.
earth.
And thoughtful systems
Cats do the
that
same
learn
to
to
listen
furniture
to nature
corners and
rather
door
than
frames,
overpower it.
creating a map of comfort
Together,
throughout
these
space.
ideas create a calm
In
image
multi-cat
of a
homes,
world
this
learning
can
to
become a
move in
peaceful
rhythm
way
with
to blend
itself,
sense,
borrowing
reducing tension
energy
by
without
making the
burning,
environment feel
sharing
shared
warmth
rather than
light
contested.
and motion.
To
With a little
humans,
more care.
it feels like a sweet greeting.
If your
to the
mind is
cat,
still awake,
It is also a
you
practical
may
act
enjoy
of
letting
reassurance,
these images
a way to
settle.
make the world smell
Imagine
predictable
panels
and calm.
resting in soft,
Cats
even
rotate their
light.
ears independently,
Turbines
pinpointing the
turning
faintest
slowly
sounds.
against the sky.
A cat can be half asleep and still
Water
listening in a way
flowing
that
through
seems
hidden
almost
channels.
unfair.
And cities
Each ear is
humming
controlled
more
by a network
quietly
of small
as
muscles
energy
that lets it
becomes
swivel
cleaner
and tilt.
and more patient.
Sometimes moving
None of
one
it
ear
needs
toward
to
you while
rush.
the other tracks something
The
across the
transition
room.
unfolds
Batting
step
dependence
by
helps
step,
cats locate a sound's
just as
direction
night
quickly,
does,
even if it is tiny,
gradually
brief,
dimming
or
the
hidden
sharp
behind
edges
furniture.
of the day.
You can watch the ears flick
If you've
like little
enjoyed
radar
spending
dishes,
this time
constantly
here,
sampling
you're
the
always
environment.
welcome to continue the journey.
This matters for
Another
hunting, where the
gentle
difference
video
between
will be
catching
waiting
prey
on the
and
screen,
missing it can be
ready
a
to
single
carry your
rustle
thoughts
in
a little
grass.
further if sleep
It
hasn't
also
arrived
matters
yet.
for safety, because cats
And if
notice
you'd like to
changes
support
before
these
their
calm
eyes fully
explorations,
engage.
A like, a
In a home,
subscription,
that ability
or a
can
quiet
look mysterious.
can help
A
this
cat may
space grow
freeze, ears
and
turning,
find others who
focused
need
on a
it.
noise you cannot hear at all.
But for now,
But for them,
there's nothing left to learn
the
or
soundscape
remember.
is layered and detailed.
Let the facts fade into feeling.
Even in stillness,
Allow your breathing to
ears
slow,
are gathering clues.
your shoulders to soften,
A cat's nose
and your
print
thoughts
is
to
unique,
loosen their grip.
much like a human fingerprint.
The world outside will keep
Up
turning.
close,
A cat's
the wind
nose
will
has
keep
its own
blowing,
pattern of tiny ridges,
the sun will
bumps,
rise
and
again when
textures,
it's time.
shaped by biology
Sleep
and as
well,
individual as
and
a
good night.
signature. It is part of a nose designed to stay slightly moist,
Hello
which helps
there,
capture scent
and
particles
welcome
from the
to
air.
the sleep porch.
When a cat
Tonight
leans
we'll
in
be
to sniff,
exploring the
it is not a
fascinating
casual
and
glance.
emerging new world of
It is a
renewable
careful
energy.
read of the world, pulling
A place
information
filled
about
by
food,
sunlight,
other
moving
animals,
air,
and recent
flowing
changes in a
water,
space.
and the deep warmth
Cats often
of the
pause
earth
at doorways or new objects because the
This
nose
is
is
a world
confirming
where
what is safe
rooftops
and
become
what is
power
unfamiliar.
plants. Oceans whisper
You might see a cat
electricity
take
into the
short,
grid,
repeated sniffs,
and
building
invisible
a clearer
systems
picture
hum
with
gently
each breath.
in the background.
That is one
reshaping
reason
how our
cabs
planet
can recognize
breathes
people
and
and
rests.
places without seeing them.
If this content
Even if
interests
the lights
you,
are low,
please
even
take
if
a
a room
moment
looks
to
the
like
same,
the video and
the
subscribe
smell
to the
tells
channel.
a deeper story.
For a cat, your support
the
motivates
nose
us
is a
to
guide,
continue creating
a
more
memory
meaningful
tool,
videos and a warming system. Renewable energy
barely
is
taste
not just
sweetness
about technology.
due to a small genetic
It is
change.
about timing.
If you
balance,
offered a cat a
patience,
sugary treat,
and learning
it
to
would not
listen to
experience the
forces
same
that have
delight
surrounded
that many
us for
humans
as
do.
long as life has existed.
The reason is simple and
As we
surprising.
explore this subject together,
Cats have a
you
change
may
in a
begin
key
to sense
taste
how
receptor
vast
gene,
and interconnected
which means the
it
usual
truly
sweet
is.
signal does not register properly.
Touching cities and
This fits their
coastlines,
identity
homes
as true
and hospitals,
meat specialists.
quiet villages and
In
glowing
nature,
skylines.
cats did not
It is
need
a
to
story
seek
of
food
human
or
curiosity
nectar for calories.
meeting natural rhythm.
Their survival
Of clever
depended
ideas
on animal
unfolding
prey,
at the
rich
same
in
protein
pace
as
and
sunrise
fat.
and tide.
So, their
If you
senses
enjoy these
leaned
gentle
into what
journeys,
mattered most.
I invite you to like
the smell
subscribe,
and taste
or share a
cues
thought
that
below.
help identify meat.
It helps others find
This
their
is
way
one
here
reason
too.
many cats
One
show little
sleepy
interest
soul
in
at a
cakes
time.
or candy, yet become intensely
now,
curious
there is
about a
nothing
piece of
you need
fish
to do but
or the
settle
scent
in.
of a roasted chicken.
Let your shoulders soften.
It is also
your
a reminder
breathing
that
slow,
cats do not experience the
thoughts
kitchen the
ease.
way we do.
Allow your body
They
to
are
grow
not tiny
heavy
humans
and
in
your
fur.
mind to
Their
wander
biology
calmly
is tuned to a different
as we
menu.
explore this endlessly
One shaped by
fascinating
hunting
world
and
together.
flesh, not sugar.
Let's begin.
The strange flaming face just helps
1
cats
hour
draw
of the
sense
sunlight
into a
that
special
reaches
organ.
Earth provides enough power
Sometimes
for
a cat
all
will
of
sniff
humanity
something
for an entire
then
year.
pause with the mouth slightly
That single
open,
concept
and the lips
is what
curled
gives
in a
renewable
look that
energy
seems
an almost
comical.
magical quality. Because it
That
begins
expression
with
is a
sheer
serious
scale.
sensory move.
Our star
It
pours
helps
an
guide
immense
chemical
stream
cues
of
toward a
photons
scent
onto the
detecting
top
system
of Earth's atmosphere.
that specializes in
and
reading
only
social
a tiny
information,
portion needs to be captured
especially
to
signals left
transform
by other
everything.
animals.
The true marvel is
You might
not
see
that
it
this
after a
resource
cat
exists,
inspects a new bag,
but that we have learned how to
visitor's clothing,
intercept it
or a
using
spot
thin
another
sheets
cat
of
is
silicon.
marked.
Quiet
The face
mirrors
is not
and
discussed.
clever electronics that convert light
It is analysis.
into useful work.
The cat is pulling a hidden layer of
It helps
meaning
to
from the
imagine
air.
it in physical terms.
The kind of meaning that
when
can
solar
hint at
panels are
identity,
spread across
mood,
parking areas,
or recent activity.
rooftops, warehouses,
In the wild,
and the
this
unused
can help
margins of
cats
highways,
understand who has
we're
passed
not
through
so
an
much
area
creating a new
and whether
energy
they should
source
stay alert.
as redirecting
In
a
a home,
small share.
It is
of
one
what
of
is
those
already
moments that
arriving.
reveals how much is happening.
The challenge
behind
then
the calm
becomes one of
exterior.
design.
Even a single
materials
sniff can open a
storage,
whole
and
invisible
fairness,
story, rather than scarcity.
A cat's tail works as a balance.
The sky
delivers
an
this
emotional
supply
signal.
each morning on
The
schedule.
tail is a cat's
without
visible
invoices.
mood meter.
A single
And it is
modern
also
wind
part of how the
turbine
body stays
can provide
coordinated
power for
during quick
thousands of
movements.
homes.
A
Stand
relaxed,
at the base of
upright
one,
tail,
and it feels
oft
like a
during
monument
friendly
to
greetings,
something unseen.
while a puffed tail
High
can
above,
make a frightened
the
cat
blades
look larger
sweep through
and more
air that
intimidating.
appears empty, yet carries vast
Slow
amounts
swishes
of
can
kinetic
signal
energy.
focus
The machine
or
is
irritation.
constantly negotiating
The fast
with the
whipping
wind,
tail can be a
yawing
clear
to
warning
face it,
that patience is
adjusting
running out.
blade pitch like a bird
Cats
changing
even
its
wrap
feathers,
their tails around their bodies
and
for
feeding
warmth
smooth
and comfort,
electricity
like a
into
built-in
the grid
blanket.
through power
In
electronics.
social moments, tail posture
size
helps
is
other
not
cats
just
read
for
intention
drama.
from a distance,
Higher
long
air
before
is
anyone
usually
gets close.
faster and steadier.
For
So
humans,
taller towers
learning this
and
language
longer
can
blades
change everything.
harvest more
You
reliable
start to
energy
notice when a cat is
from the
curious,
same landscape.
when it is unsure, and when it would rather be left
Entire
alone.
teams support
The
each
tail
turbine.
is honest in a way the
Technicians
face
who
is
climb
not.
inside
It is a
the
moving
tower
flag
that tells you
sensor
how the
systems
cat
that
is
detect
feeling
vibration
right now
early,
in real
and
time.
control rooms that coordinate output
Caps
across
groom
a whole
to stay
fleet.
clean, cool down.
Even the spacing
and calm
of
their nervous
turbines
system.
becomes a science of
A
wakes
grooming session
and weather.
can look like simple
It is a
tedium,
reminder that
but
wind
it is
power
also a
is
whole
really
body reset.
atmosphere power.
the tongue
harvested
pulled
with
through
patience
fur and steady strokes,
precision, lifting dirt
and a touch
and
of
loose
daring
hair,
engineering,
while spreading skin oils that keep the coat
the cheapest
weather-ready.
electricity in many places
Then
is now
there's the
coming
cooling
from wind
trick.
and solar.
As saliva spreads
For
and
decades,
evaporates,
clean
it can
power
help a cat
was
shed
treated
heat,
like a noble
especially
luxury,
when the air's warm
something you
and
chose
still.
for ideals.
But the
not
most
budgets.
surprising part is how
Then,
much grooming can soothe.
Learning curves
Many cats
quietly
lick
did
in a
their
slow,
work.
every
Rhythmic
time
pattern
factories
after
doubled
excitement,
output,
costs
conflict
fell again,
or a sudden noise,
driven by
as
improved
if they are turning
manufacturing,
their own
better
volume
logistics,
down.
and experience gained from millions
You will
of
often see
installations.
it after a tense moment with another pet,
Competitive auctions
or after
began
a burst
revealing
of play
a surprising
ends abruptly.
truth.
It is
In
like
region
watching a
after
creature
region,
smooth itself
developers
back
offered
into
long-term
calm.
contracts at
When
prices
grooming becomes
that
excessive,
traditional plants
it can also
struggled to
signal
match,
stress,
which
even
is
why
before
the
counting
behavior is both a
pollution or
comfort
health costs.
and a clue.
Some cats
Part of the
chirp
secret
at birds,
is that the fuel is
a behavior
free,
linked to
so
hunting
investors
excitement.
can lock in predictable costs.
You are by
instead
the
of
window
gambling
with a
on
cat,
future coal,
and outside
gas,
a
or
bird
oil
hops
prices.
along a branch. The cat's
Another
body
part
tightens
is
with
speed.
focus. The tail
A
tip
product
may
that
twitch,
breaks ground
and
and
then
starts
comes that
earning
strange
sooner
sound,
is less
a quick
exposed
chirp
to
or
inflation
chattering
and
rattle.
interest.
It is one
When
of the most
financiers,
intriguing little
utilities,
noises cats
and
make,
households all notice
because
the
it
same
seems
pattern.
to spill out
Momentum
right at the edge
builds.
of action.
What began as an
Many
environmental
people
choice
think of it as
becomes a
frustration,
practical one.
like the cat
And
cannot
economics
reach the
turns
target.
into a powerful
Others
tailwind.
hear it as excitement.
Solar panels
The mind
work
running
even
through
on
a
cloudy
hunt
days,
that cannot
just
happen.
with less output.
Some researchers and cat
Clouds
behaviorists
feel like a curtain,
suggest it could be tied
yet
to the
light
rapid
is
jaw
surprisingly
movements used in a
persistent,
precise
Even when
way.
the sun is hidden,
Almost like
photons
the body
still scatters through the sky, arriving from all
Whatever the
directions
exact
like a
reason,
soft,
it is a
bright
moment
fog.
when you can see the predator.
So cells do not
behind
require
the
a
pet.
sharp shadow on the ground.
A silent room
They
suddenly
require
fills
light,
with a wild
and diffuse
intention.
daylight still carries
compressed
plenty
into
of
a
it.
tiny sound.
This is why
that
places
feels
famous for
half
gray
secret.
skies can still build thriving solar
Kittens
markets,
learn social skills
especially
early,
when long
and
summer
timing
days
shapes
stretch the
lifelong
working
confidence.
hours of
A
sunlight.
Kitten is not born
Rain
knowing
can even
how
help
to live with
by
others.
washing dust and pollen off panel
Early
surfaces,
weeks
are like a
nudging
fast-moving
performance
school,
back up afterward.
where every touch
Snow
and
brings its
reaction
own twist.
teaches something. Cold temperatures
Gentle
can improve
handling can
electrical
help kittens
efficiency,
become comfortable
and
with
bright
human
snowfields
hands.
reflect
Voices
extra
and
light
daily
upward,
household sounds.
giving panels an added boost.
Play with
when
lid
the angle
mates
is right.
teaches bite control
The
and
deeper
boundaries,
story is
because a bite
reliability.
that hurts
Gets
solar
immediate
output
feedback.
changes with weather.
But those
The
changes are
kitten learns
measurable,
quickly
what is too
forecastable,
much, and manageable.
When those early
turning
lessons
a
are
cloud
missing
problem
or
into
interrupted,
a planning problem.
some cats grow into adults.
Some
who
renewables
startle
produce
easily
electricity
or
without
struggle
moving
with new
parts,
experiences,
almost silently.
That
There
does
is
not
something
mean they
strangely
cannot
soothing
adapt about
but
power,
it can change
made
how
with
long
no
trust
spinning
takes
shafts,
to build.
no pistons,
This is why early
no roaring
experiences
combustion.
matter so much. Photovoltaic panels
Even
are
ones that
essentially
seem
solid-state
small.
electricity.
A calm introduction to a
Light
carrier,
excites electrons
a soft
inside
brush,
a carefully
a friendly
engineered
visitor,
material,
or a new
and an
room
electric current
can become
emerges
part of the
without
cat's
anything
inner
mechanical
map of
pushing it
safety.
along. Confidence
That
is often
simplicity
built
can mean
before a
fewer
kitten
points
is
of
even
wear,
fully grown,
which is why solar systems
Many
can sit
cats
on
need
rooftops
with their
for
paws,
decades, with
echoing
modest
nursing
maintenance.
behavior from infancy.
The quiet
Kneading also
looks
changes
like a
how
gentle
energy fits into
massage.
daily life. A
Paws
school can
pressing
host
and
panels above a
releasing in a
playground.
slow rhythm,
A warehouse
often
can
on
shade its
blankets,
roof while
laps,
generating
or soft
power.
cushions.
And a hospital can
The
add
roots of it
capacity
reach
without
back
adding
to
noise.
kittenhood, when nursing
Even
kittens
in
press
remote
against
places,
their mother
a
to
small array
stimulate
paired
milk
with
flow.
batteries can replace the
That
constant
early
growl
motion
of the
becomes
diesel
linked
generator
with
warmth,
turning nights
food into something
and safety.
calmer. So it can
The magic
resurface
is
not
later in
only in the
life,
physics
during moments
but in
of
the
deep
feeling.
comfort.
Electricity becomes less like an industrial
cats
event
need with eyes
and more
half
like a
closed,
gentle background
purring
service
softly,
delivered
as
with
if
the
drifting
hush
into
of
a memory
daylight itself.
their body still remembers.
Clean power
The
can
claws
also
may come out a
clean
little,
air,
not
preventing
from aggression,
millions of pollution-related
because the movement
illnesses.
is automatic.
Energy
and
choices
show up in lungs.
In the wild, kneading
When
can also
coal and
relate
oil
to
are
preparing
burned,
a resting
the
spot, sky carries the patting down
leftovers,
grass or leaves
fine
before
particles
settling.
that slip deep into airways.
At home,
nitrogen
this behavior
oxides
turns
that
into a
irritate
gentle
tissue
ritual that and
shows a
sulfur
cat feels
compounds
safe
that
enough
can form
to
harmful
completely let
haze.
go.
It carries
These
an
pollutants
intimacy
are
that
linked
comes
with
from a
asthma
time when the
attacks,
world
heart
felt
strain,
small,
strokes,
and protected,
and premature death.
Cats
especially for
sprint
children
using
and older
fast
adults.
twitch muscles built for sudden
Switching to
surges of
renewables
speed.
can
A
reduce
cat's
those
athletic
exposures
brilliance
quickly.
is
not designed
sometimes
for
within
endurance.
weeks.
because the source of the pollution
is designed
removed
for lightning.
rather than filtered at the
Fast
end.
twitch muscle fibers are meant
The
to fire
effect is not
explosively,
evenly shared,
giving a cat
which makes it
instant
even more
acceleration when it
important.
lunges for a toy,
Communities
slips
living
beneath a
near
chair,
busy
or
highways,
springs onto a
refineries,
shelf.
or power plants
In a hunt,
often
this
carry
is
the
exactly
heaviest
what's
burden.
needed.
Cleaner
The cat
electricity
waits,
can
gathers
mean
itself,
fewer emergency
and then
visits,
commits to a brief,
fewer
decisive
missed
burst,
school days,
where timing matters
and more
far more
years
than
of healthy
distance.
life gained quietly.
You can see the same design in
without
how
fanfare.
caps play. They often pause
It is
for
one
long
of the most
stretches,
human
watching,
benefits of
calculating,
the transition.
then suddenly move
The power
with dramatic
grid
speed.
becomes a public health
It is
tool,
not laziness,
not just a
it is
machine.
energy strategy.
Renewable energy
Powerful
is now
bursts
one of the
cost a lot,
fastest growing
which
job
is why
fields
cats prefer
worldwide.
brief, intense action
One
followed
reason
by
the shift
recovery.
feels so real is that
This
you can
also
see it
explains
in
why play
work
sessions
boots and
that
tool
copy a
belts.
hunt with stalking and
Renewable
pouncing
energy
can
creates
satisfy a
jobs
cat
that are
more than
distributed,
constant running.
hands-on,
Their
and
bodies are
often
tuned
local.
for a quick story, not a long
Technicians
chase.
servicing turbines,
A cat's
electricians
pupils narrow
wiring
into slits,
inverters,
protecting highly
crews
sensitive
installing
eyes
rooftop
in
systems.
bright light.
The cat's
Engineers
pupils
planning
can
new transmission
tighten
into thin
and
vertical
operators
lines.
managing storage
And it looks
smart
almost
grids. dramatic. There is
like a
also
camera
factory
closing
work,
down.
from glass and frames to
That
cables
shape
and
is
batteries.
not just for style.
Plus, the
It
designers
helps
who make
control how
equipment
much
more
light
efficient
enters the
each
eye,
year.
protecting a system built
Many
to be
roles
extremely
translate well from
sensitive.
older industries,
The slit
which
can
matters in
reduce
places
glare,
where livelihoods
while
have
still
been tied
allowing
to
sharp
coal,
focus,
oil,
which
or
matters
gas
for an animal
generations
that
skilled
needs to
like
judge
welding,
movement and
heavy
distance
equipment
with
operation, safety planning,
Then,
and
when
grid
light
maintenance
fades,
do not
the
vanish.
pupils can open
They
wide.
shift. Drinking
Training
in
programs
whatever is
and
available.
apprenticeships
can turn that shift into a bridge.
This fast
instead
adjustment
of a cliff.
helps cats
The
handle
hopeful
sudden
part
changes,
is momentum.
like stepping from
As
a sunny
costs
window
drop
into
and
a dim
deployment
hallway.
accelerates, demand
It
for
is also
skilled
part
labor
of their
grows
expressive
with it.
face.
The energy
Wide
transition
pupils
is
can
not only
signal
a technology
excitement,
story.
fear,
It is a workforce
or
story,
intense interest.
unfolding one job
While
site
narrowed
at a
pupils
time.
can appear
Grids
during
can
bright
run
conditions
on near total
or heightened
renewables,
focus.
using storage,
If you watch
flexibility,
carefully,
and smart
you can
planning.
sometimes see the
A
pupils
renewable
shift
heavy
as a
grid
cap's
is less
mood
like a
shifts.
single power plant,
Almost
and
like the
more
eyes
like
are telling
an
you a
orchestra.
quiet story. Without
Instead of
words.
one conductor
Caps have a
forcing the
reflective
same
eye
rhythm
layer,
all day,
boosting vision
the
in low
system
light.
blends many instruments.
When light hits a cat's eyes
Wind
at night,
arriving in gusts,
you might see an
solar
eerie glow,
rising and
green,
falling with
gold,
the sun,
or icy
hydro
blue.
responding quickly,
That shine
batteries
comes from a
smoothing the
reflective
edges,
layer behind
and
the
demand
retina
shifting
that
slightly
bounces
to
light
match
back
supply.
through the eye, giving the
Places that have
photoreceptors
pushed far
a
in
second
this
chance to
direction
catch it.
show what is possible when
It is like
planning
recycling
careful.
faint
Fast
light instead of
forecasting
letting it
helps
disappear.
operators anticipate changes.
The result is a strong advantage in dim
Interconnections
conditions
let regions
when
share
prey
power
might be
across
moving
distance
and
and
the
time
world
zones.
is full of shadows.
Storage covers
This
short
reflective
gaps,
layer
while
also
flexible
explains why the
industrial
eyes
loads
can look
and
so
smart
luminous in
charging for
headlights
electric
or a
vehicles
hallway
can
nightlight.
move demand to cheaper,
The trade-off
cleaner
is that the
hours.
reflection can slightly
Even
soften
simple
fine
choices
detail,
like
especially in
aligning
brighter
building
conditions.
efficiency with weather
But
patterns.
cats are built to prioritize
The
motion
underlying lesson
and low
is
light
that
function.
reliability is not tied
It
to
is one of those
fuel.
designs that feels
It is
almost
tied to
otherworldly
coordination.
until you realize
When
it
the
is
grid
practical.
becomes smarter about
In
timing
twilight,
and
when
cooperation,
humans begin to fumble
a
and
high
squint,
renewables future
cats are still
stops
reading the
sounding
room
like a
with
gamble.
confidence.
Sudden
And
starts
Zoos
looking
often
like
release
engineering
stored
policy
energy,
and good
excitement,
choreography
or mild stress.
working together. One moment, the house is calm. Renewable power
The
can
next,
be built
your cat is
faster than
sprinting
most
down the
fossil
hallway,
fuel plants.
ripping off corners,
Speed
and
matters,
skidding across the
because
floor
the
like a
world
tiny
changes while
comet.
projects are still on the drawing
Those sudden
board.
bursts,
Large fossil
often called
plants
zooies,
often require
are common in many
complex
cats,
fuel supply
especially
contracts,
younger ones.
specialized
They
equipment,
can happen after a long nap,
construction
after
schedules,
using the litter box,
and the risk
or
that
during the
future
evening hours
regulations
when a cat's
or market
natural
shifts
activity
will
tends to
strand
rise.
the investment.
Sometimes it is pure play
Many
energy
renewable
looking for an
projects
exit.
are modular,
Sometimes
which
it is a way to
changes
shake off
everything.
tension, like the body
A
turning
solar
nervous
farm
buzz
can scale from a
into
small
motion.
phase to a large
You will
one
often see
quickly,
the cat pause
adding rows
mid-run,
of panels
eyes
like
bright,
building blocks.
then take off again with
Wind
the same
projects
wild
can arrive
joy.
turbine by turbine.
It can look
and
chaotic,
each new
but it is
machine
often
begins
self-regulation
producing as soon
in
as it
action.
is commissioned.
The key
That
is
shorter
what comes
timeline
after.
reduces financing
Many
risk
cats settle
and
more
allows
easily
communities
once
to
the
see
burst is
benefits
done,
sooner,
as if the sprint
including
included the system.
local tax revenue and
In a
lease
safe
payments.
home, zooies are usually
It
the
also
sound
lets
of a
grids
healthy
respond
engine
quickly
revving.
to rising
Cats
demand
prefer
from
routine
electrification
because
data
sudden
centers
change can trigger
growing
vigilance.
cities.
Cats
Fast
are
build
masters of
times do not
noticing
remove
small
the need for
differences,
careful sighting,
which makes
and
the world
permitting,
feel safer,
but they do
when it stays
reshape what is
predictable.
possible.
The
When
same
energy
feeding
can be
time,
deployed
the
in
same
months
sleeping spots,
instead of years,
the same familiar
planning
pathways
becomes more
through a
agile,
room,
and
all
momentum
reduce the need
becomes
to stay on
easier
alert.
to sustain.
Your rooftop
When something
can become a
changes,
tiny power
moved
station,
couch,
feeding
a new
energy
scent,
back.
a different person in the
There
house,
is something
a loud
wonderfully
suitcase
empowering
appearing.
about the idea
The cat may
that your
switch
home
into
can
a cautious
participate in
mode.
the grid, rather
You
than
might
just
see more
consume
hiding,
from it.
more watching from the
Rooftop
distance,
solar
or
turns
more
empty
checking
surface
corners.
area into a generator
This is not
that works
stubbornness.
hardest during the bright
It is a
hours
survival
when
strategy.
demand often climbs.
In nature, change can
With the
mean
right
danger,
policies and wiring,
cautious animals
excess
live
electricity
longer.
can flow outward.
The good news
supporting
is that gentle
neighbors and
consistency
easing strain
can
on distant
rebuild
power
calm.
plants.
Repair
Repair
it
it
with
with
a
a
battery,
battery,
rhythms,
and the home
offering
becomes even
predictable
more
play,
flexible,
and giving
storing
a cat
midday
control
production
over
for
distance
evening
and
light,
approach,
or
can
keeping
help them
essential
adjust.
devices running during outages.
Once a new routine forms,
When many houses
many
do
cats
this together,
settle again,
utilities
as if the
can
world
bundle
has
them
become
into a
readable.
TU, virtual
Routine is
power
not
plant,
boredom to a
coordinating
cat. It is
thousands of
safety
small systems
written into
to behave
time.
like one large, responsive
cat's
resource
sense of smell
that changes the
guides
geography
food
of
choices
power.
more than taste.
Electricity no longer
To a
has
cat,
to travel as far,
a meal begins
which can reduce
before
losses
the
and
first
delay
bite.
expensive upgrades.
It begins with
It
a
also
sniff.
changes the psychology. Cats have a
Energy
strong
stops
preference
feeling
for
like
foods
something
that
made
smell
somewhere
right,
else, because scent
It becomes
carries
something
the
you can
richest
see,
information
plan
about
for,
freshness and
quietly
safety,
be proud
and
of
what the
every
food
time the
actually
sun rises.
is.
Solar
This
farms
is
can
why
share land
a
with
cat
sheep,
with a stuffy
creating
nose
solar
may
grazing
suddenly seem
partnerships.
picky.
Picture a
The
solar
flavor
site
has
that
not
feels more
changed,
like a calm
but the smell
pasture
pathway
than an industrial
has.
project.
It is also why
Sheep
warmed
are
food
surprisingly
can become
perfect
more
co-workers for
tempting
panels
because
they
warmth
naturally
releases
keep
more
grass
aroma
trimmed
into
without
the
needing
air.
loud mowers or
You
chemical
may
weed
notice
control.
a cat sniffing.
Their
then
small
stepping
size
back,
lets them move
then
under rows of
returning
panels
for
where
another
bigger
careful
animals would
check,
bump and scratch
as if
equipment.
confirming the
For
answer.
farmers, it can mean two income
Cats
streams
also
from the same
remember
land,
smell strongly.
one from grazing and
A
one from
familiar
electricity,
scent can mean
which
comfort,
is a rare kind of stability
while a
in
new
a weather-driven
scent can
business.
mean caution.
For solar
Even if
operators,
the food
it
looks
solves a real
identical to
maintenance
you.
headache. Vegetation
smell
that grows
first
too
approach
tall can
helps
shade
explain
panels
why
and attract
cats can be
pests.
selective in
Yet
ways
constant
that
mowing
confuse
costs money
humans.
and burns fuel.
With
They are
grazing,
not judging by
the
landscape
sweetness
becomes
or
self-managing.
variety.
They are
And
following
the
the
sight
nose,
stays quieter
and the nose
and greener.
is telling them a story.
In some
communities, these projects
Cats
also
detect
soften
faint
opposition
vibrations
by
through
keeping land
sensitive
agricultural
receptors in their paw
rather than
pads.
turning it into a fenced,
A cat can learn
lifeless
about a
field.
room without seeing
It
it
is
clearly,
clean power
simply
that
by
still
standing
smells
still.
like grass.
Under the soft pads are
Floating
touch
solar
sensors
panels
that
reduce
pick up
evaporation
tiny tremors,
while making
the
electricity
kind made
on
by
reservoirs.
footsteps in another room.
A reservoir
A
looks
door
like open
settling
space,
into its frame,
but it is also
or
a
small
valuable
animal
surface doing
moving
nothing
on the
most days
floorboards.
but losing water to heat.
That is
and
why
wind.
some cats seem to appear
Floating
before
solar
you
turns
hear
that
anyone
same
arrive,
surface into a
or why
double-purpose
they
asset.
suddenly stare at a spot
Panels sit on
that
buoyant
looks
platforms
completely
that
empty.
gently rise and fall
Their
with
feet
water
are
levels,
not just for walking.
sending power ashore through
They are
protected
part
cables.
of a quiet early
The
warning
shade
system.
can slow evaporation,
This sensitivity
which matters in
also
dry
helps
regions
during
where
hunting,
every drop is
when the
contested
goal
by
is
farms,
to feel movement
cities, and
as much as to
ecosystems.
hear it.
Cooler water
Even
can
play
also
shows
reduce
it.
algae blooms
A
in some
toy that
situations,
skitters can be tracked
improving water
through the
quality
floor with
and cutting
astonishing
treatment
accuracy.
costs.
When a cat
There is another
presses
clever
a paw on
advantage.
something, it is not always to hold
already
it down.
have nearby electrical
Sometimes
infrastructure.
it is to listen,
especially
with
if they
the
are
skin.
tied to
The
water
Jacobson's
management
organ
or
lets
hydropower
cats
systems.
analyze scent,
So
almost
interconnection
like
can
tasting
be
air.
simpler than starting from scratch on
A
land.
cat's nose does more than
It
smell
also
dinner.
avoids using farmland
It can read
or
social
habitat.
information that
The
feels
image
almost
is
like a
quietly
secret layer of
futuristic.
reality.
A lake that
Inside the
glitters
roof
not
of the
with
mouth
waves
is
alone,
a special sense
but
system
with a floating
that helps
constellation
interpret chemical
that makes
cues
electricity
other animals leave
while
behind.
helping save water.
This is the kind of information that can tell a
Concentrated
cat
solar
whether
plants
another
can store
creature
heat
was
in
recently
molten
nearby,
salts for night
and whether
power.
that visitor felt calm,
Instead of turning light
stressed,
directly
or
into
ready
electricity,
to challenge.
concentrated solar
It is why a
gathers
cat
sunlight
can become
like a
intensely
giant
focused on a
magnifying
single
glass.
patch of carpet, or
Fields
sniff a
of mirrors
doorway as
track
if it
the
holds
sun
news.
and bounce its
To us,
rays
it is
toward a
nothing.
receiver,
To the
heating
cat,
a working
it is
fluid
a
to
message
extreme
board.
temperatures.
This ability
The
helps
twist that
explain
feels
those
almost
moments
like
when a
alchemy
cat seems
is
to
what
know
comes
what
next.
happened while you were
Storing
away,
that heat
or
in molten
why
salts
a new
hot
object
enough
can
to
feel
glow,
suspicious,
yet stable
even
enough
if it
to
looks
hold
harmless.
energy for hours.
When the sun
Their
sets,
world is not
the
only
stored
what
heat
they see,
is used to make steam
it is what the
that
air
spins a turbine,
remembers.
producing electricity
Cats drink
long
little
after the
water,
sky has gone
reflecting ancestors from
It
dry
is solar
environments.
power that
Many
behaves
cats
more
carry
like a
a
controllable
desert-shaped
power
history in
plant,
their bodies,
able to deliver into
their
evening
wired
peaks
relatives
when people cook
often
dinner
survived
and turn on
where
lights.
open water was scarce.
The engineering
So
has
moisture
drama in
came
it too,
mostly from prey,
because everything must be designed
that
to
ancient
avoid
pattern
freezing.
still shows up in
corrosion,
living
and
rooms
leaks
today,
while handling
where
tremendous
some cats
heat.
barely visit the water
It
bowl.
is sunlight
Bottled
even
as
when they are
warmth,
healthy, waiting patiently for night.
Instead, they may prefer moisture
Solar panels
hidden
in
inside
space
food,
could beam power
or
down
sip only
as
in
microwaves
small,
someday.
careful moments.
On Earth,
This can
solar
surprise
energy
people
takes
who
breaks.
expect a steady,
Nights arrive,
dough-like approach
clouds
to
drift
drinking.
in, seasons tilt
It is
the sun.
also why many cats
In
become
space,
fascinated
the
by
sunlight
dripping
is far
taps
more constant,
or freshly poured
and that
water.
steadiness is what makes the
Movement
idea so
can
captivating.
signal freshness,
A
and freshness
space-based
matters
solar system
when water
would
is
collect
rare.
energy above the atmosphere. You
Then
might
convert
notice
it
a cat
into a
waiting
beam
until the
directed
house
toward a
is receiving
receiving
station on the
then
ground.
taking a
the
few
beam could
silent
be
laps,
microwaves
as
or
if it is
laser
private
light,
business,
carefully spread out,
understanding
so the
this
intensity
background
stays
can
within
change
safe
how you
limits,
care for them.
and then
A
turned
cat is
back
not
into
being
electricity
difficult when it drinks
by
little.
special antennas.
It
called
is following an old
rectennas.
survival script written
sounds
long
like
before
science
kitchens
fiction.
existed.
Yet
The cat's
research has been
kidneys
circling this
concentrate
concept
urine
for
extremely
decades,
well,
and small
compared with
demonstrations have
humans.
helped show pieces of the puzzle.
Inside
The hard
a
part
cat
is not the
is a
physics
powerful
as much as
water-saving
the
system.
logistics. The kidneys
Launching
are
large
built to
structures,
reclaim moisture
assembling them
efficiently,
reliably,
producing
and keeping
urine
costs
that can be
reasonable
far more
is the
concentrated
true
than ours.
mountain to climb.
This is another echo of life.
If those
where
hurdles
water was
fall,
not always
it
guaranteed,
would be a new kind of power plant.
It means a cat
one
can
that
stay
rises
hydrated
with
on
the
less
stars.
drinking than you might expect,
Perovskite
especially
solar
when
cells
eating
can be
moist
printed
food.
like ink.
If durability is
It also
solved.
means
that hydration
perovskites
changes
are
can matter
exciting
quickly
because they
the
promise
body
a
is
different
already
personality for
optimized
solar
to
power.
conserve.
Instead of rigid panels
When a cat
made
is
in
well
energy
hydrated,
hungry
that
factories,
system works
these
smoothly
materials
in the
can be
background,
deposited in thin
quietly
layers,
balancing salts
potentially
and fluids.
using roll-to-roll
When
processes
water intake
that
drops
resemble
too
printing
far,
newspapers.
the margin
that
can
could
shrink.
make solar lighter, cheaper.
That is
and
one
far
reason
more
vets
adaptable,
often emphasize
with
hydration
coatings that go onto
strategies for
flexible
cats,
sheets or
especially
shaped
as they
surfaces.
age.
The fascinating
performance
part
story
is that this is
just
not
as
a
thrilling.
modern trick. In a
It is
relatively
ancient
short
engineering,
research timeline,
tuned for
perovskite
survival
efficiencies
in
climbed
harsh
at a pace
landscapes.
that
Every
startled
lap
the
a
industry,
cat takes is
hinting that
supported by an
sunlight
internal
could be
machine
captured with less
that knows how
material
to stretch water
and less
like
cost.
a precious resource.
The obstacle
Cats
is
sleep
endurance.
long hours, but much of it is light
Sunlight,
dozing.
oxygen,
A sleeping
moisture,
cat
and
can
heat
look completely
can slowly
gone from
break
the
the
world.
material down.
Yet the body
like
is
a
often
beautiful
on standby,
painting left out in the rain.
Much of their rest is a light
Researchers
sleep,
are fighting
where
back.
they can
with
wake
better
quickly if something
encapsulation,
changes.
improved chemistry.
You can see it
and
in the
layered
small
designs
signs,
that pair perovskites
an ear
with
that
silicon
swivels,
for extra
whiskers
output.
that shift,
If
eyes
they
that
win,
crack open for a
solar
second
could spread
and
into
close
places
again.
panels never fit before.
This pattern makes
turning
sense
more
for
of
a
the built
hunter that must
world
also
into
avoid
a gentle
danger.
generator. Some
Rest
solar
is essential,
panels are
but deep
semi-transparent,
unconsciousness for
turning
long
windows
stretches could
into
be risky.
generators.
So, cats
Imagine
mastered
standing
the art
in a
of
sun-lit
half-sleep.
room where the
They
glass
can
is
recharge
quietly
while still
doing
monitoring
work.
the environment.
Semi-transparent
That is why a cat
solar
may seem to
aims
teleport
to
from a
harvest
sofa
part
to
of
the
the light,
hallway the
while
moment you
still
touch a
letting
cupboard.
enough through for people to see
They
and
were not
feel
fully
daylight.
asleep in the human sense.
Some designs
resting
capture invisible
with one paw
wavelengths like
in awareness.
ultraviolet
It is also why
or
cats
near
choose
infrared,
sleeping spots
guiding that
strategically,
energy toward the
often
window
with a good
edges,
view
where
or a
tiny
quick
cells
escape route.
convert it into
Even in
electricity.
rest, they are quietly clever.
Others use patterned layers that look
Dream
slightly
sleep in
tinted,
cats
like
includes
designer
twitching
glass
paws,
that happens to make
whiskers,
power.
and tails.
The appeal is scale.
Sometimes
Cities are
a cat
full of
falls
vertical
into a deeper
surfaces,
kind of sleep,
and a single
and the
high-rise
stillness
can have more
changes.
glass than roof.
A paw flexes
If even a
as if
portion of those
stepping.
windows could
Whiskers
contribute electricity,
tremble.
buildings
The
would
jaw
shift
makes
from being
tiny
pure
movements,
consumers
and the
to
tail
being
may flick
partial
as if
producers.
responding to an invisible moment.
The challenge is finding the sweet
This is
spot
the kind of
between
sleep linked
transparency,
with dreaming,
efficiency,
where the brain is
cost,
active
and
even
aesthetics.
while the body stays mostly
Because a
at
building
rest.
still needs comfortable light and clear
Watching
views.
it can feel like witnessing
There
a
is also
private
a
story
poetic side.
Sunlight
Maybe
that
it
once
is a
just
chase.
warmed a lobby
Maybe
can help
it is a
run
climb.
elevators
power sensors,
Maybe it is the
or
memory
charged
of a
devices
game from earlier
making
that
the
day.
boundary between outside and
Kittens
inside
often show
feel
these
more
movements
alive.
strongly, which fits
Desert
with how
dust
much their
can
brains are
slash
learning
solar
and
output,
organizing.
making cleaning a major
Adults
design
do it
challenge.
too,
So the
just
deserts
sometimes
sometimes
more
more
subtly.
subtly. All that sun and open space.
It is a reminder that
Yet
cats
the
are not
environment
only
fights
reacting
back
creatures,
in a quiet,
they are
gritty
processors,
way.
replaying
Dust
experience,
and sand
refining
settle
skills,
onto panels
and
forming
forming
a
a
film
film
that blocks
while
light
they lie
like
curled
a thin
in
veil.
a quiet karma of fur.
In extreme conditions, output
Even
can drop
sleep
dramatically.
can be a kind of practice.
The problem compounds
Cats
because
can learn
dusty air
words
can
and
also coat
tones,
sensors
even
and
when they
cooling
pretend
vents.
not to.
A cat
Cleaning
may act
sounds
indifferent
simple,
until
but that
you
does
consider
not mean
the scale.
nothing is being learned.
A large solar plant can cover an area you could
Over
walk
time,
all day.
many cats connect
and
particular
hauling water
sounds
to scrub
with
panels
particular
may
outcomes.
clash with the reality
A
of
food
living in
tin
an arid
opening.
region.
That
A
has
favorite
sparked
person
a
arriving,
wave of creativity.
a carrier appearing,
Robotic
or a
cleaners
game
that
move
beginning.
at night.
They may
Coatings
not
that resist
respond
sticking,
like a dog, because
electrostatic
cats are not
systems
built
that
for
shake
constant
dust
obedience.
loose, and designs
Their
that reduce
responses
how much
are often
grit can settle in the
strategic.
first crash. If coming when called has worked out
Place.
well before, you may get
There
a
is a
quick
deeper
trot
lesson here about renewable energy.
If it has
being
led to
rooted
nail
in
trimming,
the local environment.
you may get silence. Sunlight
and
alone
disappearance.
is not sufficient. You also
Tone
need
matters
to understand
too.
wind,
A
soil,
gentle voice
water,
can signal
and upkeep,
safety,
so the
while a
technology
sharp
can
sound
genuinely
can
belong
trigger
to its
distance.
settings. Solar
This
trackers
learning can
follow
become
the sun
surprisingly
and can raise
specific.
energy output
Some cats
significantly.
recognize the names of
A fixed
people in the
panel
household,
is like a face that looks
or
in one
react
direction
differently to
all day long.
phrases that predict routine.
A tracker is a face that
The
turns.
fun part is seeing
By
the
pivoting
choice
along the
behind
sun's
it.
path, trackers keep panels
A
aligned
cat
closer
can
to the
understand
optimal
you
angle
and
for
still
capturing
decide.
light, especially
That
in the
decision
morning
is
and
not
late
defiance.
afternoon when
It
fixed
is
systems
agency.
begin to lag.
And it is part of
The
what
outcome
makes
can be a
cats
noticeable
feel so
increase in
alive.
yearly energy production, which is why
Cats
trackers
use
are now
body
common
angles
in
more than
large,
faces,
ground-mounted
signaling
installations.
comfort.
The
or
mechanism
warning.
itself can be basic.
Humans
or
search
complex.
faces for emotion.
Some
But
systems
cats
speak
rotate
more
on
with
a single
posture,
axis,
like a
A
slow
slight turn
nod
of the
from
body can
east
say,
to west.
I am relaxed.
Others
Or it
tilt
can
along
say,
two axes.
I am ready to leave.
Following the sun with greater
A
precision.
cat that feels safe
That
often
added
sits with
movement
loose
brings
muscles,
higher cost
offering its
and
side
more maintenance
rather than facing you head
But
on.
it can also reshape the
A
daily
cat that
power
feels
curve,
unsure may
extending
stiffen,
production into
lower
the
the
evening
body,
hours
and
when
keep weight
demand
ready
often
to
climbs.
shift.
In a
The
way,
direction of the
trackers
head,
are about
the curve
respect
of the
for
back,
geometry, and the placement of the paws.
The sun is
all
not
become
just
part
bright.
of a quiet
It is
sentence.
directional.
And
This
an
is why
array that
cat
moves
communication
can
can be
treat that
missed.
direction like
The
a signals
signals
are not loud. It is a
They
reminder
are
that renewable
geometric.
energy
If you
is not
learn to
only about
notice them,
what you capture,
you start to
but
understand
when
the moments
you capture
before
it.
they happen.
Solar power
You can
helped
see when a
electrify
cat is
remote
about to
clinics
play,
before many
when it
cities
wants
had stable
space,
grids.
or when it is simply
In remote
watching
regions,
the world with calm
electricity is not a
attention.
convenience. It is
It
the
is
difference
like
between a
learning a
safe
new
birth
language
and a
that
risky
was
one.
there the whole time,
Between refrigerated
in
vaccines
angles and pauses
spoiled medicine,
rather than words.
between a working radio,
A raised
and
quivering
silence.
tail
Long
can
before
signal
solar
joy,
became a
greeting,
mainstream
or
grid
excitement.
resource, small
There is a
photovoltaic
particular
systems
kind of
were
greeting
often
that
used
feels
where the alternative was
unmistakably
darkness,
cat.
or a generator
tail
that
lifts
needed fuel
straight up,
delivered over
and
rough
then it
roads.
trembles as if
A
the
few
whole
panels
body
and
is
the battery
smiling.
could power lights for nighttime
This
treatment,
quiver often
charge
appears when a
communication
cat is
equipment,
delighted to
and
see
run
someone,
basic medical devices.
especially a trusted
It also
person
made water
returning after
purification
time away.
possible, which can matter
It
as
can
much
also
as
show
medicine.
up at mealtime,
The
or when a
impact
favorite
is easy to
routine is
overlook
about to begin,
because it arrives
like
quietly.
play or a warm
A
lap.
clinic that no longer worries
The
about
quiver
fuel
is
shipments
different
can
from a
focus on
thrash.
care. A
It is
nurse
not
who can see
irritation.
clearly at night
It is a
can
bright,
work more
contained
confidently.
excitement.
Solar's
Like
real
energy
gift here
bubbling
is
up
reliability
without spilling
through
over.
independence.
Some cats
pair it with a
when
friendly
power
approach,
is made on
a
site,
soft sound,
distance,
or a quick
stops
rub
being a
against a
barrier.
leg. This
In
is
multi-cat
renewable
homes,
energy. It
as
can
a
appear
lifeline,
between bonded
not a
cats
trend.
as well. And it shows
It is one
how
of those
clean
signals that
technology
feels
often proves
almost
itself
pure
first because it
at the
carries no
edges of the
obvious
map.
demand.
It
The
is
first
simply,
practical
"I am
silicon
happy
solar
you are
cell
here,"
appeared in the
and I
mid-20th
cannot
century.
quite
A
keep it
practical
still.
silicon cell was not born from a single
Cats
flash
gently
of genius.
headbutt
To exchange
It emerged
scent,
from decades
strengthening
of
social
tinkering
bonds
with materials,
A cat's
impurities,
headbutt is not a
and the
push.
strange behavior
It is a
of
ceremony.
electrons in
The forehead
solids.
and the area around the head
What made
carry
that
scent
mid-century
sources that can
be shared
special
through gentle
was
contact.
not only that it worked,
When a cat bumps you,
but that it
is
worked
often
well
placing
enough
a
to be
familiar
useful,
signature on you,
turning
while also
sunlight
picking
into
up yours,
electricity with a
weaving you into its
reliability that
social
could be
world.
scaled. Early
This
uses
behavior
were
is
often
sometimes
niche
called
because
bonding,
the cost was
and
high.
it can appear between
Yet the
cats that
value
trust
was
each other deeply.
undeniable in places
You
where
might see it
replacing
in
a
greeting
battery
rituals, where
was
one cat
difficult
approaches
or
and offers the
impossible.
forehead like a handshake.
Spacecraft became an
With
early
humans,
proving
it
ground
often arrives
because sunlight
as a
is
quiet
abundant
surprise,
above the
a
atmosphere,
small, solid
and
tap
every
that
watt
says
matters
more
when
than
you
a
are
meow.
far from home.
It can also be a sign of confidence
Over time,
because
manufacturing
the cat is moving
improved,
close and
prices
choosing
fell,
contact without
and that
fear.
once rare device became
Pay
familiar,
attention to the style.
appearing on calculators,
slow, deliberate
road signs,
headbutt,
and rooftops. Usually signals affection and the bigger
calm.
story is how quickly
In that
human
small
tools can
movement,
evolve.
the cat is
when
not
a
only
principle
saying
is
hello,
proven.
it
A
is
thin
reaffirming
slice of silicon
belonging.
became a bridge between
The
star
way a
and
family
socket,
might touch
and
shoulders
the modern
as they
energy
pass.
landscape grew from that quiet
Black
breakthrough.
fur can be linked to genes
Wind
that also
speeds rise
influence
with height,
immunity.
which is why turbines
A black-coated
growing
cat
taller
can carry more than
step
a
outside on a
striking look.
calm day. And
In
the air
several
can feel
species,
almost
including
still,
domestic cats,
especially
and
near
their wild
trees,
relatives,
buildings, and
the
hills.
genetics
that
tied to
roughen the
dark
flow
pigmentation can
climb
overlap
higher
with
and the
pathways
story
involved
changes.
in immune function.
With fewer obstacles
That
to
does
slow
not
it down,
mean every black cat
moving
is
air
healthier,
becomes smoother,
but it
and
does mean
faster.
evolution sometimes
And that
bundles
extra
traits
speed
together
matters
in surprising
enormously,
ways.
because the available energy rises
Imagine a
sharply with wind
population
speed.
living under intense disease
Taller
pressure.
towers are like reaching up
A
into a
gene
better
variant
river current
that deepens coat
That
color
is why modern machines
might travel
look so
alongside changes
statuesque,
that improve
with hubs
resistance
lifted
to
far
certain
above the
infections
turbulence close
over
to the ground.
generations. That darker
The payoff is not only more energy, but more predictable
This idea
energy,
has been examined
which
in
makes
different
planning
cat
easier for the
populations.
grid. And it reminds us
Of course,
that color
height
is
brings
not
challenges
merely
too.
decorative.
Transporting enormous sections,
Fur can
assembling
serve as a
them
visible
safely,
hint of
and designing
unseen
for
biology.
lightning and fatigue
The
pushes
next time you
engineering
notice
to
a
its
sleek
limits.
black cat
Still,
slipping through a doorway
the
like a
logic
shadow
is irresistible.
It is worth remembering
When the
that
atmosphere offers
evolution
a stronger
often uses
stream
the
just a
surface
little higher,
to carry deeper
humans
stories.
build ladders to meet it.
And sometimes those
Offshore
stories
wind
are
is
about
stronger
survival.
and steadier.
White cats
Turning
with blue
seas
eyes
into power
face a higher
fields.
risk of deafness.
Out at sea, wind
Some
has
of the
room
most
to
visually
gather
dramatic
itself.
cats,
Without
white coats
forests
paired
and
with
city
blue
blocks
eyes,
to break it
carry
apart,
a hidden risk
air
that
flows in
surprises
long,
many people.
clean currents
In many
that can
cases,
persist
the
for
genetics
hours.
that create that
That
brilliant white
steadiness
coloring
is a gift,
can also
because it
affect
smooths
the development
power
of the
output
inner
and
ear.
makes forecasting
The
easier.
result can be partial
like switching
or
from a
complete
jittery candle
deafness.
flame to a steady
Sometimes
lantern.
in one ear, sometimes both.
Offshore sites
This is not
also
connected
open
to
up
intelligence
vast new
or
areas for
personality,
development,
but it
which
can
can
shape
ease
how a
land
cat experiences the world.
and keep
Deaf
turbines
cats
farther
often
from
become
homes.
experts at reading
The
vibrations,
scale can be
routines,
breathtaking,
and visual cues
rows of
from
machines
humans.
rise from the water
They
like
may
a moving
startle
skyline,
more easily when touched
each
unexpectedly,
one harvesting
simply
energy
because they
that
cannot
once only
hear
drove
approach.
waves and weather.
Many
Building in
owners
the
learn
ocean
to
is
communicate
not
with light
gentle
taps,
work.
salt
Hand
corrosion,
signals,
or
eye
gentle
waves,
stomps
and
on the
limited
floor
access
to announce presence.
demand rugged designs.
It is a beautiful
and careful
example
maintenance
of adaptation.
plans.
A
Yet,
cat can
the
lose
payoff
one
is
sense
a
and
resource
still
that often
thrive,
peaks at times
building a
when
rich life
coastal
from the
cities
senses
need
that
the
were
most.
and
Especially
forming
during
very
strong
attentive
seasonal
bonds with
winds.
the people who learn its
The sea
language.
becomes a quiet partner in
Electrifying
electrifying
the
tortoiseshell
shore.
coats.
Usually
Floating
appear
wind
in females
turbines can
due to
harvest
genetics.
energy in deep water.
A calico
far
or
offshore.
tortoiseshell coat looks like
Traditional
living
offshore
artwork.
turbines need
Patches
the
of
seafloor
color
within
arranged
reach
as
for
if painted
foundations,
by chance,
which limits
the reason
where you
is
can
partly
build.
chance and partly
Floating designs
chromosomes.
break that boundary.
The genes for orange
Instead
and
of
black
anchoring
coat
rigidly
color
to the
sit
bottom,
on the X
the
chromosome,
turbine sips
and
on a
females
buoyant
typically
platform
have two X
held in place
chromosomes.
by mooring lines that flex with
Early in
waves
development,
and currents.
each cell chooses
It is a
one
little like
X
a ship
chromosome
that
to
never
use,
sails,
and the other is
constantly
mostly
balancing
silenced.
weight,
That choice
wind
happens
push,
in different
and
cells
water
across
motion.
the body.
This
Creating a
opens
mosaic.
access to deep water regions.
One region
where winds
grows
can be
orange,
even stronger,
another grows black,
and where coastal shells
and the pattern
drop
becomes a
away
map
quickly.
of early
It also
embryonic
spreads development
decisions.
options. Allowing
Male
countries
cats with
usually
steep
have only
coastlines
one
to
X
tap
chromosome,
offshore wind,
so they
without
typically
waiting
cannot
for
form
shallow
the same
sites.
patchwork, though rare genetic combinations
The engineering is a dance between
When you look at a
stability
calico,
and
you are seeing
movement.
genetics made
The
visible.
pluck must
A
stay
biography
calm enough for the
written in
blades
fur.
and generator to operate
It
efficiently.
is one of the clearest
yet
examples
strong
of
enough
how a
to
simple
survive
rule
storms
inside
that can
cells
be ferocious
can produce
far from
something
land.
endlessly unique on the
If
outside.
done well, it turns some
Distant
cats have
windy
extra toes
horizons
called
into
polyactyl
reliable
electricity.
common in port towns.
One wind
farm can wake
A
up
polyactyl
sleeping
cat
fish
can
habitats
look as if
by
it is
limiting
wearing
trolling.
mittens.
A wind
Extra
farm does
toes
more
can
than
create
produce
wide,
electricity.
sturdy paws that
It
many
also
people find
changes how
charming.
humans use the sea
And the trait has a
around
famous
it.
history tied to
In
ships
many
and
places,
coastal
the
communities.
presence of turbines and cables
Sailors often welcomed
restricts
cats
certain
aboard
types of
to
fishing,
control rodents.
especially heavy
Polyactyl
bottom trawling
cats were sometimes
that scrapes
favored
the sea
because
floor.
their broad paws seem
When
to
that
offer
pressure
better balance
eases,
on moving decks.
habitats can
Over
begin
time,
to recover.
as ships move between
Seagrasses may
ports,
spread,
cats
shellfish
travel
beds
too,
can settle,
and the genes
and
spread
small
through
fish
coastal
get more
populations.
hiding places, which
In
can
some
ripple
harbor towns,
upward
the treat
through
became
the food web.
unusually
The
common,
turbine foundations
turning a
themselves
random
can
mutation
act like
into a
artificial
recognizable
reefs,
local character.
giving surfaces for
The extra
barnacles,
toes can
mussels,
also give some
and
cats
seaweeds
surprising
to cling to,
dexterity, like
in
a stronger
waters
grip
that
on
were
toys
once
or
mostly
an easier
open
time
sand.
climbing.
Not
That
every
new
polyactyl
structure
can
cat
attract
has the
larger
same
fish,
paw shape,
which in
and
turn
responsible
draws
care
seals and
includes checking
seabirds.
claws that may grow in
It is not
unusual
automatically
angles.
positive everywhere.
Still, it is a
and careful
delightful
planning
reminder
matters
that history
to
travels
avoid
on 4
harming
feet,
sensitive areas.
and sometimes it leaves
Still,
footprints
it
with
is a
one extra
fascinating
toe.
twist. A project built
Hairless
for
cat
energy
breeds still
can
sweat,
accidentally
needing
create
warmth and
pockets
careful
of refuge,
skincare.
letting marine
A
life
hairless cat
breathe a
feels
little
like warm
easier
suede
in
against
busy
your hand.
waters.
But that softness comes with different
Turbine
needs than a
blades
furry
can be
coat.
longer than a football
Without a
field
layer
is
of fur
wide.
to absorb oils
A wind
and to protect
turbine's
the skin,
blade is not
natural
just big.
secretions can build up.
It is a
So
carefully
gentle
sculpted
bathing or
wing,
wiping becomes
stretched
part of
to an
healthy care.
astonishing length,
These
designed
cats
to
can
sip
also
energy
lose heat
from a
quickly.
moving
A
fluid
tiny
with
window
minimal
can be
waste.
bliss, while
The reason for going long is simple and
uncomfortable.
powerful.
So
a longer
warmth
blade
matters
sweeps a
more
larger
than most
circle,
people expect.
and that larger swept area captures
sweaters,
more of the wind's
not as
energy,
costumes,
even
but
when
as
the breeze
practical
is
insulation.
modest. Hairlessness does
These
not mean
blades are
hypoallergenic
feats of
material science, because
They must
many
be light
allergies
enough
relate to skin proteins rather
stiff
than
enough
fur
to
to avoid
itself.
bending into the tower, and
tough
living
enough
with a hairless
to
cat
endure
often
years
feels
of
like
gusts,
living with a
hail,
tiny,
and
affectionate
fatigue.
radiator.
Manufacturing
Manufacturing a little more thoughtful
involves
maintenance.
giant molds.
It
precise
shifts your
layering,
attention to the body
and quality
itself,
checks
that
the
can feel
skin,
closer to
the
aerospace than construction
comfort
of touch. And in
Then
return,
comes the journey.
many of these cats become
Moving the
famously
blade down roads
people-oriented,
and around corners
seeking
can
laps
become a
and
logistical
blankets,
adventure,
as if they were made
sometimes
for
requiring
companionship.
special vehicles and group planning.
The Siamese coat
In the end,
pattern comes
those
from
sweeping
temperature-sensitive
arcs high in the sky are the
Siamese
reason the wind
coloring
farm can feel
looks
so
almost like the
powerful
cat was
from
dipped
so
in
far
ink
away.
at the ears, face,
Wind power
paws,
forecasting
and tail,
uses weather models,
while the
like
body
a
stays
specialized
lighter.
storm prediction.
That pattern
Wind
comes
power
from a
becomes far
pigment-producing
more
system
valuable
that
when you can
behaves
predict it,
differently because
depending on
electricity
temperature.
systems
In warmer
must
parts
balance
of the body,
supply and
pigment
demand
production is reduced
every moment, and in cooler extremities,
Forecasting
it
turns the
increases.
atmosphere into something
The
like
result
a
is a
scheduled
natural
delivery,
gradient,
not a
shaped
surprise.
by the cat's
Operators
own
use
heat map.
advanced weather models that
Kittens
simulate
are often
pressure,
born much lighter
temperature,
because
and
the
airflow.
womb is warm,
Then
and
refine
evenly
them with
heated.
local measurements from turbines.
As they grow,
meteorological
and their extremities
masts,
cool relative
and
to
even
the
remote
torso,
sensing tools
the darker
like
points
LAR.
develop.
The forecasts
Even
are
the
updated
environment can
constantly
influence tone,
because the sky
with
is
cooler
always
conditions
changing.
sometimes deepening
A
the
front
contrast
arriving
over
earlier
time.
than expected, or a
It is a
stable layer of
fascinating
air
case
forming
where
overnight
color is not fixed
can
like
shift
paint.
generation by a
It is
meaningful amount.
responsive, a living
Good
display of how
forecasting helps
chemistry
grids
and
decide when
temperature
to charge
interact.
batteries, when to ramp
When you
other
see
resources,
those dark points,
and how much
you are
power
seeing
to trade
physics
between
made
regions.
visible.
It also reduces
A
waste.
pattern created
With
by
better
warmth
predictions,
and the way a
fewer
body
turbines
holds
need
it.
to be curtailed,
Folded
and fewer
ears
backup
arise
plants
from
need to
cartilage
idle.
genes that can affect joint
There's something quietly beautiful
Folded
about it.
ears can make a cat
The
look
same
permanently
mathematics
curious,
used to anticipate
but that
storms
signature shape
and sea
is linked
breezes
to a cartilage-altering
is also
gene.
guiding electrons through cables.
Cartilage is not
turning
only
weather
in ears.
into a planned part of
It
modern
also
life.
supports joints throughout the body.
New blade
in some
designs can
cats with
reduce
folded
noise
ears,
while
the
improving
same
energy
genetic
capture
change
for
can
a
increase
machine
the risk
that can
of
stand
painful
taller
joint
than
and
many
bone
buildings.
problems as they
The
age.
turbine can be
This
surprisingly
is why ethical
polite.
breeding discussions around
Still,
folded ear cats
noise
are
matters.
so important,
Especially
and why
at
veterinary
night in rural
awareness
places
matters for
where
owners.
silence is part of the landscape.
Some cats may develop
Engineers
stiffness,
have learned that
reluctance
much of the
to
sound
jump, or
comes from
discomfort
airflow
that is
at the
easy to
trailing
miss
edges
if you
of
assume the
blades,
cat is
where
simply calm.
turbulence can create a
The
soft
most caring
washing.
approach is to watch movement
New
over
designs
time
borrow
and
ideas
support
from
comfort
nature,
early with vet
including
guidance.
serrated edges
The
inspired
deeper
by
lesson
owl
is that
feathers,
appearance can come
which help
with
break up
invisible
the turbulence
trade-offs
and reduce sound.
A cute
without
trait
sacrificing
is not always
performance.
a harmless
Other
trait.
tweaks refine blade shape to maintain
When we shape
smooth
animals
lift
through breeding,
across a
we
wider
also shape
range
their
of
bodies
wind
for
speeds,
life,
improving
not just for
energy
photos.
capture while keeping
Looking
the motion
closely at
graceful.
welfare turns fascination
Control
into
systems
responsibility.
also help adjusting blade
A cap's
pitch
coat
and
can
rotational
change with
speed
seasons,
to reduce
light, and
noise during
hormones.
sensitive hours.
A cap's coat is
The
not a
result is a
static
kind
outfit.
of compromise.
It is a
between
living
physics
system that
and
responds
community
to the
comfort.
world. Many cats
A
grow
wind
thicker
farm that is
fur as
quieter
days
is
shorten.
easier to welcome,
Then
and
shed
one that
heavily when the
captures more
seasons
energy
shift
from the
toward
same
warmth.
wind becomes
Indoor
more
life
efficient.
can blur
It is
the
a
pattern,
reminder that
but
renewable
light still
technology
matters
because
because
not
daylight
only
length
toward
influences
more power,
hormonal signals
but toward
that guide
better
hair growth.
neighbors.
Health
Turbines
changes can play a
shut
role
down
too.
briefly to protect
Hormonal
migrating
shifts,
birds.
stress, or medical
Wind
conditions
energy shares
can
the
affect
sky,
sheen,
so
density,
responsible
and
wind
shedding,
energy pays
making the
attention
coat
to
a visible
wings.
window into the body's
Many
balance.
bird species follow seasonal migration
Even
routes,
color
and
can appear to
certain weather
shift
conditions
subtly
can
as
bring
new
large
hairs
numbers
grow
through
in,
a turbine area,
especially in
a
cats
short
with
window.
patterns that show contrast between undercoat
Instead of
and
accepting
guard
that
hairs.
risk, some wind
For an
farms
owner,
use
brushing
targeted
can feel like
strategies
simple
that
grooming.
can dramatically
But
reduce
it is
collisions.
also partnership
Radar,
with biology,
cameras, and
helping
trained
remove
observers
loose hair
can detect
and keeping
high-risk
skin
moments,
comfortable during
and turbines
transitions.
can be slowed or stopped for brief
Watching
periods.
a coat change over the
key
year can be
is
surprisingly grounding.
A short
Like
pause
seeing
during
the
a peak
seasons
movement
written softly
can offer
into fur,
protection
one
while
shed
preserving
hair at a
most
time.
annual energy production.
Fever coat appears when
This
a
approach
pregnant cat
works especially
experiences
well when paired
stress.
with smart
Sometimes
sighting
a
that
kitten
avoids
is born
major
with
flyways
fur
and
that looks
nesting
oddly
areas in the
pale
first
or
place.
smoky.
There is also ongoing
someone
work with
dusted it
better
with
lighting
silver.
and blade visibility to
This
reduce
can happen
confusion
when a
for
pregnant
birds.
cat experiences significant stress.
It is easy to imagine
Illness
clean
or
energy
fever
is
during
automatically
pregnancy,
harmless,
affecting how
but the
pigment
more
is
honest
deposited
story
in the
is
developing
better.
fur. The result
Good
is not
solutions
permanent.
come from care
As the kitten
monitoring
grows and sheds
small
that first
sacrifices
coat,
made at the right
true
moment.
underlying color often
The wind
emerges.
keeps blowing and the birds keep
It
traveling.
can be startling for new owners
Wind
who
and
think they have
solar
adopted
often complement
one
each
color
other
and
across
then watch it
seasons and
transform
time.
over months.
One of the
This
happiest
is not a magic
surprises
trick.
in renewable planning
It is a record of
is the
early
different
development.
resources can cover for
A
one
snapshot
another.
of conditions in the womb,
Solar tends to
translated
peak in the
into
middle of the
pigment.
day, especially
It
in
also
clear
highlights
summer
how
weather.
sensitive developing bodies
Wind,
are,
depending
the
on the
mother's
region,
well-being,
can be stronger in the evening.
Supportive
Overnight,
care for
or
pregnant
during cooler
calves,
seasons,
calm environments,
storms and
good
pressure
nutrition,
systems are more
and
active.
veterinary help when needed.
That means
are
the
not
combined
only kind,
output can be smoother
they
than
showed the
either
next
source
generation
alone,
in quiet,
like two musicians
visible
taking
ways.
turns carrying the
A
melody.
fever coat is a reminder
On a
that
hot
fur
afternoon,
can sometimes
solar
carry
can
a
shoulder
story
the load
from
when
before
air
birth.
conditioners are
Cats
working
can
hardest.
favor
Later,
one paw
as the sun
similar
drops,
to human
wind
handedness
can rise and keep
If you
electricity
watch closely
flowing
during
into
play,
the evening.
you may notice a pattern.
This natural
One paw
teamwork
reaches first for the
reduces
toy.
the amount of storage
One paw
needed
bats with more
and
confidence.
can make grids
One
easier
paw
to
hooks the edge of a
operate.
blanket as if
It
is the
also
preferred
spreads
tool.
risk.
Many
A
cats
cloudy
show
day
a consistent
does not
paw
necessarily
preference,
mean
a kind of
a low wind
feline
day.
handedness.
And a calm
This
day
preference can
does
appear
not
in
always
everyday
mean
actions,
weak
like
sunlight.
stepping into a carrier,
The
testing a
deeper
new
lesson
object,
is
or
that
pulling something
renewable
closer.
energy is not a single
It hints at
technology.
how the brain is organized.
It is a
because
portfolio,
favoring one side
and
suggests
portfolios
subtle
are
differences in
resilient
how each
because
hemisphere
they do
guides
not
movement.
depend on one kind
Some
of weather
studies suggest
behaving
patterns can
perfectly.
vary by sex or
Wind
personality.
energy's fuel
Though the overall
arrives
message is
free,
simple.
delivered
Cats
by
are
the
not
atmosphere.
symmetrical robots.
Most power plants
They
depend on
develop
supply
individual
chains,
motor habits the way
trains
humans
of
do.
coal, pipelines
Not
of
every
gas,
cat has a strong
ships
preference,
of oil.
but those that do can be surprisingly
arrives
consistent
without
across time.
invoices.
It is a
Without
small
borders,
detail that makes a
and
cat
without
feel even
refueling
more like a
schedules.
person in its own right.
Once a turbine is
With a
built,
favorite side
the main
and a
costs
personal
are maintenance,
style
of
financing,
solving problems, and the careful work of
The
operating
smallest
it safely.
wildcat species can
That
weigh less
changes
than
the
a house
economics
cat.
in a way that can feel almost
Some wildcats are so
liberating.
small
A community
that, they
that
can look almost
invests in
unreal,
wind,
like a
is
big
less
kitten
exposed
living
to
a
fuel
secret
price
life
spikes.
that can ripple
In
through
forests
household
and
bills.
grasslands, there are species
It
that
also
stay
changes
compact,
the
light,
geopolitics
and
of
quick.
energy.
Built
Countries
to
with
hunt tiny
strong
prey
wind
while
resources
avoiding larger
have
predators.
something valuable that
Their
cannot be
size
embargoed
is an
or
advantage,
exhausted
not a
by
weakness.
drilling. Yet
A small
free
wildcat
fuel does
can
not
slip
mean
into dense
effortless
cover,
energy.
climb with ease.
You still
and
need
survive
land
on
agreements
meals that would
grid
not sustain a
connections,
bigger hunter.
wildlife protections,
But small
and
does not
skilled
mean
technicians traditions.
These
The wind
cats still
itself
carry the
can
same
be
sharp
moody,
instincts,
arriving
same
in
silent
pulses,
patience,
and
the
seasons
same
that
sudden
require
precision
smart
you
planning.
see in a pet cat stalking a
Still,
toy.
There is a
The
quiet
difference
wonder
is that in the
the
wild,
idea.
every decision
The
is
planet's
high
own
stakes.
circulation, driven
A
by
rustle
sunlight
could be dinner
and spinning
or danger.
earth, is
When you
constantly
picture a
moving
wild cat,
vast
you
amounts
might
of
imagine
energy
something
around.
lion-sized.
Turbines
Yet
take
some
only
of
a
the
small
wildest
share,
lives on Earth
then allow the air
belong
to
to cats
continue
that weigh
on its
less
way.
than the one asleep on your sofa.
Hydropower stands among the
Even the
oldest
biggest
sources
cats
of
show
renewable
behaviors
electricity
seen
on
on
tiny
Earth.
kittens. Long before the
Scale
idea
can be
of
deceiving.
power grids existed,
A tiger
people
can outweigh
were
a
already
human
many
drawing
times
energy
over from moving
Yet
water.
it will still play,
ancient water
practice,
wheels,
and
spun
learn in
grinding
ways that look
stones,
startlingly
cut
familiar.
timber, and lifted water for
Young
irrigation.
big cats wrestle with
revealing
siblings,
a simple
pounce on
truth.
moving targets.
Gravity
Chase in
can
short
perform
bursts,
work if you
building
give it a root.
coordination long before hunting
When
becomes
electricity
real.
emerged,
This same
that
principle
playful
expanded.
rehearsal does not
Rivers
vanish in
became
adulthood
living
either.
engines, spinning
Even
turbines
grown
that
big
could
cats
illuminate
may
streets
squat,
and
roll,
operate
and
factories
test objects
far
with
from
the same
coal sources.
curious caution you see in a house
There is a
cat
particular
meeting a new
romance
box.
in this system because the fuel
deep
itself
pattern
is
the
the
same.
landscape. Caps are wired
Snowmelt,
to refine
rainfall,
timing
and
mountain
balance
slopes
and confidence
all become
through
part
play.
of the machine.
It is not just
Even the
entertainment.
sound of water
it is
rushing
training
over a
disguised
spillway
as joy.
suggests stored potential
When you watch
energy
a kitten
being
set
spring
free,
sideways in surprise. You are
hydropower
seeing a
also
tiny
taught
version
early
of the
engineers
same
how
nervous
to
system
synchronize
that powers
generators,
lions,
control
and leopards.
frequency,
It is one
and
family
transmit
design
electricity
expressed
to
at
distant
different
towns.
sizes. Like
in
the
many
same
countries,
song,
it became the
played on
first
different
large-scale
instruments.
renewable energy
Domestic
source people
cats
relied
can
on
hybridize
every day,
with wildcats,
quietly tying
complicating
weather
conservation
and season
efforts.
to the lights glowing in
In
their
some
homes.
regions, wildcat populations
storage
live close
hydropower
enough to
is
villages
like a
and
giant
farms
water battery
that
for
they meet
grids.
domestic
Imagine
cats.
having a way
And
to
sometimes
save extra
they breed.
electricity without storing it
The
as
kittens
electricity.
can look wild, act
Pumped
shy,
storage
and still
does
carry
exactly
domestic
that
genes quietly
by turning
into
the
spare
wild
power
gene pool into elevation.
Over time, this
When
blending
there is
can make
more
it harder to
electricity
protect
than the grid
true
needs,
wild populations.
Pumps push
because
water
the unique
uphill
traits that
into a
evolved
higher
for
reservoir.
that landscape can become
Later,
diluted.
when demand rises,
It also makes
the same water is
identification
released
difficult.
back down through turbines.
A cat might
returning
look like a
energy
wild
on
cat at a
command.
distance, but
The
genetics
beauty
may tell
is
a
in the
more
scale
tangled
and
story.
the simplicity.
Conservation
Water
teams
is heavy,
often face
and
a
height
delicate puzzle.
is a reliable vault.
How do you preserve a wild
This
species
is why
while
pumped
domestic
storage
animals
can support a
share the
grid
same
through
edges of
evening
habitat?
peaks, sudden
It is
generator
not a problem
outages,
of villains
or
or
windy
bad
nights
cats.
when demand is low.
It is a side effect
It
of
is
human
also a
expansion,
time machine
roads,
for renewable
and shared
energy.
territory.
Moving
surprising
clean power
part
from when it is
that your
abundant
neighborhood
to
cat,
when it is valuable.
harmless at home,
Designing
can be
a
part of a
site
much
is a
larger
careful puzzle of
ecological
geography,
conversation,
environmental
happening at the
protection,
border of wilderness.
and civil engineering.
Island cats
When
can
done
reshape
well,
ecosystems
it becomes
by
the
hunting
grid's
birds
quiet
and reptiles.
backbone, storing stability
On an
in
island,
plain sight,
life often evolves
tucked
without
into
certain
valleys
predators,
and hillsides,
and that
like
can
a
make local
secret
species
reservoir
unusually
of calm.
vulnerable.
Small rune of
When
river
cats
hydro
arrive,
even
can
generate power.
The
with
balance can
smaller
shift
reservoir.
fast.
Ground
Not
nesting
every
birds,
hydro
small
project
lizards,
needs
and
a
native
giant
mammals
lake
behind
may
a
not have
massive wall.
defenses against a silent
Run-off
stalker
river
that
systems
hunts with patience
work by using
and
the
precision.
natural flow of a river, with
The result
little or
can be
no
dramatic,
large storage,
with declines
dividing
that ripple
water
through the
through
whole
a channel
ecosystem.
or pentok to a
Fewer
turbine,
birds can mean
and then
more
returning
insects.
it downstream.
Fewer native predators
Because
can
the
mean
river keeps
unexpected
moving,
population
the
booms
projects can be
elsewhere.
smaller in footprint.
This is
and
one of the
sometimes
most sobering
gentler on
examples of
surrounding
how an
land.
animal that feels ordinary
The
at
trade-off
home
is
can become
that
powerful
generation
in a new
follows the river's
environment.
mood. Spring
It
melt
is not
can
about
be
cats
generous,
being evil,
while dry
it is about
seasons can
islands
be lean,
being delicate,
which makes
conservation
careful planning
projects
essential.
sometimes focus on keeping
Still,
cats
these
indoors,
projects can bring
supporting
reliable
managed
electricity
colonies
to regions where
responsibly,
big dams
and
are not
protecting
practical
critical nesting
or
habitats.
The awe here
They can also
is
be designed
uncomfortable
to fit
but
into
real.
existing
A
infrastructure,
single
such as
species
old
introduced
mill sites
to the wrong
or
place
water diversion
can
canals,
rewrite a whole
giving
new
living
life
story
to places where water
simply
has
by
been
doing
managed for
what it was
generations.
built
It
to
is
do.
hydropower in a quieter voice.
Cats
Working with the
traveled on
river's
ships
rhythm
to protect
rather than
food
rewriting
stores
the
from
whole
rats.
valley.
Hydropower
ship
can
is a
respond
floating
in
pantry,
seconds,
and for
helping
centuries,
stabilize
it was also a
electricity
floating
frequency.
invitation to rats.
Electric grids
where
have a
grain,
heartbeat,
dried meat,
frequency,
and supplies went,
and it needs to stay
rodents
steady,
followed,
even as
chewing
millions
through
of people
stores
switch
and
devices
spreading
on
illness.
and off. Hydropower
Cats became
is
famous
valued
for
crew
being
members
quick on its
because
feet.
they were quiet
When
demand rises
self-driven
suddenly,
hunters
operators can
patrol
open
the lower
gates
decks
and increase
without
water
being
flow
asked.
through turbines rapidly, adding power
Imagine
fast
the
enough
dim
to keep the
hold
grid's
of a
rhythm
wooden
from
ship.
wobbling.
the creak of ropes
That speed
above,
makes hydro
and
a
somewhere in
valuable
the
partner
dark,
for variable
a cat
renewables
listening
because
for
it
the
can cover
smallest
short-lived
scrape.
dips and surges
Sailors
without
often
the slow
spoke of
ramp
ship
of
cats
some other
with
generators.
affection and
In
superstition.
practical terms,
believing a
it
good
can mean
hunter brought
fewer
luck
blackouts
and
and
the
less
calmer
wear on the
voyage.
grid,
As ships
especially
crossed
during
oceans,
heat waves
cats
or cold
crossed
snaps
with them,
when demand
stepping onto
spikes
docks in
unpredictably.
unfamiliar ports.
The control
and changing
room side
local
of this
cat
is
populations
fascinating
over
too.
time.
Operators watch real-time
A house
signals
cat today
and
carries
adjust water
echoes of
releases
that
with
wandering.
precision.
Not just as a
Balancing
companion,
electricity
but
needs
as a work with
river
a job
constraints
that
and
mattered.
safety.
In the long
It is
history
like
of
having a
trade,
musician
some
who
of the
can
most
instantly
important
match
protection
tempo,
came on four
keeping the
paws.
whole orchestra together.
One famous
when the
cat
crowd
survived
suddenly
multiple
starts
shipwrecks,
clapping faster.
becoming a sailor legend.
New fish-friendly
There is a wartime story that
aim
keeps
to reduce
resurfacing
harm during
because it
downstream
sounds
migration.
impossible.
Rivers are
A ship
highways
goes
for
down.
life.
The sea
And
is
turbines
chaos.
can be
And
dangerous
somehow,
intersections.
a cat is found alive
Many
among
fish
debris and
migrate
survivors.
downstream at certain
Then
life
it
stages.
happens again on another
Passing
vessel,
through
and
traditional
again,
turbines
until the
can
animal
cause
becomes a
injury
symbol
from
of
pressure
strange
changes,
resilience.
blade strikes.
The
or
best known
turbulence.
version is often told as the tale of
Fish-friendly
unsinkable
turbine
Sam.
designs try to
A
make
ship's
that
cat
journey
is said to have
safer
survived
by
several
reshaping
sinkings
blades,
during the Second World
slowing
War.
rotational speeds,
Details vary
smoothing
depending on
water
who tells
passage,
it,
so
and
the
that
experience
uncertainty is
is
part of
less
what makes
violent.
it feel like a legend.
Some
the
approaches
enduring
also
point
guide
is clear.
fish away from turbines
Ship cats
entirely,
were real.
using
They
screens,
lived alongside
bypass
crews,
channels,
and they sometimes
or
survived
behavioral
events
cues
no one
that
expected.
steer them towards safer
A cat
routes.
can cling,
What makes this work so
float,
interesting
and endure
is that it
in
blends
ways that
biology
surprise
with
us.
engineering. Designers must
And
understand
sailors have
how fish
always
sense
noticed
flow,
that toughness.
light, and sound.
Even if you treat
Then
the story
translate that
gently,
into hardware
as history
that can
can
mixed
operate
with myth,
reliably for decades,
it reveals something true about our
Success is
relationship
measured not
with
only
cats.
in megawatt, but in
We
survival
remember them,
rates
and
and
we
healthier
make meaning
population
from
their survival. It is a reminder
Medieval
that
Europe
renewable
feared
energy
cats at
does not
times.
get a free
Then
pass.
desperately needed them again.
The best projects earn their place by becoming
parts
better
of medieval
neighbors to the
Europe, cats
ecosystems
became
they rely
entangled
on.
with
fear,
superstition,
sediment buildup,
and suspicion.
dam lifespans,
Some
reshaping
communities
river
associated
engineering.
them with bad luck or
Rivers
witchcraft.
do not just carry
especially
water,
black
they carry
cats.
mountains in slow
And those
motion.
beliefs could lead to
transporting
harm or
sand,
exclusion.
silt, and gravel downstream.
Yet the practical
year
reality
after year
never disappeared.
When a dam
Towns
slows a
and
river,
farms
that
stored
sediment
food,
can settle
and
out,
rodents
gradually
arrived with
filling the
predictable
reservoir like a
regularity.
bathtub that never fully drains.
When rat numbers rose,
Over time,
the cost
storage
was more
capacity
than lost
shrinks.
grain.
Turbines
Disease
may
and
face
hardship
abrasive
could spread
particles,
through crowded
and
streets.
downstream
Over
habitats
time,
can be starved
the
of the
worth
sediments
of a
that
capable
build deltas
mouser
and beaches.
became
This is not a small
impossible to
detail.
overlook. Sediment
Cats
management
returned to
can
favor,
determine whether
not
a
through
dam
argument,
remains useful for
but
a
through
century,
necessity.
or becomes a
It is a
costly
vivid
problem
example
much
of how
sooner.
culture and biology
Engineers respond
collide.
with creative strategies.
People
Flushing
can build
flows
stories
timed
around
to
an
high
animal,
water,
but the animal
sediment
still has a role in the
bypass tunnels
ecosystem.
that send material
ecosystem
around the dam has consequences.
Dredging in critical areas.
Today, we like
and
to
new
imagine
designs
history
that
as
consider
tidy
sediment
progress
from the corpse start.
Cat history is messier. It
shows
shows
how
how
quickly
quickly
an
an
animal
animal
can
can
be
be
idolized,
long-term relationship
blamed,
with
and then
geology.
welcomed back.
Simply
A
because
successful
life
project
demanded
is
it.
not just built. It is maintained
Japan's
in
beckoning
partnership
cat
with the river's
symbolizes
constant
good
effort
fortune,
to
hospitality,
reshape the land
and trade.
Some dams
shop
now
fronts and
add
restaurants
solar on
across
their
Japan,
reservoirs
you
to
may
share
see a
grid
small
connections.
cat figure with one
A hydropower
raised,
reservoir
as if waving
already
you in.
has something that new
This
energy
is the
projects
Mani Nico,
often struggle
the
to
beckoning
obtain.
cat,
And it
access
carries a blend
to
of
transmission
charm
and cultural meaning.
that makes it an attractive
The
place
raised
to add
pool
floating
is an
solar,
invitation,
creating a hybrid
symbol of
site
welcome
that can
and
generate
good
power
fortune,
in different
often
ways,
placed where
without
business
duplicating
and
grid
visitors meet.
infrastructure.
Different colors and details.
The pairing can be
carry
surprisingly
different hopes.
complementary.
From
Solar
prosperity
production tends to be
protection,
strong during sunny
depending on
days,
tradition
while
and region.
hydro can be held back slightly.
Part of the symbol's power
Conserving water
is how
for
it
times
connects
when
cats
sunlight
with
fades
everyday
or
life.
demand rises.
Not as distant animals,
in some cases,
but as
the
companions
soma
that
shade
share
can
our
also
spaces
reduce
and
surface
rhythms.
heating and help limit
There are
evaporation.
origin stories
which can
too,
be valuable during
including
dry
tales
spells.
of temples,
The
travelers,
engineering
and a
challenge
cat
is
whose
making
gesture
floating platforms
changed someone's
durable
path.
and keeping cables safe while ensuring
Whether you take the
navigation,
stories literally
wildlife,
or
and
not,
recreation
the symbol
are respected.
endures because it
The
feels
bigger idea
right.
is efficiency of space and wires.
Cats move quietly
Instead of
through
building a
human
brand
worlds.
new project with
And yet
brand
their
new
presence can
lines,
feel like
the
luck.
reservoir becomes a
A
shared
simple
energy
raised
hub.
paw becomes a promise of
layer
warmth
added onto
welcome
an older
and
system,
return.
like upgrading a familiar
Cats
tool
appear
to
in
do
ancient
more
art
without
across
expanding
Asia,
its footprint.
Africa, and Europe.
Microhydro can power a village
Long
using
before
a
the
stream
internet
you
made
could
cats
step
famous,
over.
humans
Some
were
of the
already
most
drawing
charming energy
carving
systems
them, are the
and
ones that
placing them
feel
into
almost
stories, handmade.
Ancient art shows
Microhydro
cats
can
in
use a
scenes
small
of
drop
home
in
life,
elevation
hunting,
and a modest
and
flow
symbolism,
to generate steady
sometimes
electricity
as
for a
protectors,
community.
sometimes with
as
equipment
playful
small
companions.
enough to fit in a shed.
Sometimes as sacred
The secret
figures.
is you can find not a
cats
huge river,
painted in
but
Egyptian
consistent
tombs,
water and
hinted
clever
at in
placement.
Roman mosaics,
A simple
and
intake
woven into
guides
art
part of the
across
stream
parts of
into
Asia,
a pipe,
with
they
gravity
appear alongside
accelerates it
everyday
downhill,
objects,
and
and the
seasonal
compact
scenes.
turbine spins
What
a
is
generator
fascinating is
before
how
the water
recognizable
returns
the cat
to the
remains.
streams.
The posture,
Because the power
the
can
alert
run
ears,
continuously,
the curved tail,
it can be especially
the
useful
poised
for lighting,
stillness.
refrigeration,
Artists
and charging
noticed the same
in
traits
places where
we notice
solar would
now.
require large batteries for nighttime needs.
That mix of elegance and
These systems
unpredictability
also encourage local
These
ownership.
images are time
When the
capsules
equipment
of
is
relationship.
understandable and maintainable
They show that people
by
did
trained
not only
residents,
tolerate
it
cats,
can stay
they
reliable for
watched them
years
closely,
with pride
remembered them,
and care.
and gave them a place in human
Microhydro
imagination.
is not about dominating
When you
nature.
see an ancient cat
It is about
image,
finding
it is
a
a quiet
small,
reminder that
steady
the cat's
opportunity
spell
in the
is
landscape
not new.
and letting it quietly support daily
It has
life.
been working for a very long
Hydropower
time.
output can
The
swing
first
with
cat
droughts,
shows helped
revealing
launch modern
climate
pedigree
risk.
breeding.
Clearly,
In the
hydropower
19th century,
depends on
people
the
began
water
celebrating
cycle.
cats
So
in a new
it
public
becomes
way,
a kind of climate
not just as
instrument.
household helpers,
In wet
but as
years,
animals with
reservoirs
named types,
refill,
recorded traits,
rivers
and
surge,
judged appearance.
and generation
One of the
can be
earliest
abundant.
famous cat shows
In
took
drought
place in
years,
London at the
the
Crystal
limits
Palace
become
in the
visible.
year 1871.
Water levels drop,
Organized
flows
with the
shrink,
idea that cats
and
could be
difficult
admired
choices
like
appear,
dogs and
because
birds
the same
already
water
were.
may be needed for drinking
Visitors
supplies,
came to see different
irrigation,
coats, colors,
ecosystems,
and shapes displayed
and
side by
electricity.
side. And the
That
event helped
tension
create
makes
standards that
hydropower
would later
both
define
valuable
breeds.
and vulnerable.
This changed how
It
many
can provide
people viewed
flexible
cats.
power when water is
A
available.
cat could be a
But
companion,
it also exposes
and
how
also
climate
a curated
shifts
lineage.
can ripple into energy security.
It also created new debates
This is why some
about
regions
health,
are
ethics,
rethinking
and
what
planning
humans
associations
should
prioritize
that once
when
treated
shaping
historical
animals
river
through
flows
selective
as
breeding.
dependable.
The show
Better
itself was
forecasting,
not just entertainment.
diversified renewable mixes,
It was a turning
and
point.
smarter water management.
It pushed
are becoming
cats
part
into the
of the
public
solution.
spotlight as objects
There is
of
also an
fascination
honesty
and
to
pride.
this vulnerability.
And it helped set
Unlike
the stage
fuels
for the
pulled
modern
from
world
underground,
of cat fancy
Hydropower
culture.
cannot pretend to be
A
separate
cat's
from the
meow
atmosphere.
changes with human
It
feedback,
forces a conversation
becoming a
about
learned
resilience,
tool.
conservation,
A meow
and how
is not a
societies
fixed
share
sound.
scarce resources.
It is
when the
something
weather
many
does
cats
not cooperate.
actively shape
Tidal
over
barges
time.
can also
When a
act
cat
as
lives
storm
with
surge
people,
protection in some
it
places.
begins to notice which
a tidal
sounds
barrage
produce
is a bold
results.
idea.
Build a
short,
barrier across an
soft
estuary
meow
so the
might
rise and
bring
fall of the
attention.
sea can drive
A
turbines.
longer, rising
But
sound
a structure that controls
bring
water
food.
levels can sometimes serve another purpose
If
too.
one version works
helping
better,
manage storm
it gets
surges
reused.
that push seawater inland
Slowly,
during severe
the
weather.
cat builds a personal
In certain
vocabulary
locations, a
designed
barrage can be
for
designed
humans.
with gates that close under
What
dangerous
makes
conditions,
this fascinating
reducing
is how
flooding risk for
specific
communities
it can
along the
become.
shore. That
The
dual
same
role
cat
makes
may
the
sound
project
different
feel
with
less like a
different
single-purpose
people,
power plant,
adjusting
and
volume
more like
and
coastal
tone
infrastructure.
based on who responds.
Of course, it comes with serious
This
trade-offs.
is not instinct alone.
Estuaries are rich
It is
ecosystems,
learning
and
through
changing
outcome.
tidal patterns can affect sediment movement,
In
habitats,
the wild,
and water quality.
adult cats rarely
Any
meow
storm
at
protection
each other,
benefit must be weighed
relying
against
more on
ecological
posture
cost
and
with
scent.
great care and
With
long-term
humans,
monitoring.
meowing becomes
Still,
a bridge
the concept is
between
fascinating
species.
because it treats energy and safety
When your cat
as linked
vocalizes,
challenges.
it is
the
not
ocean's
just making
motion
noise.
can be both threat
It is
and
using a
resource.
sound shaped
And
by
a well-designed
experience,
system tries to
memory,
respect that complexity
and your past
while
reactions
offering protection
refined
as well as
through
power.
daily life.
Geothermal taps Earth's
Cats
internal
recognize
heat,
their
essentially
owner's voice,
ancient energy
even
still
when
ignoring
ignoring
it. Beneath your
Recognition
feet,
does
the
not
planet
always
is
look
quietly
like
warm.
obedience.
Not from
Many
sunlight,
cats clearly
but from
distinguish
deep
their
history.
person's voice from
Some of
others.
that heat is left
Even
over from
when they
Earth's
choose not
formation.
to respond.
When gravity and collisions
You can sometimes
compress
see it
matter
in
into
subtle
a glowing
signs.
beginning.
A flick of the ear,
Some is continually
pause in
replenished
movement,
by the
or a
slow
brief
decay
lift
of
of the
naturally
head
occurring
before
radioactive
settling
elements in the crust and mantle.
The sound itself carries
Together,
familiarity.
they create a steady
rhythm
upward
and
flow of
emotional
heat
tone
that never truly stops.
Cats often learn which voices
Geothermal
predict
energy
comfort,
is the art of
food,
finding places
play,
where
or
that heat
disruption.
is easiest to reach.
Ignoring a
Often
call
where
can be
water
a
can
decision,
circulate through
not
hot
confusion.
rock and return as steam.
This is why a cat
or
may
hot
come
brine.
running for one person,
Then the surface
remain
becomes
still
a
for
doorway
another,
to the interior.
even if both say the
Wells,
same
pipes,
word.
and turbines translate
The
that
meaning
hidden
lives
warmth
in the sound
into
pattern,
electricity
not
or
the
direct
command.
heating.
Over time,
What makes
a cat
it so
builds an
captivating
internal
is the
map of
timescale.
voices and outcomes.
You are not borrowing yesterday's
When
sunshine
you speak,
or
your
last
cat is
season's
listening,
rainfall.
sorting,
You are
and
borrowing
deciding.
a tiny trickle of the planet's
Silence
own
afterward
deep
does
energy.
not mean the message
The
was
faint
missed.
echo of processes
It means
older than
it
any
was
ocean or
processed.
mountain range you have ever seen.
Cats wrap objects
Geothermal
after
plants
eating,
can run day
spreading
and
a
night
reassuring
like steady
scent.
baseload power.
After a meal, some cats
Some
begin
energy
a slow
sources
circuit
arrive in
of
waves,
rubbing
but
against
geothermal
furniture,
can feel like a
walls,
constant
or people.
heartbeat.
This behavior is
Because
deeply
the
tied
heat
to
comes from
comfort
underground reservoirs
security.
that do not care about clouds
Eating is
or
a
calm
vulnerable
winds.
moment in nature.
A well-managed
And
geothermal
marking
plant
afterward
can produce
can help
electricity
transform
around
a
the clock
space into
with
one that
impressive
feels
consistency.
safe and familiar.
That steadiness makes it valuable in a
The
grid
rubbing
that includes
releases
more
gentle
variable
scent
sources
signals
because
that
it
blend
provides
the
a
cat
dependable
with its
foundation
surroundings.
that operators can count on.
It is not random
The story
affection.
is not only about
It is
reliability,
environmental
but about clever control.
reassurance.
Operators monitor
You may notice it
reservoir
happens
pressure,
more often
fluid
after
chemistry,
changes,
like a
and
new
the
food
balance
bowl,
between
a
extraction
moved
and
table,
re-injection, or
to
a
keep the
disruption
system
in
healthy
routine for decades.
The cat is restoring
In a sense,
emotional balance.
it is like managing
by
a living
rewriting
spring.
the scent landscape.
Take too much, and
When
your
your
leg
leg becomes part of that
handle it
circuit,
thoughtfully,
you
and
are
it becomes a
included
long-term
in the safety
partner.
zone.
The result
To the
is
cat,
electricity
this
that
quiet
feels
ritual says,
almost quiet
"This
in
place
its
is
confidence.
good."
No
This
dramatic
experience
ramping,
ended well.
no waiting for the
and
weather.
the world feels
Just a
settled
steady
again.
flow of power drawn from
Scratching
the planet's warmth,
leaves visual
helping
marks
keep lights on
while
through
depositing
nights,
scent
winters,
at the same time,
and stormy weeks.
Scratching is communication.
Iceland warms
layered
many of its
into
homes
motion.
with hot water drawn
When a
directly
cat
from the
drags
earth.
its claws down
There,
the surface,
the planet itself
it creates
functions like
visible
an enormous
marks
boiler
that signal presence.
Geothermal
and
activity
familiarity
beneath the
at
surface
the same time
causes hot
scent from
water
the
to rise
paws
naturally
is
in many
deposited,
areas, adding an
and that
invisible
heat
message
is captured and
Together,
distributed through
these
district
cues
heating
turn
systems
ordinary
that feel
objects into
almost
landmarks.
miraculous in such a cold environment.
Scratching,
rather
often
than appears
each
near
household
doorways,
burning its
resting
own fuel,
spots, or travel
entire
routes
neighborhoods
through a
are
home.
heated by a shared
It can
network
also
of
happen
pipes,
after waking,
carrying
when the body
geothermal
stretches back
water,
into alertness.
often using heat exchangers to
The
pass
act is
warmth
physically
safely
satisfying
and efficiently.
engaging muscles
The
and
outcome
joints.
is a nation
But it
where
is
winter
also
comfort
emotionally
is closely
grounding.
linked to geology.
A good scratch can
You can
reset a
see it
cat's
in
sense
steam
of place.
lifting from sidewalks.
That is why
in
scratching
outdoor
posts
pools
work best
that remain
when they are
welcoming
positioned
even
where
when
cats
snow
naturally
falls.
want to mark,
and in the sense
not hidden
that
away.
energy security is
When
local
cats scratch,
and resilient.
they are not being destructive. They are
This is
anchoring
not just
themselves
practical.
in their environment.
It shapes
writing
culture.
familiarity into the space.
When heat is
in a
plentiful,
language made of texture
public bathing
and
becomes
scent.
a social rhythm, and
Cats
greenhouses
hide
can
illness
grow food
instinctively,
in places
since
you would
weakness
never
attracts
expect.
predators.
Iceland's
In the
example
wild, visible
reveals that
weakness can be
renewable
dangerous.
energy can be more
Predators
than
and
electricity.
rivals notice
It
vulnerability
can become
quickly.
a daily companion,
So many cats
transforming
evolved
how
to
a
mask
society lives
discomfort. This
alongside
instinct
its
carries
climate.
into domestic life.
Enhanced
where signs of
geothermal
illness
systems
are
could
often
work
subtle.
in many more regions.
The cat
if
may
proven.
rest more,
Traditional
move
geothermal
less,
depends
or
on
choose
finding
quieter
the right
locations
natural
without making a
combination
sound.
of heat, water,
Appetite changes
and permeable
can be
rock,
gradual, which
grooming
limits
may
where
slow
it can be
or
built.
become uneven.
Enhanced geothermal
These shifts are easy to
aims
overlook
change that
if you expect
by creating a
dramatic
reservoir
signals.
where nature did not provide one.
The challenge is that cats
The idea
often
is
stay
bold.
outwardly calm,
Drill deep
even
into
when something
hot rock,
feels wrong.
then use carefully
That
controlled
calm is
methods
not comfort,
to increase the
it is
rock's
protection.
permeability, so
This is
water
why
can
familiarity
circulate,
matters so
absorb
much.
heat, and return
Knowing
to
your
the
cat's
surface.
normal routines makes
If it works
small
at
changes
scale,
easier to spot.
geothermal could become far
Early
more
attention can make a
widespread,
real difference,
turning
because
underground
once a cat
heat
finally
into a
shows
resource
obvious
for many
distress,
countries,
the issue
not
may
just
already be
those
advanced.
with obvious hot springs.
Silence in
The
cats
excitement
can
comes
be strength,
with real
but
challenges.
it can also be a request
Drilling
spoken
deep is
very
expensive,
quietly.
and managing
Whisker
induced
positions
seismicity
signal mood,
requires careful
pointing forward
monitoring
with interest
and responsible
or back
site
in
choices.
stress.
Yet the
Whiskers are
prize
not passive.
is enormous.
They shift with emotion
A reliable,
and attention,
weather-independent,
offering a clear window
renewable
into how a
source
cat
that
feels.
could be deployed
When
near cities and
curiosity or
industries
excitement rises,
would reshape
whiskers
energy
often
planning.
angle
It
forward,
would mean heat and
extending the
electricity
cat's
drawn from
sensory
almost
reach.
anywhere. With
This
deep,
can happen
hot
during
rock,
play,
which
exploration,
is much of the
or
world.
focused watching.
It is the dream
When a cat
of
feels
geothermal becoming
threatened or
truly
overwhelmed,
universal. Whiskers tend to pull back closer
Geothermal
to
can
the
be
face,
used
directly
reducing
for
exposure.
greenhouses, pools, and
These changes
district
can
heating.
happen quickly.
And
Sometimes
often appear
the most
before
elegant
other
energy
signals
use
like movement
is the
or
simplest
sound.
one.
If you already have hot
Watching
water from the
whiskers
ground
alongside
you do not
ears
need to convert
and
it
posture
to electricity
can help
and then
you
back to
understand
heat.
a moment before it
You
escalates.
can use the warmth directly.
A cat with
That
forward
can mean
whiskers
greenhouses
may be ready to
that grow
engage.
tomatoes in winter.
A cat with
Spa
flattened
pools
whiskers that stay
may need
warm
space.
without burning fuel.
This
And
subtle
district
language
heating systems
is especially
that deliver
useful
comfort
in
to
quiet
entire
situations
neighborhoods through
where nothing
insulated
seems
pipes.
wrong until it suddenly is. This is geothermal as a gentle
Once
service.
you learn to read
quietly
whiskers,
transforming
cats become
daily
easier
life
to understand
because
in
their
some towns,
emotions stop
geothermal
hiding
heat
in
warms
silence
sidewalks or
and start
roads to
appearing
reduce
in
ice,
plain sight.
cutting salt use and improving safety.
Autumn can stress
In
cats,
agriculture,
while
it can
enrichment
support fish
reduces
farming
problem
or dry
behaviors.
crops, letting
A
local
cat
food
without
systems become
stimulation
more
may look
resilient.
calm.
The atmosphere
But inside,
of these places
energy can
feel
build with
almost
nowhere to go.
enchanted. In nature,
With
cats
steam
spend
rising
time
in cold
watching,
air from
planning,
sources that never
stalking,
ignite, and solving small challenges.
It also shows a
When
bigger
those
lesson
outlets
about
disappear,
efficiency.
stress can appear in
Renewable
unexpected
energy
ways.
is not only about
Nighttime
generating
restlessness,
more.
repeated
It is about
vocalizing,
using what you
destructive
have
scratching,
with fewer
rough
steps,
play,
fewer
can all be
losses,
signs of
and
unmet
more
mental
thoughtful
needs.
design.
Enrichment
Direct
works by giving the
geothermal
brain
heat
something
is a
meaningful
shortcut
to do.
that the Earth offers willingly.
Short play sessions that
Some
mimic hunting
geothermal
patterns
fluids
can
carry
satisfy
valuable
instinctive
minerals,
sequences,
turning power plants
puzzle feeders,
into
slow
mines.
eating, and add purpose to meals.
Geothermal brines
New
are
viewpoints
not just
like
hot
shelves
water.
or window perches
They can be
make a
chemically
space feel
rich,
larger.
carrying dissolved
The goal
minerals
is not constant
picked up as
activity.
fluid travels
balance.
through rock under high
When a
temperature
cat can express
and pressure.
curiosity and effort during
That
the
has
day,
sparked an
rest
intriguing
becomes
possibility.
easier afterward.
Using geothermal sites
Enrichment
to
does not
produce
change
both
who a cat
energy
is.
and
It allows
valuable
the cat to be
materials.
itself without inventing
In some
stress-relieving
locations,
behaviors
brines
that
contain
humans
lithium
find confusing.
and other elements important
Cats
for
coexist
batteries
peacefully
and
by
modern
sharing vertical
electronics.
space and
Instead
travel
of digging
routes.
new mines,
Cats
engineers
value
explore
control over
methods
movement
to extract
in shared
minerals from
homes.
circulating
Tension
fluids.
often rises
then
when
return the
paths
brine
are narrow,
underground
and
so
so the
escape
reservoir
options
remains
are
stable.
limited.
If done responsibly,
Vertical space
it could
changes
reduce some
that
environmental
dynamic.
impacts of mining,
Shelves,
while
tall
creating
furniture,
new economic
and cat
value
trees
from an existing
create
energy
additional
project.
layers
of territory.
The
Allowing
challenge
cats to
is
pass
delicate.
above or rest
Extraction
without
must be
confrontation.
efficient.
The chemistry must
Multiple
be managed
routes
to
through
avoid
the same
scaling
area
and corrosion.
help avoid forced
ecosystems
interactions.
must be protected from any
Peaceful
leaks.
coexistence
Still,
does not
the
require
concept
friendship.
is thrilling.
It requires
A power
choice.
plant becomes a kind of subterranean
When cats can
refinery,
approach or
drawing
retreat
heat and
freely,
materials from
they
the
feel
same
safer.
hidden source. You can see this
It
in
is
how
an
cats
example of
pause,
renewable energy
root, or
evolving
wait
into
multi-purpose
rather than
infrastructure,
challenge each other directly.
where one well can serve
The
several needs
environment
at once.
supports their natural diplomacy.
Geothermal reservoirs can cool
This is
if
why
overused,
thoughtful
so
layout
careful
matters
management
more than
matters.
punishment
or forced
Geothermal
introductions
energy
feels endless.
A well-designed
but it is not a
space
bottomless
allows
cup.
cats to
A
communicate
reservoir
through
can
distance
lose
and
heat
timing
locally
instead
if
of
fluids are
conflict.
withdrawn too quickly.
When
or
cats
if
have room to
re-injection
negotiate
is poorly
silently,
planned.
harmony becomes possible.
Think of it
without
like
constant
repeatedly
supervision.
scooping hot water from one
Early
corner of a bath.
experiences shape how cats
The whole
stalk,
bath is
chase,
warm,
and pants.
but that
Hunting
corner
style
cools
is
faster
learned
than
as
it can
much as
recover.
it is inherited.
Responsible
Kittens
geothermal
refine their
development
movements through
treats
play,
the underground reservoir
especially
as
with
a system
littermates
that
that
provide
needs balance.
immediate feedback. Operators re-inject fluids to maintain
bite that
pressure
causes pain
and help transport
stops the
heat
play.
from surrounding rock
A mistimed
back toward
pounce
production
misses
wells.
its mark. They
Space
space
well
early moments
strategically
teach
and
control,
monitor temperature
confidence,
trends
over
and
years,
strategy.
not weeks. Kittens raised
Sometimes
with
they
varied
rotate
play
which wells are
experiences
used more
often
heavily,
develop smoother
giving
timing
parts of the
and
reservoir
stronger
time to
restraint.
recover. Those with
This
fewer
long-term
early
stewardship
interactions may
is
rush,
part of what makes
hesitate,
geothermal
or
fascinating.
struggle with coordination.
It is renewable, but not careless.
Environment plays a role as well.
It rewards patience.
A kitten
and
raised
understanding
among
of
many
geology
hiding spots may grow into
when
an
managed
ambush
well.
specialist.
Geothermal
While one
can
raised
provide
in open
decades
areas
of reliable
may depend
energy.
more on speed.
When rushed,
These tendencies
it can
often
underperform
carry into
and
adulthood,
disappoint.
showing up during play.
The
with
lesson is
toys.
simple and important.
The reassuring
Even the
part
Earth's
is that
deep
experience
heat
can still
asks to be
reshape
treated with
behavior
respect.
later on.
Heat pumps move heat.
making them renewable friendly
confidence
even in winter.
And refine skills.
A heat pump sounds
Each
like it
session
creates
becomes a
heat,
chance to practice
but its
focus,
magic is that
timing,
it moves
and
heat
success
that already exists,
reinforcing instincts
even
in a
cold
safe,
outdoor
satisfying
air
way.
contains
Cats
thermal
can
energy,
be trained using
and the ground
watts,
holds steady
targets,
warmth below the
bells,
frost line.
and puzzles.
A heat pump uses a
Training a
refrigerant
cat
cycle
works
to
best
pull
when
that
it
heat
feels
from
like a
outside
game,
and deliver
not a
it
command.
indoors. Like turning a small amount
Many
of
cats
electricity
quickly learn
into
to
a
touch
much
targets,
larger amount
follow
of
simple
useful
cues,
warmth.
or ring bells when rewards
This
are
is
clear
why heat pumps
and
pair
timing is
so
consistent.
beautifully with renewable
The
electricity.
process taps into
When
curiosity
wind or solar
and
supplies the grid,
problem-solving
that
rather
clean
than
power can be
obedience.
multiplied into home
Short
heating,
sessions
reducing
keep
the
attention
need
high
for burning fuel
and prevent
in boilers.
frustration.
In summer,
Puzzles can
the
also
same
become
system
part of
can run
training,
in reverse,
teaching
carrying
patience
heat out
while
of the house
satisfying the
and
desire
providing
to
cooling.
earn food.
The technology can feel
What
almost like a
surprises
cheat
many
code
people
for energy
is how
efficiency,
willing cats can be,
especially
when
in
they understand the
well-insulated
rules.
buildings. It also
Training
changes
can
the
reduce
story
stress
of winter
around
renewables.
carriers,
People
grooming,
sometimes
or
imagine
veterinary
clean
visits
electricity
by
is
replacing
only for
fear
sunny
with
afternoons.
predictability. Heat pumps
It also
show how
strengthens
renewable
communication,
power can stay practical,
giving cats a way
when
to
it is
succeed
dark
on their
and
own
cold.
terms,
keeping homes comfortable
is
with
respect.
surprising grace.
When
Shallow
training ends
geothermal
before interest
uses
fades,
the steady
the
temperature
cat remembers
underground,
it as
not
enjoyable
volcano heat.
Over time,
When people
learning
hear
becomes part
geothermal,
of daily
they
life,
often picture geysers
built on
and
trust,
lava.
clarity,
Shallow
and shared
geothermal
success.
is quieter.
A cat's heart
and more
beats
widely
far
available,
faster than a human.
Just a few meters down,
Inside a
the
resting
ground
cat,
temperature stays
the
relatively
heart works
steady
at a
through
pace
the
that
year,
would alarm a
cooler
doctor
than
if it
summer
were
air,
human, and warmer than winter
the
air.
faster rhythm
That
supports the
stability
body
is built for
valuable.
sudden action
Ground source
rather than
heat
long
pumps
endurance.
use buried loops filled
When a
with
cat
fluid
leaps,
to
twists,
exchange heat
or
with
accelerates
the
in an instant,
drawing warmth
oxygen
in winter
and nutrients
shedding
must be
warmth
delivered
in summer.
immediately. And
It
the
is
heart
like using the
ready for
planet
that
as a
demand.
giant thermal buffer.
You may feel it if a
This
cat
can
is
work
curled
in
on
many
your chest,
climates
a
and
quick,
many
steady
neighborhoods,
flutter
from
beneath the
suburban
ribs.
homes to schools and
During
office
play
buildings.
or stress,
The
that
excitement
speed can
is
rise
in the
even
reliability.
more.
The
Powering
ground
short
does not have
bursts
sudden
of
cold
intense
snaps
movement.
the way the air does.
At rest,
So
the
performance
heart
can
slows,
stay strong
but remains
even during
alert,
harsh weather.
supporting the cat's
It also
light,
turns
dozing
landscaping
sleep
into
style.
infrastructure.
This
and the
rapid
lawns
heart
and
parking
is
lots,
part of a
quiet
broader
pipes
design
can
that
be doing
favors
important work.
responsiveness.
Invisible
Cats
and
live in a
steady.
state of readiness, even when they appear
Shallow
relaxed.
geothermal is a reminder
The
that
heart
renewable
reflects
energy
that balance.
is not always
Calm
a
on the
dramatic
surface,
monument on a
prepared
horizon.
underneath.
Sometimes
Always capable
it is
of
a
sudden
calm design
change.
choice, hidden under your
Cats
feet.
have a protective third
Some
eyelid,
cities use
helping
geothermal
keep eyes
networks
healthy.
to share
Hidden
heat
in the
between
inner
buildings.
corner of a cat's eye.
A city is
a
full
thin
of
membrane
wasted heat that most people rarely
Supermarkets
notice. Throw off warmth
This
from
third
refrigeration
eyelid
systems.
can slide across the eye to protect
Offices
it from
build up
dust,
heat from
debris,
people
and
and injury.
computers, while still
And
allowing
industrial
cell
sites
sites often vent heat
It
into
also
the
helps
air. Spread tears evenly, keeping
Geothermal
the eye
networks
moist
can
and
help
comfortable.
cities treat heat
You might catch a
like
glimpse
a shared
of it when a cat
resource,
is very relaxed,
moving it where it is
sleepy,
needed,
or just
and
waking
storing
up.
it underground.
In those moments,
In these
it can look
systems,
pale,
buildings
translucent,
connect to a loop
then
of
quickly
water
retreat.
that circulates through the
In
neighborhood.
healthy
Heat
cats,
pumps
it
in
usually
each
stays
building
tucked
can
away,
draw warmth
doing its
from
work
the loop
quietly.
or push warmth into it
Because it plays
depending
a role
on
in
the
eye
season
health
and the building's
changes in
needs.
how visible it appears.
The
can
ground
sometimes
acts
signal
as a
that something is
stabilizer,
off, smoothing temperature
The
swings,
remarkable thing
and giving
is
the
how
whole network
efficiently
a
it
steady
operates
anchor without drawing attention.
The effect can be
Like many
surprisingly
feline
communal.
features, it exists
A building
as a
that
backup
needs
system,
cooling,
ready when
can help
needed,
supply heat
invisible
to a
when
building
not,
that needs warming,
supporting sharp
shifting
vision
energy
in a
around
world
like
full
a
of
quiet
movement.
marketplace.
Cat allergies usually
This
come
is
from
not the
skin
glamorous
proteins,
side of
not
renewables.
fur.
Many
But it
people
might be one of the
assume
most
fur
important for
itself
urban life.
causes allergic reactions.
It is clean energy
But the
as
real
infrastructure,
trigger is often
tying
a protein
neighbors together
produced by
through
cats.
invisible pipes.
This
shared
protein
comfort.
is found on the skin and in saliva.
Ocean waves
Then
carry
spread
dense
onto
energy
fur during
concentrated
grooming.
by winds across
As
oceans.
the fur sheds, the protein
Waves
travels
look like
with
simple
it,
rolling
becoming
water,
airborne,
but they are
or
really
settling on
long-distance
surfaces.
messengers from storms
This
you may never
explains why
see.
even hairless cats can
Wind
still cause
drags
reactions,
across the sea
and why
surface,
frequent
transferring
grooming can
energy
sometimes
into
help manage
ripples
symptoms.
that grow into swells.
It
Then
also
travel for
explains why
days across
allergies can
entire
vary
ocean
between
basins.
individual cats.
By the time that swell
The amount
reaches
of
a
protein
protein produced is not the same for every cat that has been gathered and concentrated differs over enormous areas. Understanding
like a
this
conveyor
shifts
belt,
the focus away from fur length and toward management strategies.
That
like
density
cleaning
is what
routines,
makes wave energy
air
so
filtration,
tempting.
and controlled
A small
contact.
stretch of ocean can contain a surprising
also
amount
helps
of usable
explain
energy
why allergies can
compared
feel
with many
unpredictable.
land-based resources.
The cat is not
The
changing.
challenge is that the
protein
same
is,
ocean that offers
and
power
where it settles in a
also
home
tests
can change
every
from day
bolt
to
and
day,
cable.
shaping how the
Devices
body
must
reacts.
convert an irregular
Some
shifting
cats
motion
naturally
into
produce
smooth
less of the
electricity
main allergy
while
protein.
surviving
Not
salt,
all cats affect
corrosion,
people the same
and
way.
pounding waves.
Some produce lower
Still,
amounts of the
the
protein
vision is
most
captivating.
commonly linked to allergic
Imagine
reactions.
coastal power stations that
This
do not burn
variation is
fuel
influenced by
or rely on
genetics,
clear
sex,
skies,
and even
but
hormonal
instead
status.
sip energy from the
It means
ceaseless
one
rise
cat might
and fall
trigger
of the
symptoms
sea,
quickly, while
turning
another
the rhythm
barely
of
causes a
swells
reaction at all.
into a quiet electrical
This difference can
heartbeat.
surprise people who assume all
Tidal
cats are
power
equal
is
in this
predictable
regard.
centuries ahead.
It also explains
because the
why
moon
spending
keeps
time with one specific cat
If you
can
want a
feel
renewable
easier than
source that
expected,
arrives like clockwork,
even for someone who usually
look to the
reacts.
tides.
They're driven mostly by the
protein
moon's
level
gravity can also change
with
over
the
time,
sun adding its
especially
own
as cats
influence.
mature.
And the
or are
dance
neutered.
is so regular,
While
the
no
tidal
cat
patterns
is
can be
truly
calculated
allergy-free,
far into the future.
These natural differences
That
can matter
predictability
in real life.
is rare in energy.
For families trying to
It
balance
means
health
operators
and
can know with
companionship,
impressive confidence
understanding this
when the water
variability
will surge
can
through a
open
channel,
doors.
when it will slacken,
The relationship
and when the
between
next
cats
peak
and
will
humans
return.
is not one size
In a
fits
world
all.
that often feels uncertain,
Sometimes it comes down to
a
a quiet
resource that keeps
biological
appointments
detail
is
that makes
deeply
coexisting possible.
Cats'
Tidal
tidal
systems
systems
can
can
take
take
different
different forms,
especially in
from
closed
barges
cars
across
or hot
estes
rooms.
to underwater turbines.
Cats do not always
placed
show
in
obvious
fast-moving
distress
tidal
when they are
streams.
too warm.
Each approach
Unlike
must
dogs,
respect
they rarely
marine
pant
ecosystems
dramatically,
and navigation,
and their discomfort
because
can remain
tides
subtle
shape
until it
habitats
becomes
and
serious.
livelihoods.
Yet the
A hot
whole
environment
wonder
remains.
especially one without airflow,
The same
can
celestial
overwhelm a
mechanics
cat's ability
that
to
guide
regulate body
eclipses and
temperature.
ocean rhythms.
Closed
can also
cars are
guide
particularly
electricity
dangerous,
planning.
even for short
It
periods.
is renewable
because
energy
heat
that
builds
is literally
rapidly.
synchronized with the moon.
Indoors, small
Turning
spaces with
orbital
sun
gravity
exposure or
into
poor
a schedule,
ventilation can
you
also
build
pose
a
risks.
grid around.
Ocean thermal
Cats may
energy
seek cool
uses
surfaces,
warm surface,
stretch out
and
more than
cold
usual,
deep water
or become
differences.
unusually still
The
as
ocean
the body
is layered
struggles to cope.
like a giant heat
Because
reservoir.
these signs are quiet, they can be
Sunlight
missed.
warms the top waters,
This makes
while the
prevention
deep ocean
especially
stays
important.
cold and dark.
Shade,
Sometimes
water,
only a few
airflow,
degrees above
and
freezing.
attention to room temperature all
Ocean
matter.
thermal energy conversion
Cats evolved
tries
in
to
warm
harvest
regions,
that temperature
but that does not
difference,
make them immune
using
to heat.
it like a gentle engine.
Their silence is not comfort.
Warm surface water can
It is
help
a sign that
vaporize
they
a working
conserve
fluid
energy
when stressed.
The vapor
Making
drives a
awareness
turbine,
the most
and
important
then cold,
protection.
deep water condenses it
Lies
back into
are
liquid,
dangerously
so the cycle
toxic
can
to
continue,
cats, even in small amounts.
The idea feels
For
almost
cats,
dreamy.
Lies
because
are
it is
far
so
more
subtle.
than a decorative flower.
Instead of harnessing
Even
violent
tiny
storms
exposures
or
can
crashing
cause
waves,
severe poisoning.
it uses a quiet gradient
Pollen
that
brushed
exists
onto fur,
every day in
a sip of
tropical
water
regions.
from a vase, or a
It
nibble
can
of
also
a leaf
create
can be
intriguing
enough to
side
trigger
benefits,
kidney failure.
since the cold, deep
What makes
water
this
brought
especially
up
dangerous
can support
is how
air
innocent
conditioning,
the plant
aquaculture, or freshwater
Lies are
production,
common in bouquets
depending
and
on the
homes,
design.
and cats are curious
The
by
hurdles
nature.
are serious.
Early
Large
signs of
pipes,
exposure can be
marine
subtle,
engineering,
including
and the
lethargy or
expense of
reduced
constructing
appetite,
durable
before
offshore
more
systems
serious damage
are all
occurs.
part of the challenge.
Even
Even
so,
so,
veterinary
the idea
care can be
is
life-saving,
captivating.
but prevention
It views the
is
ocean
safest
not
path.
only as movement,
But
many
as
cat
stored
owners
heat,
choose to avoid
inviting
lies
us to
entirely,
imagine power plants
replacing
that
them
draw
with
on the
non-toxic
planet's
plants.
slow, steady layers of
This
temperature.
fact stands out
Salinity
because it
gradient
highlights
power
how
can
human
also
environments
extract
can
energy
hide
where rivers
unexpected
meet the
risks.
sea. At an
Something
estuary,
beautiful to
fresh
us
river water
can be
and salty
devastating
ocean water
to a
come
cat.
together,
Knowing
swirl,
this
and blend.
transforms a simple
That
decorating
mixing
choice
is more than
into
chemistry.
an act of
It
protection.
represents a release of potential energy.
Cats lack
because
liver
the two
pathways
waters
for
carry
some
different
drugs,
concentrations
making
of
dosing
dissolved salts.
risky.
A cat's
Salinity
liver
gradient power
processes
seeks to
substances
capture a
differently
portion
from
of
that
humans.
energy, using
Certain
specialized
pathways
membranes
that help break
or
down medications
electrochemical
in people
systems
are limited or absent
One
in
method
cats.
relies on pressure
This means
osmosis.
drugs that are
where
safe for
fresh water
humans,
naturally
even
flows
common
into
ones,
salt water
can be
through a
dangerous
membrane,
or
building
fatal for
pressure
cats
that can turn a
at very
turbine.
small doses.
Another uses reverse electrodialysis.
Pain relievers are a
Stacking
well-known example,
membranes that
but
allow
many
specific
substances
ions
fall into
to
this
pass,
category, generating an
The risk
electrical
is not
potential size alone.
Much like a natural
It is about
battery.
chemistry.
A cat's
The
body
attraction
may not be
is
able
that
to neutralize
estuaries
or
exist
eliminate
all
the
over
drug
the world,
properly,
and the
allowing
fuel arrives
toxins to build up
continuously
quickly.
as long as rivers flow.
This is why
and
veterinary
tides bring
guidance
salt
is
water
essential,
in.
and why sharing human
The challenge
medication is
making
never
membranes
safe.
durable, affordable,
The difference
resistant to
highlights how
fouling from
specialized
organic
cats are
matter.
biologically.
Even so,
Living alongside
it is
us
an
does not mean their
astonishing
bodies
idea.
work like ours.
A place
Their
we think of
systems
as
evolved
muddy
for a
and
different
ordinary
diet,
becomes an
different
energy
exposures,
frontier,
and
where
different
the simple
survival
act
pressures.
of mixing water can be
Respecting
turned
that
into
difference
electricity
is a key part
quietly
of responsible
and
care.
persistently.
Dental
Marine energy
disease is
devices
common in
must
cats,
survive
affecting
storms
overall
that destroy
health.
ships.
A cat's mouth
Designing
can hide
technology
problems
for the
that
open
quietly
ocean
influence
is
the
like
entire
designing
body.
for a relentless test
Dental
lab.
disease often begins
Waves
with plaque
can lift
buildup,
and
then
slam
progresses
with
to
tremendous
inflamed
force.
gums and painful
Storms
infection.
can change the sea surface
Because cats
into
are skilled
chaos,
at hiding
and salt
discomfort,
water
they may
creeps
continue
into
eating
every
while avoiding
weakness.
one side of the mouth or swallowing
Marine
differently.
energy devices need to keep
Over
operating
time,
through
bacteria
rough
from the
conditions,
mouth can enter
or at
the
least
bloodstream,
survive them
placing
intact.
stress on
That
organs
means
like the heart and
materials
kidneys.
that resist corrosion.
This connection between oral
Joints
health and whole
that
body
can
health
flex
is
without
easy to
failing.
underestimate.
Molding systems
Signs can include
that hold
bad breath,
steady under
drooling,
strain,
or subtle changes
and
in behavior,
electronics
such as
protected
irritability
from
or
moisture
reduced
and
grooming.
fouling. Some
Regular dental
devices
care,
are built
whether
to
through
ride
brushing,
with the waves,
specialized diets,
absorbing
or veterinary
energy like a
cleanings,
floating
can make a
muscle.
significant difference.
The
Others
mouth
try to
is
stay
not separate
submerged
from the rest
where the
of the
motion
body.
is calmer.
For cats,
Or
it
they
is
can
a
be
gateway.
locked
Down during
Keeping it
extreme
healthy
weather.
supports comfort,
Maintenance
longevity,
is its own
and
adventure,
quality of life
often
in ways
requiring
that are
specialized
not always
vessels
immediately
and
visible.
narrow weather windows to reach offshore sites safely.
Hypothyroidism can change appetite,
Yet, the
weight,
payoff is
and
a resource
energy levels.
that is close to many coastal populations.
As some cats age,
and can
a
complement
small
other
gland in the
renewables.
neck can begin producing
There is
too
something
much thyroid
heroic
hormone.
about it.
These
This
machines
hormonal
are
shift
built
speeds
not only
up
to
the body's
capture nature's
metabolism,
power, often
but
leading
to
to weight
endure
loss
nature's
despite a
moods,
strong appetite.
returning day after
Cats
day
may seem
to the
restless,
same
more
pounding
vocal,
waters.
or unusually active.
Kelp farms can
as if
become
their internal
bio-energy
engine
feedstocks
is
while
running
supporting
too fast.
marine life.
Some
Kelp
become
grows
irritable,
fast,
while
reaching
others appear
upward through the
constantly
water
hungry.
like an underwater forest.
Because these
And
changes
it does not
can
need
develop
irrigation,
gradually,
fertilizer,
they are sometimes
or farmland.
mistaken for
That
normal
makes it a
aging.
fascinating candidate for
But
bioenergy,
untreated, the
because the
condition
ocean
can
provides
strain
the
the
growing
heart
space
and other
and
organs.
nutrients.
The
In
good news
kelp
is
farms,
that it is
long lines are
manageable
suspended
with
in coastal
veterinary
waters,
care.
and kelp fronds can
Once
be harvested
identified,
and processed
what makes
into
this
fuels,
condition notable
biogas,
is
or
how
other
dramatically
products.
it can alter
What
a
makes
cat's
it especially
personality
intriguing
and
is the
daily
ecological
rhythm.
side.
A calm cat may
Kelp
become
structures
edgy.
can provide habitat
A
for
quiet
fish
cat
and invertebrates,
may become demanding.
offering shelter and
Recognizing
nursery
the
space
pattern
in
allows
areas that may
intervention
otherwise
that can
be
restore
open
balance
water
and comfort.
The
helping
farms
the
can
cat
also
feel more
dampen
like itself
wave
again.
energy and help buffer
The
shorelines,
longest-lived
depending
cats
on
often
location
share stable
and
routines
design.
and careful care.
Turning kelp into
Cats that
energy
reach
is
advanced
not a
ages
simple
often
win.
have lives marked by
Harvesting,
predictability,
transport, and
attentiveness.
processing must be efficient,
Stable
and
routines
the ecosystem
reduce stress,
impacts must
helping
be
the body
carefully
maintain
managed
balance
to
over
avoid
time.
harming local food
Regular
webs.
meals, consistent
Still,
environments,
the
and
concept
familiar
feels
social
like a
rhythms
new chapter
create a sense
of
of
renewable
safety
thinking.
that supports health.
It imagines energy
Alongside
crops
routine,
that grow in
attentive
the
care
sea,
matters.
adding life
Early veterinary
producing
visits,
fuel.
dental attention, proper
And it
nutrition,
hints at
and mental
coastal
stimulation
economies
all
that
add up
harvest
quietly
sunlight indirectly
year after
through
year.
marine photosynthesis.
Long-lived cats are not
Wave
necessarily
energy can pair
extraordinary
naturally
individuals.
with offshore wind
They are often
and
the result
undersea
of steady
cables.
choices made repeatedly.
Offshore wind projects
The
already
absence of
invest in the
chaos can
hardest
be as
part of
powerful
marine
as any medical
renewables,
intervention.
building and connecting
This does not mean
infrastructure
life must
in
be
a
dull.
challenging environment.
It means it is readable.
Undersea
For a cat,
cables bring
knowing
power
what
back
comes
to
next
shore, allows
Maintenance
energy to be
crews
spent
learn
on
the sea's
living
rhythms rather
and grid
than
connections
guarding.
are established in coastal substations.
Longevity is rarely
Wave
about
energy
one
can potentially
secret
plug
trick.
into that same
It is about
ecosystem,
many small supports
sharing the pathway
layered
that electricity
gently over
takes
time,
to reach land.
creating a life that is
There
both
is also
safe
a resource
and
pairing
rich.
that makes the combination
Cats
appealing.
navigate home using
In many
scent maps
regions,
and
wave
environmental
conditions can
memory.
remain energetic.
A cat's
Even when
sense of
winds
direction
fluctuate locally,
is built less
because
on
waves
landmarks
often arrive
and
from
more
distant
on
weather
layered
systems.
memory.
That means wave
As
devices
cats move
might add
through
a
an
different
area,
kind of
they
steadiness
collect scent
to an
information
offshore
from the
renewable
ground,
hub,
the design
air,
possibilities
and
are
object
creative.
status. Wave
These
devices
smells
could
form
be
a kind
placed
of
on the
invisible
perimeters
map,
of wind farms,
reinforced by
sometimes even
repeated
helping
roots
reduce wave
and familiar
action
textures
inside the site.
underfoot.
which could make
Alongside
access
scent,
and maintenance
cats
easier.
remember spatial relationships.
The vision
How
is of an
spaces
offshore
connect,
power park
where cover
the sea
exists,
provides
and
multiple
which
energy
paths
streams,
feel safe.
and the grid connection becomes a shared
This
artery.
combination allows many
It is a
cats
way
to
of
return
thinking
home
that
from
treats the
unfamiliar
ocean like
places,
a platform for layered
sometimes
solutions
across surprising
rather
distances.
than one technology at a time.
The journey is not a
Some
straight
tidal
line.
turbines
It is a
look like
process
underwater
of
windmills
checking,
turning
adjusting,
with currents.
and recognizing
In fast
patterns
tidal
that
channels,
feel
water
right.
can move
Even
with
indoors,
astonishing
you can
speed.
see the system at work.
And because
when a
water
cat
is denser than
navigates
air,
confidently
that
in low
motion
light,
carries a
or
lot
finds
of
a
power.
favored path through
Tidal
furniture.
stream turbines take advantage of this
The
by
world
using
to a cat
rotors that
is
resemble
not just
wind
seen,
turbines,
it is
but
remembered
designed for an
through smell,
underwater world.
motion, and quiet
They are
repetition.
anchored to the sea floor
Cats
or
prefer
mounted
water
on structures,
placed away from food,
and they spin
following
as currents
wild
rush
instincts.
past, generating
wild,
electricity
food and water
with each
sources are
tidal
rarely found
pulse.
together.
The beauty
Meat
left
left
near
near
water
water
can
can
spoil it.
From the surface,
and drinking from
the sea can
contaminated
look
sources
calm,
carries
while powerful
risk.
currents race below.
That
And the
ancient
turbines
logic still
quietly do
influences
their work
domestic
out of
cats.
sight. When water sits
Maintenance
beside
and
food,
installation
some cats
are complex,
hesitate,
because
not out of
the
stubbornness,
environment is
but
harsh,
instinct.
and access is limited
Moving the
by
bowl
tides
even a
and
short
weather.
distance away can suddenly
Wildlife
increase interest in
interactions
drinking.
must also be monitored
You might notice a
carefully,
cat choosing a
with
different water
designs and
source
siting
entirely,
that
such as a
reduce
bathroom
risk
sink
to marine
or
animals.
a glass left unattended. Yet the appeal is clear. These choices often reflect
Unlike
a preference
many
for
resources
freshness
that come
and
and go
separation.
unpredictably,
Flowing
tidal
water
currents
can feel
return
especially
with
appealing
dependable
because
rhythm.
it signals renewal rather
These
than
machines
stagnation.
turn that
Understanding
rhythm
this
into
instinct
electrons,
can
creating
change how you
power
set
that
up a
arrives
feeding area.
like a scheduled tide.
The cat is
twice
not
a day,
rejecting the bowl.
every day.
It is following
Following
a
the
rule
moon's
written
quiet
long
pull.
before kitchens
The
existed.
ocean holds vastly more heat than the air.
Separating food
shaping
and
energy
water
ideas.
respects that rule,
The ocean
making
is Earth's
hydration feel
great heat.
safer
It
and more
absorbs
natural.
sunlight, stores
Deep
warmth,
bowls
and
bother
releases
cats
it
because
slowly,
whiskers become
which is one reason
overstimulated.
coastal climates can feel
When a
gentler
cat lowers
than
its
inland
head into a
ones.
deep
Because
bowl,
water has a
the
high
whiskers
heat
can brush
capacity,
repeatedly
and the
against the
ocean
sides.
is immense.
It contains
Because whiskers
far
are
more
highly
thermal
sensitive,
energy than
this
the
constant
atmosphere.
contact can become
That
uncomfortable.
fact is
even
more than
stressful.
trivia. It shapes how we
Over
think
time,
about renewable
some cats
systems
begin
that use
avoiding
heat,
the bowl,
from
eating
ocean
only from
thermal
the center,
technologies
or
to
stepping
coastal
back
heat
frequently.
exchange for buildings.
This discomfort is
It also
sometimes
explains
called
why
whisker
the ocean
fatigue,
can buffer temperature
though it is
swings
really
even as it
sensory
quietly
overload.
takes on much of the excess
Shallow
heat
dishes or
from
wide
global
plates
warming.
reduce that pressure,
For
allowing
energy
cats
thinkers,
to eat
the ocean's
without
heat
irritation.
storage is both an opportunity.
You may notice a
and
cat
a
suddenly
warning.
eating more calmly
It suggests
after a simple
huge
bowl change
reservoirs of
with
energy
no adjustment
gradients.
period needed.
But it
The
also
behavior
reminds us
can look
that the
picky
sea
from
is
the
already
outside,
doing vital
but it is a
climate
physical
work.
response, not a
Any
preference.
technology that taps ocean
Whiskers
heat
are designed
must be
to
designed
gather
with
information,
great care to avoid
not endure
disrupting
constant
local
stimulations.
ecosystems.
Respecting that sensitivity
concept is
can transform
awe-inspiring.
mealtime from a chore
It means
into a
that
relaxed
when you
ritual,
stand by the shore,
simply by
you're
letting the
near a
face remain
gigantic
free
thermal archive,
and unbothered.
a slow-moving library of heat
Elevated
that has been
resting
gathered
spots
day
offer
by day
cats security
under the sun.
and
Coastal
environmental
renewables
control.
can power desalination,
Height gives cats
turning
information
sunlight
and
into
safety
fresh
at the
water.
same time. From an elevated
Freshwater
position,
scarcity
a
can
cat
make
can
energy
observe
feel like a
movement
secondary
without being
problem.
approached directly.
Because without water,
This perspective
cities and
allows
farms
early
cannot
detection of
function.
change, whether it is another animal
Desalination
entering
offers
the
a way
room
to turn
or a new
seawater
sound
into drinking
drifting
water,
through the house.
but it is energy intensive,
Elevated resting
which is why
spots
pairing it
also
with
reduce
renewables
the chance of
is so
surprise,
compelling.
which is important for
Coastal
animals
solar
that
and
value
wind
control.
can provide electricity
That
for
is why
reverse
cats often
osmosis
choose
systems.
shelves, the
And the
backs of
timing can
sofas,
even align.
or the tops of furniture.
Sunny, hot periods
These
often
locations
increase
are not
both
chosen at
solar
random.
output and
They
water
offer
demand.
stability and
In
choice.
some designs,
From above,
renewables
a
can
cat
charge
can decide
storage
when to
or
engage
drive
and when to
desalination
withdraw.
more intensely when power is
In
plentiful.
multi-cat homes,
Then ease off
vertical
when the grid
space
needs
can ease
electricity
tension by
elsewhere.
allowing separate territories
This can help
within
stabilize
the same
costs
room.
and reduce
For
reliance
indoor
on
cats
fossil fuels,
especially
in
elevation
regions
expands the
that
usable
currently burn
environment
oil or
without
gas
adding square
to keep
footage.
desalination
A
plants
single high
running.
perch can make an entire space
The engineering
feel safer,
must also address
calmer,
brine
and easier
disposal
to navigate.
responsibly to protect marine
Following
ecosystems.
you from room to room can
Still,
signal affection.
the vision is
When
powerful.
a cat moves
It is not
quietly
just
after you,
clean
appearing
electricity.
again and again without
It is
demanding
clean
attention,
electricity
it can be
doing
a form of
something
companionship.
deeply human.
This behavior often
Making
reflects
safe water
trust and
from the
social
sea.
bonding, rather than neediness.
It turns a coastline into a
wild,
place where the
cats
sun
that
and
tolerate
wind
closeness
can help
often do
quench
so with
thirst,
individuals they
giving
feel
communities
safe
a
around.
renewable pathway to
At
resilience.
home, following can be a way of staying
Biomass
connected,
can be
keeping you
renewable,
within sight
but
and sound.
only if regrowth and
The
land
cat may
use
not always
are
want
smart.
interaction.
This
Sometimes
is the
it simply
renewable
wants
source
proximity.
that behaves like
You
a
might
promise.
notice the cat settling nearby.
You take energy from
watching
living
or
material,
dozing as you go about
but you
your
owe
routine.
the landscape
This presence
time
can
and
change
care
depending
in
on
return.
mood, time of day,
When forests
or
are
household
cleared
activity.
faster than they recover,
It is not
or when
constant,
wild habitat
and
is
that makes it
replaced with
meaningful.
fuel crops, the
cat
climate
is
map
choosing
can
to
flip
be
the
there.
wrong way for years.
Following is not always about
Yet,
food
when
or
biomass
curiosity.
is done thoughtfully,
Often, it is
it
about
can
shared
work
space,
beautifully.
quiet companionship,
Think of sawmill
and the
leftovers,
comfort of moving through the
orchard
world
prunings,
together.
or invasive plants.
Play fighting
removed
rehearses
for
real
ecosystem
hunting
health.
sequences in miniature.
Those materials already
Play fights
exist,
are not random
and
bursts
using
of
them
energy.
can replace fossil
They
fuels
follow a familiar
without
pattern
demanding
that mirrors
new
hunting
land.
behavior.
The real
A cat
story
watches,
is stewardship.
crouches,
The
advances,
renewable label
makes
is
contact,
not automatic,
and then
it
releases.
is earned through how you harvest.
When two cats play
how you
together,
replant,
they take turns
and
in
what
these
you
roles,
choose to burn,
practicing
or
timing
convert.
and restraint.
Biomass
Claws may
can
stay
be a bridge
sheathed,
for industries
and bites
that
are
need
usually
heat.
inhibited.
Not just electricity.
This rehearsal
but
builds
only when the
coordination,
forest, the
confidence,
soil, and the
social
biodiversity
understanding.
ledger all balance.
Even solo play with toys
Biogas
follows the same
captures
structure,
methane from waste,
especially when the toy
turning a
moves
potent
like prey.
pollutant into power.
The sequence ends when
When
the
food
cat
scraps,
scraps, then
sewage,
rest.
or manure break
This
down
ending
without
matters.
oxygen.
It completes
Microbes
the cycle
produce methane,
and allows the body
a
to
gas
relax.
that traps heat strongly in the
Interrupting
atmosphere.
play too early
Biogas
can leave a cat
systems
restless,
do something wonderfully
as if the story
practical with
never
that problem.
finished. They seal
That
the
is
decay
why
inside
successful
the
play
digger
sessions
or covered
often
lagoon.
lead to calm behavior
Capture the gas
afterward,
and use it as fuel
The cat
for heat,
did not just
electricity,
burn energy
or upgraded pipeline
It completed
quality
a
gas,
narrative written into
It
its
is a
instincts,
transformation of a leak
one miniature
into a
hunt
resource
at a time.
The climate benefit comes from
Cats
stopping
may
methane
bring
from
praise,
drifting
gifts,
away untreated,
lessons, or
while
shared
also
resources.
replacing fossil fuel use.
Finding a cat's catch
The human
left in a
benefits
doorway
can be immediate
can be
too.
unsettling.
Waste sites
But the
can
intent
smell
is
less
rarely
harsh.
cruelty.
Sanitation can improve.
In cat logic,
And farms can
bringing
gain a
prey
steadier
can serve
energy
several
supply.
meanings. It may be sharing
The
a valuable
engineering
resource
has its
with
own
a trusted
drama.
companion.
Operators
It
must
may be
keep
offering
microbes
a
comfortable,
lesson,
manage
especially
temperature
toward
and
kittens
acidity,
or dependent
and prevent
individuals.
foaming or clogging.
Or it may simply
When it
reflect
works,
a desire to
it feels
include
like a
others
quiet
in its
magic
mass.
trick.
In social
Yesterday's
cat
waste
groups,
becomes
food sharing
tomorrow's
can
light,
strengthen bonds.
and an invisible pollutant
With humans,
becomes
the
a
behavior
controlled,
transfers
useful
imperfectly.
flame.
But the motivation remains
Landfills can be
social.
tapped like energy
The cat
wells
is not
using
confused
methane
about your
collection.
abilities.
It is
A
acting
landfill
within a
is
framework,
not a dead
where
end.
hunting success is
Deep
meant to
inside,
be acknowledged.
trash continues to decompose
Understanding
for
this
years,
reframes the moment,
producing gas that
while
seeps
managing the
upward
behavior may
unless
be
it is
necessary
captured.
for safety or
Engineers
hygiene.
can drill wells
The emotional
into the
root
landfill
is
and
connection,
connect them with a
not
network
malice.
of pipes that pull the gas out
To the
under
cat,
gentle
the
suction.
offering says,
almost
"This
like
matters,
harvesting
and
air
you
from
are part of
underground.
it."
Outdoor cats
gas
face
can
higher
be
risks
burned in
from
engines
cars
or turbines
disease
to make
and
electricity.
predators. Or
Outdoor
refined
environments
and used as
expose
fuel. Cats to dangers that
There
are
is something
difficult to control.
oddly satisfying about it.
Traffic
because it
poses
treats
one of the most
pollution like a
immediate
solvable
threats,
engineering
especially in
problem,
areas with
not a
limited
vague
visibility
guilt.
or fast-moving
It
vehicles.
also
improves safety.
Disease
Since
exposure
unmanaged
also
methane
increases
can
through
create
contact
fire
with other
risks.
animals, parasites,
The tricky
or
part
contaminated
is variability.
surfaces.
Landfill
Predators,
gas
including
changes
larger
over time
animals
as
and
waste
even
ages.
territorial cats,
and it can contain
add
impurities
further
that
risk.
need careful cleaning.
These
to protect
dangers are not
equipment.
always obvious.
Still,
and cats may
it is a
navigate them
compelling bridge
successfully for
strategy.
long periods
While society
before an
works to
accident
reduce
occurs.
waste, existing
This
landfills can be
unpredictability
turned into
is what
temporary
makes
energy
outdoor
sources,
risk so
capturing
serious.
emissions
Many cat
that would
owners
otherwise
choose
drift into the
alternatives,
sky, such as
supervised
anaerobic
outdoor
digesters
times,
can make
enclosed
gas
gardens,
from manure,
or leash
reducing
training
farm
to balance
odors too.
stimulation with safety.
On many farms, manure
The
is
goal
both
is not
valuable
confinement,
and
but
challenging.
protection.
It contains nutrients
Cats are
that
capable
can enrich
navigators,
soil,
but
yet
it can
modern
also
environments
produce
contain
strong
dangers
odor
that
and release
instincts were
methane
never
as
shaped
it
to manage.
decomposes.
Awareness
Anaerobic
gives owners the
digesters
ability
offer
to
a
make
different
choices
path.
that lower risk. They collect
While
manure
still
in
honoring
sealed
a
tanks
cat's need to
where
explore.
microbes break it down in
Indoor
controlled
cats
conditions,
can thrive,
producing
with climbing
biogas
structures
that can be
hiding
used
places
for on-site
and regular
power
play.
or heat.
What comes
A
out the other
well-designed
side
indoor
is a
environment
environment
stabilized
does more
material
than
called
prevent boredom.
digestate.
It supports
which can
natural
be easier
behavior.
to handle and can still
Vertical
return
spaces
nutrients to
allow
fields.
both observation
Wow
and
is
physical
how many
activity.
problems can be softened at once.
Hiding spots
Odors
offer
can be
retreat and
reduced.
security.
Pathogen levels
Daily
lowered.
play sessions
And the farm
provide
gains a
mental
local
and
stream
physical
of energy
engagement
that does not
mimics
rely
hunting.
on fuel deliveries.
Together, these
Some
elements
operations
create balance.
even reuse the heat from the
An
generator
indoor cat
to
with
warm barns
appropriate
or power
outlets is
processing
more
equipment.
likely to rest well.
This turns a
Interact
daily
calmly
chore into a
and
circular
avoid
system
stress-related
where
behaviors.
biology does the work.
Variety
And the farm
matters
becomes
too.
a small-scale
Rotating
energy
toys,
producer, changing viewpoints, algae
and offering
can grow
new
rapidly
challenges
and
can
produce
keep curiosity alive
without taking
without
up prime
overwhelming
farmland.
the cat.
These
Even small
organisms are
changes
tiny
can refresh a
factories
familiar space.
living on sunlight,
Indoor
water,
life
and
does
carbon
not have to
dioxide.
mean limitation.
Certain strains
thoughtful
create
design,
oily
it
compounds
can become a
that
controlled
can be converted
ecosystem
into
where
fuels.
instincts are honored
The
safely.
appeal lies in their speed
The
and
key
adaptability.
is intention.
Algae grow much
When the
faster
environment
than
invites
many land
exploration
crops
and rest
can be
in equal
cultivated
measure,
in ponds.
Cats adapt
or in closed
beautifully,
reactors on
turning
land
indoor
that is too
spaces
salty,
into full territories
too dry,
rather than
or
cages.
too degraded for conventional
Cats form
farming.
strong bonds with other
That
cats.
means they
not
do
just
not
humans.
need to compete directly
While
with
cats
food
are often
production
described
when
as
managed
solitary,
carefully.
many form deep
They
social
can also be
bonds with other
integrated
cats.
with waste streams,
These
using
relationships
nutrients
develop
from
through shared
wastewater
space,
and
predictable
capturing carbon
routines,
from
and
industrial
respectful
exhaust
distance.
in some systems.
Bonded cats may groom
The
each
real
other,
challenge
sleep close,
lies in
or
making
move
the
through home
economics
as a
and
quiet
engineering
pair.
work together
Their
smoothly.
communication is subtle,
Harvesting
built on trust
microscopic
rather than
cells,
constant contact.
extracting
Even
oils
cats that are
efficiently,
not tightly bonded
and keeping cultures
can
healthy
coexist
at
peacefully.
scale are
Maintaining
big
a
challenges.
stable social structure
Still,
over time.
the vision is a future
Introducing
where
new
fuel
cats carefully
feedstocks
is
are grown
important
like a watery
because
garden
bonds grow
in
slowly
places we usually
and cannot
ignore.
be forced.
Producing
When
energy
they do
ingredients
form,
while
they
leaving
can provide
fertile
comfort,
fields,
stimulation,
for food, and companionship. Biochar
that
can
humans
lock
alone
carbon in
cannot
soils
always offer.
while improving water
Watching
retention.
bonded cats interact,
This one
reveals
feels like a
softer
climate
side
story
of
with a
feline
gardening
life.
twist.
Biochar
One built on
is a
mutual
charcoal-like
tolerance
material
and quiet
made
loyalty.
by heating biomass.
These
in
relationships
low
remind
oxygen.
us that cats are
A
not only
process
connected
that
to
turns
people,
part of the plant carbon
they are capable
into a
of rich
stable form
social
that can
worlds
persist
of
in
their own.
soils for a
Feral
long
cat
time.
colonies stabilize through
Instead
trap,
of that carbon
neuter,
returning
and return
quickly to the
programs.
air, it can
In a
stay
managed
stored
feral colonies,
underground.
populations can grow
Farmers
quickly,
and researchers
creating
also
stress for
value
cats
biochar
and conflict with the
because it
surrounding
can change
communities.
soil behavior.
Trap, neuter, and return
Its porous
programs
structure
work
can
by
help soils
interrupting
hold
that
water
cycle
and
humanely.
nutrients more effectively.
Cats are carefully trapped,
which can be especially
sterilized,
helpful in dry
vaccinated,
regions or
and
degraded
then return
fields.
to their familiar territory.
It can also provide
without the pressure
habitat
of
for beneficial
reproduction.
microbes. Behaviors like supporting healthier
roaming,
soil ecosystems.
and loud vocalizing often
The
decrease.
magic is that it can be made
Over
from
time,
leftovers,
colony numbers
like
naturally
crop residues
decline
or
as cats live
forestry
out their
waste,
lives without
turning
producing more
materials
kittens
that might be burned openly
Stability
or
matters
left to
because
rot
feral cats are
into a
deeply
soil
attached
management
to known
with
spaces.
long-term impact.
Relocation often fails.
Done responsibly,
while return
it
preserves
becomes
the
a
social
rare kind of
structure
tool
already in place.
that can support both productivity
Caregivers can then monitor
and
health
climate
and
goals.
provide consistent food, reducing
quietly
risky
working below
scavenging.
the surface. Some planes
These programs
already fly
shift
on
the focus
sustainable
from
aviation
constant
fuels
crisis to
blended
long-term
with jet
balance.
fuel.
Aviation
They
is one of the
recognize that
hardest
feral
sectors
cats
to
exist,
clean up, that they belong
because
somewhere
flight
specific,
demands high
and
energy
that thoughtful
in a lightweight
management can
package.
reduce suffering for both
That is
animals
why
and
sustainable
people.
aviation fuels, often called
The catnip
SAF,
response
are
is
so
inherited,
interesting.
leaving some cats
They are designed
unaffected.
to work in today's aircraft engines.
Not every cat
when
reacts
blended
to
with
catnip,
conventional jet
and that
fuel,
difference is written into
which
genetics.
means the transition can begin
Sensitivity
without
to
waiting
catnip
for
is
entirely new
inherited,
planes.
meaning a cat either has the ability
These
to
fuels
respond can be
or
made
does
from
not.
different feedstocks
For those
depending
who
on
do,
the pathway,
the effect
including
can look dramatic.
certain waste oils,
Rolling,
residues, or
rubbing,
other biological
purring,
sources.
or sudden bursts
And the
of
goal
play.
is to reduce
For others,
life cycle emissions
catnip is
compared with
completely
fossil fuel.
uninteresting.
Producing
most
little
fascinating
more
part
than a polite
is how
sniff.
strict aviation
Kittens
requirements
often
are.
show no response at all
The
until
fuel
they
must
mature,
perform reliably
even if they
at
carry
high
the gene.
altitude in extreme
The reaction
cold
itself
and
is
under
temporary
intense
and
engine
harmless,
conditions,
usually fading
certification
within
and testing are
What makes
meticulous
this fascinating
because safety
is how
is
clear the
absolute.
divide can be.
When a commercial
Two cats
flight
in the
uses
same home
SAF,
can encounter
it is
the
a
same
glimpse of a
plant
pragmatic
and
route
experience
forward. Instead of
entirely
asking
different
aviation
worlds.
to stop,
One enters
it
a
asks
moment
aviation
of
to
joyful
change its
intensity
inputs
gradually.
The other
flight
walks
by
away
flight.
unmoved.
While biggest innovations continue to develop,
that cats
waste
are
cooking
individuals
oil can
at a
become
biological
fuel,
level,
turning leftovers
not just
into
in
locomotion.
personality, but in perception.
After a busy day in a restaurant
Silvervine
kitchen, used
excites
cooking
some
oil
cats
can look like
who
pure
ignore
waste,
catnip
heavy,
entirely.
messy.
For cats that
Yet
show
that
no
same
interest
oil
in
is still
catnip,
packed with energy.
Silvervine can unlock a
With the
completely
right processing,
different response.
it can be turned into biodiesel.
This plant contains
or other
compounds
renewable fuels
that stimulate
power
similarities,
trucks, buses, and
pathways,
generators.
Sometimes more strongly in cats
It is a
who otherwise
wonderfully
seem
tangible
indifferent.
idea
When
because the
exposed,
feedstock is
these
familiar.
caps may rub,
Fries today,
roll,
fuel tomorrow.
vocalize, or display
It also
playful
builds
energy
a local
they rarely
circular
show
economy.
with other stimuli.
Collection companies
The
gather oil
response can
that might
appear
otherwise be
sudden and
dumped
surprising,
improperly,
as
which
if a
protects
hidden
waterways
switch
and
was
sewers.
flipped.
And then refiners convert it into a cleaner
Silvervine
burning
has
fuel.
a long history in parts
The
of
supply
Asia,
is limited,
where it has been
so it will
used
not
as
replace
enrichment
all
for cats
petroleum,
for
but
generations.
it can make a real dent in
The
specific
existence
fleets or
of
regions.
multiple plant responses
The narrative hook
highlights
is
how
transformation.
varied feline
Something you
sensory
would never
systems
pull
are.
back into a pan
A lack of
becomes a
reaction to
refined
one
product
stimulus that meets
does not
engine
mean a cat
standards
is
and
uninterested
travels
in
highways.
enrichment.
It is
It may simply
renewable energy
require a
with a
different
street-level
key.
origin story, offering
Where yesterday's
alternatives
dinner respects
indirectly
that diversity,
helps move tomorrow's
allowing
goods.
more
cats to experience safe,
Turning
stimulating moments
forests
of
into
excitement
fuel
can raise
tailored
emissions
to
for
their
decades.
biology.
A hidden trap.
Synthetic pheromones
This
can
is one of the
calm
most
cats during
important
stressful
uncomfortable
changes.
truths in the renewable
Cats
conversation.
rely heavily on scent
Trees
to
store
interpret
carbon
safety,
for a long
and
time,
synthetic
and
pheromones
forests are
do
designed
more
to
than
mimic
store
the
carbon.
calming signals
They
cats
shelter
naturally
biodiversity.
produce.
These
Regulate
products
water,
release odorless
protect
cues
soils.
that can help a cat feel
If a
more
forest
secure
is
during
cut and
disruptions,
burned for
such
energy,
as moving,
the carbon
introducing
enters
new
the
animals,
atmosphere quickly,
or changes
while
in routine.
regrowth can take decades
While they do
to
not
reabsorb
sedate
it.
or control
During
behavior
that
directly,
time, the
they can
atmosphere
reduce
is carrying
stress
an
responses
extra load,
by
which
reinforcing
undermines
familiarity.
near-term climate goals.
Some cats respond
This
quickly,
is sometimes
while others
called
show
a
gradual
carbon debt,
improvement over days.
and it can be especially harmful
The
if mature
effectiveness
forests
varies,
are treated
but
as
for
fuel
many households,
simply because they are
pheromones provide
biomass.
a supportive backdrop
That does not mean
that eases
all wood energy
transitions.
is wrong.
Using they work
true
best
residues
alongside
that would decay
environmental
anyway,
adjustments, like
or improving
quiet spaces
forest health
and
by
predictable
removing
schedules.
dangerous excess material.
What makes them interesting
In some
is how subtle
contexts,
the
can be
approach
very
is.
different.
Rather
The
than
trap is
training or
pretending
restraint,
all biomass
they speak the
is
cat's
equal.
own sensory language.
Sustainable energy is not
It
only
is an
about
example
what
of
you
problem
burn,
solving that
it
meets
is about
cats where
what
they
you
already
protect
live,
and
in
how
scent,
long the planet
memory,
has to wait
and
for payback.
emotional association.
Advanced biofuels
Cats
aim to
detect
use
human
crop
emotions
residues
through
not
voice,
food crops.
posture, and routine
Imagine
shifts.
making fuel from the parts
Cats
of
may
agriculture
not understand
that usually
words,
get left
but
behind.
they are sensitive observers
Corn stalks,
of patterns.
wheat straw,
Changes in voice
rice
tone,
husks,
movement,
and other
daily
residues
rhythm
contain
signal
energy-rich
emotional shifts that
cellulose
cats notice
and
quickly.
hemicellulose.
A louder voice,
But
faster
turning them
steps,
into
or
liquid
disrupted
fuels
routines can
requires
register
breaking
as
tough
tension,
plant
even if
fibers
nothing
down
obvious
into
has
usable
happened.
prow molecules.
Some cats respond by
That
staying
is
close,
the challenge
others by
advanced
giving
biofuels
space.
are trying to solve
Over time,
with enzymes,
cats learn what
heat,
different emotional states
catalysts,
predict,
and clever
comfort,
chemistry.
play,
The
unpredictability,
appeal
or withdrawal.
is clear. If
The
fuels can
sensitivity
come
is
from
not
leftovers
empathy in the human
instead of
sense,
edible
but
crops,
it is awareness.
it reduces pressure
Cats
on
track
food
consistency
markets
because
and
it helps
avoids
them feel
dedicating
safe.
new land to energy
When a household
farming.
feels
It can also
unsettled,
create
cats
new
often
revenue
adjust their
streams for
behavior
farmers
accordingly.
while encouraging better
Their
management of
responses can
residues,
seem intuitive,
but might
they are
otherwise
built
be
from
burned in
observation.
open fields.
By
The
noticing
caution
these
is also
patterns,
clear.
cats adapt
Soil
to the
needs
emotional climate
organic
around
matter,
them,
and removing
quietly
too much
shaping their
residue
actions
can
to
harm
match what
soil
the
health.
environment feels like in the
So,
moment.
sustainable harvesting limits
Cats
matter.
were studied in space
When
to
done
understand
carefully,
balance and
advanced
motion.
biofuels
Cats
become a
have
story
played a
of
role
using
in
what
early
already
space
exists,
research, chosen
extracting
for their
more
agility
value
from
from
the
the
same
same
harvest,
harvest, and turning
Scientists
the overlooked
were interested
parts of
in how the
plants
inner ear
into
adapts
motion
to
for
weightlessness,
trucks, ships,
since
and
cats
air
rely
machines.
heavily on balance to move and
Grids,
orient themselves.
scale batteries can smooth
Studying their
solar
reactions
and wind,
helped researchers
shifting
understand
energy
how
by
mammals
hours.
respond to altered gravity
A battery
and
site
disorientation.
is like a shock absorber for the
These
grid.
experiments
When
contributed
the cloud
to broader
passes
knowledge
over
about
a
motion
solar farm
sickness,
or a wind
coordination,
front
and
arrives
neural
early,
adaptation.
the battery can
While
respond
modern
in a
research
blink,
methods have
absorbing
changed,
extra
this
power
chapter remains
or
a
releasing
striking
it to
example
fill a
of how
dip.
cats have intersected
That
with
speed
human
matters
curiosity
because
beyond
electricity
Earth.
must match demand every
The idea
second,
of a cat
not just
floating
on
in
average.
space feels surreal.
The most
Yet it
exciting part
reflects
is
how
how
adaptable control their bodies
changed
are.
the daily story of
Even
clean
when
energy.
removed from
Sunshine
familiar conditions,
often peaks
cats
at
offered
midday,
insight into how living
while
systems
household
cope
demand
with the
tends to
unfamiliar.
climb in the late afternoon.
It is a
and
reminder
evening.
that cats have quietly
A
contributed
battery
to
can
science
quietly
in
move
places
that
far
midday
beyond
surplus
living rooms
into
and
dinnertime
gardens.
light. The first
Turning a
cloned
spiky
pet
supply
was a cat
into a smoother
raising
service
ethical
people can
questions.
rely on.
The
These
first
systems
commercially
also
cloned
support
pet was a
grid
cat,
stability,
marking a
helping
turning
control
point in how
frequency
people
and
thought about
providing
genetics
backup
and
during
companionship.
You can
The
think of
cloning
them
process
as a new
produced
kind
an
of
animal with the
infrastructure,
same DNA as the
more
original,
like a digital tool,
but not the same
than a
personality
traditional power
or
plant.
experiences.
They do not care where the
This
electrons
distinction
came from,
surprised many people,
only when they are
highlighting
needed.
how much behavior is shaped
In a
by
renewable
environment
world,
rather than
timing
genes alone.
becomes everything. The event
And
sparked
batteries
debates
are one
about
of the most
ethics,
elegant
identity,
ways to
and
bend
the emotional
time.
motivations behind cloning animals.
Pumped hydro storage
Could a genetic
stores more
copy
energy
truly
than most
replace
battery
a
sites
lost
today.
companion? Or would it
If
always
batteries
be
are
someone
like shock
new?
absorbers,
Pumped
the
hydro
answer
is
leaned
like a
toward
vast
the latter.
reservoir of patience. While the science
It can store
demonstrated
huge amounts of
technical
energy for
possibility,
long
it
stretches,
also revealed
not
limits.
just for quick bursts.
A cat is not
The
just its
concept feels
genome.
almost
It is a
too
lifetime
simple.
of
Use
learning,
excess
habits, and
electricity
relationships.
to lift water to a higher
The cloning
elevation,
milestone made
then
that
release it
truth
later
clearer,
to generate power
showing that
when demand
individuality
rises.
cannot be duplicated.
Because water
even
and
when the
gravity
blueprint
scale so
is
well,
the same.
these
Cats
facilities
help
can hold an
scientists
enormous
map how
amount
the brain
of stored
processes
energy
vision.
compared with many battery installations.
Cats have played a key
They can
role
support a
in
grid
understanding
through
how visual
multi-hour
information
peaks,
cover
organized
unexpected
in the brain,
outages,
and help
their
renew
visual
rich
system,
systems
particularly
ride through
in the
weather
cortex,
patterns that last
proved
more than an
useful
evening.
for
Studying how neurons
The
respond
engineering
to edges,
is also dramatic.
movement, and
Massive
orientation.
tunnels, reversible turbines,
Research involving
and carefully
cats
managed
helped scientists
reservoirs
discover that
work
the
together
brain
like a
processes
silent
visual
machine
scenes
hidden in the
in
landscape.
structured layers.
It
rather
can even
than
feel
as
like
a
a
single
time capsule
image.
for electricity, storing
These
last night's
findings
wind
shaped
or
modern
yesterday's
neuroscience
sunlight in
and
the form of
influenced how
raised
vision
water.
is understood across species,
When you see it this
including
way,
humans.
the hills are not just
The
scenery.
choice of cats was
They
not
become part of a
accidental.
grid-scale
Their
energy
visual
bank
acuity
built
and
from
well-defined
rock,
neural
water,
responses
and gravity.
made patterns easier to observe.
Thermal storage can bank
While the
heat
research itself
in rocks,
belongs to the
salts,
past,
or even
its
concrete.
impact remains present in
Not all
fields like
storage
medicine
has to be electrical.
and artificial
Sometimes
intelligence.
the smartest
It is striking
approach
to realize
is to store
that
energy
the way
as
we
heat,
understand seeing,
because heat
something
can
we
be
do
held
constantly
cheaply
without
in simple
thinking,
materials.
was clarified in part by
Thermal
studying
storage
how
takes
cats
advantage of
interpret
that
the world
by warming
through
up a
their
medium
eyes.
like molten salt.
Cat hunting behavior
Stacked
shaped
rocks,
pest control
or specially
across
designed
early civilizations.
blocks.
As
Then
humans
using
began
that stored
storing
heat
food
later to do something
pests
useful.
followed, and cats
In power
filled a
generation,
crucial
it can drive
role.
steam turbines after
Their
the
hunting
sun goes
behavior
down.
reduced rodent
In
populations
buildings
in homes,
or industrial
farms,
sites,
and
it
granaries,
can deliver warmth
protecting
hours
supplies
later without
and
turning
limiting
on a
the spread
boiler.
of disease.
The wonder
This
is how
practical
ordinary
value
the materials
encouraged
can be.
people to tolerate
Rock
then
does
welcome
not sound
cats
like
into
advanced
shared
technology.
spaces.
Yet a
Over
carefully
time,
engineered
this
rock
relationship
bed can
shaped
hold
settlement
tremendous
patterns
thermal
and
energy,
daily life.
releasing it slowly with
A
controlled
good mouse
airflow.
could mean the difference between
Concrete
abundance
can be heated
and
and
loss.
cooled repeatedly,
Cats did
acting
not
like a
need
rechargeable
training.
heat brick.
Their instincts aligned
This
naturally
kind of storage
with human
is a
needs.
reminder that renewable
This
energy
quiet
is not
partnership
always about rare
influenced
materials
agriculture
or
and
complex
urban
chemistry.
living long before written
Sometimes
records
it
captured
is about physics you
The
can
impact
feel
was
with
not
your hand,
dramatic in
heat
any
moving
single
into a
moment.
solid.
It was
and waiting
cumulative,
there,
night
calm
after
and
night,
ready until you
storehouse
ask for it back.
after storehouse. By
Green
following
hydrogen
their
can
instincts,
store renewable
cats
energy for
helped
weeks
stabilize
or
human
seasons.
communities.
Some energy needs
In doing
are short
so,
and sharp.
They earned a
but
place
others stretch
beside us
across
that
weeks.
persists today.
That is where green hydrogen
Many
becomes
modern breeds
especially
arose from
intriguing.
natural mutations.
When renewable
not
electricity is
design.
abundant, it can
Some of the
split
most
water into
distinctive cat
hydrogen
breeds
and oxygen
began
with
through
chance
electrolysis
changes
rather than deliberate planning.
The hydrogen becomes a storable energy
A
carrier
curled tail,
that can be kept in
unusual
tanks,
coat texture,
underground
or
caverns,
unique color
or other
pattern
storage
appeared
systems,
naturally,
then used later
caught
to
human
generate
attention.
electricity, provide
people chose
industrial
to preserve
heat,
and
or
repeat
serve
those
as a
traits,
pre-feedstock
breed
for chemicals.
slowly formed.
The magic
This
is
means
the time
many
scale.
modern cats trace
Batteries
their
are
origins
excellent
to
for
spontaneous
hours,
variation,
sometimes days,
rather than careful
but hydrogen
design.
can reach towards
The process
seasonal
highlights
storage,
how flexible
helping
the
cover
feline
long
genome
winter
is,
lulls
and how
or
much
extended
diversity
cloudy
can arise
periods.
without intervention.
It is not without cost.
It also explains
Turning
why
electricity
some
into
traits come with
hydrogen
unexpected
and then converting
health
it back
considerations,
loses
since
energy.
they were not refined
And
over the
building
long
safe
periods.
systems
These
requires naturally emerging features remind
the potential
us that
is
cats
vast
have
for heavy
always evolved
industry
alongside
and long-duration resilience.
not under strict control.
Hydrogen is like wind
Breed
captured in a
history,
bottle,
often
or
starts
sunlight
with
stored
observation,
in physical form.
not invention.
It takes a brief moment of renewable
Humans
surplus
noticed
and
something
transforms it
unusual,
into something you can
found
store,
it beautiful,
move,
or interesting,
and use
and
later
decided
when the
to
grid
keep it.
needs a deeper reserve.
The result is a modern
Vehicles
cat
can
world
function as
shaped
batteries,
as much by
sending
chance
power back
as by
during
choice.
times of peak demand.
Mine Coon,
An electric
are known
vehicle
for size,
is more than
tufted
transportation.
paws, and
It
winter
is a
coats.
large battery on wheels
Mine
that
Coon
sits
evolved
parked
in a
most
cold
of the
climate,
time.
where survival
Vehicles to
favored
grid
size,
concepts
strength,
turn that
and
idle
insulation.
capacity into a resource.
Their large bodies
When the grid is
conserve
under
heat,
strain,
while
a fleet
long
of plugged-in
water-resistant
cars
could
could supply a
help
small
shed
share of
snow
their stored
and
energy
moisture.
to homes.
Tufted
Local
paws
networks
act like
then
natural
recharge
snowshoes,
later when electricity
spreading
is
weight
cleaner
and protecting
less
toes
expensive
from
frozen ground.
What is
The
surprising
thick tail
is
can
how
wrap
little
around the
each
body for
individual
warmth
car
during rest.
needs to contribute to make
Despite
a real
their
difference.
impressive
A
build,
neighborhood filled
Mine
with
Coon
vehicles
are often gentle
each offering
and
a
socially
modest
curious,
amount,
earning
can add
them
up
a
to a
reputation
flexible
as
power plant
friendly
without
giants.
constructing a new smokestack.
Their slow maturation
It also creates
means they
new
keep
forms of
kitten-like
resilience.
playfulness longer than
During an
many breeds.
outage,
A car
historically,
can run essential
they were
loads,
valued as
keeping lights
working
on,
cats,
refrigeration
capable
cold,
hunters in harsh
or
conditions.
medical devices operating.
Everything
for a
about
period
their
of
design
time.
reflects practicality, shaped
The
by
main
environment.
hurdles are practical battery
When you
wear,
see a main stretched
standardizing
across
hardware,
a room, it
and
can feel
designing
dramatic,
incentives
so
that
every
owners
feature
feel
tells a
protected
story of
and rewarded.
adaptation, endurance,
Still,
and calm
it is a
confidence
thrilling
in
concept.
cold northern
Transportation
landscapes.
becomes part of the energy system.
The Scottish
not
Ford
just
look
a
comes
customer
with
of it.
genes that may
And
harm
the parked
joints.
cars outside,
The
quietly
quietly
become
that
a
define this
grid
breed
asset.
are caused by a genetic
Smart
change
appliances
affecting
can
cartilage
shift demand quietly,
While the
like
ears are the most
invisible
visible
energy
result,
choreography.
cartilage also supports
A grid
joints
does
throughout
not
the
only
body.
need supply.
In some
It
cats,
needs
this can
timing.
lead to stiffness, discomfort,
Smart appliances
or
help by
degenerative joint
adjusting when
issues
they
as
run,
they age.
often without you noticing.
The challenge is
A
that
water
symptoms
heater
may
can
develop
warm a tank
gradually,
earlier in the
making
day
them easy
when
to
solar
miss
power
early
is
on.
abundant. A
Ethical
dishwasher
breeding practices
can start
aim
after
to reduce
midnight
risk,
when demand is
but the
low.
concern
A home
remains
battery
important.
can charge during
This
a windy
breed
night
highlights a
and
broader truth
discharge
about
during
selective
the
breeding.
evening peak.
Physical traits
The
that
elegance
look
is
harmless
that
can carry
comfort
hidden
stays
costs.
the same,
Responsible
while the grid
care
gets
involves
flexibility.
close veterinary monitoring.
Multiply that
and attention
across
to
thousands
movement,
of homes,
posture,
and it
comfort.
starts to look like choreography.
The Scottish Fold's appearance
Millions
can
of
be
tiny
endearing,
decisions,
but understanding the
to
biology
smooth out
behind
the
it
energy
matters.
system.
This
Appreciating
approach can
cats
reduce
fully
the need for
includes
expensive
acknowledging
backup
when
plants
beauty
that
and
run
welfare
only a few
must be
hours per
carefully
year.
balanced. It can also make
Bengal
renewable
cats
energy
feel
feel
more
more wild
dependable
ancestors because
creating
the system
striking
learns to bend
coat
demand
patterns.
around supply.
Bengal
Instead of
cats
fighting it, descend from crosses
The
between
challenge
domestic
is trust
cats and
and
small
simplicity.
wild cats, giving
People
them
need
bold
devices that
rosetted
are
patterns
secure,
that
reliable,
resemble jungle
and
predators,
easy
to override. The look captures
When done
attention
well,
immediately.
it feels like
but
the
it also
gentlest
reflects
kind
a
of
complex
revolution.
genetic history, not loud
Early
construction.
breeding aimed to
but
balance
quiet
wild
coordination
appearance with domestic
where everyday
temperament.
appliances become partners.
Over generations,
in a cleaner
Bengals
grid.
became companions,
Transmission
while retaining
lines
athletic
left sunny
builds
deserts
and
high
distant
energy.
cities after sunset.
Many Bengals
One
are
of the most
especially drawn to
powerful
climbing
tricks in renewable
problem
energy
solving
is
and
distance.
interactive
The sun
play,
does not set
often with more
everywhere at
intensity
once,
than the average
and weather
cat.
is rarely
Their coats
identical
are short
across a whole
sleek,
continent, and frequently
transmission
catch the
lines
light
with a
connect
subtle
those
shimmer,
differences,
known as
letting
glitter.
regions share what they have.
Living
When
with
they
a
have
Bengal
can feel
A
energetic
desert can
and
produce
lively,
huge
because
solar
they
output
flourish
in
with
late
engagement
afternoon,
and mental
then
stimulation.
send that energy towards cities where
The
demand
breed's
is
history
rising.
shows how careful
Meanwhile,
selective
another
pairing
region might be
can
catching
shape
wind
both
at night
looks
and sending
and
power
behavior.
back when the desert goes dark.
When you notice those
This is
bold
how grids
markings,
become more
you are
resilient,
seeing a
by
visual
behaving less
reflection
like
of
isolated
wild
islands
ancestry and more
carefully
like a
woven
worked
into
organism.
domestic life. Building new transmissions
Ragdolls,
is
by
not
contrast,
trivial. Often become
It requires
deeply
permits
relaxed when
held.
community agreement,
A trait
careful
shaped through
routing,
temperament
and
and
long-term planning. They are known for
Yet
their
it can
tendency to
unlock
go limp
enormous
when
value,
picked up, by reducing
which inspired
curtailment
their name.
and making renewable
This
power
gentle
usable
response
over a
is
wider
tied
area.
to temperament, rather
It
than
also
any
changes
lack of
the
muscle
map of
strength.
energy. Places once considered
selective
remote
breeding,
become strategic,
calm
and
not
tolerant
because of oil
personalities
wells,
were
but
emphasized,
because of
sunlight and open
Many
space.
ragdolls
With
enjoy
strong
human
transmission
contact.
Geography
Follow
turns
people
into an
closely,
advantage, and seek
and
clean
physical
energy
closeness.
can travel farther than ever. Their large size
Arriving where
and
people
soft
live
coats
and work
enhance the impression of
Microgrids
gentleness.
can keep However,
hospitals running
not
when
every
storms knock out
individual
main
responds
grids.
the same way.
When a storm
And
hits,
respect for
the grid can
boundaries
fail in
still
minutes.
matters.
But a hospital cannot pause.
The breed demonstrates how
Microgrids are
temperament
designed
can be
for
shaped
exactly
over
that
generations.
moment. Just as
They are
code or
localized
size
power
can.
systems that can disconnect
Living
from
with
the
a
main
ragdoll
grid
and
often
operate
feels
independently
quietly
using a mix of
affectionate,
generation,
marked by
storage,
trust and
intelligent
predictability.
controls.
The behavior
In a
reminds
hospital,
us that
can mean
cats
solar
can be deeply
panels,
social
batteries,
in their own
and
way,
possibly other
choosing
on-site
softness
resources
and proximity
working together
rather
to keep
than
critical systems
independence or
alive.
distance.
Operating rooms, refrigeration
Sphinx
for
cats
medicines,
feel warm
oxygen
because they
equipment,
lack
and
insulating
communications.
fur.
Without a
beauty
fur
is not
coat
only
to
in
trap
survival,
heat,
but
in
Sphinx cats
smoothness.
lose warmth more quickly
A well-designed
than furry
microgrid
cats.
can transition
To
quickly,
compensate,
reducing the
their
risk
bodies
of
maintain
damaging
higher
sensitive
skin
equipment
temperatures,
during outages,
making them
it can
feel
also lower
unusually
costs
warm
with
during
the touch.
normal times by using
This warmth
stored energy
draws them
during
toward blankets,
peak prices,
laps, and
or by
sunny
providing
spots.
grid services.
Their skin
Microgrids
also
turn
produces
resilience
oils
into
that
something
would normally
built,
be absorbed
not
by
hoped
fur,
for.
requiring
They
regular
make
cleaning.
reliability feel local.
The lack of
and
fur
intentional
does not mean lack
like
of
having
care.
a lighthouse that
It
stays
means
lit through the
different
storm.
care.
Sphinx cats
When you
often
think about
seek
energy
constant
as healthcare
contact,
infrastructure,
using closeness to
microgrids
regulate
become
temperature.
more than engineering. Their appearance
They
can be
become
striking,
peace of mind.
but their needs are practical.
Modern
and physical.
grids need flexibility as
Warmth,
much as they need
protection
generation.
from sun, and skin
For most of the
maintenance
last
are
century,
part of daily life.
the grid was built around power
The
plants
Sphinx
that
highlights
could be
how
commanded
form
like
changes
machines.
function.
Demand
Remove
rose,
fur,
and supply
and the
followed.
entire relationship between body and
renewable
environment
heavy grid
shifts,
flips that script,
creating a cat that thrives
Supply
on
is
closeness
abundant, but
and
very
careful
attention. So the grid must become more
Russian
flexible,
blues appear
capable
plush
of balancing
due to an
through many
unusually
tools
dense
at once.
double coat.
Flexibility
Russian
can come
blues
from
have a
coat
coat
that stands away
fast
from the
response
body,
power
creating a
electronics,
plush,
smarter
velvety
forecasting,
texture.
stronger
This
transmission.
effect comes from
and
an
loads
unusually
that can shift
dense
timing.
double coat.
It also
where
comes
guard
from
hairs
market design
and
and
undercoat
planning.
are nearly the
Because
same length.
software and rules
The
can
result
be
is
as
fur that
important
feels
as
thick
wires.
yet soft, with
The
a silvery
fascinating
sheen
thing
that
is
catches
that this
light
turns the
subtly.
grid into a living system.
This coat likely developed
It
as
is no
protection
longer
against
just a
cold
pipeline for
climates.
electricity.
Alongside
It
their
is a
appearance,
responsive network
Russian blues are
that
often
senses
described
conditions
as
and
reserved
adjusts
but loyal,
constantly.
forming strong bonds
When
with
flexibility
familiar
is
people.
high, they tend to prefer
Renewables
calm
can reach higher
environments
shares
and predictable
without
routines.
sacrificing reliability.
Grooming is relatively
When
simple.
flexibility is
despite
low,
the density.
clean
As the
energy
coat
gets wasted
resists
matting.
through curtailment, or
When a
backup
Russian
fossil
blue
plants
moves,
stay on.
the fur shifts like
The
a
shift
soft cloud,
is psychological
rather than lying
as well as
flat.
technical.
It is a
We
quiet
stop
kind
thinking
of beauty,
only about
built
building
from
more
structure
generation
rather than
and
length,
start thinking
reflecting
about
a balance
building
between
a better
elegance
grid.
and resilience.
One that can dance with
Turkish
weather
vans
instead
are
of
famous for
resisting
enjoying
it.
water more than most cats.
Demand response
Unlike
can be
many
cheaper
cats,
than
Turkish
building new
vans
power
are often
plants.
drawn to water.
Sometimes the cheapest
Some
energy
paddle in
is
shallow
the energy
pools,
you do not have to
battered
generate
dripping
at
taps,
all.
or even swim
Demand
willingly.
response is a way to reduce
This unusual
or shift
preference
electricity
may connect
use
to their
during
region
peak
of origin,
times,
when
where
the
large
grid is
bodies of
strained
water were
and
part
power
of the
is
environment.
most expensive.
Their coats
Instead
are
of water
constructing a
resistant,
new power
helping
plant
them dry
that might
quickly
run
after
only
getting
a
wet.
handful of hours per year.
The behavior is not
Utilities
universal,
can pay
but it is
businesses
common
or
enough
households
to define the breed's
to temporarily
reputation.
lower demand.
Living with
A
a
factory
water-loving
might
cat
pause a
can be
non-critical
surprising,
process for an
turning
hour.
sinks and bathtubs
A building
into
might adjust
potential
its
play
cooling
spaces.
slightly.
It also challenges
A fleet
assumptions
of water
about
heaters
feline
might
behavior.
cycle gently.
Cats
Barely
are often
noticeable to
described as
residents.
water averse.
The grid gets
Yet
relief,
here is a clear
and
exception.
customers get
The
rewarded.
Turkish fan reminds us that
The
cats are not a
fascinating
single
part
template.
is how small changes add up.
A
Environment
tiny
and
adjustment
history
across many
shape
participants
preferences in ways
can
that
replace
can
a large
completely
chunk of
overturn
peak
expectations.
Demand
Abyssinians
response resemble
also helps
ancient
integrate
art,
renewables
despite
by
surprisingly
aligning
modern
consumption
origins.
with times of abundant clean
Abyssinians
power.
are often said to look like
It is a
cats
reminder
depicted
that
in
energy
ancient
systems
art,
are not
with
only
sleek
about
bodies,
supply.
large ears,
They are about
and
choices,
alert expressions,
habits,
and coordination.
Despite this appearance, the
When
modern
demand
breed
becomes
developed
flexible,
relatively
the
recently.
grid becomes less fragile.
Their resemblance
clean
to
energy
historical
becomes
imagery
easier to
likely
welcome.
reflects shared physical traits
Renewables
rather than
can
direct
cut water
lineage.
use, since many
The
fossil
ticked coat
plants
pattern
need heavy
gives them
cooling.
a wild,
Electricity
timeless
can be
look,
surprisingly
with each
thirsty.
hair banded in color.
Many traditional power plants
Abyssinians
boil
are typically
water to make
energetic,
steam,
curious,
then must
and
cool that
people-focused,
steam back down,
often preferring
withdrawing
activity
huge
over
volumes
lagging.
from rivers, lakes,
Their
or the
elegance
sea.
can feel ancient
In hot weather,
but their
when
behavior
water is already
lively
stressed and
modern.
ecosystems are vulnerable, that cooling
The contrast
demand
can
is
collide
part of
with
their
human
appeal.
needs.
They look
look like they stepped out of
Renewable
history,
sources
yet
like wind
they
and
act like
solar
explorers
photovoltaics
of the present
sidestepped
moment.
much of that problem. because they do not rely on
visual
constant steam
association
cycles for
can shape
generation.
storytelling.
That means
Even when
less
the true
competition
timeline
for
is
water
more
during
recent
drought and
and
heat
complex.
waves, and fewer warm water
Some
discharges
cats have
that
two
can
different
stress
eye
aquatic
colors
life.
called heterochromia.
The benefit can be easy to miss
Heterochromia
because
occurs
it is
when
invisible.
each eye develops a
You do not
different
see
color,
the water that
often
never had to
blue
be pumped,
paired with
treated,
green,
or returned.
gold, or amber.
Yet it matters deeply
This happens
in dry
due to
regions
differences
where
in
water
pigment
is as
distribution
strategic as
during
electricity.
early development.
Clean energy can be a
condition
water
is most
strategy
commonly
as
seen
much
in
as a
white
climate
or
strategy.
mostly white
Easing
cats,
pressure on reservoirs,
though it can appear in
protecting
others
rivers
as well, and helping communities
The
keep
two
more
eyes
water
function
available
normally
for drinking
despite
and
their
farming.
different appearances.
Air pollution
For
drops
many
quickly
people,
when coal is replaced
heterochromia
by
gives a
wind
cat
and
an
solar.
unforgettable look.
One of the most
As if
striking
each
things
eye
about
is
cleaning
telling
up the
a
grid
separate
is
story.
how fast the air can
There is no
respond.
behavioral difference tied
Coal
to the trait
combustion
itself.
releases a mix of
It is
pollutants
purely
that
visual.
form haze and fine
Yet
particles.
it captures attention,
and those
because it
particles
feels
can
rare
travel through
and
neighborhoods
expressive.
and into lungs within hours.
The face becomes asymmetrical
When coal plants
in a way
run
that
less
invites
because
longer
wind and
gazes.
solar are supplying more
Heterochromia
electricity,
reminds us how
the
small
reduction in
changes
local
in
pollution
development
can be rapid,
and create striking
especially
individuality
around major power
even
stations.
within the same species.
You can sometimes
the
see
same
it
litter.
in clearer skylines.
Even today,
and
cats
feel it
remain
in
both
fewer
predators
scratchy
and
throats,
companions
even
in
if the
one
change
body.
is subtle day to
A
day.
cat sleeping peacefully on a couch carries
The
the
deeper
same
impact
instinct
shows up in
as one
health
stalking
outcomes
prey
over time.
in tall grass.
Fewer asthma flare-ups, fewer
The body
hospital
that
visits,
curls in comfort
and fewer days
is the
when
same
vulnerable
body
people
built
are
for
told to
silence,
stay indoors.
speed, and precision.
What makes this so compelling
This
is the
duality
immediacy
is what makes
climate
cats
benefits
endlessly
can feel
fascinating.
abstract.
They are
because
adapted
they
to
unfold
hunt
over decades.
yet capable of deep
Cleaner
attachment.
air is often felt
They
now.
share our homes.
It
But they are not
reframes
fully
renewable
domesticated
energy
in the way
as
many
something that
animals
protects
are.
the present, not just the future.
Instead, they live alongside us.
megawatt of clean
Retaining
generation
autonomy
is not
and
only
choice.
an engineering choice.
That balance
It
has
is a
defined the
quieter
relationship from the
a
beginning.
clearer breath,
Cats did
and a
not
healthier
abandon
morning
their nature
for communities
to join
downwind.
human life. They
Clean
brought
energy
it with them.
reduces fuel
Every
price
playful
shocks,
pounce,
because sunshine
every quiet
has no
watchfulness
cartel.
at a window carries
Fossil
that
fuels
ancient
are traded
edge.
to live with a
commodities.
cat is to
And that
live
means
with
their
both
prices can
softness
swing
and
with
sharpness,
wars, shipping
trust
disruptions,
and independence,
political decisions,
predator
and market
and
panic.
companion. Those
Sharing
swings can
the
appear
same
on
warm
household
space.
bills with an unpleasant
As
surprise.
our journey gently winds
even for
down,
people who
we've
never
wandered
changed
through
their
the
behavior.
quiet world of cats.
Renewable
whisker
energy
to
changes the
tail tip.
rules, because
We've
the
seen
main
them as
input
hunters,
is not something
shaped
you
by
buy on a
shadow
global
and
market.
patience.
As
The
companions
sun does not
curled
raise its
into
price
warm
during a
corners of our
crisis.
lives. The wind
as creatures
does not get
carrying
embargoed.
ancient instincts beneath
Once a
soft
solar
fur.
farm or wind project
We've
is built,
traced their footsteps.
much of its
from
cost
wild
is
landscapes
locked in,
to
and that
city
stability
homes.
can protect
From
consumers
grain
from sudden
stalls
spikes.
and ships to sofas
This also
and
reshapes
windowsills.
national security
Each
in a quiet
detail
way.
revealed something small
Countries that
and
import
precise,
large amounts of
yet
fuel
part of a
can
much
reduce
larger
vulnerability
story.
by relying more on
Cats
local
live
renewable
at an
resources.
unhurried pace.
Of course,
pause.
renewables
They
still
watch.
depend on supply chains
They
for
choose
equipment,
stillness
and grids
when the
still
world
require
feels
investment. But the
There
day-to-day
is something
operation
calming
is
in
less
that way of
hostage to
existing.
global fuel drama.
A gentle reminder that
It is
not
a kind of
everything has to
economic
hurry
calm
ahead. Some
built into
things
physics.
are allowed to simply rest.
When your energy is
Like a
delivered by
cat
weather
settling
rather
into
than
sleep.
tankers, the
Pause
world's
tucked
shocks
beneath
have
its
a harder
body.
time reaching your
Breath
light switch.
slowing until the room
Community
feels quieter.
solar lets renters
just by
benefit
sharing the
without
space.
owning a roof. Not everyone
If your
has a roof
eyelids
they can
feel
use.
heavy now,
Renters,
that's
apartment
perfectly
residents,
fine.
and people with shaded hose
Let your shoulders
can be
release.
shut out of rooftop solar,
Let your
even if they
breathing
want to
fall
participate.
into its own unhurried
Community
rhythm.
solar was invented to solve that
Allow
fairness
thoughts
problem.
stirred
A
by
shared solar
curiosity
project is built
to
in one
drift
location,
softly,
and
like
people
paw
subscribe
prints
to a
fading
portion of
in
its
fresh
output,
snow.
receiving credits
And if
on
you've
the
enjoyed
electricity
this
bill,
peaceful
as if the
exploration,
panels were theirs.
you're always welcome to
It
like,
turns clean
subscribe,
energy into
or
something
leave a
you
quiet
can
join
join
below.
not something you must own.
And if
property
you're still
to
awake
access.
and curious, the feeling
There's another
is gentle
powerful.
journey waiting on your
A
screen.
family in a small apartment
whenever
can
you are.
still help drive new
But for now,
renewable
There's
construction.
nothing left to do.
A school district
The night
can
can
subscribe
hold
and
the rest.
stabilize energy costs.
Let the images fade.
A community group
Let
can
the sound
organize subscriptions
soften.
that prioritize
and let
local
yourself
benefits.
rest, knowing you can
It
return
also
to
builds
wonder
local pride
another time.
because the project is visible
Sleep
and
well.
collective,
and good
not
night.
hidden behind
Hello
private
there,
fences.
and welcome to the Sleep Porch.
The key is Tonight,
good policy,
we're drifting into
and
the
transparent
quiet,
billing,
curious
so
world
people
of
trust
cats.
the savings.
These
When it works
soft-footed
well,
companions
it is
have
one of the
shared our
gentlest
homes,
pathways
our
into the
stories,
energy transition,
and our nights, for
letting more
thousands
people
of
step
years.
in without needing
Yet
perfect
they still
circumstances,
move through our lives
and
with an
making
air
clean
of
power
mystery.
feel like a community immunity.
They are familiar
rather
and
than an
unknowable
appeal.
at the same time.
Exclusive
A warm
upgrade
presence
in
at the
some
foot
regions.
of the bed.
Renewable
A
curtailment
sudden flash
happens
of movement
because
in the
too
dark.
much power arrives.
A calm gaze.
It sounds
that
like a
feels
problem
older
from a
than words.
future we once dreamed about.
Cats live between
Too
worlds.
much clean electricity.
Part wild hunter,
Curtailment
devoted
is when
companion.
wind or solar output
They
is
listen to
reduced,
sounds
not
we
because
never
the
noticed.
resource fails,
Sense
but
changes
because the
we
grid
barely
cannot
feel
use or move
and
all the
navigate their
energy at
days
that moment.
guided by instincts shaped
This
long
can happen
before
when
cities,
transmission
lights,
is limited,
or clocks.
when demand is low,
The
or when
closer
other
you pay
generators
attention,
cannot
the
ramp
more
down quickly
remarkable
enough.
they become.
While it can
As
feel
we move
wasteful,
through
it
this
is also a
quiet
sign of
exploration,
success,
you
showing
may start
that
to see
renewable
cats in a
capacity
new
is
light,
large enough to sometimes
not only as
exceed
companions,
local needs.
but as finely tuned
Curtailment
little
pushes
worlds
the
of
next
biology,
wave of innovation.
history, and
It encourages
behavior,
more storage,
wrapped in
stronger
fur
transmission,
and stillness.
smarter
If you
demand
enjoy
shifting,
these gentle
and flexible
journeys,
industry that
I
can
invite
run
you to
when
like,
power is
subscribe,
plentiful.
or share a thought below.
It also invites new
It
ideas,
helps others
like
find their way
producing
here as well,
hydrogen or
one
charging
sleepy
fleets
soul at a
during
time.
surplus hours.
But for now,
The fascinating
there is
part
nothing
is
you
to
need to
shift
do
in mindset.
except rest.
Instead of asking, do
let
we
your
have
breath
enough energy?
soften.
The grid starts
Let your
asking,
eyelids grow
do
heavy
we have enough
and
flexibility?
allow the day to drift
Curtailment
away
is not
as we
the end
explore
of the
these
story.
marvelous little creatures
It is the grid
together.
revealing where to evolve
Let's
next.
begin.
Recycling solar panels
Long
and
before
turbine
anyone
blades
thought of cats
is a
as pets,
fast-growing engineering
people began
frontier.
storing harvested grain.
Renewable energy is
And grain
built to
grew
last,
mice like
but
a magnet.
nothing lasts forever.
That simple
As
chain
early
reaction
generations of
created
panels
a new
and
kind
blades
of meeting
age
place.
out, the question
Wild
becomes
cats that were
what
bold
to
enough
do
to
with
linger
the
near
materials.
villages found easy prey, and
This is
humans
where a
found
new
an
frontier
unexpected
has
ally.
emerged, blending chemistry,
The cats that
design,
tolerated our noise
and circular
movement,
economy thinking.
ate well, survived
Solar
better,
panels
and
are made
raised
of
more
glass,
kittens in
aluminum
safer
frames,
corners.
and valuable metals
Over
that can be
generations,
recovered when
the
recycling is
friendliest
done
hunters
well.
stayed close. And
Turbine
the most
blades
skittish
are more
ones kept their
challenging,
distance.
often built from strong
It was not a
composite
single
materials
moment of
that
capture.
do not melt
It was a
and
slow
reprocess
negotiation,
as easily as metals.
shaped by four bellies and mutual
Engineers are
advantage.
working on ways to break
Even
composites
today,
into
you can
reusable
still
fibers,
see it in the way
turn
many
old
cats
blades into
choose
structural
when to
products, or
when to
redesign
retreat,
materials so they are
and
easier
how they
to
keep
recycle
one
from the
foot in the
beginning.
wild.
This goes
living
beyond
beside
reducing
us.
waste.
It cuts the need for new
A
extraction.
cat's purr
lowers
can
full
vibrate
life
through
cycle
your
impact,
bones and
even
helps
during
the
deep
renewable
sleep.
transition
Feel whole.
If you have
and
ever
finished.
held a purring cat against your chest,
There is a quiet elegance
you know it
in
is
this
not
idea.
only a sound. The same industries
a
that
physical
built the
presence,
clean energy era
like a tiny
now
engine
have the opportunity
humming with
to shape its
purpose.
second chapter. Those steady
Where
vibrations
end of
can
life
travel through
becomes
fabric,
a fresh start,
skin, and
and
tomorrow's
ribcage,
turbines and panels,
turning the
are
body
partly
into
made
a quiet
from yesterday's.
resonator.
Rare earth metals
For the cat,
are not always
purring
necessary
can
for
appear
wind
in
turbines.
comfort, in
People
closeness,
often worry that
and
clean
sometimes
energy depends
even
on
in moments
scarce
of
materials,
stress,
and there is
like a
some truth in that
self-soothing
concern.
rhythm.
But wind power
Kittens
has
purr
more
while
flexibility
nursing,
than many assume,
and mothers purr
some
back,
turbine generators use
creating
rare
a
earth
soft
magnets
guidance
for
system
high
in the
efficiency
dark.
and compact size.
People often describe
especially
the
in
feeling
certain
as
direct drive
strangely
designs.
calming,
Yet many
as if
turbines
the room
operate
itself
perfectly
has
well with
settled.
other generator types that rely
It is
on
one
more
of the
common
few animal
materials.
sounds
The
that
choice
can be both
depends
intimate
on cost
and
design
enveloping
philosophy
at the same
supply
time.
chain strategy,
In a world
and
full of
maintenance
sharp noises.
preferences.
This is important
is
because
gentle,
it means wind energy
continuous,
is not locked
and
into a single
surprisingly
resource
powerful.
bottleneck. Cats see
Manufacturers
far
can
better
adapt,
than humans,
and countries
but
can
not in
diversify
total darkness.
technologies based on their own
A cat at
industrial
night
strengths.
can seem almost
It also
supernatural,
shows how engineering
slipping through
is
a
full of
shadowy
trade-offs,
hallway,
not
as if it carries its
commandments.
own lantern.
You can pursue simpler
The secret
gearboxes,
is not magic,
different generator
and it is
architectures,
not night vision
and
like a
alternative
camera.
materials,
It is a
depending
design
on what the
tuned
project
for
values
twilight.
most.
Cats
The
are most
deeper
active
fascination
around dawn
is
and
that
dusk,
the wind
when
itself
prey is
does not
moving
care
and
what
light
metal
is
you
scarce.
choose.
Their eyes are
atmosphere
built to
offers
collect
energy
what little
freely,
light exists,
and humans
making
are
a
still
moonlit
refining
room
the
feel
best
brighter
ways
to
to
them
harvest
than it does to us.
with whatever materials make sense.
That does not mean they can
That
see when there is
adaptability
truly no
is
light
part
at
of
all.
why wind is spread so
In a
quickly
pitch black
across
space,
the world.
they are navigating with other
Supply
senses,
chains can be
especially
cleaner
hearing
too,
and touch.
using renewable-powered
But give them
manufacturing.
a faint glow from a street
It is
lamp,
easy to
a
imagine
hallway night
renewable
light, or a
energy
thin
as
slice
only
of
what
moon.
happens when the
And
equipment
suddenly,
is installed.
their world becomes readable.
But there is a quieter
To
story
a cat,
upstream.
darkness
in factories
often has
and
texture.
furnaces.
Your
where the
cat's
equipment
whiskers
is made.
act as touch sensors,
Manufacturing
finely
steel,
tuned for
glass,
tight spaces.
aluminum, and chemicals.
Whiskers are not
can
just
be
extra
energy
hairs.
intensive.
They are specialized
electricity
tools that
used
help a
there
cat measure the
shapes
world
the footprint
without
of
looking
the
at
final
it.
product. Each one is rooted
As
deeper
grids
than
get
normal
cleaner
fur, and factories
connected
adopt
to
their own
nerves that pick
renewable
up
power.
tiny changes in air
The
movement
entire supply
and
chain
contact.
starts to lighten.
When
A
a
solar
cat approaches a
panel
narrow
made in a
opening,
region with
those
clean
whiskers can help
electricity
judge whether
can
the
have a
body will
lower
fit,
embedded impact
almost like
than
built-in
one made
tape
where
measures.
coal dominates.
They also help a cat
same
map
goes for
objects
battery
nearby
production,
in low light,
metal refining,
feeling the shape
and
of a table
component
edge, a
manufacturing.
doorway, or a moving hand.
Companies are beginning to track
You can
this
often
more
see
carefully
whiskers angle
because
forward
customers
when
and
curiosity
governments
rises,
increasingly
then sweep
ask
back
not only
when a
what
cat
a product
feels uncertain,
does, but how it was made.
They're part of how cats move
This creates
with such
a beautiful
smooth
feedback
confidence,
loop.
especially in unfamiliar
Renewables
places.
help clean manufacturing,
And because whiskers
and
are so
cleaner
sensitive,
manufacturing
rough handling
helps
around the
build more
face can feel
renewables
overwhelming.
with lower impact.
To a cat,
The
whiskers
transition
are
becomes
information,
self-reinforcing.
not decoration.
Cats
It is not
communicate
just
with switching
scent
fusing
fuels at the
invisible
power plant.
chemical messages called
It is cleaning the
the industrial bloodstream that
Much of a
produces
cat's
the
social
tools
world
of
is
modern
written in the
life.
language
So the
you
story
cannot
of
see.
clean energy is cleaner
Pheromones
from
are
start
chemical
to
signals
finish.
that carry meaning, and cats
Mining
leave them
impacts
behind like
matter.
quiet notes pinned
So
to
clean
the air.
energy still demands
A
responsible
rub against
sourcing.
furniture, a gentle pass along a
Renewables
doorway,
reduce air
or a
pollution
careful
and
sniff
climate
of a familiar
emissions.
corner,
But
can
they
all be
still
part of
require
this exchange.
materials, and those materials come
These
from
scent
somewhere.
messages can help cats
Mining
recognize
can
safe
bring
places,
habitat disruption,
identify who
water
has been
pollution,
nearby,
labor
and reduce tension
exploitation
by making an
and
environment
conflict
feel known.
if it is poorly governed.
It is why a cat may spend
Pretending
time
clean
investigating a
energy
new
has no
bag,
footprint
a visitor's
is
shoes,
not honest.
or a room that has been
And
rearranged.
honesty is what leads
From the
to
cat's
better
point of view,
solutions.
smell is not just about
Responsible
food.
sourcing means
It is
stronger
about
environmental
context.
standards.
It is about
safer
comfort.
working conditions.
It is about boundaries
transparency
and
about
belonging.
where materials originate,
While humans
and
rely
recycling
heavily on
systems
sight,
that reduce
cats
the
often
need
trust
for new
what their nose
extraction.
tells them first.
It also means
Their world
smarter
is
design,
layered with
using
invisible
less
meaning.
material.
A cat's spine is
Substituting
built for
abundant
sudden
elements
twists,
where possible,
which helps
and
save
building
them during
products that can be
falls.
repaired and reused. Cats have a body designed for
This
quick
is the
decisions
real
in
maturity
mid-air of the energy transition.
When a fall begins,
it is not only
the spine
about
can
replacing
bend and
smokestacks.
rotate
with remarkable
It is about
agility,
building a new
allowing
system
the front half and
without
back
repeating
half
old
to adjust
harms
separately
in a
new form. That flexibility helps the cat
path
reorient. Is that these
spreading
impacts
limbs are
and
visible
preparing for
and
landing with a
solvable
precision
through
that
policy,
looks
effortless.
technology, and pressure
It is part
from
of why cats
informed
often land on
consumers.
their feet,
especially from moderate
Clean
heights.
energy can
Though
be
falls
cleaner
can
still,
still cause serious
but only
injury.
if we care about the
This
whole
twisting
chain,
ability
from
is
the
connected
mind
to a
the
broader way
wire,
of moving.
to the finished
Cats
machine.
leap, pivot, and thread
Energy
through
efficiency
obstacles with
is
a
the
fluidity
quiet twin
that makes
of
their whole
renewables,
body seem like
shrinking
one
what we
continuous
must generate.
spring. There is a thrilling side
Watch
of
a cat
renewables.
change direction
Big
during play,
turbines,
and you will see
shimmering
the same
solar
design
fields.
at work.
The spine is not
But
just a
efficiency
stack of bones.
is the quiet hero
It is a dynamic
that makes
tool
those projects
built for
go
sudden
farther.
turns, quick balance
When
corrections,
buildings are well
and controlled
insulated,
power.
when LED
Even
lighting
the playful
replaces
jump
older
carries
bulbs,
that ancient
when
engineering.
motors and
Cats
appliances
were warranted,
are designed
legally
to waste
protected,
less,
and deeply
the same
mourned
comfort
in
and
ancient
productivity
Egypt require less electricity.
In ancient Egypt,
That
cats
means
were not simply
fewer power
tolerated.
plants of any
They were
kind.
woven into daily life,
Fewer transmission
law and
upgrades,
belief.
and less
A
strain
cat protected
during
stored
extreme
food by
weather.
hunting pests.
Efficiency
That practical
also
value
makes
grew
renewables
into cultural
easier to
reverence.
integrate because
Cats became
demand
associated
peaks
with
become
Bastard,
smaller and
a goddess
smoother.
linked
The
to
most
protection,
interesting
home,
thing
and
about
fertility.
efficiency is that it
In
is
some
often
periods,
invisible.
harming a cat could bring
You do not
severe
feel
punishment,
insulation
showing how
working.
strongly society
You do not
defended
hear a high-efficiency motor saving power.
Families sometimes mourned
Yet the
cats
savings
with rituals
accumulate
that
every
signaled
hour,
real grief,
quietly
not casual
reducing
loss.
costs and emissions.
Archaeological finds
It is like
include
tightening
cat
a
burials
leaky
and
system,
artwork that treats
so
them with
every
respect
drop
and
counts.
tenderness. placing
In
them
many
close
cases,
to humans in scenes of
efficiency
home life.
upgrades pay back quickly.
This is
through
one of the
lower
earliest
bills,
large-scale
which makes them a
examples
practical
of a community
first
building
step
rules
in the energy
and meaning
transition.
around an animal companion.
Renewables change where energy
It also
comes from.
hints at something familiar
Efficiency
today.
changes
When
how much
people
we
live
need
closely
in
with
the
cats,
first place.
they often begin to see them
And that
as more than
partnership
hunters.
is
They
one of the
become
most
symbols of
powerful
safety,
combinations
grace,
on Earth.
and quiet power.
Heat pumps can deliver
Many
multiple
cats
units
talk
of
to
heat
humans
per unit of
with
electricity.
meows they rarely
It
use
sounds
with
like
other
a trick
cats.
until you picture what
Adult
is really
cats
happening.
do not rely on meowing
A heat
as their
pump
main
is
way
not
of
making
speaking
heat
to
from
each other.
scratch the way a toaster does.
With other cats,
It is
they use
moving
posture,
heat,
scent,
gathering low-grade
and subtle
warmth
sounds
from
that
outdoor
rarely
air
match
or the
the
ground,
dramatic
and
meows
concentrating
we
it
hear at
indoors.
home.
Because of that, a
But
single
with
unit
humans,
of electricity
many
can
cats
drive the
develop
transfer
a special
of several
vocal
units
style,
of usable heat.
almost like they have
The
discovered
result
what
is a kind
works
of
on
energy
us.
multiplication.
Some
that
meows
feels
are short
almost
and
unfair,
bright,
especially
others are
in
drawn out,
well-insulated homes,
and some
where
become
the
so
heat you
specific,
deliver stays
but
put.
owners swear they can tell
Modern
them apart.
systems can work in surprisingly
Over
cold
time,
climates,
cats
using clever
often adjust their
refrigerants,
sounds based on
variable
what
speed
gets a
compressors, and smart controls
whether that is food,
that adjust
a door
smoothly
opening, or
instead
attention
of
on the
cycling
couch.
harshly.
It becomes a shared routine.
This makes heat
shaped by
pumps
feedback
a perfect
and
partner
familiarity
for renewable electricity.
This is part of what makes living
When
with a
wind
cat
is strong
feel
at
like a
night,
relationship
or solar is
rather
abundant
than during the
ownership.
day. That clean power
cat
can be
is
turned
not only
into
expressing
comfort
needs
with impressive
it is
efficiency.
learning a
human-centered communication
changes
channel
the sound
and
of winter.
practicing it daily.
Instead of
in
a
a
furnace
way,
igniting in
meowing
bursts,
at us is
you
a
get a
social
steady,
invention.
gentle warmth,
as if the
A
house
cat's
is quietly
tongue is
borrowing
covered in
heat
tiny
from
hooks,
the world outside,
forming a natural grooming brush.
Induction stoves
If
can
you have
cut
ever
indoor
been licked
pollution
by a cat,
compared with burning
you know
gas.
it can feel like sand.
Cooking is one of the most intimate
That
energy
roughness
uses in a home.
comes from backward-facing
right where
spines
people
on the
breathe.
tongue.
Gas stoves
act
release
like a
combustion
built-in
byproducts directly into kitchens.
As a cat grooms,
including
those
nitrogen
hooks
dioxide,
catch loose
and
fur
tiny particles,
and help clean down to
especially
the
when
skin.
ventilation is weak.
Reaching places a smooth tongue
Induction
could never
cooking
manage.
sidesteps that because
This
it does
is
not
not
burn
only
anything.
about looking tight.
It uses an electromagnetic
Grooming
field
helps remove
to heat
debris,
the pot itself,
spread natural
meaning
oils,
the pan
and
becomes
maintain
the
the
heat
coat's
source,
condition.
while the surrounding air
It
stays
also
cleaner.
explains how cats can
The
swallow so
experience
much
is
fur,
also surprisingly
which can sometimes
responsive.
lead to hairballs.
Water can boil quickly.
You can watch
Heat
the
changes
tongue move
feel
like
immediate,
a precision instrument,
and the stovetop
drawing
surface
through the
often
coat
stays
in
cooler
short,
than
deliberate
traditional
strokes.
electric coils.
It
Because
is one
it
of
is
the
not
most
the main
elegant
thing being
examples
heated.
of everyday engineering in an
For
animal
families,
often
this
seen
can mean a
as simple.
calmer kitchen with less
The
lingering
tongue
odor,
functions
and
as a
fewer
brush,
invisible
a
irritants,
cleaner,
and a maintenance tool.
It can also mean
all in
safer
one.
cooking
Even
for small
in
children,
quiet moments,
since
a
spills
cat
are less
is
likely to
usually
bake
engaged
onto a
in
scorching
careful
surface.
work, keeping its body
Induction
prepared
is
for
not just a
whatever
gadget
comes
upgrade.
next.
It is a quiet
Cats
shift
can hear
in
much
an
higher
indoor
pitches than
environment,
dogs,
turning
far
the
beyond the
kitchen from
limits
a
of human
tiny
hearing.
combustion site
A cat's
into a
world
cleaner,
is filled with
more
sounds
controllable
you never
workspace
perceive.
that pairs
High, sharp
naturally
squeaks,
with
faint
renewable
rustling,
electricity.
and tiny taps can stand
Electric
out to them as
buses
clearly
can use
as a
regenerative
braking.
This
Recapturing
ability
energy
at
likely
stops.
connects to hunting small prey.
City buses
with
are
the slightest
always
peep
stopping,
or movement can
always
reveal location.
starting.
And
While
that humans
stop
focus
and
on
go
voices
pattern
and low
can
frequencies,
waste enormous
cats
energy
are
in
tuned to
traditional
higher
vehicles
tones that fade into
as
silence
heat
from
for us.
braking. That is why
Electric
a cat might
buses
snap
can
to
turn
attention
that waste
when you hear
into a
nothing at
return.
all. When the driver brakes,
Head lifted,
the motor can
eyes
act
focused,
like a generator,
body suddenly
converting
still.
motion back
It is
into
not always
electricity
mystery,
and sending
sometimes
it
it is
into
simply
the
battery.
superior hearing doing its job. Each stop
This
becomes
also
a
means
small
loud
noises
recharge,
can be especially
which is
stressful,
beautifully suited
because
to
cats
routes
process
full of
sound
traffic
intensely
lights
and
passenger
quickly.
pickups.
In a home, that heightened
The
hearing
benefits
shapes
ripple
behavior in
outward.
subtle ways.
Less brake
From
wear
reacting
can
to a
mean
distant
lower
door
maintenance
closing
and
to
fewer
noticing
brake dust
the faint
particles in
wear
the air
of a device.
The ride can feel smoother
cat,
too. The house
because
is
regenerative
never truly
braking
quiet.
can be controlled with
It is
precision,
alive with signals,
rather than relying
the domestic
only
cat
on
still
friction.
shares
For
much of its
transit
hunting
agencies,
biology with
the
wild
energy
cats.
savings can make routes
Under
more
the
efficient
softness of a
and
living room
predictable.
nap is a predator design
bigger story
that has barely
is how
been
cities
edited by
sound
comfort and smell. The body is built
Electric
for
buses
ambush,
can be
not
quieter at
endurance.
low speeds,
And
A
free
cat
of tailpipe
studies
fumes
movement
at the curb,
lowers
where
the
people
head
wait and lets the
when
shoulders
powered by
rise
clean
and fall.
electricity,
Like a
a
slow
daily
tide
commute becomes
as it
part of the
stalks.
renewable transition.
The
One
final
stop at a
rush
time.
time is a burst,
turning
not
the
a
rhythm
chase,
of urban movement
because the plan
into an
is
energy
precision.
recovery system.
Teeth and jaws
Green
are shaped
steel
for a
can
quick,
be made using
efficient
hydrogen
finish,
instead of coal,
and the claws can stay hidden
Steel is the
until
skeleton of
instant
modern
they are
life.
needed. But traditional
Even
steel
clay
making
carries
often
the same
relies on
sequence.
coal-derived carbon
Watch,
to pull
creep,
oxygen out of iron
pounce,
ore, releasing
grab,
large amounts
bite.
of carbon dioxide in the process.
That is not a cute habit. Green steel
It is
proposes
practice.
a different chemistry.
Many
Use
pet
hydrogen
cats
as the
will still
reducing
hunt
agent
toys
instead,
at midnight,
so the
because
main
their instincts
byproduct
are
becomes
tuned to
water
twilight
vapor
hours
rather than
when
carbon
small
emissions.
animals are most active.
It is
in
a
a
stunning
quiet
shift
home,
because
you
it
are living
changes
beside
one of the most
ancient
foundational
specialist.
industrial reactions on Earth.
Cats walk with a rolling
The challenge
gait,
is
keeping
scale
their
and
movements
cost.
unusually
Hydrogen
quiet.
must be produced cleanly.
When a cat crosses a
reliably,
room,
and in
it can
huge
feel like the
quantities.
sound turns down.
Asterisk and steel
Part
plants
of that
must
is
be
the way they
redesigned
place their feet
or
with
retrofitted
careful
to
control,
handle new processes
landing
safely
safely and distributing
but the
weight
promise is
smoothly.
enormous.
Their
Bridges,
steps often
rail
follow a
lines,
neat
cars,
pattern,
and buildings
where the back foot
could be
lands
built
close
with
to the
dramatically
print
lower
of the
climate
front foot,
impact.
reducing
It also
wobble
creates a
and
new
keeping
kind
the
of
body
industrial
stable.
ecosystem.
The spine
Renewable
and shoulders
electricity
join the
makes
movement,
hydrogen.
creating
Hydrogen
that
helps
fluid
make steel,
rolling glide,
and cleaner
that looks
steel
almost
helps build
effortless.
more renewable infrastructure.
This is
There
stealth.
is a sense of the future
you
in
can
it.
see, even when
The
you
same
cannot
material
hear it.
that built the fossil era.
It is
could
also
help
why
build
cats can
the
move
post-fossil
confidently
era.
along narrow surfaces,
Not by disappearing
from a fence
but by
top
changing
to the back
how
of a
it is
sofa
born.
with hardly a clatter.
Some cement plants
You might
use
notice the
electrified
difference
kills
most at
and
night,
captured carbon
when a cat can
to cut
pass
emissions
through the house without waking anyone.
Cement is everywhere, yet its
That
climate
quiet
impact
travel
is
is
often
not
invisible to
politeness.
the people
It is
walking
the
on
heritage
sidewalks.
of an animal that
Emissions
survived
come from
by
two
approaching
places:
without being
the heat
detected.
needed to run kills,
A
and the
cat's
chemical
collarbone
reaction that
floats
releases
freely,
carbon dioxide
helping it
when
squeeze
limestone
through
becomes
narrow
clinker.
gaps.
New approaches
A cat's
aim at
front
both
end
problems.
is built like a
Electrified
flexible
kills
machine
could replace
for
fossil
slipping,
flames
climbing,
with
and
renewable
turning
powered
on a
heat,
dime.
especially as high-temperature industrial
Unlike many
electrification
animals,
improves.
a collarbone is not locked
At the same
into a
time,
rigid
carbon
bony
capture
frame.
systems can trap
Instead,
carbon dioxide
the shoulders
from
can
kiln
move
exhaust,
with extra freedom,
preventing it from
letting
entering
the
the
front
atmosphere,
legs step around
and potentially
obstacles,
sending it for
and helping
storage
the body
or use
compress
in new
through
materials.
surprisingly small openings.
There are also
That
alternative
is why a
cement
cat
chemistries
can look
and
at a
additives
space that
that
seems
reduce the amount of
impossible,
trinker needed in the
hesitate
first
for a
place,
heartbeat,
making each
and
ton
then
less
flow
polluting.
through anyway.
The fascination here is
Their
that it
shoulder
is not
blades
one
also
silver
slide
bullet.
smoothly along
It is
the
a
rib
bundle
cage,
of strategies
adding
working
to that
together,
liquid
like
quality of
redesigning a
movement.
recipe, while also
It is
changing
not
the
that
oven.
cats are made of rubber.
If
It is
successful,
that their
it
skeleton
means the buildings
allows
of the
for a
future
kind of
can be built
controlled
with less
folding.
hidden climate cost.
This matters in the
The concrete
wild,
under
for
our
dens,
feet could become
burrows,
part of the solution,
and tight
not
escapes.
just part of
In
the
a
problem.
home, it becomes the
Renewable
reason
power,
the cat can vanish
desalination,
behind
can
furniture,
turn some and
appear
wine
through
into
a
drinking
half-open
water.
door.
When you live near
or
the ocean,
slip from a carrier,
it can feel
you thought
cruel
was
to
to be
cure.
thirsty. With all that
Slow
water
blinking
nearby is a cat's calm
Desalination
signal,
offers
often
a path,
described as
but
a
it
cat
traditionally
kiss. Comes with heavy
when a cat
energy
looks at
demands
you
and lets the
pairing
eyes close
desalination
slowly
with renewables,
it can feel
changes
like
the
moment
feel of the whole
stretches.
system.
This is
Instead
not
of
drowsiness
burning
fuel
alone.
to force water
In
through
cats'
membranes.
social life,
Coastal
an
wind
unbroken
and
solar
stare
can
supply
signal
the
tension,
power,
while
making
relaxed
fresh
water
eyelids with a
signal
smaller
safety.
climate footprint.
A slow blink
It also
is a way of
opens
saying,
creative
I
operating
am not
styles.
a threat, and I do
Plants
not think
can
you
run
are
harder
either.
when renewable power
Many
is
people
abundant.
discover that
Storing
if they
water
return
in
the
reservoirs
gesture,
or tanks
closing their eyes
for later
gently
use,
and reopening
and
them in a
easing
soft
off
rhythm,
when the grid is tight,
a cat may blink
that
back
flexibility
or even come
can
closer.
help both water management
It becomes a
and
quiet
energy
conversation
management,
without
especially
words.
in sunny coastal
You can see
regions
this calm language
where demand
between
rises
cats
with
too,
heat.
in peaceful homes where
The
they share
key
space
is
without
doing it
conflict.
responsibly, because
The
brine
beauty of
must
it
be
is how
handled in
simple
ways
it
that
is.
protect marine
No training,
ecosystems.
no commands.
When designed
Just
well,
trust
it
expressed
becomes
through
an
timing.
elegantly
In a
world where attention
is
sunshine
often loud,
and sea breeze,
the slow
become
blink
electricity.
is a gentle, deliberate
Electricity
kind of kindness.
becomes fresh water.
The scent
and fresh
glands
water
on a
supports
cat's
communities
cheeks
that might
gently
otherwise
mark you
face
as
severe
familiar
scarcity.
territory.
It is one
A
of the
cat
most human
pressing its
uses
face
of
against
clean
your
power,
leg,
or
turning
bumping
renewable
the side
energy
of your hand
into something you
is
can
doing
drink.
more than asking for affection.
Agrivoltaics lets crops grow under panels,
Along the cheeks
balancing
and around
shade
the mouth
and yield.
are glands that release
There is a gentle
friendly
surprise
signature
hidden in
scent.
the idea of farming under
When
solar
a cat
panels.
rubs on you.
Plants
It is
do not
placing
always
that
want
signature
full,
on your skin
intense sunlight
and
all
clothing.
day.
In hot
like
climates,
quietly saying,
too much sun
"You
can
belong
stress
to my
crops,
safe circle."
dry soil faster, and increase
You may notice
irrigation
this happens
needs.
most when you return
Gravix
home,
places
when the
panels
cat
above
is
fields
re-establishing
with
the
enough spacing
household
and
as
height
steady
to allow
and
farming
known.
below, creating a pattern of
Cats
moving
do the
shade
same to
that can
furniture
protect
corners
certain
and
crops
door
from
frames,
midday heat.
creating a map of comfort.
The panels
throughout
generate
a space.
electricity, while the land
In
continues
multi-cat
to produce
homes,
food,
this can become a
which helps
peaceful way
ease
to
the fear
blend
that
scents,
renewables must
reducing
replace
tension
agriculture.
by making the
The
environment feel
microclimate
shared
can change in
rather than
interesting ways.
contested. Shade can lower leaf
To
temperature,
humans, it
reduce
feels
evaporation,
like a sweet greeting.
and in some
To the
cases,
cat, it is
extend
also
the
a
growing
practical
season
act of
for crops
reassurance,
that prefer
a way to
cooler
make
conditions.
the world smell predictable and calm.
Farmers can also gain
Cats
a
rotate
second
their
income
ears
stream
independently,
from electricity,
pinpointing the
which
faintest
can stabilize
sounds.
finances
A
when
cat can be
weather
half
or
asleep and
markets
still
are
listening in a
unpredictable.
way that seems almost
The
unfair.
magic is coexistence.
Each ear is controlled by a
Instead
network
of
of
making
small muscles
energy and
that lets
food
it swivel
compete,
and tilt.
Agriala invites them to cooperate,
Sometimes moving one ear
turning a
toward you
field
while the other
into
tracks
a
something
shared
across
space,
the room.
where photons
Batting
do double
dependence
duty.
helps cats locate a sound's
Solar
direction
can power
quickly,
irrigation,
even if it is tiny,
reducing diesel
brief,
use
or
in
hidden
rural
behind
farming.
furniture.
In many
You can
rural
watch
areas,
the ears flick
irrigation
like radar
depends on
dishes,
diesel pumps,
constantly
which
sampling
can be
the
expensive,
environment.
noisy,
This
and
matters for
vulnerable
hunting,
to
where the
fuel
difference
shortages.
between catching prey and missing it
Solar-powered
can be a single
irrigation
rustle in
changes
grass.
that dynamic by letting
It also
farms draw
matters for
energy
safety,
directly
because
from the
cats
sun,
notice changes before
often
their eyes
right where
fully
the water
engage.
is needed.
In a home,
During
that
bright
ability
hours,
can look mysterious.
panels can drive pumps
A cat may
that lift
freeze,
groundwater,
ears turning,
or
focused
move
on a
water
noise
through
you cannot
canals,
hear at all.
aligning
For them,
naturally with the times
the
when
soundscape
crops are
is
most
layered
thirsty
and
and
detailed.
evaporation is highest.
This can
in
reduce
stillness,
operating costs
those
and
ears
cut
are
air
gathering
pollution in
clues.
farming communities.
A cat's
It
nose
can also
print
bring a
is
kind
unique,
of independence,
much like a human fingerprint.
Instead of planning around fuel
Up
deliveries,
close,
a cat's
farmers
nose
plan
has
around
its own
sunlight
pattern of
and
tiny
water
ridges,
availability.
bumps, and textures.
Some systems
shaped
include
by
storage
biology
or
and as
hybrid
individual
designs,
as a
so
signature.
pumping can continue
It
when
is
light
part of a
fades.
nose designed to stay slightly moist,
But even
which
without
helps
that,
capture scent
the daytime
particles from
pumping
the air.
can be a major improvement.
When a cat leans
The
into
deeper
sniff,
story
it is
how
not a casual
energy
glance.
access shapes
It
agriculture.
is a careful read of the world,
Reliable pumping
pulling
can mean
information
higher
about
yields,
food,
more
other
stable
animals,
incomes,
and recent
and
changes
better
in a
food
space.
security.
Cats
Solar
often
irrigation
pause at
is
doorways
renewable
or new
energy in
objects
its most
because the
practical
nose is
form.
confirming what is
Not
safe
an abstract
and what
grid
is
concept,
unfamiliar.
but a direct support
You might see a
for
cat
the everyday
take short,
work
repeated
that feeds
sniffs,
people.
building a clearer picture with each breath.
Clean power can make
That
synthetic
is
fuels
one reason
by
cabs
combining
can
hydrogen
recognize
and
people
captured
in
carbon.
places without
Some
seeing
machines are hard to electrify
even if the
directly,
lights are low,
especially
even if a
long-haul
room looks the
ships.
same. The
Certain
smell
industrial
tells a deeper
processes
story.
and
For a
parts of
cat,
aviation.
The nose
Synthetic
is a guide,
fuels offer another
memory
route.
tool,
Use renewable
and a
electricity
warming
to
system.
produce hydrogen. Cats barely
Then
taste
combine that
sweetness
hydrogen
due
with
to a
captured
small
carbon
genetic
dioxide
change. To create
If you
liquid
offer the
fuels
cat
a sugary
that can
treat,
work in
it would
existing
not
engines,
experience the same delight that many
the chemistry
humans do. Can produce fuels like
The reason
synthetic
is simple
kerosene
and
or
surprising,
methanol,
depending on the pathway.
Cats have a change in a key
The concept
taste
is fascinating,
receptor gene because it
which
treats
means
carbon
the
dioxide
usual sweet
not
signal
only as
does
waste,
not register properly,
but as an ingredient pulled
This
from
fits their
industrial
identity
streams
as
or
true
even the
meat
air,
specialists.
and then reused. In nature, cats
It
do
is
not
not
need to
simple.
seek fruit or nectar
Capturing
for
carbon,
calories, producing hydrogen,
their survival
and
depended
synthesizing
on
fuels
animal prey,
requires
rich
energy
in
protein and
fat.
efficiency losses mean these
So,
fuels should be
their
reserved for
senses
uses
leaned into
where
what
direct
mattered most,
electrification is
like
difficult.
the smell and taste cues.
Yet the
that
promise
help
is
identify
powerful
meat.
for a transition period.
This is one reason
because it
many
can
cats show
decarbonize
little
parts of the
interest in
economy
cakes or
without
candy,
waiting for every engine
yet become
and every
intensely
tank
curious
to be
about
replaced.
a piece of fish.
It is
or
like
the
turning
scent of a
renewable
roasted
electricity into a liquid
It is
form.
also a reminder
a kind
that
of
cats do not
stored
experience the
sunshine
kitchen the way
that can
we
travel
do.
across oceans and
They
power
are not
heavy
tiny
work.
humans
If done
in
with
fur.
genuine
Their
biology
biology
is
carbon
tuned to a
and
different
clean
hydrogen.
menu.
It
One
becomes a
shaped by
bridge
hunting
between
and
today's
flesh,
infrastructure
not sugar.
and tomorrow's clean
The
energy
strange
system.
flaming face helps
District
cats
energy
draw
can
scent
share
into a
heat
special
like
organ.
a neighborhood-scale bloodstream.
Sometimes a cat will sniff
Most
something
buildings make and
then
waste
pause
heat
with
in
the mouth
isolation,
slightly open,
like each one
and the
living
lips
on its own
curled
island.
in a look that seems almost
District
comical.
energy connects them.
And
That
that network
expression
of
is a
insulated
serious
pipes
sensory
carries hot
move.
water, steam,
It
or
helps
chilled
guide
water
chemical cues
between
toward a
buildings and
scent-detecting
central
system
energy
them
sources
that specialize
allowing
in
heat
reading
to be
social
produced
information.
efficiently and share,
especially
where it is
signals
needed.
left by other animals.
This can unlock surprising
You might
efficiencies.
see it after a cat inspects
Waste
a new
heat from
bag,
data centers,
a visitor's
industry,
clothing,
or refrigeration
or a spot another cat
can be
has
captured
marked.
and distributed.
The face is not discussed.
Large heat pumps can supply many
It is
buildings
analysis.
at the same time.
The cat
Running
is
more
pulling a
efficiently
hidden
than
layer of
countless
meaning
smaller
from the air,
units,
spread
the
everywhere.
kind of meaning that can hint at
Thermal
identity,
storage
can also
mood,
be integrated,
or recent activity.
letting the system store heat
In the wild,
or coolness. This can
and
help
deliver
cats
it later
understand
when
who
needed.
has passed
The
through an
outcome
area
can be reduced
and
costs,
whether they should stay alert.
lower emissions,
In
and
a home,
greater resilience.
It is one of those
Since a
moments
network
that
can
reveals how
redirect
much is
energy
happening behind
if one
the
part
calm
fails.
exterior.
Even a single sniff can open
The
a whole
imagery
invisible
feels
story.
almost
Biological.
A cat's
A neighborhood
tail works
becomes
as a
an
balance
organism,
tool and an
circulating
emotional
warmth,
signal.
the way a body moves
The tail is a
blood,
cat's visible
keeping
mood
spaces
meter,
comfortable,
and
with
it is
less
also
waste.
part of how the body
When
stays
combined
coordinated
with renewable
during quick
electricity
movements.
or geothermal
A relaxed,
sources,
upright
district
tail,
energy can
oft
transform
during friendly
entire
greetings,
blocks into a
while
coordinated,
puffed tail can
low-carbon
make a frightened
comfort
cat
system,
look larger,
quietly
and more
improving
intimidating.
how cities breathe.
Slow swishes
The
can
first
signal
renewable
focus
revolution
or irritation.
was simply the use
And a
of
fast
water wheels
whipping
and
tail
windmills.
can be a clear warning
Long
that
before
patience
wires
is running
and
out.
engines, people already
Cats
understood
even wrap their
how
tails
to
around their
borrow
bodies
power
for
from the
warmth
world
and
around
comfort,
them.
like a built-in
A wheel
blanket.
turning in a stream
In social
could
moments,
grind grain,
tail posture
cut
helps
timber,
other cats read
or pump
intention
water,
from a distance,
easing a
long
village's
before
daily
anyone
labor
gets close.
and making it more dependable.
For humans, learning this
Windmills did
language
the same
can change
on
everything.
open plains and
You
coasts,
start to notice when a cat is
capturing
curious,
moving air
when it is
to mill
unsure,
flour
and when it
drain
would rather be
wetlands.
left alone.
What makes this feel like
tail
a
is
revolution
honest in a
is
way
that
that
it was
face
not about
is not.
discovering
It is a
new moving
resource.
flag that
It
tells
was
you
about
how the cat is
discovering
feeling
leverage.
right now in real time. Instead of muscles doing repetitive work,
Caps groom
nature's
to stay
motion
clean,
did it
cool down,
continuously and calm their nervous system. These machines
grooming
also
session
train
can look
humanity
like
to
simple
think
to
in
deal.
systems, but it is
Also,
water management,
a whole body
gearing,
reset.
maintenance,
The tongue pulls
and
through
sharing
fur
a
in
resource
steady
fairly
strokes,
in a
lifting
quiet
dirt
way and loose hair. They were the
while spreading
ancestors of
skin
today's
oils
grids
that keep the coat
weather ready. Renewable energy can feel modern.
Then there's
but
the
its
cooling
roots
trick.
are ancient. As saliva spreads
The
and
earliest
evaporates,
chapters
it
were
can
written
help a
in
cat
wood,
shed
stone,
heat,
and
especially
clever
when the
mechanics,
air is warm,
proving
proving that clean power
But
is
the
not
most
a sudden
surprising
invention.
part
is how much
it is
grooming
an
can
old
soothe.
relationship
Renewed
Many
again
cats
and
lick in a
again
slow,
with
rhythmic
better
pattern
tools. After excitement,
Early
conflict,
ships
or
used
sudden
wind power
noise,
for global trade,
as if they are
long
turning
before
their own
engines.
volume down. Long-distance trade once
You will
depended
often
on
see it
understanding
after a
the
tense
sky
moment
as
with
well
another
as to
pet.
sea, or after a burst
Sailors
of play
learned
and
ends
seasonal
abruptly.
winds.
It is
Ocean
like
currents
watching a
and
creature
the patterns
smooth
of
itself
monsoons
back.
into calm. Timing voyages
When
around
grooming becomes
nature's
excessive,
schedule, it can also signal
a
stress.
ship's sails were
which
not
is why
just
the
fabric,
behavior is
they
both
were
a
energy
comfort
collectors,
and a clue.
turning
Some
the
cats
atmosphere's
chirp
motion
at
into
birds
thrust.
A
that could
behavior
carry
linked
spices,
to hunting
metals,
excitement, textiles, and stories
You are by the window
between
with a
continents.
cat, and outside,
This
a
is
bird hops
renewable
along
energy
a branch.
in one of its most
The cat's body
world-shaping
tightens
forms.
with focus,
Because
the tail tip
wind-powered
may
shipping
twitch,
helped connect
and then
cultures,
comes that strange
spread
sound,
ideas,
a quick
and build
chirp
early
or
global
chattering
economies.
rattle. It is one of the most intriguing
Also
little
demanded
noises cats make,
sophisticated navigation and
because it
risk
seems to
management.
spill out right
Because
at the edge
nature's
of
generosity
action.
could become nature's
Many
danger.
people think
in
of
a
it
storm.
as frustration.
The
like
wonder
the cat
is
cannot reach
that the
the target.
same wind that whistles
Others
past
hear
your
it
window
as excitement,
once
the
moved
mind
entire
running through a hunt
civilizations'
that
supply
cannot
chains.
happen. Some researchers
Today,
and cat
there is renewed
behaviorists
interest
suggest
in
it could
modern
be
sailing
tied to the
assistance
rapid
for
jaw
shipping,
movements
not
used in a
as
precise
nostalgia,
bite,
but as
almost
engineering,
like the body
using
rehearsing.
wing sails, kites, and route
Whatever the
optimization.
exact reason, it is a
It
moment
is a
when
reminder
you can see
that
the predator
clean power
behind
is not
the
new
pet.
to transportation.
A silent room
It is
suddenly
part
fills
of our
with a
oldest
wild
adventures.
intention, compressed
Some
into a tiny
islands now
sound
chase
that
100%
feels half
renewables
secret.
to escape fuel imports.
Kittens learn social skills
on an
early,
island,
and
energy
timing
dependence
shapes
can
lifelong
feel like
confidence.
a constant
A kitten
tax
is
on
not
daily
born
life.
knowing how to live with others.
Fuel arrives by ship. Early
Prices
weeks
can
are like a
spike without
fast-moving
warning.
school, and storms can
When
interrupt
every
deliveries
touch
and
and
reaction
power
is
teaches
needed
something.
most. Gentle
That is why
handling
many
can help
islands
kittens
are
become
becoming
comfortable with
laboratories
human hands,
for renewable
voices,
systems
and daily household
sunlight,
sounds. Wind,
play
and
with
sometimes
lip mates
geothermal
teaches
resources
bite control
are
and
paired with
boundaries,
storage
because
and
a bite
smart
that
controls
hurts
gets
An
immediate
island
feedback.
can begin to produce its own power locally.
The kitten learns quickly,
reducing
what
the
is too
vulnerability
much.
that comes with
When those
imported
early
fuel.
lessons are missing or
The
interrupted,
transition can also
some cats
reshape
grow into
local
adults
economies.
who startle easily.
Money
or
that once
struggle
left
with
the
new
island to buy
experiences.
diesel can
That
circulate
does
at
not
home,
mean they cannot
supporting
adapt,
technicians,
but it can
maintenance
change
crews,
how long
and
trust takes to
community-owned
build.
projects.
This is why
Islands
early
also tend to
experiences
have
matter
clear
so
boundaries
much.
and simpler grids,
Even
which makes
ones
them
that
ideal
seem
places
small.
to test
A
microgrids,
calm introduction to
advanced
a carrier,
forecasting,
a soft brush,
and new
a
storage
friendly
strategies.
visitor, or a new room can become part of a
story
cat's
is not
inner
always
map of
easy.
safety.
because equipment
Confidence
must
is often
withstand
built
salt
before
air
a kitten
and
is
strong
even
storms.
fully grown.
Yet the
Many
motivation
cats
is
need with their
powerful
paws,
and personal.
echoing nursing behavior.
Energy
from
independence
infancy.
on an
Kneading
island
looks
is
like
not
a
just an
gentle
environmental
massage.
goal.
It is freedom from
Pause, pressing
uncertainty,
and releasing
built
in a
from
slow
sunrises,
river, often on
sea
blankets,
breezes,
laps,
and
or
thoughtful
soft cushions.
planning.
The roots of
Renewal
it
birds
reach back
can
to
strengthen
strengthen
energy
when nursing
independence for
kittens
countries
press against
without
their mother
oil
to
reserves.
stimulate milk fur.
For many nations,
That early
energy
motion
policy
becomes
has
linked
long been
with
shaped
warmth,
by geology
food,
that
and
cannot
safety.
be changed.
So it can resurface
If you do not
later in
have
life
large oil
during
or
moments
gas
of
reserves,
deep comfort.
you must import fuel.
Some
and that can
cats
influence
lead with
budgets,
eyes half
diplomacy,
purring
and security.
softly,
As if drifting into a memory,
Renewables
offer a different
body
path,
still remembers.
because the reserves are not
claws
buried
may come out a little.
They
Not
are
from
spread
aggression,
across landscapes
but because
and
the movement
coastlines
is automatic
as sun
and instinctive.
wind, and flowing water.
In the wild, kneading
when a
can
country
also relate
builds
to
more
preparing
renewable
a resting
capacity,
spot,
it can
patting down
reduce
grass
its
or
exposure
leaves
to
before
global
settling.
fuel markets and shipping
At home,
disruptions.
this behavior turns
That
into a
shift
gentle ritual
can be
that
economically
shows a cat feels
stabilizing,
safe enough, to
especially for
completely
countries
let go.
where fuel imports
It carries
drain
an
foreign
intimacy
currency
that comes
reserves.
from a time when the world felt
It can also
small
encourage
and
domestic
protected.
industry, from manufacturing
Cats
components
sprint, using
to
fast
training
twitch
a skilled
muscles built
workforce.
for sudden surges of speed.
Independence
A cat's
does
athletic
not
brilliance
mean
is not
isolation,
designed for endurance.
because grids still trade and
It is
supply
designed
chains
for
still
lightning.
exist. But it does
Fast
mean a
twitch
greater
muscle
ability
fibers
to
are
meet
meant to
basic
fire
energy
explosive
needs
with resources,
giving a cat
that
instant
arrive
daily
acceleration
and
when it
locally.
lunges for a toy.
The
Slips
deeper
beneath a
fascination
chair,
is how
or
this
springs
reshapes
onto a
power
shelf.
in the world.
In a hunt,
In a
this is
renewable,
exactly
heavy
what's
future,
needed.
Advantage
Cat
is
waits,
not limited to
gathers
places
itself,
with oil fields.
and then commits to a brief,
It belongs to
decisive
places
burst
that can
where
plan,
timing matters
build,
far more than
maintain,
distance, and coordinate their
You
natural
can see the
energy
same design
flows
in how caps
effectively.
play.
They
Electrifying
often pause for
everything
long stretches,
makes renewables
watching and
more
calculating,
powerful than just
then
electricity
suddenly move
generation.
with dramatic speed. Renewables
It is
become
not
truly
laziness.
transformative.
It is
when
energy
electricity
strategy.
stops being a
Those
single
powerful
category
bursts cost a
and
lot,
starts being the
which is
common
why cats
language
prefer
of
brief,
energy,
intense action
when
followed by
vehicles,
recovery.
building heat, and some
This also
industrial
explains
processes
why play
shift
sessions
from
that
direct
copy
fuel
a
burning
hunt
with
to
stalking
electricity
and pouncing can
Every
satisfy
new
a
wind
cat
farm
more than
or
constant
solar
running
plant
can replace
Their
emissions
bodies are tuned
in more
for a
than
quick
one
story,
sector.
not a long chase.
This is why electrification
pupils
is often
narrow
the
into
hidden
slits,
strategy
protecting
behind
highly
renewable
sensitive
success.
eyes. In bright light,
Electric
the
motors
cat's
are
pupils
efficient,
can tighten
so the
into
same
thin
energy input
vertical
can
lines,
move more work, and
Heat
it looks
pumps
almost
can deliver
dramatic,
warmth,
far more
like a
effectively
camera
than resistive
closing
heating.
down.
Electric transit
That shape
can
is
reduce
not
urban
just for
noise
style.
and local fumes.
It helps control
while also
how much
becoming
light
easier to
enters the
power
eye,
cleanly over time.
protecting a system built to be
Electrification also
extremely
creates new
sensitive.
flexibility.
The slit
Charging
can
can be
reduce glare,
scheduled, while
heating
still
can be
allowing
stored in
sharp
building
focus,
thermal mass,
which matters for an
and
animal
systems can
that
respond
needs
to
judge
grid
movement
conditions
and distance with
The
precision.
fascinating twist is that
Then,
clean electricity
when light
is not
fades,
just cleaner,
the pupils can
it can be
open
more
wide,
controllable.
drinking in whatever
Once energy is in
available.
electrical form, it can be measured,
This
optimized,
fast
and
adjustment
coordinated
helps
with
cats
precision.
handle sudden changes.
Renewables
like
are the
stepping
supply
from a
side,
sunny window
but
into a
electrification
dim
is the
hallway.
amplifier that
It
lets
is
that
also
clean
part of their
supply
expressive
reach
face.
deeper into everyday
Wide
life.
pupils can signal
Heat,
excitement,
transport,
fear,
and industry
or
together
intense
make
interest.
renewables a full
while
system
narrowed
story.
pupils can appear during
It is
bright
tempting to
conditions
think renewable
or
energy
heightened
is
focus.
simply about replacing
If you
one
watch
power plant
carefully,
with another.
You can sometimes
But the
see
real
the
drama
pupils
is
shift
bigger.
as a
Heat
cat's
is a
mood
huge share
shifts.
of energy use.
Almost
From
like the
homes
eyes
to
are telling you a
factories,
quiet
and
story.
changing how heat is
without
made
words.
can reduce
Cats
emissions
have a reflective
faster than
eye
many
layer,
people expect,
boosting vision in low light. Transport
When light hits
is
a
another
cat's eyes
giant.
at night,
and it
You might
spans
see an
everything
eerie
from
glow,
bicycles
green,
to freight ships.
gold, or icy blue.
Industry adds its own
That
complexity,
shine comes from a
needing high
reflective layer
temperatures and
behind the
chemical
retina
feedstocks
that bounces light
electricity
back
alone
through the eye,
cannot always provide.
giving the photoreceptors
When
a
these
second
sectors are
chance to
considered
catch it.
together, renewables stop being
It is
a
like
niche
recycling
solution
faint light
and become the
instead of letting
backbone
it
of a new
disappear.
system.
The
You start
result
to
is a
see
strong
how pieces
advantage in
connect.
dim conditions when prey
Clean
might be
electricity
moving
can power
and the
heat
world
pumps,
is full of
charge
shadows.
vehicles, and make
This
hydrogen for
reflective
steel
layer
or chemicals.
also explains why the eyes can look
Efficiency
so
reduces
luminous
the
in
amount of
headlights
generation
or a
needed.
hallway nightlight.
Storage and grids
The
link it all.
trade-off is that the reflection
This is why
can
the
slightly
transition
soften
is
fine
not just
detail,
technical,
especially
it is
in brighter
architectural.
conditions.
It
But cats are
redesigns
built
the way
to prioritize
energy moves
motion
through
and
society,
low light function.
like reorganizing a city's roads.
It is one of those
plumbing,
designs
and
that feels
communications
almost
all at
otherworldly
once.
The full
until you
system
realize
view is
it is
where renewable
practical.
energy becomes truly
In twilight,
awe-inspiring.
when humans begin to
because
fumble
it
and
shows
squint,
how a cleaner
cats
future
are
is
still
built
reading
through
the room with
coordination,
confidence.
not
Sudden
just
invention.
invention.
Often release stored energy.
New building
Excitement
codes
can turn
or
cities
mild
into
stress.
huge efficiency.
One
and
moment,
solar
the house is
projects.
calm.
The next,
A building
your cat
code
is
can
sprinting
sound
down the
boring,
hallway,
but it
ripping
can
off
quietly
corners and
reshape
skidding
an
across
entire
the floor
city's
like a
energy
tiny
destiny.
comet. Those
When
sudden
codes
bursts,
require
often
better
called
insulation,
zoomies,
airtight
are common in many
construction,
cats,
efficient
especially younger
windows,
ones.
and modern
They
heating
can happen
and
after a
cooling
long
systems.
nap, after using
Every
the litter
new
box,
building becomes
or during the
easier
evening
to
hours
power
when a cat's
cleanly
natural
for
activity
decades.
tends to rise.
Some codes
Sometimes
also
it is pure
encourage
play
or
energy
require
looking for an
wiring
exit.
that supports
Sometimes it
heat
is a way to
pumps,
shake off
electric
tension,
vehicle
like
charging,
the body turning
and
nervous
rooftop
buzz
solar,
into motion.
making clean upgrades
You will often see
simpler
the cat
later.
pause mid-run, eyes
Over
bright,
time, this
then take
creates
off
a
again with the
compounding
same
effect.
wild joy.
Instead of retrofitting
It can
everything
look
at
chaotic,
great
but it
expense,
is often
the city grows
self-regulation
in a cleaner
action.
direction by
The
default.
key is what comes after.
The most
Many
fascinating
cats
part
settle
is
more
how
easily once
invisible
the burst is
change
done,
can be.
as if the sprint
A
cleared the system.
well-insulated wall does
In a
not
safe home,
announce itself.
zoomies are usually the
A
sound of a
properly
healthy
sealed
engine
building
revving.
does not
Cats
create
prefer
headlines.
routine,
Yet
these
because
choices
sudden
can
change
reduce
can
peak
trigger
demand,
vigilance,
lower bills,
cats
and make
are masters
renewable
of
integration
noticing small
much
differences,
easier. Which makes the
Codes
world
can
feel
also
safer
improve
when
comfort,
it stays
predictable.
keeping indoor temperatures steadier,
The same
and reducing
feeding time,
drafts and
the same
humidity
sleeping
problems.
spots.
The same
When
familiar
you zoom
pathways
out,
through a
a
room.
city becomes a
All
long-term
reduce
project,
the need to stay on
and
alert.
building codes become the
When
quiet
something
pen
changes,
that
a
writes
moved
its
couch,
energy future.
a new scent, a different person in the house,
They can turn
a loud
millions of
suitcase
square
appearing.
meters into
The
a
cat may
coordinated
switch into a
efficiency
cautious
machine,
mode,
ready to be
You
powered
might
by
see
sun
more hiding,
and wind.
more watching from the distance,
Energy storage
or
costs
more
have
checking
fallen
corners.
sharply, changing what
This is
grids
not
can do.
stubbornness.
There
It
was
is
a time
survival
when storing
strategy.
electricity at large
In
scale
nature,
felt like a
change
luxury.
can mean danger.
Then
and
costs
cautious
began
animals
falling,
live longer.
driven by
The good
manufacturing
news
scale,
is that gentle
improved
consistency
chemistries,
can rebuild
and global
calm.
demand from electronics
Returning
and
to
vehicles.
familiar rhythms, offering predictable
As storage
play,
becomes more
and
affordable,
giving a cat control
it changes
over
the
distance
grid's
and
personality.
approach can help them adjust.
Solar and wind stop being limited
Once a
to
new
when the
routine
weather allows,
forms,
and
many
start
cats
becoming
settle
resources
again,
that can be
as if the
shifted
world
into
has become
evenings,
readable.
early mornings,
Routine
or
is
emergency
not
moments.
boredom to a
Storage
cat.
can
It is
also provide
safety
fast grid
written
services.
into time, smoothing frequency and reducing
cat's
the need
sense
to
of
keep
smell
fossil plants
guides
idling
food
as
choices
insurance.
more than taste. To a
The
cat,
exciting part
a meal
is that
begins
storage
before
invites
the first
creativity.
bite.
Different
begins
durations
with a
and
sniff.
technologies can be matched
Cats
to
have a
different
strong
needs,
preference
from
for
short
foods
bursts
that
for
smell
stability
right,
to longer
because
storage
scent
for shifting
carries the
energy
richest
across the
information
day.
about freshness,
It also
safety,
changes planning.
and what the food actually
Instead of building
is.
a new gas peaker for rare
This
peaks,
is why
a
cat
utility
with a
might have
stuffy
batteries
nose
near a
may suddenly
substation
seem
and
picky.
solve congestion,
The
reliability
flavor has not
and
changed,
capacity,
but the
all
smell
at once.
pathway has.
Falling storage
also
costs
why
do not solve
warmed
every
food
challenge,
can
but they
become
open
more
doors that
tempting
used to be locked.
because warmth
They make a high
releases more
renewables
aroma
grid
into the
feel
air.
less like a fragile
You may
balancing
notice
act
a cat
and
sniffing,
more like a robust
then
system with
stepping back,
options.
then returning
The
for
fastest
another
path to
careful
cleaner
check,
air is
as if
often local
confirming
renewable
the
deployment.
answer. Cats
Big
also
national
remember
plans
smell
matter,
strongly.
but air quality is
A
lived
familiar
locally.
scent can mean
A neighborhood
comfort,
downwind of a
while a
polluting
new
plant
scent
does
can
not
mean
experience
caution.
emissions as a global
Even
average.
if the food
it
looks
experiences them
identical to
as a
you.
daily reality. This smell
Deploying
first
renewables
approach
close
helps
to where
explain
dirty
why
generation
cats
is
can be
displaced
selective
can
in
bring
ways
quick
that
improvements,
confuse humans.
especially when paired with retiring
They are not
or
judging
reducing
by
high-emitting
sweetness
sources.
or variety.
They are
Local
following
renewables
renewables can also
and the
reduce the
nose
need to run
is telling
older,
them a
dirtier
story.
peaking units that
Cats
operate
detect
during hot
faint
afternoons
vibrations
or
through
cold
sensitive
snaps,
receptors in
precisely
their paw
when
pads.
air can already be
A
strained.
cat can learn about a room
The
without
story
seeing
becomes
it clearly,
even more powerful
simply
when
by
clean
standing
power
still.
supports electrification
Under the
of
soft
buses,
pads are touch
buildings,
sensors
and nearby
that pick up
industry,
tiny tremors,
cutting pollution
the kind
from multiple
made by
directions
footsteps in
the
another
same
room.
region.
A door settling into its
Communities
frame,
can also shape
or a
projects
small
more
animal
directly when they are
moving on the
local,
floorboards.
influencing siting, benefits,
That is why
and
some
ownership.
cats seem to appear before
The
you
fascination
hear anyone
is
arrive,
the immediacy.
or why they suddenly
Clean
stare
air
at a
is not
spot
only a future
that
promise,
looks completely
it can
empty.
arrive within seasons.
Their feet
when
are
the
not
right
just for
projects come
walking.
online and
They
the
are
grid's
part of a
dispatch
quiet
changes.
early
Local
warning
renewable
system.
deployment
This
turns the
sensitivity
energy
also
transition
helps during
into
hunting,
something you can
when the
taste
goal is
and
to
breathe,
feel movement,
making
as
the
much as
benefits
to hear
personal and close.
even
not
play
distant
shows
and
it.
abstract.
A toy that skitters
The
can be
renewable
tracked
transition
through the floor
is already
with astonishing
reshaping
accuracy.
geopolitics, jobs,
When a cat presses
and
a
daily
paw on
life.
something, it is
Energy
not always to hold
has
it
always
down.
shaped the world's
Sometimes
alliances and
it is
conflicts,
to listen
because
with
it
the skin.
determines
The
who
Jacobson's
has
organ
power, lets
literally
cats analyze
and
scent,
politically, almost like
As
tasting
renewables
air.
expand, that landscape begins
The
to
cat's
shift.
nose does more than
Countries
smell dinner.
rich in sunlight
It
and
can
wind
read social
can become
information
energy
that
exporters
feels
through
almost like a
electricity,
secret layer of
hydrogen,
reality.
or renewable-based
Inside the
products.
roof of the mouth,
while
is a
nations
special
built around
sound
fossil
system
exports
that helps
face
interpret
pressure
chemical
to
cues
adapt.
other animals leave
Supply
behind.
chains for clean technologies
This is the kind of
create
information
new strategic
that can tell a cat
dependencies,
whether another
pushing
creature
governments to
was
think about
recently
minerals,
nearby,
manufacturing,
and whether that
and
visitor
recycling in a
felt
more
calm,
serious way.
stressed, or ready
At the
to
same
challenge.
time, the transition
It
reaches
is why a
down
cat
into
can become
ordinary
intensely
life.
focused
People notice
on a
quieter
single patch of
streets
carpet,
with electric
or
buses,
sniff a doorway
new job
as if it
paths
holds
in
news.
installation and
To
maintenance,
us, it is nothing.
and homes
To
that
the
can
cat,
be warmed
it
or
is a
cooled
message board.
with cleaner electricity.
This ability helps explain
Businesses
those moments
adjust as well,
when a cat seems
looking
to know
for steady
what
energy
happened
costs
while you
and
were
cleaner
away,
identities.
or why a new
This
object
transition
can
is
feel
not a single
suspicious,
event.
even if
It is an
looks harmless.
ongoing rewrite of how energy is
Their
generated,
world is not only
exchanged,
what they see,
and consumed.
it is what the air
The ripple effects
remembers.
spread everywhere.
Cats
From
drink
industrial
little water,
strategy to
reflecting
household
ancestors
budgeting.
from dry environments.
What
Many
makes it most
cats carry
intriguing
a desert-shaped
is that
history
it is
in their
unfolding
bodies.
while the old system
Their
is
wild
still
relatives
operating.
often survived
Society
where
then
open water was
is living
scarce,
in a hybrid
so
era.
moisture came mostly
That is
from
what
prey.
makes this moment so
That
uniquely
ancient
alive.
pattern still
A rare
shows up in
stretch of
living
time
rooms today,
when the rules of energy
where some
are
cats
being
barely
reshaped
visit the water
in
bowl,
real time.
even when they are healthy.
As we reach the close of this gentle journey,
Instead, they
it
may
can help to
prefer
notice how
moisture
broad
hidden
and
inside
quiet
food,
the story of
or
renewable
sip
energy
only in
truly
small,
is.
We have
careful
drifted
moments.
through sunlight.
This can surprise people who expect a steady, doe-like
winds
approach
brushing
to drinking.
coastlines and open
It is
plains,
also why many cats
through
become
rivers,
fascinated by
tides,
dripping taps,
heat
or
beneath
freshly
the
poured
earth,
water.
and thoughtful
Movement
systems
can
that
signal
learn to listen
freshness,
to nature,
and freshness
rather than
matters
overpower
when
it.
water is rare.
Together, these ideas
You might notice a
create
cat
calm
waiting until the
image
house
of a
is
world
quiet,
learning to
then
move in
taking a
rhythm
few
with
silent
itself,
laps, as if it is
borrowing
private
energy
business.
without burning.
Understanding this
Sharing
background
warmth,
can change
light,
how you care
and
for them.
motion.
A cat
with
is
a
not
little
being
more
difficult
care.
when it drinks little.
If
It
your
is
mind
following an
still
old
awake,
survival
you
script
may enjoy
written long
letting
before
these images
kitchens
settle.
existed.
A cat's kidneys
Imagine
concentrate
panels
urine
resting
extremely
in
well
soft,
compared
evening
with
light.
humans. Turbines turning slowly
Inside a
against
cat
the sky.
is a powerful water-saving system.
Water flowing through
The
hidden
kidneys
channels
are built to reclaim
and
moisture
cities
efficiently,
humming more
producing
quietly
urine
as
that can be
energy
far more
becomes
concentrated
cleaner
than ours.
and more patient.
This is another echo of
None
life
of it needs
where
to
water
rush.
was not always
The
guaranteed.
transition unfolds.
It means a cat
step
can stay
by step,
hydrated on less
just
drinking
as
than you
night
might
does,
expect, especially
gradually
when eating
dimming
moist
the sharp
food.
edges of the day.
It also means that
If you've
hydration
enjoyed
changes
spending
can
this
matter
time
quickly,
here, you're
because the
always
body is
welcome to
already
continue the
optimized
journey.
to conserve.
Another gentle video.
When a
will
cat
be
is
waiting
well
on the
hydrated,
screen,
that
ready to
system
carry your
works
thoughts a
smoothly
little
in the
further
background,
if sleep
quietly
hasn't arrived
balancing
yet.
salts and fluids.
And if you'd like to
When
support
water
these
intake
calm
drops too
explorations,
far,
a
the
like,
margin can
a
shrink.
subscription, or a quiet comment
That is one reason
this
vets
space
often
grow,
emphasize
and find others
hydration
who need
strategies for cats, especially
but
as
for
they
now,
age.
There's nothing left
The
to learn
fascinating
or
part
remember.
is that this is not a modern
Let the
trick.
facts fade
It
into
is
feeling.
ancient engineering,
Allow
tuned
your
for
breathing to
survival
slow,
in
your
harsh
shoulders to
landscapes.
soften,
Every lap a
and your
cat
thoughts
takes
to
is
loosen their
supported
grip.
by an internal machine.
The world
It knows
outside
how to
will keep
stretch
turning,
water like a precious
the wind
resource.
will keep blowing, and the sun
Cats
will rise
sleep
again
long
when it's
hours,
time.
but much of it is light
Sleep well,
dozing.
and
A
good
sleeping
night.
cat can look completely gone from the world, yet the body is often on
Hello
standby.
there, and
Much of their
welcome to
rest
the
is
sleep
a light
porch.
asleep, where they can
Tonight
wake
we'll be
quickly if
exploring
something
the
changes.
fascinating and
You
emerging
can see
new
it
world
in the
of
small
renewable
signs.
energy.
An ear that
A
swivels,
place filled by
whiskers
sunlight,
that shift,
moving air,
eyes that
flowing
crack open for
water,
a second and
and
close
the deep
again.
warmth of the earth itself.
This pattern makes sense for a hunter that must
This is a
also
world
avoid danger.
where rooftops become
Rest
power
is essential,
plants,
but
oceans
deep
whisper
unconsciousness
electricity
for
into
long
the
stretches could be risky.
grid, and invisible systems
So, cats
hum
mastered
gently
the
in
art
the
of
background,
half sleep.
reshaping
It can
how our
recharge
planet
while still
breathes
monitoring the
and
environment.
rests.
That is why a
If
cat
this
may seem to
content
teleport
interests
from
you,
a sofa
please
to the
take a
hallway
moment
the
to
moment
like
you
the
touch a
video
cupboard.
and subscribe to the channel.
They were not fully asleep
Your
in
support
the human
motivates
sense.
us to
They
continue
were
creating
resting
more
with
meaningful
one paw
videos.
in awareness.
It is also why cats
Renewable
choose
energy
sleeping spots
is
not just
strategically,
about technology.
often with a good view
It is about
or a
timing,
quick escape route.
balance, patience,
Even in rest,
and learning to
they are
listen to
quietly
forces
clever.
that have surrounded us for as long as
dream
life
sleep
has
in
existed.
cats includes twitching paws,
As we explore this
whiskers,
subject
and
together,
tails.
you may begin to sense how vast
Sometimes
and
a cat falls
interconnected
into a deeper
it
kind of
truly
sleep,
is.
and the stillness changes.
Touching cities and
A paw
coastlines,
flexes
homes
as if
and
stepping.
hospitals, quiet
Whiskers
villages
tremble.
and glowing skylines.
The jaw
It is a
makes
story of
tiny
human
movements,
curiosity,
and the
meeting
tail may
natural
flick
rhythm,
as if responding
of
to an
clever
invisible
ideas
moment.
unfolding at the same
This is the
pace
kind of
as
sleep
sunrise
linked with
and
dreaming,
tide.
where the brain is active.
If you enjoy
even
these
while the
gentle
body
journeys,
stays mostly
I
at
invite you
rest.
to like, subscribe, or share a
Watching
thought
it
below.
can feel like witnessing
It
a
helps
private
others
story.
find their way here too.
Maybe it is
One
a chase.
sleepy soul.
Maybe
at a
it is a
time.
climb. Maybe it is the
But for
memory
now,
of a game
there
from
is
earlier
nothing
that
you
day.
need to do but settle in.
Kittens often show these
Let your
movements
shoulders
strongly,
soften, your
which fits
breathing
with how much
slow,
their brains are
and your
learning
thoughts
and organizing.
ease.
Adults do
Allow
it too.
your body to grow
just
heavy,
sometimes more
and your
subtly.
mind to wander calmly. As we
It is a
explore
reminder
this
that cats are
endlessly
not only
fascinating
reacting
world
creatures,
together.
they are processors,
Let's
replaying
begin.
experience, refining
Just
skills,
1 hour
and
of
sorting
the
the
sunlight
world
that
while they
reaches
lie
Earth
curled
provides
in a
enough
quiet
power
coma
for
of fur.
all of humanity for an entire
Even
year.
sleep can be a kind of practice.
That single concept
Cats
is
can
what
learn
gives
words
renewable
and
energy
toms,
an almost magical
even when they
quality.
pretend not to.
Because it begins
A
with
cat may
sheer
act
scale.
indifferent, but that
Our
does not
star
mean nothing
pours
is
an
being
immense
learned.
stream of photons onto the top
Over
of Earth's
time,
atmosphere.
many cats connect particular
and only a
sounds
tiny
with particular
portion
outcomes.
needs to be captured
A
to
food
transform
tin opening,
everything.
The
A
true
favorite
marvel
person
arriving,
is not that this
a
resource
carrier
exists,
appearing, or a
but
game
that we have
beginning.
learned how to intercept it.
They may not
using
respond
thin
like a
sheets
dog
of silicon,
because cats are not
quiet
built for
mirrors,
constant obedience.
and clever electronics
Their responses
that convert
are often
light
strategic.
into useful work.
If coming when called has worked out
It
well
helps
before,
to imagine it in
you may
physical
get a quick
terms.
trot.
When solar panels
If
are
it has
spread
led to
across
nail trimming,
parking areas,
you may get
rooftops,
silence,
warehouses,
and disappearance.
and the unused margin